Chapter 396. Bullying. A vast island stands solitary amidst the expansive sea. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around the island, no force dares to intrude. Even the most notorious pirates refrain from encroaching upon the Ta Qing Immortal Island, which reigns as the most formidable power in this eastern maritime domain. Even certain ancient races dwelling beneath the waves cannot compare to its might. At Lin Chen's behest, the iron demon earth dragon transformed into the guise of a small, pitch-black dog. Meanwhile, Xixi burst into laughter, playfully tugging at the dragon's ears as she merrily followed Lin Chen. Lin Chen produced the token of a disciple of Ta Qing and stepped directly into the enigmatic barrier. Familiar scenes once again materialized before his eyes: the imposing dark cloud city, the ominous execution platform, and the boundless expanse of the beast-infested territory. Towering Ta Qing pillars, along with the three peaks of inner disciples, stood amidst a myriad of splendid pavilions. Beyond this lay over 100 floating peaks, home to beings of divine law, including several prodigies of the realm. However, the deeper recesses of Ta Qing Immortal Island remained impenetrable to Lin Chen. Not wishing to rush to the apothecary hall, he decided to visit the Dark Moon Tower first. Striding forward, he arrived at Dark Moon City. At the heart of the city stood a once revered supreme king artifact, which Lin Chen had previously gazed upon with awe. Now, even a casual strike from him could shatter this treasured tower. Nevertheless, he sensed numerous divine law presences emanating from the uppermost levels of the Dark Moon Tower. Perhaps many martial generals and enchanting maidens have ascended to the realm of divine law, Lin Chen mused. The image of a mischievous young girl suddenly flashed in his mind, leaving him curious about the current state of the former lord of the Qing residence. Upon entering the Dark Moon Tower, the middle-aged steward on the first floor sensed Lin Chen's formidable aura and promptly saluted. Lin Chen, offering no unnecessary words, ascended directly to the third level. After he departed, several disciples began to murmur among themselves. That young man's aura is terrifying. It felt as if I could be slain at any moment. He must surely be a mighty figure of divine law. Today, for some reason, many such powerful beings have gathered in the Dark Moon Tower. Let us hope there are no conflicts. Otherwise, the tower could not withstand the ensuing chaos. This occasion marked a significant procurement for both the Qing and Moon residences. May it proceed without incident. As Lin Chen ascended the stairs, he absorbed all their chatter, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. What origins does this Moon residence possess? Young one, at least 10 presences of divine law dwell within the 4th floor of the Dark Moon Tower, Blood Elder remarked. Though this tower is an artifact of supreme quality, the barriers within it are formidable enough to deter even the most terrifying of entities. Lin Chen nodded. With his current perceptive abilities, he found himself unable to breach the mysterious 5th floor of the Dark Moon Tower. Only a being like Blood Elder, with his extraordinary sense, could unveil its secrets. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Lin Chen noticed the presence of 2 additional guards. The 2 guards, clad in exquisite armor imbued with formidable enchantments, exuded an aura of strength, their robust physiques reminiscent of powerful beasts. A mystical essence radiated from their beings, and upon their armor, a lunar insignia shimmered with a subtle luminescence. The presence of these formidable beings, each a half-step into the realm of divine law, merely as guards, astonished Lin Chen, who, suppressing his aura, advanced forward. Halt! The guards commanded, sizing Lin Chen up with disdain. Their eyes then fell upon the inky black dog and the peculiar little beast trailing behind him, and they scoffed in unison. The Moon Mansion is engaged in procurement. You may return later. Lin Chen paused, scratching his nose in bewilderment. He replied, What does my acquisition have to do with the Moon Mansion? The guard's eyes narrowed, revealing contempt and a hint of malice. I advise you to vacate swiftly, or you shall face dire consequences. Very well, Lin Chen acquiesced, his previously mundane expression sharpening with intensity. In an instant, the guards appeared stricken, their faces paling as they stood frozen in place. Lin Chen effortlessly stepped past them, ascending to the 4th floor. After a brief interval, the guards regained their composure, but fear gripped them. What had just transpired? The 4th floor of the Dark Moon Tower was indeed bustling with activity. Grand shops lined its expanse, stretching for miles. Merchants peddling rare treasures and royal artifacts were abundant. Xixi, sensing the plethora of precious items, brightened instantly, tugging at the ear of the magical iron dragon, eager to roam about. Lin Chen swiftly swatted the little creature, admonishing, "I have no funds to indulge your whims. Refrain from consuming everything." The thought of Xixi's insatiable appetite sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine. Fearing the creature might attempt to devour all the treasures in the tower, Xixi blinked innocently, a look of feigned grievance on its face, which only served to amuse the magical iron dragon, who barked incessantly in delight. Their arrival went largely unnoticed amidst the crowd. As Lin Chen and his companions deliberately concealed their auras, only those with a more formidable perception than Lin Chen's could discern their presence. Upon entering, Lin Chen overheard a number of merchants exchanging gossip, furrowing his brow. "Did you see? The deputy of the Moon Mansion is here again to vex the Qing Mansion. Haha. You know well that it's common knowledge that Yuehua is enamored with the enchanting Yun Yi. This demoness is a being of divine law, rumored to have inherited the legacy of the enchantress Demon King. Surely her cultivation will soar. Indeed, it's said that the master of the Moon Mansion harbors feelings for the head of the Qing Mansion. I wonder if there's any truth to that. The head of the Qing Mansion? The one who was once the slayer of the emperor? Who would dare to entertain thoughts of him? Speaking of the slayer emperor sends shivers down my spine. Only the master of the Moon Mansion could possibly contend with him." Listening to these discussions, Lin Chen's brow furrowed in contemplation. What manner of entity was this Moon Mansion? Just then, two overwhelming auras of murderous intent erupted on the 4th floor of the Dark Moon Tower. A voice, imbued with an endless allure yet exuding a chilling tone, resonated through the air. "Xixi, do not presume that just because you hail from the Shi family and serve as the deputy master of the Moon Mansion, the Qing Mansion dares not lay a hand on you." A hearty laughter erupted. "Ha! What does the enchantress mean by this? I, Xixi, merely wish to forge a friendship with you." Lin Chen raised his gaze and beheld the source of the formidable killing intent, where two factions were poised against each other. One faction consisted of 4 individuals, while the other comprised 3. The group adorned in the emblem of the Moon Mansion included 2 beings at the 2nd level of the divine law realm, while the opposing faction had only 1 at the 1st level. Lin Chen's attention was immediately drawn to a captivating woman clad in a flowing robe of misty hues, her exquisite visage and alluring figure radiating an irresistible charm. An aura of seduction emanated from her, akin to a peerless beauty. This was the enchanting sorceress, Yun Yi, whom Lin Chen was somewhat familiar with. Yet, at that moment, the otherwise enchanting sorceress harbored a blaze of fury and murderous intent in her mesmerizing eyes. Confronting Yun Yi was a young man draped in a resplendent robe, his sharp brows and bright eyes occasionally glinting with a silver glimmer of malice. He was a being of the 2nd level of the divine law realm. Lin Chen restrained his aura, clutching onto Xixi, and stealthily approached, accompanied by the demon Iron Earth Dragon. "You are being excessively arrogant," Yun Yi remarked coldly. Xixi, however, merely smiled faintly, exuding an air of utmost composure. "Talents and treasures are inherently for those who can afford them. If your Qing Mansion cannot meet the price, on what grounds do you accuse me of oppression? What you have forcibly acquired from us, was it not bullying?" Yun Yi's expression turned icy. "Do not think that just because our master is in seclusion, your Moon Mansion can act with impunity." "Oh dear, how frightfully afraid I am," Xixi replied with a mocking laugh, his demeanor shifting to a sinister one. "Are you not called the Enchantress? As long as you serve our master, everything will naturally be handed over to your Qing Mansion." The enchanting aura that enveloped Yun Yi began to retract, replaced by a palpable aura of menace. Weariness flickered in her beautiful eyes. The sudden rise of the Moon Mansion had stripped the Qing Mansion of its status as the leader among the inner disciples. Furthermore, the Moon Mansion's repeated provocations had forced the Qing Mansion to endure in silence, for the mastery of their mansion's leader was indeed formidable. If only that person were here. Yun Yi thought silently. It had been ages since she last saw the young man, whose reputation resonated throughout the entire sacred spirit continent. Noticing Yun Yi's silence, Xixi's imposing presence surged forth, oppressive and predatory, as he sneered. "Yun Yi, I grant you one final opportunity to choose. Otherwise, the disciples of your mansion shall need to tread carefully." With that, Xixi's gaze slithered like a venomous serpent over the 2 attendants of the 1st level of the divine law realm beside Yun Yi, their faces betraying a flicker of trepidation as they turned their eyes toward her. Yun Yi bit her lip, her enchanting aura intensifying, each movement capable of captivating men with a sense of conquest. One could not deny that she was indeed a mesmerizing enchantress. Xixing's gaze burned with fervor, yearning to conquer Yuan Yi beneath him at that very moment. However, at that moment, a languid voice echoed through the air. "Hey, you stone, you're blocking my path." Chapter 397. A single punch of dread. Xixing's gaze was lascivious. This Yuan Yi, previously enchanting beyond measure, had refrained from striking due to her apprehension of the esteemed Yun Luo Huang within the sect. However, this time, Yuan Yi had acquired the legacy of a mysterious and beguiling demon king, emanating an aura of delicate allure that stirred the blood of men with every graceful gesture. Such a peerless beauty had long been the object of Xixing's desire to conquer, and now the opportunity had finally arisen. Yet, to Xixing's utter astonishment, a calm and languorous voice suddenly broke the silence. "Stone, you're obstructing the way." Surely this was a mistake. The entire fourth floor of the dark cloud building had descended into an eerie stillness. Though the voice was unassuming, it rang out with an unsettling sharpness at that moment. Who was audacious enough to provoke the deputy lord of the Moon Mansion? Moreover, Xixing was no ordinary contender. He hailed from a prestigious lineage. After a brief, surreal silence, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. What background does this fellow have to be so brazen? Look, he's leading a dog and a particularly lewd little beast. What on earth is that? I reckon he has no clue about the Moon Mansion's might. His audacity will soon lead to an entertaining spectacle. Xixing's actions are indeed excessive, but alas, all one can do is hope for this lad's good fortune. Voices of lamentation for Lin Chen echoed around. Yet, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. With a playful grimace at the onlookers, he cheerfully settled onto the back of the Iron Earth Dragon, inciting further amusement. "You just said something?" Xixing turned, his gaze locking onto Lin Chen with a chilling intensity. A companion beside him, a formidable presence at the second level of the divine realm, also regarded Lin Chen with a frosty stare, exuding an air of authority. However, Yuan Yi looked momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as she observed the suddenly appearing Lin Chen. His recent journey to the blood abyss had wrought a transformative change in his power. He had grown significantly taller, now exceeding 6 feet. His muscles were well-defined, clad in a flowing robe, and his youthful face occasionally bore a resolute expression. This appearance marked a stark contrast to his former self, and even Yuan Yi felt a sense of familiarity, though she could not quite place why. "This matter need not concern you, fellow cultivator. Yuan Yi will handle it herself." She stepped forward with alluring grace, her voice ringing clear. As Lin Chen beheld Yuan Yi in that moment, a faint, exotic fragrance wafted to his nostrils. Her alluring figure and exposed fair skin radiated an intangible charm that stirred even his heart. It was little wonder that Xixing was driven to such madness. Lin Chen gazed at the murderous intent in Xixing's eyes, shrugged nonchalantly, and remarked, "They indeed obstructed my path. Had they moved aside, I would not have minded what they chose to do." Yuan Yi's beautiful eyes widened slightly, clearly understanding Lin Chen's implication. Yet, considering the rising power of the Yu Mansion, a subtle tension gripped her heart. With a charming smile, she said, "Perhaps this esteemed friend might pass through our Qing Mansion." Upon finishing her words, Yuan Yi signaled for the other 2 divine monarchs of the Qing Mansion to clear the way. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and, amidst the astonished gazes of many, slowly walked forward. In an imperceptible manner, the Qing Mansion garnered a unique status in the hearts of the onlookers. Every action was under scrutiny. Yuan Yi's gesture was merely an attempt to enhance the reputation of the Qing Mansion. "Stop!" A voice thundered beside Lin Chen, resonating like a clap of thunder. Xixing emerged with a sinister expression, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous aura. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests, silently lamenting the unfortunate predicament this young man had found himself in. Xixing was no fool. He understood that if Lin Chen were allowed to escape, the Yu Mansion would suffer a hidden defeat against the Qing Mansion. Moreover, this young man had the audacity to refer to him as Stone and disrupted his attempts to subdue Yuan Yi, which warranted death. "What business do you have?" Lin Chen calmly turned to inquire leisurely. Xixing displayed a chilling smile. "What business? I, the vice master of the illustrious Yu Mansion, am addressed as Stone by you. Kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I shall spare you." Yuan Yi's complexion shifted slightly as she interjected with a melodious voice, "Xixing, do not overstep your bounds. The rules of our Ta Qing sect explicitly prohibit bullying fellow disciples." survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak. That is the law of our Tai Qing sect. Xixi scoffed at Lin Chen. His gaze subtly shifted to Yun. If the esteemed mistress of the Yun mansion agrees to my terms, then all will be forgiven. A flicker of anger appeared on Yun's exquisitely alluring face. Yet, her display of fury was captivating, drawing the attention of many male disciples present, who found themselves entranced, wishing to sweep her off her feet. Even Xixi felt a surge of desire, longing to seize the moment. However, he recognized that haste would lead to folly, and thus he pressed on step by step. Indeed, a true stone. Lin Chen's voice resonated once more. Only a soulless creature would think to coerce a woman into compliance. Yun smiled in response, surprised that this seemingly average man possessed such audacity, subtly mocking Xixi. Many disciples, overhearing Lin Chen's words, could not help but stifle their laughter. Particularly, Xixi, perched on Lin Chen's shoulder, erupted into exaggerated laughter. The magic iron earth dragon below also barked in amusement. Xixi's face flushed with rage. While the other three members of the Yu mansion felt the heat of embarrassment wash over them, their anger simmering. In a fit of rage, Xixi could no longer contain himself and unleashed a thunderous roar, his entire being igniting with a blazing magical power. In an instant, he struck out with a powerful punch, imbued with an overwhelming force akin to that of rock itself. Xixi, how audacious of you! Upon witnessing Xixi's attack, Yun flicked his fingers, releasing a surge of magical energy aimed directly at Xixi. Mind your own business, Yun. Xixi retorted coldly, evading the magical onslaught. If your Qing mansion dares to intervene, I shall lead the Yu mansion into a full-scale war against you. Yun hesitated momentarily, but at that moment, another formidable force surged towards him. Damn it! Yun's expression changed slightly. It was clear that this power was unleashed by another master of the Yin-Yang realm. A sinister smile crept across Xixi's face as he launched another punch toward Lin Chen, its might overwhelming and boundless. This punch possessed a force comparable to that of a low-grade imperial artifact, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Many disciples felt a chill run down their spines, realizing the impending doom that awaited this young man. To challenge me, this is your fate. Xixi's grin widened, as if he could already envision Lin Chen's demise. The disciples held their breath, faces contorted with sympathy, unwilling to witness Lin Chen meet a bloody end. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed. Suddenly, he made his move, delivering a seemingly casual punch. With a thunderous explosion, a horrific sound erupted, accompanied by anguished cries. The disciples on the fourth floor of the Dark Moon Tower stood in stunned silence, their faces a mask of disbelief at the unfolding scene. The one who cried out in agony was Xixi. His arm, which had struck out, was shattered into a mist of blood. A wave of terror washed over Xixi's face. Yun and the second-tier master of the Divine Law realm were equally taken aback, staring incredulously at Lin Chen. The entire fourth floor fell into an eerie silence, with only Xixi's agonized screams piercing the stillness. Everyone gazed at Lin Chen in shock, realizing that a single punch had utterly defeated Xixi. Chapter 398. The Son of the Moon Home Master, Yu Heng. The atmosphere was charged with horror as countless gasps echoed throughout the space. What did it signify to shatter Xixi with a single blow? No one had anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young man could unleash such terrifying combat prowess in an instant. Yun, initially astonished, soon wore a look of delight upon his exquisite face. Unexpectedly, this young man from the Yu mansion possessed such formidable strength. This could only bode well for their Qing mansion. Coughing up a copious amount of blood, Xixi felt the remnants of tremendous power still surging within him. As he beheld his shattered arm, his eyes turned crimson, but the realization of his opponent's strength sent a chill through his heart. No one understands better than Xixi the terrifying power that emanated from that young man's eyes at the moment he erupted. Who exactly are you? Xixi feigned a demeanor of fearlessness as he inquired. Yet, his voice trembled despite his efforts. The master of the Yin-Yang realm from the Moon Mansion was equally aghast. Retreating immediately, the other two disciples of the Divine Law realm from the Moon Mansion also withdrew without hesitation. The young man's strength rendered their annihilation utterly effortless. What concern is it of yours who I am? Lin Chen asked nonchalantly. Xixi was momentarily speechless, utterly lacking the strength to confront Lin Chen. Let me inform you. I am the deputy master of the Moon Mansion. If you harm me, The master will undoubtedly seek retribution, he asserted, a sense of authority swelling within him at the mention of the mansion's master. Lin Chen cast a dismissive glance at Xixi. We shall discuss that when he arrives. If you continue to prattle, I will render you incapacitated. His casual words struck like thunder, causing Xixi to tremble, silencing him. The other disciples who had previously engaged in discussion could not muster the courage to speak, faced with such a formidable young man. Thank you, Senior, Yuni said, a smile gracing her fair visage as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Chen. If they could recruit this young man into their clear mansion, their strength would undoubtedly surge. Lin Chen smiled in response, just as he was about to speak, when Xixi, perched upon his shoulder, suddenly leapt into Yun Yi's embrace, rubbing against her softness. This scene left Lin Chen feeling exceedingly embarrassed and infuriated, wishing he could swat the little beast away. However, Yun Yi giggled, finding Xixi quite adorable, a flicker of affection igniting within her. The group of disciples gazed at Xixi with envy. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Haha, Lin Chen, my young friend, you come without even notifying Uncle Yun. A middle-aged man approached gracefully, a scar marring his forehead. Yun Lin's cultivation had surged from the first level of the divine law realm to the formidable realm of Qi, causing Lin Chen's heart to quiver slightly. In Lin Chen's eyes, Yun Lin was no ordinary individual. He had previously deduced as much. Given that he was knowledgeable about the Ta Qing Nine Void technique and remained unperturbed in the face of the punishment hall, which only served to accentuate the mystery of Yun Lin's identity. Yet, he bore no malice. Rather, he had previously assisted Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his hand and laughed heartily. I was just about to greet you, Uncle Yun. Haha. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Your cultivation has advanced remarkably. Yun Lin observed Lin Chen with a profound expression, acknowledging the surge in his strength. In a mere 2.5 months, his prowess had escalated so swiftly, undeniably marking him as a prodigious talent. Lin Chen merely smiled lightly, glancing at the thunderstruck Yun Yi, and jested, Enchantress, it has been a while. Unforeseen. Your progress is astonishingly swift. However, Yun Yi remains in a daze, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She could never have anticipated that her reunion with Lin Chen would unfold in such a manner. May I elicit a smile from you, my lady? Lin Chen's words coaxed Yun Yi into a radiant smile, one that was enchanting and replete with allure. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming complexity within her heart. She had not expected Lin Chen's advancement to be so remarkably rapid, far exceeding the rumors circulating throughout the Holy Spirit continent. On the other hand, Xixi was struck as if by lightning, trembling with increasing intensity. He could not fathom that the person he had just contemplated killing was none other than the infamous killer Emperor Lin Chen, whose prowess was legendary. With a mastery of the first tier of divine law, he battled against those of the second tier, and with the second tier, he repelled adversaries of the third. This killer Emperor Lin Chen was a figure of mythic genius within the entire Ta Qing sect. Even many of the elite disciples from various halls felt overshadowed when facing him, as his legendary feats were simply too numerous to recount. The entire fourth floor of the Dark Moon Pavilion was engulfed in astonishment. They could hardly believe that the young man before them was indeed the fabled killer emperor. Heavens! I cannot believe it is truly the killer emperor. No wonder his strength is so formidable. Haha, I have finally met my idol, the killer emperor, a prodigy bestowed with the title of killer by the sect. Terrifying, indeed. Just hearing his name is enough to instill awe. Today, witnessing him in person, one could not help but feel his commanding presence, compelling all to revere him. The disciples were all equally astounded. Long before the Moon Mansion's existence, Lin Chen's name had already resonated throughout Ta Qing Island. His recent mission to the Blood Abyss had further solidified his fame across the realm. Lin Chen felt the intense gazes upon him and could not suppress a wry smile. Fame brings fear, just as the saying goes. Suddenly, his expression sharpened as he gazed into the distance. A fierce roar erupted from the black, dog-like demon Iron Earth Dragon, its demonic energy surging. An invisible force shattered the atmosphere. In an instant, a cascade of moonlight descended from the heavens, bestowing a gentle and soft ambience. A young man, adorned in a flowing robe and stepping lightly upon the moonlight, approached with an air of serene composure, exuding an aura of profound mystery. This young man was also an entity of remarkable strength, at the pinnacle of the realm. Haha, I did not expect the Lord of the Moon Mansion to arrive as well. Yun Lin exclaimed with laughter upon seeing the newcomer. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, taken aback to discover that the visitor was indeed the current master of the Moon Mansion. Yun Yi's countenance shifted slightly as she quickly transmitted a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this individual is the son of the Moon Hall's master, one of the 3 great prodigies of the hall. His presence here is likely ill-intentioned. You must tread carefully. Lin Chen smiled at Yun Yi, his demeanor still remarkably tranquil. The son of the Moon Hall master indeed bore an extraordinary pedigree. Typically, those referred to as Hall masters possessed either exceptionally rare abilities or were beings of the 4th tier of divine law. It was evident that this Moon Hall master was an individual of considerable significance. Otherwise, the Qing mansion would not exhibit such trepidation. Upon the arrival of the master of the mansion, Xixi's heart surged with joy, and he immediately sought to accuse the young man, Lin Chen, of his audacity in bullying their Moon Mansion. He implored the master for justice. The young man cast a glance at Xixi, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap that left Xixi's face bloodied. I am well aware of the situation, the young man remarked nonchalantly. Consider this slap a lesson from me to you. Now be gone. Xixi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated from the scene. Throughout the encounter, Lin Chen stood calmly, offering no comment. Seeing is believing. Brother Lin Chen, you truly embody the title of the Killing Emperor, the young man said, turning his gaze towards Lin Chen and clasping his hands in respect. I am Yu Hong, the master of the Moon Mansion. If I have offended you in any way, I hope for your understanding. Brother Yu Hong, you indeed have a remarkable way of teaching, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile, returning the gesture. It is all trivial. There is nothing to hold a grudge over. Yu Hong smiled subtly, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Lin Chen was evidently no ordinary individual. He was a worthy adversary. At that moment, Yun Lin burst into laughter, addressing both Lin Chen and Yu Hong. Master of the Moon Mansion, I have some matters to discuss with my young friend Lin Chen. We shall take our leave for now. Senior Yun Lin, please, Yu Hong responded with utmost respect, showing no sign of discontent. This action stirred something within Lin Chen. Yun Lin was indeed formidable. After a brief exchange with Yun Yi, Lin Chen followed Yun Lin as they departed. Yun Yi gazed at Lin Chen's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes filled with melancholy as she sighed deeply before leaving as well. Meanwhile, Yu Hong gathered the disciples of the Moon Mansion and returned to his residence, leaving behind a group of bewildered disciples. The atmosphere surrounding the 2 outstanding prodigies of the Ta Qing sect felt distinctly unusual. Chapter 399, The Enlightenment Meditation Platform. At that moment, behind the 3 towering peaks of the inner disciples, there stood a mansion that floated in the sky. The entire structure was bathed in moonlight, radiating an exceptionally gentle power. This mansion was a mid-grade imperial artifact, boasting formidable defenses and infused with various restrictions. Within, there were numerous fluctuating waves of magical energy, all belonging to individuals of imperial stature. This was the residence of the Moon Mansion. Yu Hong, enveloped in moonlight, seated himself in the position of the master, while Xixi lay prostrate before him, accompanied by an elderly man standing nearby. Master, I do not comprehend. Xixi's face was marred with resentment, clearly harboring a deep desire to eliminate Lin Chen. Humph, Yu Hong scoffed, his gaze stern. What do you understand? Do you think this Lin Chen is easily provoked? Xixi was momentarily taken aback. The elder, who possessed the Yin-Yang realm aura, spoke with gravity. Xixi, Lin Chen is exceptionally formidable. He has stirred considerable turmoil in the blood abyss. Moreover, it is rumored that he has engaged in a contest of wits with the Heavenly Emperor. What? Xixi's countenance turned pale in astonishment. Lin Chen has contended with the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor represented the pinnacle among the prodigies of the entire sacred spirit continent. Lin Chen, astonishingly skilled, managed to engage in a contest of wits with the formidable Ta Qing and emerged unscathed. What is most remarkable is not merely the shock evident in the elder's tone, but rather that the Ta Qing Emperor appears to have faltered in this intellectual duel. Xixi's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, leaving him speechless. Even their Shi clan trembles beneath the power of the Ta Qing Emperor. Yet this rising star, Lin Chen, proves to be extraordinarily formidable. Yu Hong stood up from his seat, his gaze radiating the intensity of 2 full moons, brimming with dominance. At this grand celebration of the island master's longevity, a contest of prodigies is anticipated, and Lin Chen will be my greatest rival. News of Lin Chen's appearance at the Dark Moon Tower spread like wildfire throughout the Ta Qing sect. When Lin Chen's name echoed across the continent, it was the members of the various halls and elders who were most astounded. Rumor has it that Lin Chen has returned, and aside from the Holy Sun, no one can rival his brilliance. Whispers suggest that he shattered Shi Qing's arm with a single blow, an unfathomable display of power. Only those hidden prodigies could possibly stand against him. Moreover, it is rumored that he shares an intimate bond with the holy maiden, Yun Luo Huang, and holds the position of the master of the apothecary hall. All the halls are closely monitoring Lin Chen's circumstances, particularly the apothecary hall. As much effort has been invested in Lin Chen. At this moment, within the apothecary hall, countless elixirs emanated a vast and pure aura, with intricate formations in operation. Here, an abundance of potions was produced daily, permeating the entire sect. Haha, this lad truly has not disappointed me, exclaimed the elder Xiao Yao, whose eyes suddenly sparkled with divine light, overwhelmed with joy. Though his hair had turned white, his complexion was surprisingly vibrant, embodying the essence of a youthful elder. Xiao Yao's aura was now restrained, hinting at a great river coursing within him. Over the past month and a half, he had grasped the profound mysteries of the divine flow realm, stepping into the realm of small circulation. Hearing of Lin Chen's return filled his heart with immense delight. Your successor has indeed not fallen from grace nor brought shame upon you, he said, tears streaming down his face. Yun Lin directly led Lin Chen to a mysterious location within the Dark Moon Tower, filled with prohibitions to prevent prying eyes. Young friend Lin Chen, your progress over the past 2.5 months has truly exceeded my expectations, Yun Lin remarked with a wry smile, his eyes harboring deeper significance. Lin Chen merely smiled in response, neither denying nor explicitly affirming anything. At that moment, Xixi suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Kid, this fellow is not simple. I can feel the blood dawn bell trembling. What? Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that the prestigious quasi-spiritual artifact was quivering before Yun Lin. What secrets lie hidden within this seemingly unremarkable individual? In any case, you must proceed with caution, Xixi advised with a sigh. I currently lack the energy, otherwise, I could probe his true essence. Lin Chen's heart tightened, although his expression remained composed. He had never anticipated that Yun Lin's origins would be so extraordinary. The initial encounter with this individual was quite intriguing. Lin Chen, my young friend, Yun Lin remarked with a wry smile. It seems you have sensed something amiss. Acknowledging this, Lin Chen admitted, indeed, it appears that Uncle Yun is not an ordinary person. Yun Lin's gaze suddenly deepened as he fixed his eyes on Lin Chen. There are matters I will reveal to you once you have mastered the Ta Qing 9 Void Technique. Ta Qing 9 Void Technique, Lin Chen murmured to himself. This technique had garnered high praise from Blood Elder in the past. With half a month remaining, it would soon be time to comprehend this profound skill. I have brought you a list, Yun Lin said, observing Lin Chen in contemplation with a gentle smile. This list comprises the elite talents attending the birthday celebration. It includes not only figures from the 6 major factions, but also some who are of singular lineage. With that, Yun Lin flicked his fingers, producing a jade slip that detailed each individual's strength. Examine it closely and prepare to be wary of certain individuals. Lin Chen's expression brightened. He indeed required this jade slip and promptly accepted it, bowing slightly in gratitude. Go now, young man. The ancestor of wind and fire awaits you, Yun Lin said, his expression laden with meaning. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Chen departed, as he had matters to convey to the ancestor of wind and fire. He soared towards the 100 floating mountains, and now, with his formidable strength, he perceived that the area was enveloped in an invisible grand formation, with each mountain serving as a focal point. The power it harbored was undoubtedly terrifying. Moreover, beyond these 100 mountains, Lin Chen, regardless of his attempts to utilize his insightful eye or other means, could still not discern clearly. However, he instinctively sensed that there were even more formidable presences lurking within the depths. Arriving at a familiar mountain, he found it steeped in silence. The former splendor now utterly vanished. Upon entering, a voice, aged and decayed, beckoned, "Come in." Lin Chen's heart quivered slightly, and he swiftly moved into the cave. The ancestor of wind and fire, with his head crowned in white hair, emanated an aura of death. A mysterious toxic force filled his body, eroding his last vestiges of vitality. His lifespan was nearing its end. "Ah, you young lad, you have indeed performed admirably," the ancestor remarked. a rare smile breaking through his stern visage upon seeing Lin Chen. Ancestor, Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly responded, I have not failed you. I bring the blood spirit longevity fruit. Immediately, a glimmer ignited in the ancestor's murky eyes. Lin Chen, feeling a rush of urgency, produced a blood-red fruit from his possession. This fruit was imbued with a rich essence of life. Upon its emergence, the once desolate mountain peak seemed to rejuvenate, infused with newfound vitality. Haha, excellent, excellent. The ancestor of wind and fire laughed heartily, reaching for the blood-red fruit. Heaven has not abandoned me, the wind and fire. This will refine the toxins within me and allow my strength to advance further. Congratulations, ancestor, Lin Chen replied with a bow and a smile. The wind and fire ancestor indeed bestowed great kindness upon him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to venture into the blood abyss, flourishing and spreading his wings. The wind and fire ancestor's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he flicked his finger, causing a hidden chamber to open behind him. Young one, since you have procured the blood spirit longevity fruit for me, I shall keep my word. In the future, I will assist you in achieving the path of the emperor. Thank you, ancestor, Lin Chen replied, a gleam of joy illuminating his face. With the formidable support of the wind and fire ancestor, his influence within the Ta Qing sect would undoubtedly grow. Even Xixi was left dumbfounded, pondering the extraordinary fortune of this young man. With only 8 days remaining until the clash of the prodigies, the wind and fire ancestor pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, causing an item to emerge from the chamber. This enlightenment mat will significantly enhance your abilities over the next 8 days and provide you with profound insights. From the chamber emerged a mat radiating an ancient green aura, infused with mysterious powers and intricate patterns. Young one, this enlightenment mat is no ordinary item. It is perfectly suited for your cultivation and understanding of techniques, Xixi remarked, indicating that the wind and fire ancestor had indeed given this matter considerable thought. Lin Chen's heart stirred with excitement. He had not anticipated that the enlightenment mat would aid him in his cultivation. At this moment, he needed to focus on honing his techniques and solidifying his foundation. Without a hint of pretense, Lin Chen grasped the enlightenment mat, instantly feeling the arcane energies it contained, which brought him a sense of delight. Thank you, ancestor, he said, bowing respectfully. Haha. The wind and fire ancestor laughed heartily, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. This enlightenment mat was once the possession of the demon emperor. Now, it returns to its rightful owner. Lin Chen fell silent, realizing that this mat had once belonged to the legendary demon emperor, Xixi. Now, you should hasten to cultivate. Deep within Wind and Fire Mountain lies a secret chamber filled with formidable restrictions that others cannot penetrate. With another wave of his hand, the wind and fire ancestor unleashed a surge of mysterious power, causing a hidden chamber deep within the mountain to open. Surrounding this chamber were terrifying restrictions, all cloaked in secrecy. After bowing once more to the wind and fire ancestor, Lin Chen swiftly entered the chamber. The ancestor's eyes gleamed with intensity as he waved his hand, activating a massive formation that enveloped the lofty peak in a protective barrier. Upon entering the chamber, Lin Chen immediately retrieved the enlightenment mat and placed it on the ground. He leapt onto the mat, and a wave of exquisitely gentle energy began to wash over his entire being. The mat contained a fragment of the enlightenment stone, capable of awakening one's insight and enabling rapid progress in cultivation. Xixi narrated the significance of the mat, and Lin Chen nodded, allowing his consciousness to sink deeply as he fully immersed himself in the process of enlightenment. Lin Chen's initial realization came from the celestial calamity scripture within the sea of consciousness. Although the scripture currently exists only in its upper portion, its pinnacle has reached the level of the demon bone tranquil pool. It is only by cultivating the demon bone tranquil pool that the celestial calamity scripture can be deemed as a minor accomplishment. With a mind clear and serene, Lin Chen sensed a gentle force flowing within him, suddenly experiencing an epiphany, as if he had gained profound insight into all things. The celestial calamity scripture began to circulate through Lin Chen's meridians. An ancient, fragmented stone tablet materialized above his head, slowly turning as he underwent this moment of understanding. Page after page of archaic characters unfolded, imbued with the essence of demonic culture. It was as if this stone tablet narrated an entire saga of the demonic realm. The term celestial calamity aptly signifies the malevolent aura of the heavens. Mastering this aura and merging it with the essence of Yama embodies the true nature of the demonic path. Suddenly, in Lin Chen's mind, the image of 81 demon gods emerged, suppressing the demon pool, suspended in the air. The domain of celestial demon gods was a divine ability Lin Chen inadvertently grasped through a fragment of the Tao's true essence from the celestial calamity scripture. Summoning the 81 demon gods to annihilate all adversaries, Lin Chen swiftly began to comprehend within this domain of celestial demon gods. The meditation cushion radiated streams of ethereal light, continuously infusing Lin Chen's being. As time flowed gently, his understanding of the celestial calamity scripture deepened profoundly. His entire body was enveloped in the aura of ghosts and deities, as if he could transform into one at any moment. The fragmented stone tablets' verses rapidly turned above him until suddenly, the pages halted, revealing a vivid scene. Countless demon gods hovered in the sky, subduing the demon pool, forming a grand array that obliterated an inexplicable ancient realm. This image bore an overwhelming force, cleansing Lin Chen's soul. The spectacle of myriad demon gods forming an array to suppress the pool unveiled countless insights within Lin Chen. The roars of the demon gods began to reverberate around him. Initially from 81, swiftly swelling to a staggering 999 before ceasing. That fleeting glimpse had expanded the might of Lin Chen's domain of celestial demon gods tenfold. His comprehension of the celestial calamity scripture reached an impasse, requiring future opportunities for a breakthrough. Furthermore, Lin Chen's insights had rendered the essence of the celestial calamity scripture remarkably clear. The celestial calamity demon bone within him had reached its utmost limit. In the future, he could only awaken the power of the demon bone in one go to suppress the demon pool and achieve an unparalleled demonic body. To reach the level of subduing the demon pool, Lin Chen's physical form must be elevated to the rank of a superior imperial artifact, a supreme imperial artifact, or even a quasi-Dao artifact. Only upon attaining such heights would Lin Chen qualify to strive for the realm of suppressing the demon pool. Having meticulously organized the heavenly execution Yama Sutra, Lin Chen dedicated a full 2 days to this endeavor. However, with the assistance of the Enlightenment meditation cushion and his own exceptional comprehension, Lin Chen was able to deepen his understanding to a profound level. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the Hand of Fated Heaven. This remarkable technique encompasses myriad truths and supreme will, being the first divine art passed down from the ancient bronze coffin. From the ruling the mortal realm technique, Lin Chen could discern the terrifying power of the Hand of Fated Heaven. As Lin Chen delved into the Hand of Fated Heaven, an unparalleled noble will surge through him, embodying the intent to vanquish all dissent and crush any resistance. This formidable will subdue the heavens, vast and boundless. Even Lin Chen's resilient spirit faced immense impact beneath this will. His being emanated an essence that contended with the heavens. Though not as overwhelming as the force unleashed by the bronze coffin, it was sufficiently fearsome to instill dread and shudder. His consciousness experienced significant elevation and sublimation. However, regarding the latter aspect of ruling the mortal realm, Lin Chen found himself unable to comprehend it fully, perpetually sensing an invisible barrier obstructing his vision. At this moment, even with his mystical prowess, he could not entirely manifest ruling the mortal realm. Lin Chen understood that only by evolving this technique to a certain degree could he qualify to grasp the next level. Upon attaining a glimpse of the true essence of the Tao, Lin Chen's understanding accelerated, swiftly leading him to his conclusion. Thus, he began to grasp the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight had always been Lin Chen's formidable weapon, capable of penetrating restrictions and weaknesses with extraordinary might. As he concentrated on this comprehension, he perceived the Eye of Insight as an ethereal presence. A piercing light illuminated this nebulous existence, revealing all within its scope. Although Lin Chen's grasp of the Eye of Insight yielded no definitive results, he faintly touched upon one of its dimensions. Seizing that fleeting sensation within his heart, he continued to pursue deeper understanding. After dedicating 2 full days to this endeavor, Lin Chen finally transformed confusion into clarity. The first level of the Eye of Insight pertains to the small Zhou Tian, which comprehends all things enveloping the operation of the small Zhou Tian. The second level pertains to the great Zhou Tian, while the third level signifies great perfection. Currently, Lin Chen had only attained the level of small Zhou Tian. Should his opponent's technique delve deeper, he would be unable to penetrate it. Lin Chen resolved to seek opportunities in the future to elevate the realm of the Eye of Insight. According to his insights, should he cultivate the Eye of Insight to the level of great perfection, he would likely unveil all illusions within the realm of divine techniques, rendering the defeat of foes exceedingly simple. Seizing this moment, Lin Chen also contemplated the devouring demon skill. This technique manifested as a series of invisible trajectories enveloping his entire being. At present, Lin Chen had merely reached the level of devouring primordial energy, capable only of absorbing elements infused with such energy, falling short of attaining the terrifying level of devouring all things. Moreover, Lin Chen discerned that advancing the devouring demon skill to the next realm would usher in earth-shattering transformations. Only through relentless consumption can one elevate to the next realm. Lin Chen formulated a plan in his heart. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would seize it to absorb items such as the lost spirit elixir, devouring them with fervor for the purpose of refinement. Next in line was the mixed heaven slashing origin technique, a supreme foundational art bestowed upon him by the Rain Emperor. Serving as the cornerstone of the mixed heaven sect, Lin Chen approached this technique with utmost diligence, embarking on its comprehension. The first level of the mixed heaven slashing origin technique involved grasping the essence of slashing the origin, achieving the utmost speed to sever a singularity. A divine ability swiftly took shape within Lin Chen's mind. The ethereal step of slashing the origin, with each step imbued with an elusive quality. Lin Chen's mind was crystal clear as he recognized that this ethereal step was the pinnacle of the mixed heaven slashing origin technique. Having previously gleaned some understanding, he now, aided by the enlightenment lotus, rapidly grasped the intricacies of this ethereal step, enhancing his agility to a formidable level. As Lin Chen comprehended this, he distinctly sensed that the mysterious power emanating from the enlightenment lotus below him began to wane. This scene left him momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen, do not be astonished. The techniques you cultivate are immensely powerful, containing the essence of celestial arts, the Blood Elder advised. The consumption of this lotus's enlightenment power is swift, as anticipated. There remains one final opportunity, grasp it fully. Realization dawned upon Lin Chen. He grasped the enlightenment lotus firmly in his hand and crushed it with a decisive motion. A surge of immense mysterious power suddenly enveloped Lin Chen, bestowing upon him a radiant aura of wisdom. As he absorbed this enlightenment power, he delved once more into the mixed heaven slashing origin technique. This technique harnessed the mixed heaven chi, a formidable mysterious energy existing within an ancient space. Lin Chen now felt this essence of mixed heaven, endeavoring to invoke this enigmatic gas. Time flowed gently onward. On the third day, within Lin Chen's secluded chamber, an air of antiquity permeated, devoid of any ethereal light. Yet, upon closer examination, one would observe a subtle, profound essence flickering throughout Lin Chen's being. Suddenly, Lin Chen's figure shot upright, his joints crackling audibly like a drum, exuding an aura of formidable power. He curled his fingers, a razor-sharp intention manifesting as if on the brink of becoming ethereal. This was the essence of mixed heaven, just one step away from the mixed heaven chi. Is this the very move the Rain Emperor once demonstrated, the void-breaking mixed origin slash? Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with clarity, his breath contained. Now that he comprehended the essence of mixed heaven, combining it with his formidable energy to execute the void-breaking mixed origin slash would be immensely powerful. At this moment, Lin Chen stood steadfast like a pine, exuding an aura of might. In his mind, he had a clear grasp of the 5 divine abilities, all brimming with immense destructive potential. Lin Chen felt that his cultivation of this particular divine skill was a step towards the realm of divine flow. Only one day remains. Lin Chen murmured to himself, I should first familiarize myself with this knowledge before venturing out to witness those prodigious talents. He retrieved the jade slip containing the information bestowed by Yun Lin, and an indescribable emotion flickered in his gaze. A fervent and passionate sensation surged within him. Chapter 401 Prodigies. The enlightenment mat had now utterly lost its efficacy. Nevertheless, Lin Chen deepened his understanding of the techniques he practiced. This enlightenment mat was indeed worth its weight in gold. Lin Chen, the techniques you cultivate are all immensely powerful and formidable, Elder Shui remarked, stroking his beard. When you condensed the seed of divine skill, I recognized the value of these techniques, but chose to remain silent. Today, however, I wish to offer you a word of caution. Oh, Lin Chen momentarily paused, sensing that Elder Shui indeed had something significant to convey. The stronger the technique used to condense the seed of divine skill, the greater the subsequent power of both the divine skill and its lethal flow, Elder Shui continued. The divine skills among the techniques you practice can rival the supreme arts. Consider yourself fortunate. Supreme arts? Lin Chen was taken aback. What exactly are supreme arts? The term supreme arts refers to techniques that have once evolved from divine skills, Elder Shui stated coldly. These supreme arts possess tremendous power and terrifying lethality. Now I see, Lin Chen thought, a newfound understanding blossoming within him. The evolution of divine skills into the path of enlightenment is indeed a rare opportunity and profound insight. To attain such opportunities and insights means that these divine techniques are exceedingly powerful. It seems I must seek a technique of supreme art level for the 5 seeds of divine skill in my mind, Lin Chen pondered. As for the top-ranked magic scripture, the second volume of the Eye of the Demon God, he currently had no information regarding it. Its potency was unquestionable. However, Lin Chen realized that only by discovering the next technique could he qualify to comprehend it. Although the current power of his 4 divine skills was already formidable, the quest for the second volume of the Eye of the Demon God could not be neglected, yet it should not be pursued with undue haste. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Chen took a deep breath and sent his consciousness into the jade slip. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind. This vast expanse of knowledge contained the origins of countless unparalleled prodigies and their strengths, listing the names of at least 1,000 extraordinary talents, many of which were inscribed in an obscure manner. Lin Chen selected one at random and upon reading it, felt a slight stirring in his heart. Lu Shaming, son of the 10,000 Hands Demon King, a figure of the Qi realm, possessing a high-grade royal artifact and wielding terrifying divine skills, inheriting the legacy of his father. Each name he glanced at revealed the presence of a formidable being within the Qi realm. It appeared that a mysterious smile graced Lin Chen's face, infused with a sense of excitement. Indeed, the Holy Spirit continent boasts a plethora of prodigious talents. However, the sheer number of over 1,000 exceptional individuals took Lin Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such an abundance of illustrious figures. Fortunately, Yin Lin had taken special care to highlight several of the prodigious sons and daughters who had come to the Ta Qing Immortal Island to celebrate a birthday. Among them was Tiangu, the prodigious son of one of the 5 great powers, the forbidden land of the ancients. He descended from the last bloodline of the ancient Kunpeng royal family and had attained consummate mastery in the divine flow realm. It was rumored that he had slain beings at the Dao map realm, showcasing terrifying strength. The saintess of the forbidden land of the ancients, Luo Zi, possessed the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix royal family and was at the small Zhou Tian level in the divine flow realm, endowed with primeval divine abilities. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing the formidable prowess of the saintly figures from the forbidden land of the ancients who had arrived this time. He had gleaned some knowledge of this faction from the Jade Tablet. It was said that this demon clan once dominated the Holy Spirit continent as the foremost clan. But after an unknown upheaval, their power waned, and their fortune diminished, leading to their current status as the forbidden land of the ancients, occupying the northeastern part of the continent and governing a vast region of forest. The astonishing aspect for Lin Chen was Tiangu, the prodigious son with the bloodline of the ancient Kunpeng celestial beast, transforming into a Kunpeng with boundless might. With his consummate mastery in the divine flow realm, he had vanquished those at the Dao map realm. It was likely that Lin Chen would be utterly annihilated should he encounter Tiangu now. Furthermore, the demoness Saintess Luo Zi was no ordinary figure either. It was indeed a fierce contest between dragons and tigers. Lin Chen took a deep breath, unable to suppress his thoughts. Initially brimming with confidence, he now sensed that far too many prodigies had already surpassed him. Ha, young one. Now you understand what it means to have people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens, the Blood Elder remarked, observing Lin Chen's astonishment, unable to contain his laughter. Lin Chen's heart began to calm slightly, his gaze sharpening. Despite their superior strength, he was resolute that he would eventually surpass them. His resolve remained unshaken by the information he had received. The Blood Elder nodded appreciatively, engaging in a mental dialogue with Bloodly. The topics they discussed were not meant for Lin Chen's ears at this moment. Revealing such matters too early could become a psychological barrier for him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen committed the names Tiangu and Luozi to memory and continued to browse through the information with a tranquil demeanor. In the Eastern Dynasty, a notable figure emerged, the ninth prince, who has acquired the Taoist legacy that vanished within the ancient river of time. His current level of cultivation remains unknown, yet should not be underestimated. From the Xixi dynasty comes Xixi Wuqing, who has inherited the legacy of the formidable and ruthless sage of the past, reaching the pinnacle of the divine flow realm. The first true disciple of the Han Tian sect is represented by Lutong Tian, while the second true disciple, Yu Huang, is the reincarnation of a mysterious ancient deity, having received profound mentorship, and has attained the great perfection of the divine flow realm. The Sword Immortal sect is represented by Jian Tianmiao and Jian Wudao. Lin Chen, my young friend, you are well acquainted with them, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, I must caution you that Jian Tianmiao is not a mere ordinary figure. He possesses the cultivation of the Dao diagram realm. Additionally, from the demonic path comes the demon king Bai Tsong, a disciple of the bone demon saint, characterized by his proud and combative nature. Also at the great perfection of the divine flow realm, he wields one of the 10 scriptures of the reincarnation demon canon, the Hell King scripture. It is rumored that he has come with intentions directed towards you, so exercise utmost caution. After Lin Chen absorbed the vast memories contained within the jade slip into his mind, he closed his eyes and remained silent for a considerable time. Indeed, the number of prodigious talents arriving at Ta Qing Island to celebrate the birthday is extraordinarily high, and their prowess is formidable. It is not an exaggeration to refer to them as exceptional individuals. Currently, Lin Chen's cultivation is still insufficient to contend with these prodigious heirs, especially since Yun Lin has specifically advised several individuals to keep an eye on him. For instance, the demon king Bai Tsong, who masters the Hell King scripture, evidently aims to challenge his own heavenly evil Yen Luo scripture, perhaps even seeking to usurp it, while Lin Chen is familiar with many of the other attendees. Each one presents a formidable challenge. The prospect of claiming victory seems increasingly dim, as the multitude of exceptional individuals possesses remarkable skills and terrifying levels of cultivation. Despite practicing supreme Taoist techniques, Lin Chen finds himself at a disadvantage due to the disparity in realms and the depth of their backgrounds. Moreover, with tomorrow marking the day of the grand celebration, even if Lin Chen were to swiftly absorb the vital essence of flesh and blood, it would clearly be too late. It appears he must devise a strategy to accumulate more magical elixirs. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce determination emanating from him. On the eve of the grand birthday celebration of the Lord of Ta Qing Island, the entire Ta Qing Immortal Island is enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, infused with an immensely potent energy. From the mysterious depths of the 100 towering mountains, an abundance of Ta Qing aura radiates, enveloping the entire island in vibrant hues. Countless disciples of Ta Qing are aware of the Lord's birthday, and beneath this rich aura and colorful light, their faces glow with joy as they hasten their cultivation. Such an opportunity is rare, occurring only once in a century. At this moment, within a desolate mountain, an overwhelming force suddenly surged forth, unleashing a tempest of wind and fire that swept across the sky. A resounding laughter echoed through the silent mountains. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the cave, a gentle smile gracing his face, as he sensed the overwhelming vitality and terrifying power emanating from within. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, possessing a youthful visage despite his white hair, exuding a rich aura of life, radiating an imposing presence akin to that of a tiger or dragon. This individual was none other than the ancestor of wind and fire, having refined the blood-spirit longevity fruit. The ancestor not only dispelled the toxins, but also enhanced his strength significantly. This scene undoubtedly stirred many formidable beings hidden within the mountains. It was unexpected that the old man of wind and fire had encountered such a fortuitous event, restoring his power, with his strength having ascended once more. Only a few esteemed masters could contend with him. Late bloomers often carry great fortune, and I can't help but feel that wind and fire is now shrouded in an aura of destiny. Rumor has it that wind and fire assisted in the assassination of the Emperor Lin Chen. I wonder how the faces of the vice masters of the punishment hall would change upon learning this. Thoughts exchanged among the mountain lords resonated in the space between the peaks. At that moment, a boisterous laughter erupted from the mountains, and an elder, exuding a medicinal fragrance and sporting a youthful appearance, appeared with a beaming smile. Elder Xiaoyao. Lin Chen quickly saluted the newcomer, sensing the changes in his cultivation. Haha, you truly are worthy of being favored by the elder brother, Elder Xiaoyao exclaimed with laughter, his gaze falling upon the ancestor of wind and fire. A genuine look of joy illuminating his face. As longtime friends, none of them wished to see the other depart. Xiaoyao, I didn't expect your strength to have improved. Let's have a spar. The ancestor of wind and fire said with a knowing smile, his fists cracking with anticipation. Elder Xiaoyao shuddered slightly and waved his hand dismissively. Stating seriously, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Today, since you've just recovered from your illness, I shall refrain from taking advantage of you. The ancestor of wind and fire laughed heartily, and Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as well. Now that the ancestor had recovered, he would soon become a significant ally for Lin Chen within the Ta Qing sect. Furthermore, Lin Chen held another identity, as the master of the medicine hall, wielding authority over the entire medicinal lifeblood of the Ta Qing sect. Lin Chen, I sincerely thank you for this, the ancestor of wind and fire said gravely. I will do my utmost to assist you. You honor me with your words, Lin Chen replied swiftly. Elder Xiaoyao observed this scene with a satisfied smile. Subsequently, Lin Chen, the ancestor of wind and fire, and Elder Xiaoyao discussed their impending journey to the blood abyss, undoubtedly concealing many details. Lin Chen informed Elder Xiaoyao about the whereabouts of the shouting, prompting Elder Xiaoyao to exclaim in wonder at the fortuitous opportunity presented by the shouting. Both the ancestor of wind and fire and Elder Xiaoyao expressed their profound admiration for Lin Chen's experiences. For this upcoming birthday celebration of the island master, there will undoubtedly be numerous prodigies in attendance, the ancestor of wind and fire remarked. I have obtained a piece of information, Lin Chen remarked lightly. The strength of those exceptional individuals far exceeds my expectations. What do you intend to do? Xiaoyao inquired. The first prize in the contest among the talented ones during the Island Master's grand birthday celebration will undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. I must accumulate a vast quantity of lost spirit pills to have a chance in this competition, Lin Chen replied solemnly. Only by activating the Blood Dawn Bell could Lin Chen hope to contend with those remarkable talents. Xiaoyao and the ancestor of wind and fire understood this well. However, both were rather empty-handed when it came to the accumulation of lost spirit pills. Each of them provided Lin Chen with 400,000 lost spirit pills. At this moment, Lin Chen's total had reached an impressive 1,100,000 pills. With 1,100,000 lost spirit pills, one can certainly invoke the aura of a quasi-Dao artifact, Xueli remarked casually, causing Lin Chen's countenance to pale. The notion of a quasi-Dao artifact was akin to a bottomless pit, an insatiable abyss. In order to exchange for a significant amount of lost spirit pills, you must venture to the 5th floor of the Dark Moon Tower, the ancestor of wind and fire stated indifferently, tossing Lin Chen a black token. This wind and fire order will grant you access to the 5th floor. Thank you, ancestor. Aware that time was of the essence, Lin Chen promptly accepted the token and soared towards the 5th floor of the Dark Moon Tower. At this moment, the 5th floor of the Dark Moon Tower was teeming with people, including many reclusive figures from the realm of divine law, all gathered to select gifts. The 3000th birthday celebration of the Island Master of Tai Qing was indeed a momentous occasion, prompting these divine beings to present their respects. This grand event signified the 3000 paths, embodying the essence of Dao longevity. As Lin Chen stood beneath the Dark Moon Tower, preparing to enter, a sudden, terrifying explosion reverberated through the sky. A wave of overwhelming energy swept across the entire Dark Moon City, reminiscent of a wild, ferocious beast. As if one had entered a primordial forest teeming with malevolent creatures. A fierce, violent wind surged over Dark Moon City, akin to a torrent of razor-sharp blades. A robust figure, clad in the pelts of demonic beasts, abruptly appeared above Dark Moon City, his muscular frame marred by numerous gruesome wounds. His piercing eyes, akin to those of a dragon or tiger, radiated an oppressive force capable of tearing one apart with a mere glance. Lin Chen felt an immediate tension envelop him. Sensing a grave threat, Dark Moon City certainly lives up to its reputation, the man proclaimed, his voice booming like thunder, causing the ears of the disciples to ring. With a decisive stride, the imposing figure advanced towards the Dark Moon Tower, the overwhelming pressure surrounding him momentarily receding. Suddenly, he halted, directing his gaze downward. as if two beams of light were aimed directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's hair stood on end, his aura roaring like a tiger as he fearlessly met the mysterious man's gaze. "You are the renowned killing emperor, Lin Chen," the enigmatic figure inquired nonchalantly. "And who might you be?" Lin Chen responded, his expression impassive. The mysterious man turned to face Lin Chen, his gaze piercing, his demeanor resembling that of a fearsome beast. "Remember my name, Ta Qing." This proclamation reverberated in Lin Chen's ears like a thunderclap. This individual was none other than the holy son of the forbidden land of ancestor demons, the sole bloodline of the ancient Kunpeng royal family, Ta Qing. Chapter 403, The Dark Moon Auction. Ta Qing, the holy son of the forbidden land of ancestor demons, one of the 5 great powers, and the legitimate heir of the ancient celestial beast Kunpeng, was a formidable being of the 4th level of divine law. Instantly, Lin Chen's mind was flooded with information about Ta Qing. This man was among the few prodigies that Lin Chen had been observing. Ta Qing exuded an aura akin to that of a colossal beast, emanating a tremendous force that seemed capable of rending the very air, instilling a profound sense of awe. Numerous disciples of Dark Moon City trembled under the weight of Ta Qing's presence. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "So, you are indeed the illustrious holy son of the forbidden land of ancestor demons, Ta Qing." Ta Qing laughed heartily, his vigor palpable. "To have the notorious killing emperor remember me is quite satisfying indeed," he replied. Lin Chen's initial impression of Ta Qing was favorable. He clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Holy son Ta Qing, you flatter me. I merely possess good fortune. I am still far from your illustrious standing." Ta Qing's thick brows furrowed slightly, radiating a fierce intensity. "Brother Lin Chen, your luck is indeed remarkable. Even I must commend it." With another resounding laugh, Ta Qing bowed slightly and turned to ascend to the 5th level of the Dark Moon Tower. Lin Chen watched him enter, and then stepped forward to follow suit. As Ta Qing departed, the previously tranquil Dark Moon City erupted into a cacophony of whispers. "Did you see that? The person just now was the holy son of the forbidden land of ancestor demons. His every move commanded an immense force. Indeed, that holy son was just conversing with the killing emperor Lin Chen. Not long ago, the killing emperor killed a deputy lord of the Moon Mansion with a single punch. Since Ta Qing shares a good rapport with the lord of the Moon Mansion, there may be hidden animosities between them. Who can say? Every holy son of these great powers harbors deep schemes. Yet, despite Lin Chen's notoriety across the continent, his prowess paled in comparison to that of holy son Ta Qing. It seemed that the upcoming birthday celebration of the island lord would be fraught with uncertainty. A multitude of hushed voices filled the air, each expressing their opinions. However, such matters were of little concern to Lin Chen. Upon entering the 5th level of the Dark Moon Tower, he immediately sensed the presence of numerous prohibitions and formations operating incessantly. The 5th level, spanning a mile, was adorned with opulence, featuring a grand hall and luxurious private boxes. Within those boxes lingered a palpable aura of divine law. Lin Chen mused to himself that this 5th level of the Dark Moon Tower was evidently an auction site. The 5th level of the enigmatic Dark Moon Tower, astonishingly, is an auction house, exceeding Lin Chen's expectations. On that day, St. Gu had already passed the scrutiny of the guards and entered the auction. Who was the newcomer? 2 formidable beings at the 1st level of the divine law realm directed their imposing gazes at Lin Chen, demanding with authority. Lin Chen calmly produced the obsidian token and replied, "I am here to participate in the auction." Upon seeing the dark token, the 2 figures trembled in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is the wind and fire token. Are you a disciple of the wind and fire ancestor?" "That is none of your concern," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "Take me to your supervisor. I have items to auction." The 2 guards exchanged a swift glance, showing no hesitation as they promptly escorted Lin Chen inside to a private chamber. Inside, a corpulent man sat, his round face and squinting eyes giving off an air of shrewdness. This man, also at the 1st level of the divine law realm, was the steward of the 5th floor of the Dark Moon Tower. "A disciple of the wind and fire ancestor has come. My apologies for not welcoming you properly," the steward said with a broad smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Lin Chen responded with a faint smile, inquiring, "When does the Dark Moon auction commence?" The steward's eyes flickered with surprise before he cheerfully replied, "It seems this brother is visiting the Dark Moon auction for the first time." "Certainly. The auction will begin in 2 hours." How may I assist you? Although his cultivation was modest, the steward possessed a keen eye for discerning individuals. Recognizing Lin Chen's extraordinary presence and the wind and fire token he held, he understood the unique significance of this encounter. I have come to auction a specific item, Lin Chen declared, sweeping his hand to reveal the 18 Ghost King Soul refining net, exuding a chilling aura. A supreme royal artifact, the steward exclaimed, taken aback. Are you certain you wish to auction this item? His astonishment was palpable, for typically, even those at the 4th level of the divine law realm would find it challenging to part with such a valuable treasure. It was rare for someone to present a supreme royal artifact upon arrival. Indeed, Lin Chen replied with a serene smile. I hope you will assist me in arranging this. Very well, the steward said cautiously, taking possession of the 18 Ghost King Soul refining net and handing Lin Chen a jade token. This token will store the details of the Lost Spirit Pill once the auction of the supreme royal artifact concludes, allowing you to redeem it. Lin Chen nodded, preparing to turn away, but the steward's voice rang out once more from behind him. Brother, are you not here for that spiritual herb? Spiritual herb? Lin Chen turned back, momentarily taken aback. What spiritual herb? The steward chuckled. It seems this brother is truly unaware. The attendees of this auction included the master of the Moon Mansion, the holy son Tiange from the Forbidden Land of Ancestors, and a deputy master from the Punishment Hall, all drawn by the allure of a singular spirit herb. Lin Chen's interest was piqued, prompting him to inquire about the nature of this herb. It was revealed to be the Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill. Those who consumed this elixir would undergo a profound refinement of their internal organs, yielding immense benefits, the plump individual remarked with shrewd eyes. Observing Lin Chen's approach, radiating an aura akin to a tiger, brimming with unbounded strength, he discerned immediately that Lin Chen was undoubtedly a body cultivator. The plump man's comment aimed to inflate the price of the Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill. You must acquire this Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill. The elder Shui exclaimed with delight. In these dwindling times for alchemy, who would have thought such a pill could resurface? Lin Chen, slightly taken aback, asked in confusion. Is there something uniquely special about this Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill? Indeed, Elder Shui replied. To elevate one's physique to a superior royal artifact, or even to a peerless royal artifact or quasi-Dao artifact, one must undergo internal and external body refinement. Here, I possess a technique known as the 5 Elements Refinement Method, specifically designed to enhance the internal organs. Only by augmenting the strength of your internal organs can you achieve an indomitable body. Lin Chen's heart stirred with determination as he expressed gratitude to the plump man, stating his intention to participate in the auction. The man's smile widened, promptly arranging a VIP box for Lin Chen. Fully immersed in the auction, Lin Chen sensed a multitude of powerful auras, including those of innate realm cultivators, each associated with formidable factions. Among these were familiar presences, notably Holy Son Tiange and the Master of the Moon Mansion, Yu Hong. Upon entering, Lin Chen naturally attracted considerable attention. Unexpectedly encountering the Slaughter Emperor, he pondered whether the Slaughter Emperor harbored intentions regarding the Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill. Yu Hang's calm voice emanated from the VIP room. Haha, the Slaughter Emperor's physique is incredibly formidable. It is only natural for him to be interested in the Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill. From another box, Tiange's voice thundered forth. He sensed Lin Chen's remarkable physical prowess, but was uncertain of the specifics of his realm. Lin Chen courteously acknowledged both figures with a smile and a nod, choosing not to engage further as he made his way to his designated VIP box. At that moment, a chilling voice, resonant like a mountain, reverberated in Lin Chen's ears. Slaughter Emperor Lin Chen, what right do you have to be here? Depart this place at once, or I shall personally subdue you. Chapter 404. The Master of the Limitless Hall. The Dark Moon auction initially found itself in a state of shock due to Lin Chen's arrival. However, they could never have anticipated that someone would dare confront the renowned Slaughter Emperor Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his gaze toward a VIP room, his immense divine sense immediately radiating outward. Within the opulent confines of the VIP lounge, Lin Chen was enveloped by a formidable presence, akin to a mountain's might, evoking an innate sense of reverence. The holy son of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, Tiange, and the lord of the Moon Palace, Yu Hong, fell into an immediate silence upon the emergence of this voice. It was evident that they were eager spectators of the unfolding drama. Lin Chen, with a mere intuition, deduced that this individual must undoubtedly be the vice master of the punishment hall. With a light chuckle, he descended into the VIP chamber, inquiring how to address his newfound acquaintance. Others refer to me as the master of the Wuji Hall, came the retort, laced with a chilling undertone. Lin Chen, do you dare treat my words as mere air? You have one final opportunity. Leave the Dark Moon auction house at once. This proclamation sent ripples of shock through the crowd. It was unexpected to encounter the master of Wuji Hall, known as the second-in-command under the Punishment Emperor. Rumors had circulated that the master of Wuji Hall had attained the pinnacle of strength, reaching the realm of divine flow, which posed a significant threat to the killing emperor. Already marked as the Punishment Emperor's target, the dynamics within this gathering had shifted dramatically, rendering the killing emperor's next move uncertain. How intriguing that this grand 5 elements body refining pill has incited such discord. Even if I do not procure any remarkable treasures, witnessing this spectacle makes it worthwhile, whispered some of the distinguished attendees. It is said that the killing emperor possesses an exceedingly peculiar temperament, unafraid of anything. I must admit, I find him somewhat admirable. It remains to be seen whether he will flee or linger. The murmurs emanated from individuals of notable standing. Otherwise, they would not have graced the 5th level of the Dark Moon Pavilion's auction. The venerable Wind and Fire ancestor, by bestowing his Wind and Fire order upon Lin Chen, undoubtedly aimed to elevate Lin Chen's status while signaling his allegiances to others present. The portly steward, witnessing this revelation, felt a surge of anxiety. To his astonishment, the young man wielding the Wind and Fire order was none other than the infamous killing emperor. What should he do now? The steward found himself ensnared in a quandary. On one side stood the venerable Wind and Fire ancestor alongside the prodigious killing emperor, and on the other loomed the second greatest general under the Punishment Emperor, a dilemma difficult to navigate. Very well, let them resolve their own conflicts, the steward thought, his eyes darting as he steeled himself. So, you are the master of Wuji Hall. I have heard whispers of your status as the second general beneath the Punishment Emperor. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, unperturbed. Is it true that your second general of the Punishment Hall resorts to intimidation to expel others? In light of the adversarial intent from his opponent, Lin Chen responded with a fierce retort. You seek your own demise, boy. Suddenly, within the confines of the box occupied by the master of Wuji Hall, a tumultuous wave of energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal dragon that charged towards Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen extended his hand, unleashing his own pressure to crush the formidable essence of the dragon. The ferocious energy unleashed chaos throughout the Dark Moon auction house, causing the countenances of many practitioners of divine arts to shift dramatically. This master of Wuji Hall truly exhibits audacity, Lin Chen mused internally, recognizing that the audacity to strike openly within the Dark Moon Pavilion indicated the second general's considerable influence. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the master of Wuji Hall indeed dared to make a move against him at this very moment. However, Lin Chen's arrival this time undoubtedly signifies his determination to seize the grand 5 elements refining body pill with all his might, and subsequently cultivate the 5 elements refining divine technique of Blood Elder. Otherwise, the path to ascending to a superior grade imperial physique, and ultimately an exquisite grade imperial physique, would be fraught with immense difficulty. I never expected you, Lin Chen, to be so audacious. The voice of the Wujitang master resonated, laced with an undercurrent of fury. I ask you one last time, will you leave, or will you not? An invisible pressure, akin to the weight of a mountain, emanated from the VIP box, enveloping Lin Chen's chamber. In the face of this intangible oppression, Lin Chen's hair danced wildly, yet his countenance bore no trace of fear. Even before a master of the Doubter realm, he remained unflinching. How could he be daunted by the presence of one in the Shenlu realm? Lin Chen felt numerous divine senses probing him, yet he stood his ground, boldly retorting, Wujitang master, what authority do you possess to expel me? Are you perhaps a supreme elder? I am now the master of the Apothecary Hall, commanding the entire establishment. And I am also the designated successor of the Fire and Wind ancestor. What qualifications do you have at this moment? As Lin Chen's words fell, he waved his hand grandly, causing a pitch-black token to hover within the hall. A thread of magical energy coursed through the token, which then unleashed a torrent of formidable winds accompanied by flames, exuding an aura of chilling majesty. This spectacle instantly left many in astonishment. Heavens! I never expected Lin Chen to be the successor of the Fire and Wind ancestor. This was the Fire and Wind Order, a coveted treasure sought after by many prodigies within various sects, and now it astonishingly belonged to Lin Chen. Truly, Lin Chen lived up to the legends circulating throughout the myriad realms, showcasing formidable prowess that might even intimidate the Wujitang master. These onlookers understood the significance of the Fire and Wind Order. The Fire and Wind ancestor was a heavyweight figure within the sect. Although he could not compare to the Supreme Elders, he was nonetheless a leader among the 100 Halls. His legacy was one that many coveted. With the backing of a figure of the Fire and Wind ancestor's caliber, Lin Chen could likely traverse a significant portion of the Ta Qing Immortal Island with ease. At this moment, within the Wujitang master's box, a figure with short, spiky black hair and clad in a robe adorned with mountain motifs emanated an imposing presence. This was the Wujitang master. Currently, the icy glint in the Wujitang master's eyes was terrifying as he gazed at the floating Fire and Wind Order, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy blow. The Fire and Wind ancestor was someone they had long sought to court. Initially, they were unafraid when the ancestor was afflicted by a rare poison, but they had no inkling that today he would refine that poison and advance his cultivation once more. Though the Wujitang master was known for his tyrannical ways, he held considerable trepidation towards the Fire and Wind ancestor, especially now that the ancestor had fully regained his strength. Is it truly permissible to allow this fellow to depart? He possesses the esteemed identity of the Medicine Hall's leader, the backing of that old scoundrel, and the support of the formidable ancestor Fenghua. It is exceedingly difficult to take action against him. The head of the Wujitang's mind raced. Today, Lin Chen must face a setback, or his influence would become too formidable. Although the Wujitang leader is referred to as the second great general, his intellect remains remarkably sharp. It is common knowledge that Lin Chen is the most lethal figure in the execution hall. If he is allowed to flaunt his power here, the status of the execution hall would plummet. Moreover, the bounty placed on Lin Chen by the execution hall is astronomically high. Should he succeed in eliminating Lin Chen, he would undoubtedly secure his position as the next master of the execution hall, wielding immense power. Regardless of whose heir you are, the laws of the execution hall remain unchanged. The Wujitang leader scoffed, his tone laced with murderous intent. You are enveloped in danger, a being referred to as the killing sovereign, which underscores the magnitude of your threat. As a member of the execution hall, I cannot permit a danger such as you to linger in the Dark Moon Tower. With this, the Wujitang leader invoked the law directly, even addressing Lin Chen as the killing sovereign. Even Lin Chen could not help but slightly furrow his brow. Indeed, if the Wujitang leader were to seize upon this law, it could be detrimental to him. After all, he had previously slain the likes of the Gun Sovereign and the Barbarian Sovereign. Just then, the calm voice of Yu Heng resonated, stating that he believed the Wujitang leader was correct, urging Lin Chen to vacate the Dark Moon Tower. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The head of the Yu Manor was also beginning to exert pressure on the killing sovereign. Chapter 405, The Mount of Wujitang. Those present at the Dark Moon auction, masters of the divine realm, immediately began to converse. The head of the Yu Manor was also applying pressure. This does not bode well for Lin Chen. Undoubtedly, atop Yu Heng's head rests the title of a Moon Hall master, with an immensely daunting cultivation. Even the elder must show deference. Indeed, the Wujitang leader spoke no falsehood. Lin Chen is indeed a figure sealed as the killing sovereign. The battle at the Thunder King Manor stirred considerable uproar, resulting in the demise of several divine beings. This individual cannot remain at the auction, otherwise, it may lead to calamity, and no one would be able to bear the responsibility. The Wujitang leader observed this scene, a hint of mockery gracing his dignified countenance, as he emanated an even more potent aura of mountain-like strength. Meanwhile, the holy son of the ancestors' forbidden land, Tiangu, remained silent, merely regarding this as a farce. Lin Chen slightly frowned. It appeared that Yu Heng harbored significant grievances against him. Young man, during this competition for the prodigies, each sect can surely only dispatch one representative. Blood Elder remarked with a light chuckle. Though this decision comes from above, it is clear that Yu Heng regards you as his formidable rival. I see. Lin Chen could not help but let out a bitter laugh. It seems that mending the relationship between him and Yu Heng is nearly impossible. Xixi, perched on Lin Chen's shoulder, bared its teeth and spoke in a youthful tone. You old man and this little brat, what are you saying? At this moment, Xixi's words were remarkably clear, for it believed that if one could not articulate properly, how could one possibly woo the ladies? The aspirations of Lord Xixi were grand. Hence it could not afford to be stifled here. As soon as Xixi spoke, several individuals at the divine realm displayed expressions of horror. Even Lin Chen felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He certainly did not wish to offend these two to the point of no return. The master of the infinite realm and Yu Heng fell silent, quickly deducing that the source of this unexpected childish voice was the lewd little beast on Lin Chen's shoulder. The entire Dark Moon auction house was enveloped in an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Satisfied by the stillness, Xixi felt its intimidation had borne fruit, and thus, in an exaggerated tone, remarked, "Being a person is indeed difficult. But look at you, old man. Attempting to intimidate a youth. That's not heroism. That's mere cowardice." A number of divine realm beings could no longer suppress their laughter, even within the VIP room. Where Tiangu was savoring divine tea and enjoying the spectacle, he could not help but burst out, spraying tea and erupting in thunderous laughter. "Ha ha, Tiangu, the Holy Sun," laughed unabashedly. Where did Lin Chen find such a peculiar creature? Yu Heng, his expression peculiar, felt a sense of relief that he was not the target of Xixi's insults. However, to his surprise, Xixi swiftly turned its attention to him, saying, "And you? A little brat with barely any hair, already learning to scheme and stab from behind? Young man, when it's time to act, just act. Why play these cowardly tricks?" Yu Heng's face turned a shade of green. Despite his exceptional composure, he could not help but react to such words. Lin Chen's expression darkened significantly, and he hastily covered Xixi's mouth, fearing that this little beast's reckless words might lead to dire consequences at the auction. Xixi, indignant, struggled against Lin Chen's hand, thinking it was utterly ungrateful of him to silence it after all the help rendered. Lin Chen coughed awkwardly and apologized. "I beg your pardon, my pet is poorly trained. I hope the Lord of the Moonlit Mansion and the Master of the Infinite Realm will not take offense." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Yu Heng snorted coldly, his tone unfriendly. "If you cannot even manage a pet, what use is it to bring it here, Lin Chen? I previously afforded you some respect, but it seems you lack the qualifications to remain here." Being scolded by a mere pet infuriated Yu Heng, who was tempted to roast the little creature on the spot. Nevertheless, he understood that it was not the time to confront Lin Chen. Lin Chen maintained his composure, acknowledging his fault but determined not to leave empty-handed after coming all this way. He made his intentions clear. After all, he was a true disciple, the master of the apothecary hall, and possessed the wind and fire token. Even if the Emperor of Punishment himself were to come, he would possess no authority to expel Lin Chen, save for the application of brute force. No regulation could prevent Lin Chen from remaining here. Good, good, good. The master of the infinite hall proclaimed thrice, each utterance weighted with an ominous undertone, as if it concealed countless threats. A ripple of apprehension coursed through the crowd, instantly alerting them that the master of the infinite hall was about to unleash his might. All eyes converged upon the VIP room where he stood, a figure towering like a small mountain, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. His piercing gaze bore down upon Lin Chen, and his voice thundered like a mountain's echo. "Lin Chen, it appears you harbor ulterior motives, intent on taking lives here. Do not presume that your status as the master of the apothecary hall and the protection of the flame and wind token render you untouchable. I, as the representative of the punishment hall, shall apprehend you and demand answers. Do you have any objections?" "Naturally, I do," Lin Chen retorted calmly. "What crime have I committed? You merely speculate and draw baseless conclusions to condemn me. It seems your position as deputy master should be relinquished to someone more deserving." Such audacity! A thought flashed through the minds of several in the divine law realm. This Lin Chen was openly assaulting the master of the infinite hall with his words, seeking death. The master of the infinite hall bellowed, causing everyone's eardrums to vibrate violently. Two colossal sound waves surged forth, transforming into massive mountains that bore down upon Lin Chen. The sound wave technique startled Lin Chen momentarily, but a smirk curled upon his lips as he unleashed a punch. Radiant with royal light and imbued with the strength of a dragon, the two sound wave mountains disintegrated under the force of his blow, reduced to nothingness. In the VIP room, Tiangu rose abruptly, his hair billowing as a terrifying gust of wind surrounded him. He recognized at once that Lin Chen's right hand had attained the level of a superior royal artifact, a tier that even he had yet to reach. His own body merely glimmered with the golden sheen of a medium royal artifact, a feat achieved through the lineage of his celestial beast, Kuanpun, which had granted him such formidable prowess in body refinement. This young man is indeed extraordinary, Tian Gu mused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his fierce gaze before he resumed his seat, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, Lin Chen had truly captured Tianji's full attention. The master of the infinite hall chuckled coldly, declaring, "Today, I shall act as the arbiter of justice, executing you here without fail." As he spoke, the mountain motifs on his robe erupted with a brilliant golden glow. "Be suppressed, infinite mountain sound," he commanded, unleashing a torrent of dense sound waves that surged forth like a tidal wave. Two terrifying sound wave mountains abruptly materialized, embodying an immense and unyielding power. It is essential to recognize that mountains possess the ability to evolve into celestial peaks, suppressing all beneath them. Even those at the peak of the martial realm face the threat of obliteration. Among those present in the divine realm, aside from the unwavering expressions of Tian Gu and Yu Hong, the rest exhibited profound alarm, their eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. The master of Wujitang indeed demonstrated unparalleled ruthlessness, unleashing a terrifying killing technique aimed at annihilating Lin Chen. The entire Dark Moon auction house was steeped in an overwhelming aura of death, causing the very structure of the building to tremble, evidently under the oppressive force of the Wujishan's resonance, which seemed poised to crush this exquisite kingly artifact. Fortunately, the Dark Moon Pavilion was fortified with numerous arcane and formidable restrictions and formations, providing a safeguard against annihilation. All those within the divine realm were stricken with fear, dreading that the two colossal mountains formed from sound waves would descend upon them. Otherwise, they risked being utterly subdued. "Die!" the master of Wujitang declared with an air of grim determination. The two immense mountains surged violently towards Lin Chen's VIP chamber, resembling fragments of an ancient celestial mountain crashing down to earth. "Since you have mastered the sound wave technique, today marks your misfortune," Lin Chen remarked, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he harbored considerable trepidation towards the master of Wujitang. However, upon realizing the opponent's reliance on sound wave techniques, his apprehension significantly diminished. Xixi rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, sensing that he was particularly mischievous, especially at such perilous moments. Yet, as Xixi witnessed the colossal mountains barreling towards them, her small face lit with excitement, and she opened her mouth to emit an extraordinarily peculiar sound wave. Under this bizarre resonance, the two massive sound wave mountains were entirely engulfed. "Child, ensure Xixi's identity remains concealed, preventing their divine senses from detecting her," Blood Elder cautioned immediately. Lin Chen felt a jolt coursing through him, unleashing an array of ghostly energies that enveloped the entire VIP chamber. This spectral energy served to obscure any probing divine senses. In an instant, the two sound wave mountains were obliterated, entirely absorbed by Xixi, who then patted her small belly and let out a satisfied burp. For Xixi, such sound wave techniques were akin to sustenance. This scene left several divine realm beings utterly astounded, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. How could these mountains be consumed so effortlessly? What technique was employed? Even Tian Gu found it hard to fathom. When he projected his immense consciousness, he merely encountered a surge of ghostly energy. Could it be the heaven-slaying Yen Luo Sutra? Is it truly so formidable? Tian Gu pondered, his brow furrowing. Even Yu Hong felt a sudden jolt within. Lin Chen's methods appeared rather peculiar, yet they evoked an overwhelming sense of astonishment. It seemed this individual would not be easily subdued. Yu Heng's thoughts shifted, his expression ignited with combativeness. Yet he remained resolute that this youth would eventually fall to him. However, the one most astonished was none other than the master of Wujitang, who was left speechless, his entire being shaken by the spectacle before him. In the centuries of his existence, he had witnessed the most peculiar occurrences. The two towering formations, birthed from sound waves, while not supreme techniques, possessed immense power, assisting the master of Wuji in vanquishing numerous foes. Now, how could the enigmatic master of Wuji cause his opponent to vanish? His resounding voice echoed throughout the auction hall, akin to a thunderclap, filled with murderous intent. However, today, this master would ensure the demise of his adversary. "Come at me, if you dare," Lin Chen's voice rang out, devoid of fear and laced with audacious provocation. Enraged, The master of Wuji unleashed an unparalleled technique, the Wuji 4 elemental kill. Suddenly, a tempest of violent sound waves surged forth, conjuring the spirits of the four symbols, which took their positions, imbued with overwhelming malice. The essence of Wuji flowed through these spirits, seemingly shattering limits, as a terrifying force surged towards Lin Chen. This technique, an ancient art acquired by the master of Wuji, wielded power slightly inferior to his other abilities. Even beings of the same realm as the divine flow would find themselves gravely injured if they lacked supreme techniques to counter it. Yet, an extraordinary event unfolded once more. A torrent of ghostly energy erupted from a VIP room. The four symbol spirits were devoured entirely by Xixi, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, the ethereal forms of 81 demon gods spiraled before the master of Wuji, bearing terrifying power as they surged forward. The master's face paled. He had encountered the most bizarre phenomenon of his life. Confronted with the onslaught of the 81 operational demon gods, he roared fiercely, transforming countless sound waves into towering mountains that shattered upon impact. Mysterious barriers activated within the auction house, safeguarding the weaker entities and protecting the exquisite royal artifacts. What is happening? What dark sorcery is this? The master of Wuji, despite his hundreds of years of life, found himself utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Just as he struggled to comprehend the situation, a sudden, excruciating pain radiated from his lower body. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Every hair on his body stood on end, his mouth agape, and his features contorted in agony. A piercing scream erupted throughout the auction house, sending shockwaves through the faces of even the most formidable beings present. The master of Wuji had been struck down so brutally. As Lin Chen wielded the domain of the heavenly demon gods, he propelled Xixi toward the master of Wuji. However, the master, captivated by the strange occurrences on Lin Chen's side, failed to notice Xixi stealthily employing a sound wave shielding technique, a sly grin adorning her face as she approached him. Subsequently, Xixi unleashed her ultimate move, delivering a devastating blow to the master of Wuji. Watching him writhe in agony, clutching his lower body, Xixi pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling with mischief as they landed on the exquisite royal artifact, a jade branch, adorning the master's head. Xixi wore a grave expression as she swiftly grasped the jade fork, circling around the wailing master Wuji. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon his rear, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and she thrust the jade fork with great force. A more chilling and horrifying scream echoed throughout the scene. The presence of those at the divine realm felt an icy dread wash over them, a chill creeping up their spines, leaving them numb. Even Lin Chen could not help but tremble slightly, pondering what insidious trick Xixi had employed. Soon after, Xixi, clutching a Qianquan bag, approached Lin Chen with a sly grin on her face. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Master Wuji's eyes were clouded, his lips twitching as if he had undergone a near-death experience. Witnessing this scene, every individual present felt a bone-chilling sensation. There was no blood, no wounds. Yet the cries were harrowingly intense. What terrifying torment had been inflicted upon him? Yu Heng's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing Master Wuji collapse, his heart tightening. Furrowing his brow in contemplation of the means employed by the other party. Could it be soul incineration or an exceedingly dreadful restraint, or perhaps an ancient poison pill? Master Wuji was a formidable presence in the divine realm, possessing immense destructive power. Although Yu Heng was confident in defeating him, he was uncertain if he could prevent Master Wuji from suffering any wounds, especially to such a tragic extent. It seemed that Lin Chen possessed some formidable tactics and deserved to be treated with caution. Only Ta Qing, with his remarkable perception and physical prowess, discerned several underlying intricacies at a glance. His face, once filled with fierce energy, shifted to an expression of peculiar oddity as he recalled the lecherous little beast perched on Lin Chen's shoulder, sending a shiver down his spine. Lin Chen observed Xixi, who was proudly flaunting the Qianquan bag in front of him, momentarily taken aback. He then nonchalantly cast a glance at the unconscious Master Wuji, discreetly guarding a crucial area. "Lord, she is magnificent. Lord, she is imposing," Xixi exclaimed joyfully, swaying her hips. Meanwhile, Lin Chen felt a throbbing pain in his head. This Xixi had become increasingly brazen from the past to the present. However, Lin Chen felt fortunate that he had trained his physique. This fellow could not ambush him. Nevertheless, the Qianquan bag that Xixi had seized belonged to Master Wuji. His cultivation surpassed that of the former soul destroyer, Xixi, and he was the second war general under the criminal hall. He undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth. At that moment, an ancient voice began to resonate throughout the auction hall, signaling the commencement of the auction. Chapter 407. The mysterious map. All present were filled with immense trepidation towards this enigmatic little beast. It was akin to a demon, capable of inflicting such calamity upon even Master Wuji. Of course, one could not dismiss the factors of timing, location, and preparation should a true confrontation arise. Lin Chen might face unprecedented pressure. Xixi tossed the Qianquan bag to Lin Chen, her demeanor both sagacious and profound as she remarked, "This is a gift from Lord Shi. You must remember to repay the favor." Lin Chen's forehead twitched with irritation, and he promptly retaliated with a sharp reprimand, swiftly deflating Xixi's temper. The auction had commenced, and Lin Chen's sights were firmly set on the great 5 elements body refining pill, showing little interest in the preceding items. With his spiritual sense, Lin Chen delved into the depths of the Qianquan bag belonging to the Lord of Wujitang, and upon his discovery, he was rendered utterly speechless. An overwhelming surge of pure magical energy intertwined within the bag, revealing a staggering 100,000 lost spirit pills. The wealth of the Lord of Wujitang was indeed thrice that of Xixi. Additionally, Lin Chen uncovered 3 mid-grade imperial artifacts, each valued at several tens of thousands of lost spirit pills. Yet, the mid-grade imperial artifacts held little allure for him. He cast them aside into the Xianshang Monarch Tower, extracting the essence of their imperial nature to infuse it into the 6 mystical life and death gate. With the infusion of the imperial essence from the 3 mid-grade artifacts, the 6 mystical life and death gate underwent a monumental transformation within Lin Chen's consciousness. The magnificent imperial aura surged forth, with each portal adorned with fierce and formidable ghostly patterns. The 6 enigmatic portals resonated with one another, concealing a grand array within their midst. At that moment, the 6 mystical life and death gate ascended to the realm of top-grade imperial artifacts. Although Lin Chen still sensed its incompleteness, achieving the status of a top-grade imperial artifact bestowed upon him immense destructive potential. The origins of the 6 mystical life and death gate were far from ordinary, Bloodly remarked, reflecting on its past as an entity of terrifying prowess. Now diminished and stripped of its essence, Bloodly was indeed astonished by Lin Chen, for the treasures he bore were each more extraordinary than the last. Most notably, it was Lin Chen's identity that left Bloodly in awe. It seemed as though a supreme and terrifying existence resided within him. Even as a spirit of a quasi-path artifact nurtured for millennia, Bloodly could only feel an overwhelming dread. It appeared this youth was shrouded in more than mere mystery. Bloodly mused that further trials awaited him, pondering the boy's future. Meanwhile, the auction continued to unfold in an orderly manner. The body of the Lord of Wujitang had been taken away, and the initial anxiety among the attendees gradually dissipated as the event progressed. At that moment, the auctioneer's complexion brightened, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a massive iron chain net materialized. This was a top-grade imperial artifact known as the 18 Ghost King's Soul Refining Net, with a starting bid of 1 million lost spirit pills, in increments no less than 100,000. As this extraordinary item was revealed, the audience erupted in astonishment. For the Dark Moon auction had indeed presented a top-grade imperial artifact. The entities of the divine law realm could hardly contain their excitement, fervently shouting bids. 110,000. If you lack funds, then 200 million. 210,000. The top-grade imperial artifact was a formidable tool for those of the 3rd and 4th layers of the divine law realm. In the realm of the Holy Spirit, exquisite imperial artifacts are exceedingly rare, let alone the superior ones that are carefully hidden away. Thus, when this superior imperial artifact emerged, many beings of divine law were filled with fervent desire, their eyes gleaming crimson. Even Yueheng and Tiange could not restrain their impulses to act. Ultimately, this superior imperial artifact was acquired by a being of the 3rd tier of divine law for 4 million lost spirit pills. After deducting handling fees, Lin Chen would receive no less than 300,000 lost spirit pills. The eyes of Xueli sparkled with excitement. This could allow me to activate the first restriction, unleashing the might of a quasi-Dao artifact. Lin Chen, overwhelmed with frustration, cursed, "Xueli, what are you talking about? ISNT at 1 million to activate once." Xueli chuckled awkwardly, clarifying that the might produced by activating with 1 million lost spirit pills was rather weak. 5 million, however, could fully unleash the formidable power of the quasi-Dao artifact. Lin Chen's mouth twitched in irritation. This quasi-Dao artifact seemed like a colossal pitfall, demanding 5 million lost spirit pills merely to deliver a blow of some potency. Do not despair, young one, Xixi teased. Acquiring lost spirit pills is quite effortless. Even if you activate it with 3 million lost spirit pills, you should have no trouble dealing with ordinary beings. You could easily auction off a divine technique for a substantial profit in lost spirit pills. Lin Chen's forehead throbbed, given his current strength. Depicting a singular divine technique was utterly impossible unless he were to impart an entire set of techniques. If the power is lacking, I shall regard you as scrap metal, Lin Chen declared fiercely. Xixi fell silent, realizing that only Lin Chen, with his naivete, could voice so many grievances regarding his quasi-Dao artifact. Following the commotion surrounding the superior imperial artifact, the atmosphere of the auction intensified, igniting the blood of several divine law beings with excitement. At that moment, the auctioneer smiled at the audience and summoned 2 attendants to bring forth a crystal table, upon which lay a tattered, pitch-black scroll. This is a map obtained from the Wanmoling, the elder announced. Though incomplete, it likely pertains to a treasure. The starting bid is 100,000 lost spirit pills. As these words left his mouth, many divine law beings gasped in astonishment. The map from Wanmoling, one of the several forbidden zones, was infamous for claiming the lives of numerous powerful beings. Who would dare to claim such a map and venture into Wanmoling, risking their demise? It seemed no one would be willing to bid. Even beings of the 4th tier of divine law dared not tread lightly in Wanmoling. The divine law beings began to converse among themselves, expressing their trepidation regarding Wanmoling. However, at the moment the map was revealed, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. A wisp of demonic energy emanated from his left palm, pulsating with overwhelming power. Within the illusory spirit divine mirror, the remnants of the eye of the demon god quivered slightly, as if beckoning. The remnants of the eye of the demon god are actually responding, Lin Chen thought. His heart racing, yet his face remained impassive. He directly communicated with Xixi Lao and Xixi through his thoughts, inquiring, "What kind of place is Wanmoling? It seems to be one of the several forbidden zones, but I am not well versed in its specifics," Xixi replied succinctly. Blood Elder paused momentarily, his gaze penetrating as he remarked on the infamous Wanmoling. "I am well aware of this place. It is rumored that within this forbidden land, 2 demon lords engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately perishing together, thus giving rise to the realm of demons. The atmosphere there is thick with demonic energy, and its depths are unfathomably terrifying, having entombed numerous grand masters. It is indeed a perilous territory." Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. If Wanmoling is indeed the battlefield of these 2 mighty demon lords, could it possibly harbor the remnants of the Eye of the Demon God? The thought ignited a fervent desire within Lin Chen. The Eye of the Demon God is the foremost entity among the 10 great demon scriptures, far more formidable than the heavenly execution Yama scripture. Utilizing this powerful technique as the 5th seed of divine consciousness could not be more fitting. This map must be acquired, Lin Chen mused. At this moment, the auction hall was silent, with no bids being placed. Just as Lin Chen was about to make his offer, the voice of Saint Tiange rang out. "Haha, the map of Wanmoling is intriguing. I shall take it, bidding 200,000 lost spirit pills." As soon as Saint Tiange spoke, several cultivators in the divine law realm who had initially considered bidding fell into silence. Clearly, they were reluctant to contest with Saint Tiange. After all, the forbidden land of ancients is an enigmatic force passed down from ancient times, even more mysterious than the venerable Ta Qing Immortal Island. Even Yu Heng refrained from bidding. Although this map might pertain to some treasure, it was not unwise to concede face to Saint Tiange. Observing the silence enveloping the hall, the auctioneer chuckled. "It seems that aside from Saint Tiange, no one else will place a bid. Therefore, this item shall belong to Saint Tiange." Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the sale with his gavel, Lin Chen's calm voice resonated. 300,000 lost spirit pills. This declaration immediately captured the attention of several cultivators in the divine law realm. What does this killer, Lin Chen, intend? At this moment, Lin Chen, seated in the VIP box, could only smile wryly and shake his head. He simply could not afford to miss this map. Securing the eye of the demon god would enable him to achieve complete mastery over all 5 realms of consciousness. Saint Tiange was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Chen would speak up. He then burst into laughter and said, "I wonder what significance this treasure map holds for you, Brother Killer Emperor. Very well, I shall bid 400,000 law spirit pills." The remaining cultivators in the divine law realm fell silent, clearly resigned to observing the bidding war between these two formidable figures. I possess only half of the heavenly execution Yama scripture. There is a significant chance that the lower half resides within Wan Moling. I hope that Saint Tiange can understand, Lin Chen earnestly conveyed, believing that Saint Tiange's character was not overly malicious, thus deeming it unnecessary to provoke him unduly. Is that so? Saint Tiange nodded, then laughed heartily. In that case, I shall forego my bid and instead support Brother Killer Emperor. Thank you, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. Others had nothing further to contest. After all, the Killer Emperor was not to be trifled with, especially after witnessing the earlier scene with the Lord of the Infinite, which instilled profound fear in their hearts regarding this Killer Emperor. The auctioneer, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, immediately comprehended the essence of the moment and inquired, 40,000 spirit pills. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this item will belong to Lin Chen. As his words resonated, a faint voice echoed, I bid 50,000 spirit pills. The bidder was none other than Yu Hong. It was evident that Yu Hong regarded Lin Chen as one of his adversaries. It was indeed necessary to suppress Lin Chen's momentum at this juncture. Lin Chen smiled and countered, 60,000 spirit pills, 70,000 spirit pills, 80,000 spirit pills. Lin Chen remained unfazed. 100,000 spirit pills. Yu Hong pressed forward. 150,000 spirit pills. Lin Chen audaciously raised the bid by 50,000 spirit pills. This figure was no trifling sum, and the onlookers from the realm of divine methods gasped in astonishment. To bid 150,000 spirit pills for such a map seemed utterly excessive. 180,000 spirit pills, Yu Hong replied, remarkably composed. For he possessed considerable wealth. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he declared, 200,000 spirit pills. Beyond this amount, I shall willingly concede the victory to the Lord of Yu Hong. Since Brother Lin Chen desires this map so fervently, I shall refrain from further bidding. Yu Hong chuckled, choosing not to raise the stakes again. Ultimately, this map, valued at no more than 50,000, was acquired by Lin Chen for the exorbitant price of 200,000 spirit pills. Damn, Xixi exclaimed, her temper flaring as she stood, exuding an aura of menace. Lin Chen, maintaining his composure, playfully delivered a light smack to Xixi, causing her to whimper and surrender. Lin Chen himself was equally displeased. His supply of spirit pills was already limited, and Yu Hong's provocations only deepened his discontent. Nevertheless, having sold a superior royal artifact for 500,000 spirit pills, along with an additional 100,000 obtained from the master of Wuji Hall, he found himself sufficiently resourced. Many disciples from the realm of divine methods exchanged glances, fully aware that the dynamic between Lin Chen and Yu Hong was far from ordinary. Their fierce bidding during this auction had exceeded everyone's expectations. As the auction continued, numerous rare treasures, spells, elixirs, talismans, and formations were presented, prompting a smile to grace the auctioneer's aged visage. The audience held their breath in anticipation. As the auctioneer announced the final item, a light chuckle escaped his lips. I surmise everyone is gathered for this particular item. With a grand gesture, he unveiled a dazzling elixir that soared into the air. The vibrant colors illuminated the entire auction hall, leaving many disciples in awe. A potent essence of the elixir enveloped the venue, featuring a harmonious fusion of 5 distinct energies: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is the great 5 elements body refinement elixir, proclaimed the auctioneer, surveying the crowd and noting their expressions. Surely, the value of this elixir is well understood. Therefore, we shall commence the bidding for the Dark Moon auction with a starting price of 100,000 spirit pills. With each increment, the bid must not be less than 100,000. As soon as this was proclaimed, a voice cried out, I offer 150,000 spirit elixirs for this grand 5 elements body refining pill. It is mine. Immediately, another voice erupted in protest. Bah! Why should you have it? I bid 200,000 spirit elixirs. Humph, a mere 200,000? I offer 250,000. I raise it to 260,000. The atmosphere of the auction hall ignited with fervor. This grand 5 elements body refining pill possesses the remarkable ability to strengthen one's internal organs, making it an exceedingly rare elixir. Particularly in these times when the alchemical arts have waned, such potent elixirs hold immense value. This competition exceeded my expectations, Lin Chen thought with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he had not anticipated that those present, masters of the divine realm, could so easily produce millions of spirit elixirs. In comparison, Lin Chen felt like a pauper. Haha, little brat, now you understand your own poverty. Blood Elder laughed heartily, teasing. I told you to join the Dark Heaven sect as an assassin. You would learn ancient techniques and amass wealth swiftly. Beside him, Xixi nodded eagerly. Captivated by the allure of being an assassin, the unseen harbinger of death. However, Lin Chen shook his head, dismissing the thought. Being an assassin is not as simple as it seems. He harbored significant trepidation towards the suddenly ascendant Dark Heaven sect. After all, even a typical assassin of the dark race at the 3rd tier of the divine realm possesses the means to assassinate those at the 4th tier. Such hidden harbingers of doom lurking in the shadows are often far more formidable than those who are openly acknowledged. Are you not going to make a move for this elixir? Blood Elder inquired, frowning. Given the current situation, its value likely surpasses that of the high-grade royal artifact you sold. Lin Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. He resolved that he must find a way to acquire the grand 5 elements body refining pill. I will wait and observe before making my bid. I have a plan forming in my mind. Both Blood Elder and Bloodly exchanged puzzled glances. It should be noted that Lin Chen's current wealth amounted to merely 5 million spirit elixirs. Yet, the price of the grand 5 elements body refining pill had already soared to 550,000. Unless Lin Chen produced some of his mystical techniques, he could only hope to secure the pill with absolute assurance. What was Lin Chen's intended course of action? Chapter 409, Deception. Lin Chen mumbled under his breath, cursing the master of the Wujitang. It baffled him that such a master would enter the auction with only 1 million spirit elixirs to offer for the elixir. However, upon reflection, he mused that perhaps the Wujitang master held some hidden trump card for auctioning this spirit elixir. 6 million spirit elixirs, exclaimed a 2nd-tier master of the divine realm, his voice hoarse from shouting. This was his utmost wealth. Beyond this, he would have no financial means to procure the grand 5 elements body refining pill. A hush fell over the crowd, as many masters of the divine realm realized that their financial capacity rendered them unable to contend for the coveted grand 5 elements body refining pill. The elderly auctioneer remained all smiles, entirely unfazed. 6 million lost spirit pills. Is there a higher bid? If not, this esteemed item of the 5 elements body refinement pill belongs to this gentleman. I bid 650,000. The voice of Yu Hung resonated softly. The disciple, as if struck by lightning, sat down, his face ashen. Oh, the lord of the Yu Hung estate is also interested in this 5 elements body refinement pill, remarked Xixi Tiange. In that case, I shall bid 7 million lost spirit pills. Yu Hung replied with a slight smile. This 5 elements body refinement pill may not serve me greatly, but it would be of immense benefit to my father, hence my desire to acquire it as a gift. Tiange furrowed his brow slightly, exuding a formidable aura. Yu Hong had effectively invoked the name of his father, the master of the Yu Hall, to apply pressure. The master of the Yu Hall was no ordinary figure, standing out among the elite of the 100 halls, and he was the sole representative of the Yu Hall. One could easily imagine the might of such a personage. Even Tiange dared not offend him too severely. Although Tiange yearned for the 5 elements body refinement pill, he understood when to yield. Just as he prepared to withdraw, a calm voice rang out once more. Indeed, the lord of the Yu Hung estate possesses a commendable filial piety. However, this 5 elements body refinement pill is of utmost importance to me. I shall offer 7 million lost spirit pills, declared Lin Chen from the VIP box, his tone assertive. Numerous figures at the divine law realm were momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen was exceedingly reckless. Knowing that his opponent had invoked the formidable master of the Yu Hall, he still dared to provoke him. Immediately, several disciples began to murmur among themselves. Has the notorious Lin Chen lost his senses? Does he not comprehend the terror of the master of the Yu Hall? Come on. You know that Lin Chen has the backing of the master of the medicine hall and the ancestor of wind and fire, right? Even with those 2 titans behind him, the master of the Yu Hall surpasses them in might. He is a far more fearsome presence. Sigh, It seems you know little about this notorious killer, Lin Chen. It is rumored he even slew the Thunder Emperor of the Ta Qing Alliance. And what of it? When faced with the master of the Yuhal, Lin Chen is destined to be subdued. I foresee misfortune befalling him. Many disciples expressed their opinions, unanimously doubting Lin Chen's chances. For the reputation of the master of the Yuhal within the entire Ta Qing sect was simply colossal. Young man, do you truly possess the means? Your entire wealth does not amount to 7 million lost spirit pills. Do you intend to sell the 6 Xian life and death gate? Inquired Blood Old. How absurd. To seize it outright, without the need for bidding. Xixi exclaimed loudly, believing that such an audacious act would elevate his own reputation further. Lin Chen shot a glance at the unruly Xixi, replying coolly, I have my own plans. Blood Old remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Are you truly considering such a course of action? I would support that approach. Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign has frequently resorted to seizing items in the past. Yueheng was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon darkening. The infamous killer, Lin Chen, was indeed as audacious as the rumors suggested. Lin Chen, are you certain you wish to contend with me for this grand 5 elements body refining pill? Yueheng's voice was icy as he inquired. Lin Chen responded with a faint smile. Naturally. Very well. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall entertain you today. A chill resonated in Yueheng's tone as he boldly proclaimed, I bid 10 million lost spirit pills. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have anticipated that the master of the Moon Mansion would make such a staggering offer? While the grand 5 elements body refining pill was indeed precious, it hardly warranted a price of 10 million lost spirit pills. Tiangu, situated in the private box, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. How intriguing. I shall observe whether it is the financial might of the Moon Mansion or the wealth of Lin Chen that prevails. Unbeknownst to him, he had successfully driven a wedge between Lin Chen and Yueheng. Lin Chen remained outwardly composed, but internally he pondered this development. After a brief silence, he declared with unbridled arrogance, I bid 20 million lost spirit pills. Yueheng, do you have a higher offer? The figure of 20 million sent gasps rippling through the assembly. Such a sum was not to be trifled with. Even a typical 5th-tier practitioner of the divine law realm could scarcely produce it. Only through relentless killing, plundering, or trafficking in divine artifacts could one amass such wealth. Even the auctioneer's expression flickered with surprise before he quickly regained his composure and smiled. The killer Lin Chen bids 20 million lost spirit pills. Is there a higher offer? If not, this rare pill shall belong to him. Tiangu's eyes gleamed with interest. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen and Yueheng would clash so directly. The rivalry between these two prodigious figures promised to be advantageous for him. Yueheng, suppressing his fury, sneered, Indeed, your wealth is impressive, Lin Chen. Even I must concede that. Merely average, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Very well, Yueheng retorted with a cold laugh. Since you have bid 20 million lost spirit pills, I shall graciously withdraw. However, can you truly produce such an amount? If you can, the grand 5 elements body refining pill is yours. Eyes turned towards Lin Chen, anticipation hanging thick in the air. 20 million lost spirit pills was no trifling sum. Was Lin Chen truly as audacious as he appeared, or merely a braggart? Even Tiangu was momentarily taken aback, glancing in Lin Chen's direction, questioning whether he could indeed muster the 20 million lost spirit pills. 20 million lost spirit pills. Lin Chen paused momentarily before earnestly stating, I certainly cannot produce such an amount. The crowd erupted in uproar, mockery evident on the faces of many in the divine law realm. I knew that the killer Lin Chen could not possibly muster 20 million lost spirit pills. TSK. Indeed, the audacious killer Lin Chen is simply overreaching. To comprehend the significance of this dark moon auction, one must understand its association with the Emperor of Punishment. Lin Chen finds himself in quite a predicament. How dare he show his face here without the means to participate? Does he not fear the scorn of others? It is utterly laughable. This is the so-called genius. The killing emperor, who cannot even afford the entry price, yet still has the audacity to make a scene. Yueheng, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, could not help but burst into laughter. Brother Lin Chen, you truly have a talent for jesting. If you cannot afford 20 million spirit pills, would you like me to lend you an IOU? It seems this spirit pill shall belong to me. At this moment, Yueheng felt a sense of satisfaction, for Lin Chen had lost utterly in this bidding war. Not long ago, Yueheng had nearly fallen for Lin Chen's ploy, offering a higher bid. However, he soon regained his composure and contemplated Lin Chen's financial status. If Lin Chen genuinely possessed 2 million, there would be no need for Yu Heng to be the fool in this exchange. The farce unfolding was astonishing. Once this news spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the killing Emperor Lin Chen. The holy son of Tiange furrowed his brows slightly, and his words seemed to carry the weight of an impending storm. Lin Chen, if you cannot afford this price, why raise the stakes? Although there may be a minor misunderstanding between you and Yu Heng, there is no need for such reckless bravado. Both celestial prodigies directed their ire at Lin Chen, and even the elderly auctioneer wore a displeased expression, glancing toward the killing Emperor Lin Chen. This was the first occurrence of such a situation in the history of the Dark Moon auction. Even amidst tales of the killing emperor's terror, a lack of accountability would surely lead to his humiliation. Faced with the mounting pressure of public opinion, Lin Chen's voice suddenly erupted like thunder. Who claims that I cannot afford it? In an instant, he produced an object that exuded an overwhelming, terrifying aura, leaving the entire assembly in awe. Chapter 410, Acquiring the Pill. All eyes turned toward Lin Chen. The critics, the scorners, the mockers were unrelenting, yet not a single soul offered him support. Lin Chen's actions were undeniably embarrassing. However, when he shouted, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Their immediate reaction was to question Lin Chen's sanity. Yet, what unfolded next left them in profound shock. Even the holy son of Tiange stood, enveloped in a powerful energy that seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. The object Lin Chen summoned was a sleeve that continuously emanated a disquieting aura, imbued with a hint of the Tao. Merely brushing against this sleeve was enough to send tremors through the treasures within the minds of those at the divine law level. This was a manifestation of reverence, a fear of the exalted. A being of the third tier of divine law stammered in astonishment. Many at the divine law level were left speechless, captivated by the scene before them. They could hardly fathom that the killing Emperor Lin Chen had conjured such a remarkable artifact. The beings of the divine law realm are distinguished individuals with vast perspectives. They are undoubtedly aware that this aura emanates from the essence of the Tao, surpassing even the terrifying presence of the divine law realm. Even the elderly auctioneer was taken aback by this Daoic aura, left in a state of stupor for quite some time. After all, they remain leagues away from the ethereal Tao. Beneath the Tao, all else is but an ant. Who says I cannot afford it? Lin Chen exclaimed in indignation. I refuse to believe that this treasure map, which possesses the essence of a quasi-Tao artifact, is worth less than 20 million law spirit pills. Upon his declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, leaving the divine law beings utterly shocked. A treasure map with the potential of a quasi-Tao artifact? This is truly priceless. I can scarcely doubt the authenticity of the aura emanating from this scroll. It is undeniably the essence of the elusive Tao. It was astonishing that Lin Chen possessed such a treasure. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract countless eager eyes. Good heavens! Lin Chen is squandering an invaluable opportunity by offering this quasi-Tao map in exchange for the great 5 elements body refinement pill. It was evident that he was incensed, compelled to present this map out of sheer desperation. All the divine law beings gazed at the map with fervent intensity. The quasi-Tao artifact, tainted by the essence of the Tao, would undoubtedly draw many towards it. Even among the elite forces of the Holy Spirit continent, no quasi-Tao artifacts are held in reserve. One can only imagine the allure of this particular artifact. In the VIP box, Yu Heng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he involuntarily rose to his feet, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Clearly, he was intensely coveting this quasi-Tao scroll. Rumor has it that Lin Chen had once engaged in a contest with the celestial merchant, allegedly for a quasi-Tao artifact. Yu Heng pondered. That artifact had indeed been the cause of turmoil in the blood abyss. It seemed that Lin Chen lacked the ability to subdue it, thus suggesting the authenticity of this scroll. These secrets were shared with him by Yu Heng's father. Individuals of the stature of the Yu clan's patriarch possess vast channels of information and are privy to numerous clandestine tidbits. Furthermore, the subtle Daoic aura that continuously emanated from the scroll was exceedingly profound, leaving Yu Heng utterly unable to fathom it. Could Lin Chen truly be using this to barter for the great 5 elements body refinement pill? No, I must obtain this treasure map and present it to my father, enabling him to acquire the quasi-Tao artifact, thereby significantly enhancing his power and solidifying his position as a revered elder. With this, I would possess the backing to contend with the sovereign of punishment. Yu Heng's thoughts were intricate, and he immediately began to devise plans, even involving his father in his schemes. Meanwhile, within another box, the Holy Sun Tian-gu furrowed his brow. This profoundly mysterious aura was undeniably the essence of the Tao. Tian-gu contemplated, yet this killer, Lin Chen, had evidently garnered high praise from certain individuals, warranting attention. Furthermore, it was rumored that he had won the allegiance of the beast demon's successor, who referred to him as Big Brother. The lineage of the beast demon was well understood by Tian-gu. Their fiery temperament masked a depth of thought. It is unlikely that even the inheritor of the violent demon lineage would be subdued by bloodline pressure and directly confront me. The purpose of Tianji's visit was partly due to the influence of the violent king. Moreover, Lin Chen's elevation to the position of the violent king's elder brother has instilled in him a sense of vigilance, prompting him to gather considerable intelligence. Observing from the sidelines. If the Moon Pavilion Master attempts to seize the Quasi-Dao artifact, I can dispatch experts to follow suit at a later time. Tian-gu narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce glint flashing within. What? Is it impossible for me to exchange this map? Lin Chen replied with annoyance. A precise map of a Quasi-Dao artifact. Do you truly believe it cannot be exchanged for this grand 5 elements body refinement pill? The assembly of divine method realm practitioners was taken aback. Their faces flushed as they began to shout. Kill the Emperor, sell me that map, and I shall offer you 20 million lost spirit pills. Nonsense. Do you possess that many lost spirit pills? Hand over the map, and I will marry my sister to you. I will repay you handsomely. Name your price. I lack funds now, but my master is wealthy. Each divine method practitioner, their eyes ablaze with greed, scrambled to secure the map, eager to claim it for themselves. After all, the significance of a Quasi-Dao artifact is immensely profound. You may offer me whatever benefits you wish, but I shall not yield, Lin Chen declared, his voice unwavering. Today, I seek solely the grand 5 elements body refinement pill. Upon hearing this, numerous divine method practitioners grew visibly despondent, for their financial capacities were utterly insufficient to procure the coveted pill. The aged auctioneer, clearly unprepared for such an eventuality, hastily remarked, "This item is of extraordinary value and requires authentication to ascertain its authenticity before any exchange can be made." Despite the circumstances, the auctioneer maintained his professional demeanor. Lin Chen scoffed, "Authentication? If verified, the contents will surely be within your Dark Moon auction house, will they not? Is the aura of this treasure map merely an imitation?" His words were incisive, rendering the auctioneer momentarily speechless, for Lin Chen's assertion was indeed accurate. In the midst of this confusion, as everyone exchanged glances regarding the fate of the treasure map, Moon Hung's voice suddenly broke through. "Brother Lin Chen, I will assist you in auctioning the grand 5 elements body refinement pill in exchange for the treasure map." Lin Chen, seated in the VIP box, raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, Tianji's laughter echoed. "Ha ha, Moon Hung, since you desire this treasure map so keenly, I shall oblige you." Moon Heng's eyes glimmered. Internally cursing the cunning fox, Lin Chen's voice resounded once more, "Very well." Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, the expressions of several divine method practitioners turned ashen. Moon Hung, exhilarated, wasted no time and promptly produced 10 million lost spirit pills, securing the grand 5 elements body refinement pill. He swiftly tossed the pill to Lin Chen, who graciously accepted it without pretense. The master of this treasure map has made a definitive statement. What remains unclear to everyone is that, at this moment, Xixi is clutching her belly, bursting into laughter, to the point where her stomach begins to cramp, making her suffer in delight. "Brother Lin Chen, you may now hand over the scroll," Yu Heng said, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Though Lin Chen felt an inner joy, his tone was somewhat displeased as he responded, "Brother Yu Heng, why the urgency? Do you think I would not give you the scroll? If that is how you feel, then I truly shall not." Yu Heng's eyes twitched. This was not the time to offend Lin Chen. He quickly replied, "Brother Lin Chen, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to experience the subtleties of this Taoist aura." "Humph," Lin Chen scoffed, and after a brief silence, he declared loudly, "Brother Yu Heng, I have a favor to ask of you." "May I?" "What favor?" Although Yu Heng felt displeasure, he still smiled and said, "As long as I, Yu Heng, can fulfill it, I shall certainly assist." At that moment, Xixi's innocent voice rang out. "It is said that the master of the Yu residence possesses vast wealth, is charming and extraordinary, and is a rare talent in cultivation. Lin Chen is in need of some magical spirit pills. I wonder if Master Yu could provide a little assistance, as a gesture of brotherhood. Lin Chen sincerely added, Master Yu, this is what I wish to convey. An ominous premonition surged within Yu Hong, but he suppressed his anger and asked, how many magical spirit pills do you require? Many cultivators from the divine law realm turned their gaze towards Lin Chen's private box. Just moments ago, the master of the Yu residence had offended him, and Lin Chen certainly would not let him off easily. Now, Lin Chen was brazenly extorting him. But how much would he extort? After a moment of silence, a sincere voice resonated. Not much, just 10 million. Chapter 411, The 5 Elements Refining Divine Technique. 10 million. For some, this figure is trivial. Yet for others, it is an astronomical sum. 10 million magical spirit pills are enough to purchase 2 top-grade royal artifacts. What does it mean to possess top-grade royal artifacts? Even cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of the divine law realm utilize treasures of that caliber. Many in the divine law realm were aware that Lin Chen was deliberately extorting the master of the Yu residence, and they stifled their laughter, remaining silent. Yu Heng's expression darkened considerably, his chest burning with fury. He never imagined Lin Chen would audaciously demand such a staggering sum of 10 million magical spirit pills. 10 million magical spirit pills, Brother Lin Chen. Did you perhaps misspeak? Yu Heng's voice was heavy with gloom. Lin Chen replied, displeased, I did not misspeak. 10 million is but a trifling matter for the esteemed master of the Yu residence. Can it be that you are unable to produce even 10 million magical spirit pills? Yu Heng was momentarily at a loss for words. Not being able to produce 10 million would imply his poverty. How could he, the master of the Yu residence, be so destitute? Lin Chen was truly pushing him too far. The thought of directly suppressing Lin Chen filled Yu Heng's heart with seething rage. However, Yu Heng's psychology is acutely aware that Lin Chen's current triumph stems from their previous provocations and confrontations. Now, the tides have turned, and this is merely an act of retaliation. There is no rush. Once my father acquires the Tao instrument, I shall completely eradicate this child. A flurry of murderous thoughts flickered through Yu Heng's mind. Humph, Yu Heng scoffed, forcing a smile. Since you, my royal brother, have said so, I shall grant you another 10 million. With a wave of his hand, he produced a Qingkuan bag, which revealed an overwhelming aura of law and spirit as it opened slightly. The beings of the divine law realm gazed at the Qingkuan bag with eyes aglow. 10 million spirit pills was indeed a terrifying sum. Lin Chen, maintaining his composure, took the Qingkuan bag, and with a sweep of his divine sense, confirmed the presence of the immense spiritual energy within, precisely 10 million in number. Haha, indeed, the master of Yu Heng possesses unparalleled wealth. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall seek you out. Lin Chen laughed heartily, flicking his finger to send a scroll flying into Yu Heng's hand. His people quickly departed after the scroll was sent forth. Indeed, the aura of the Tao was palpable. Holding the map, Yu Heng felt the unfathomable power within, and a murderous intent flashed across his face. How audacious of you, Lin Chen. You've extorted 10 million spirit pills from me this time. Next time, I shall make you repay it tenfold. Lin Chen had thoroughly incited Yu Heng's wrath. Interesting, interesting. Tianji's lips curled into a smile. Tomorrow is the island master's grand birthday. Lin Chen, let me witness what hidden talents you possess. At that moment, even the proud Tian Ge found himself intrigued by Lin Chen. After all, it was the first time he had encountered someone so brazen and shameless. Was this audacity backed by true strength, or was it a mere facade? Lin Chen swiftly made his way to the plump steward, retrieving the spirit pills, and after acquiring the mysterious map of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, he soared towards the demon domain. Having extorted 10 million spirit pills from the son of Yu Heng and auctioned the soul-refining net of the 18 Ghost Kings, his wealth had now amassed to a staggering 15 million. Blood Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he howled, 15 million spirit pills. 15 million spirit pills. That is enough for me to unleash my power 3 times. I can hardly contain my eagerness. It has been ages since I felt the thrill of operating a Tao instrument. Lin Chen disregarded his howls. His primary motive in extorting those 10 million spirit pills from Yu Heng was undoubtedly to facilitate the operation of the Tao instrument. After all, without the power of the Tao instrument in this contest, claiming the top spot would be exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Xixi was already laughing uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Had Lin Chen not slapped him, One might have believed he would laugh himself into a stupor. Haha, Lin Chen, you truly are shameless in your endeavors. Blood Lao also laughed heartily, recalling how the Blood Demon Lord had always scorned such tactics in the past. Yet, it was unexpectedly gratifying to witness such audacity. Lin Chen's lips curled into a playful smirk as his gaze flickered. He understood that the financial resources and background of his opponents far surpassed his own. Dealing with such individuals typically requires cunning rather than brute force. Regardless of their shamelessness, achieving victory is a commendable feat. Shui Lao fell into a contemplative silence. Choosing not to elaborate further, the Blood Demon Sovereign was the one whom Shui Lao held in the highest regard, an esteemed former master. The methods and doctrines of the Blood Demon Sovereign had long taken root in Shui Lao's heart. Lin Chen, you must provide me with 5 million lost spirit pills. Concealed within the Blood Dawn Bell, ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances, Shui bellowed. You must understand, this plan's success owes much to the Blood Dawn Bell. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips. That fragment of a map represented the desolate wasteland. He had meticulously drawn it from memory. The aura of the Quasi-Dao artifact was naturally drawn from the lost spirit pills he had summoned from the Blood Dawn Bell. Lin Chen was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. The lost spirit pills were firmly in his possession, and he was not afraid of inciting their wrath. After all, the map was genuine, although the Quasi-Dao artifact had already been claimed by him. Having already offended them, Lin Chen felt no hesitation in escalating his actions. Lin Chen's figure descended into a cavern, whereupon he invoked the ghostly restraints, concealing his aura. Young one, since you have acquired the great 5 elements body refinement pill, I can impart to you the 5 elements spirit refinement technique, Shui Lao chuckled. This technique is not to be underestimated. You must thoroughly comprehend it. Cultivating it to the level of a supreme imperial artifact will unleash terrifying power. Unleashing power, Lin Chen stated as he kicked Xixi aside and took a deep breath. Shui Lao, please bestow it upon me. Nodding, Shui Lao raised his hand, unleashing streams of scriptures that flowed ceaselessly into Lin Chen's mind. A radiant array of colors ignited within Lin Chen's consciousness, as a mysterious and profound scripture began to circulate in his mind. He promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the comprehension of this scripture. The 5 elements spirit refinement technique. Shui observed this scene and could not help but exclaim, if I am not mistaken, this should be the foundational text of the great 5 elements technique. Ah, young child, you possess a keen insight. Befitting one who has survived for millennia as an artifact spirit, Shui Lao replied with a faint smile. When the 5 elements spirit refinement technique is perfected, and one's internal organs are refined into the power of the 5 elements, one becomes qualified to cultivate the great 5 elements technique, which ranks among the top 10 of the 99 ancient Tao techniques. The ancient Tao techniques wield immense power. It is remarkable that after a millennium of silence, they are beginning to awaken once more. The awakening of the 99 ancient Tao techniques heralds a time of great upheaval, Shui lamented. Such chaos also signifies great opportunities. Shui Lao spoke cryptically. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light within his consciousness, continually grasping the essence of the 5 elements spirit refinement technique. In ancient discussions, it was said that the 5 elements were among the fundamental truths that compose all existence. The power of the 5 elements is immeasurable and boundless. Lin Chen was profoundly shaken by the profundity of this 5 elements spirit refinement technique. To one's astonishment, the power of the 5 elements, upon forming a cycle, elucidates such formidable strength and profound mysteries. It is akin to the 3rd grand formation of the Xian Shang Junwang Tower, the 5 elements Bagua formation, which embodies the terrifying principles of the 5 elements. Utilizing the dynamic interplay of these 5 forces, it refines the body, transforming it into a cyclical entity. Lin Chen murmured, his tone tinged with awe, pondering the extraordinary being who conceived this technique. After 2 hours of diligent study, Lin Chen grasped the foundational aspects of this 5 elements refinement technique. With time of the essence, he resolved not to delve further at that moment. Young man, do not let this technique slip away like the last one, Blood Elder remarked softly. Mastering it to its pinnacle shall connect you to a terrifying Taoist art. Should you learn that art, eliminating Yu Hong will pose no challenge. Lin Chen's heart raced at the mention of the annihilating Taoist art. A moment's reflection revealed to him the profound intent behind Blood Elder's importation of this body-refining technique. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely nodded. I shall commence my cultivation at once. As for the mischievous Xixi nearby, Lin Chen swiftly sent it flying with a slap. After all, this creature was one of the 3 sacred beasts, impervious to harm from any demon beast. Despite being struck away, Xixi wore a particularly mischievous grin. For though its spiritual sense was not formidable, its hearing was unparalleled. It had already caught the sound of flowing water and the enchanting melodies of a maiden bathing from a distant locale. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen summoned a multicolored, fragrant pill, which promptly vanished down his throat. Following the tumultuous events of the Dark Moon auction, the name of the killing emperor resonated even more loudly, having dealt with the lord of the Wuji Hall and retrieved the map to a quasi-Dao artifact. These 2 incidents sent shockwaves through the realm. In response, the higher-ups of the enforcement hall fell into a profound silence, refraining from thunderous outrage. Many speculated that this was due to the impending grand celebration of the island lord's 3000th birthday, and the slaying of such a prodigious individual would undeniably tarnish the reputation of the Ta Qing sect. During this time, the entire Ta Qing Island began to bustle with activity. From the enigmatic depths of the 100 great mountains emanated an incredibly rich aura of Ta Qing, enveloping the vast island. Numerous prodigies began to arrive at Ta Qing Island, each accompanied by esteemed gifts from various esteemed factions. The celebration of the island lord's 3000th birthday was no mere festivity. It held deeper significance. On this very day, ominous demonic energies surged from the horizon, accompanied by the roars of countless underworld kings. Many disciples were stirred, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they beheld the overwhelming tide of demonic aura approaching. Heavens, what a terrifying demonic aura! What kind of figure could be approaching? Above the swirling mass of malevolence, a solitary silhouette appears, exuding an air of arrogance. Indeed, it must be another extraordinary prodigy making their entrance. Is it not evident that the Lord of the Moon Mansion, Yu Hong, has come forth personally to extend a welcoming smile? The disciples, marveling amongst themselves, were utterly astonished and envious. Yu Hong descended from the Moon Mansion, enveloped in moonlight, exuding an aura of leisure and elegance. "Ha ha! Welcome, Brother Baitsong!" Yu Hong exclaimed with laughter. "It has been many years since we last met." The tumultuous demonic energy suddenly receded, as if drawn away, dissipating into the form of a young man. This youth, clad in dark crimson armor reminiscent of the underworld, had white hair dancing in the wind, and his chiseled features exuded a chilling demeanor. He was none other than Baitsong, a renowned demon lord among the exceptional. He was reputed to be the most esteemed disciple of the Bone Demon Saint. "Kill Emperor," Baitsong spoke in a voice devoid of emotion, his sharp features seemingly enveloped in an icy veneer. Yu Hong, unfazed by Baitsong's coldness, understood completely and merely nodded, stating, "He has recently acquired the Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill. He is likely seeking a secluded place for cultivation." "Is he truly formidable?" Baitsong inquired, his gaze fixed upon Yu Hong. A faint smile graced Yu Hong's lips as he replied, "If Brother Bai truly wishes to know this individual's whereabouts, you are welcome to visit us at the Moon Mansion. I possess detailed information that would undoubtedly prove useful to you." "No need," Baitsong replied coldly. "I shall slay him without consulting any materials." One by one, the young prodigies began to arrive. Those illustrious figures celebrated across the continent gathered, marking this occasion as a gathering of exceptional talents, a contest of the young kings among the various sections. Meanwhile, Lin Chen commenced the refinement of the Great 5 Elements Body Refining Pill. His body was enveloped in an insatiable demonic energy, ceaselessly circulating as the immense energy of the 5 elements was drawn forth from the pill. Lin Chen, surrounded by a radiant spectrum of colors, maintained a tranquil countenance, exuding an aura of serenity. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 energies resided within Lin Chen's internal organs. Each energy, as Lin Chen channeled the 5 elements refining technique, seemed to find its rightful place, continuously integrating into his organs. Beads of sweat began to form densely upon Lin Chen's forehead, his jaw clenched tightly. The 5 distinct pains engulfed Lin Chen's entire being, as if someone were methodically tearing apart his body. The organs were fragile, and as Lin Chen absorbed the quintet of energies for refinement, he endured excruciating torment. An hour passed, then 2, And finally, after 5 full hours, the radiant glow of the 5 elements surrounding Lin Chen gradually faded. With a deep exhalation, Lin Chen expelled a breath laden with multicolored hues. At this moment, within his body, his internal organs began to shimmer with faint glimmers of the 5 distinct energies, each pulsating gently with varying frequencies. The initial step has been successfully refined. His internal organs have begun to autonomously absorb the ethereal forces of the 5 elements to transmute themselves. However, the rigidity of his organs is far inferior to the resilience of Lin Chen's bones and muscles. After Lin Chen partially digested the grand 5 elements body refining pill, it transformed into 5 distinct energies, which infused into his organs, nurturing them. Even though Lin Chen could not consume all this energy at once, he was able to grow continuously under this nourishment. When the time is ripe, he will be able to fully absorb the grand 5 elements body refining pill, refining himself and stepping into the first tier of the 5 elements concealment technique. The journey ahead is still long, Lin Chen mused, feeling the formidable strength within him. He was enveloped in an immensely rich aura of the Ta Qing, and he did not hesitate to absorb it fervently. The overwhelming essence of Ta Qing, cascading from the heavens like snowflakes, was something even Lin Chen had to look up to. Young one, I sense an ancient energy slowly surging behind those 100 great mountains, Blood Elder remarked, his tone unusually grave. Lin Chen was momentarily startled and immediately directed his gaze towards the towering mountains. Deep within, an ethereal obscurity concealed whatever prohibitions lay within, leaving one unable to harbor the desire to intrude. An ancient energy was awakening within. Blood Elder's voice had changed subtly, as if recalling the profound antiquity, filled with astonishment. What was slowly stirring behind the 100 mountains was the aura of a low-grade Tao artifact, condensed from the true essence of a few paths. Lin Chen's expression shifted in shock. Behind those 100 mountains, a low-grade Tao artifact was about to emerge. At that very instant, a radiant multicolored light burst forth from the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Everyone felt a terrifying aura emanating from the depths of Ta Qing Immortal Island, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth awakening. If one were to gaze down from the skies, they would observe the waters surrounding Ta Qing Immortal Island churning violently. Countless sea dragons leapt from the depths, exploding in midair, scattering droplets like rain. The entirety of Ta Qing Immortal Island was enveloped in a celestial melody, with auspicious clouds converging in the sky and the radiant light showering down. The emergence of the artifact heralded a transformation in the heavens and earth. Amidst Lin Chen's astonishment, he beheld a colossal hall gradually materializing from the depths behind the 100 mountains. The Linglong Immortal Hall. I have seen it during the previous war. Blood Elder's weary voice resonated. Simultaneously, a commanding voice echoed throughout Ta Qing Immortal Island, akin to the rumbling of thunder. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to our Ta Qing Immortal Mansion for the celebration. Please gather at the Linglong Immortal Hall. Moreover, on the eve of the Island Master's grand birthday, all talented disciples were invited to engage in mutual exchange. May you achieve remarkable success in tomorrow's talented disciples battle. Chapter 413, Luo Zi. The thunderous rumble resonated with an overwhelming pressure. Countless disciples and powerful beings bore solemn expressions, unable to suppress a sense of astonishment. The source of this sound was undoubtedly a formidable entity, possessing unfathomable cultivation. At that moment, a vast and majestic hall began to materialize before the eyes of the onlookers. It was a grand edifice, floating in the sky, translucent and resplendent, adorned with intricately carved multicolored phoenixes. The melodic echoes of ancient celestial beasts surrounded it, creating an enchanting symphony. At the heart of this celestial hall hung a magnificent plaque inscribed with the enigmatic characters Ling Long Xindian, evoking a sense of profound mystery that demanded reverence. This ethereal palace exuded an aura of inscrutable depth, suggesting the presence of numerous terrifying beings within. Although the palace's aura was subdued, none dared to underestimate the formidable power of the Linglong Xindian. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the crowd. Heavens! That is indeed the legendary Linglong Xindian, a presence that commands awe from all directions. It was said that the Linglong Xindian was a genuine low-grade Tao artifact. In a continent where Tao artifacts were exceedingly rare, it was certain that Ta Qing Island possessed such a treasure. The might of Ta Qing Island was undeniable, instilling fear across the land. Look, many formidable beings are already soaring toward the Linglong Xindian. The disciples from various sects, including those of divine law realms, expressed their admiration. The existence of a low-grade Tao artifact was a sight many would never witness in their lifetime. The emergence of the Linglong Xindian had truly broadened their horizons. Some powerful beings could even glean profound insights from the ancient inscriptions and celestial paintings adorning its surface. As the sound faded, numerous formidable entities took to the skies, transforming into streaks of light as they made their way toward the Linglong Xindian. Those who could enter the Linglong Xindian were undeniably powerful and fearsome individuals. However, the prodigies of the heavens were presently unable to access the palace. Otherwise, they would be severely constrained by the overwhelming pressure within. Do you have a deep understanding of the Linglong Xindian, Bloodly? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, gazing at the colossal, celestial hall above. By harnessing a fragment of the true essence of the Tao, Lin Chen discerned the terrifying nature of the Linglong Xindian. One might not say I fully comprehend it. Bloodly shrugged, explaining, this information has been passed down from the Blood Dawn Bell. The Linglong Xindian once participated in the Great War of the Blood Abyss. It was originally a superior grade Tao artifact, but was relegated to a low-grade artifact due to that battle. Lin Chen inhaled sharply, astonished that it had been forcibly diminished by 2 tiers. Such a loss was undoubtedly severe. However, upon reflection, considering that even the Blood Dawn Bell had its spirit annihilated, the magnitude of that conflict was clearly unfathomable. Within the realm of Tao artifacts, there exists a hierarchy: low-grade, middle-grade, superior-grade, king-grade, emperor-grade, and supreme-grade artifacts. These 6 tiers represent an array of formidable powers. In the present day, the Blood Dawn Clock, merely a tool of a certain level, has incited a frenzied scramble among various factions. Lin Chen, once you restore the Devouring Tower, you will truly comprehend its formidable nature, Elder Shui remarked. Although Lin Chen possessed only a half fragment of the Devouring Tower, this fragment bore no formations or prohibitive effects, merely qualifying as a superior royal artifact. Lin Chen harbored a fervent interest in the Devouring Tower, an entity of celestial rank. However, despite his eagerness, he could not hasten the unfolding of events. Where has that rascal Xixi run off to? Lin Chen pondered, his brow furrowing as he released a vast expanse of divine consciousness. At this moment, numerous prodigies had undoubtedly arrived at the Ta Qing Gate, providing him an excellent opportunity to witness and forge new connections. Yet, despite his expansive search, Lin Chen failed to detect any trace of Xixi. The absence of this little troublemaker was becoming a source of irritation for him. Just as confusion settled in, a piercing, familiar scream echoed through the air. Who dares to bully Lord Xixi? Ah, it hurts. You are inciting my wrath. Lord Xixi is mighty and formidable. I shall obliterate you. A childish yet somewhat sinister voice rang out above the demon domain. Lin Chen's expression darkened. The shrill voice unmistakably belonged to Xixi. His brows knitted tighter as he observed Xixi emerge, her body marred by crimson streaks, looking utterly disheveled. Upon spotting Lin Chen, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she shouted, "Brother, brother! Someone is pursuing me." Before Lin Chen could respond, a golden beam of light shot towards Xixi, striking her rear and eliciting a piercing cry. Still trying to flee? A crisp female voice taunted from behind Xixi. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Upon hearing this voice, Xixi trembled, pleading with Lin Chen, "Brother, brother, a woman intends to roast me. You must save me." No sooner had she spoken than a strand of golden flame hurtled toward her. Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeper as he swiftly grasped the air, exerting immense pressure that bore down upon the golden flame, imprisoning it mid-air. Xixi, in a panic, scurried behind Lin Chen, her small face reflecting her lingering dread. Lin Chen's frown deepened as he sensed the golden flame melting the very pressure surrounding them. "Child, that is the Xiantian Phoenix Fire. It can refine the Xiantian and possesses boundless power. You must exercise caution," Elder Shui warned. "Regardless of the flame, let it be extinguished," Lin Chen retorted without hesitation, unleashing a wave of overwhelming pressure that crushed the fiery entity. A soft gasp echoed through the air as Lin Chen's consciousness enveloped the vicinity, revealing a formidable presence swiftly approaching. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged toward Lin Chen, and a figure accelerated rapidly, appearing before him and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Lin Chen retaliated with a punch of his own, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated everything within a 20-meter radius. A colossal strength reverberated through Lin Chen's arm, such formidable power, at least comparable to that of a mid-grade imperial weapon. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Chen's eyes. At that moment, the figure fully materialized before him, her flowing garments and cascading purple hair captivating. She was a breathtaking woman, her features exquisitely refined, radiating an aura of sanctity. Her flawless visage, pale and beautiful, was complemented by elongated eyes brimming with a watery essence. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a subtle stir in his heart upon witnessing her charm. Surrounding her alluring frame was a continuous swirl of energy, capable of conjuring powerful gusts with her every movement. Xixi, witnessing the confrontation, gleamed with excitement, immediately exclaiming, "Vile woman, how dare you strike at me? This is my elder brother. With his strength, he could easily dispatch you with a single slap." The purple-haired beauty cast a sharp glance at Xixi, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes, before turning her gaze upon Lin Chen, remarking softly, "So you are its master." Lin Chen felt an unsettling dissonance, but could not articulate it, merely nodding in affirmation and inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Luozi," she replied with a whisper, and suddenly, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped Lin Chen and Xixi. "Since you are its master, you must also be of ill repute. Thus, you are to be eliminated." Lin Chen's pupils constricted at her words. Chapter 414. Is it appealing? Lin Chen was enraged. He had never encountered such an unreasonable woman. Despite her stunning beauty, it was unacceptable to use one's strength to bully others. With a graceful flick, Luozi unleashed her attack, her expression devoid of any earthly emotion. A single finger extended, and immediately, immense magical power surged from her delicate fingertips, manifesting as a torrent of golden flames. These flames transformed into a majestic phoenix, hurtling toward Lin Chen. "You have gone too far," Lin Chen exclaimed, sensing the power of her strike, capable of obliterating a being at the third tier of the divine realm. Anger welled within him. The golden flames, imbued with the formidable might of Xiantian phoenix fire, instilled a sense of trepidation within Lin Chen. Determined not to falter, he unleashed a punch. As if a void-like fist accompanied his strike. Bang! A terrifying explosion erupted, forcing both Lin Chen and Luozi to stagger backward from the shockwave. The distance between them stretched to several meters, and between them lay a vast, dark pit, the aftermath of their explosive encounter. Luozi's toes lightly touched a leaf. Her violet hair danced gracefully, and her exquisite face was nothing short of breathtaking. Lin Chen regarded her as a beauty, indeed a transcendent one. However, if such a beauty were to possess such ruthlessness, then she would be inferior to even the ugliest of women. "Luozi, I bear you no grudge. Why must you act so maliciously?" Lin Chen remarked coldly. "Even if a beast were to offend you, you need not resort to murder." Upon hearing Lin Chen refer to her as a beast, Xixi bared her teeth in anger, yearning to deliver a punch to him, but recalling his assistance. She merely glared at him, her fury diminishing. "Even a beast deserves to die," Luozi said expressionlessly, raising her delicate brows. "If you surrender it to me, I might consider sparing your life." "You are too arrogant," Xixi exclaimed in exasperation, standing atop Lin Chen's shoulder and pointing at Luozi. "How can you, an adult, stoop to quarreling with a child? Is this not an affront to dignity?" Lin Chen, maintaining his impassive demeanor, delivered a punch to Xixi, causing her to cry out in pain. He rifled through the names of renowned figures in his mind, and suddenly, a revelation struck him. Luozi, the saintess of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, a cultivator of the fourth realm of the divine law, was of the bloodline of the celestial phoenix royal family. This violet-haired woman exuded an overwhelming aura, evidently surpassing even the power of the soul annihilation hand. Was she truly the saintess of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land? Lin Chen's eyelids flickered. The son of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, Tiangu, had already manifested at the Ta Qing Immortal Island, making it plausible for the saintess to appear as well. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a tremendous gust of wind, accompanied by flames, surged towards him with ferocity. Without a moment's hesitation, Luozi unleashed a punch directed at Lin Chen, infused with strands of golden fire, amplifying its destructive force. The piercing yuan and ethereal step enveloped Lin Chen, imbuing him with a sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through the very air. The The formidable essence of the mixed origin enveloped him entirely, and in the instant that the punch approached, Lin Chen vanished from Luo Zi's sight. Luo Zi was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden disappearance. That speed is impressive. As a woman, what merit is there in simply rushing to kill? Who would dare to marry you? Lin Chen's calm voice resonated behind Luo Zi as he flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of vital energy that shot forth like an explosive projectile. He had a precise grasp of the passage of time, and this sequence flowed seamlessly, akin to a dance of clouds and water. Luo Zi did not respond verbally to Lin Chen. Instead, her actions spoke volumes. She turned, and a fierce gale erupted from the woods, lifting swirling dust, fallen leaves, and withered branches into the air. In an instant, her figure vanished before Lin Chen once more. The fierce winds surged, and Luo Zi's figure seemed to meld seamlessly into the gales, achieving a state of true freedom in flight, unmatched in speed. Lin Chen felt a subtle tremor throughout his body. Her velocity surpassed even his own mastery of the Zhan Yuan floating step. Young man. She possesses the royal bloodline of the Ta Qing Phoenix, one of the few supreme celestial beasts that has attained the pinnacle of speed, the Blood Elder cautioned. Among celestial beasts, only the Kunpeng can rival the Ta Qing Phoenix in swiftness. Thus enlightened, Lin Chen found himself enveloped in the tempest. His garments billowing as azure flames erupted fiercely from his eyes. Viewed from above, one would observe Lin Chen situated at the very heart of a colossal whirlwind. The tempest extended over a radius of 2 miles, trees swaying violently as if uprooted. Luo Zi's form vanished entirely, melding with the wind, becoming one with its essence. Confronted by such an adversary, even Lin Chen could not help but adopt a demeanor of solemn caution. Suddenly, 3 fiery phoenixes, each approaching from distinct angles, hurtled toward Lin Chen with relentless speed, leaving him no avenue for evasion. With a resounding impact, Lin Chen unleashed a punch. The might of a superior royal artifact unleashed in full force. His strike obliterated one of the flaming phoenixes into nothingness, and with a swift application of the profound steps, he vanished from his original position. The sheer magnitude of his power startled even Luo Zi, who had integrated herself into the winds. She could not help but be taken aback. The power of a superior royal artifact is formidable, and as a member of the Ta Qing Phoenix royal lineage, she understood the immense luck and unwavering resolve required to attain such prowess. I have discovered your location. Lin Chen's voice resonated from just behind Luo Zi, the clarity of his vision piercing through the chaotic whirlwind. He discerned her form amidst the swirling winds, realizing that she was unable to completely merge with the tempest. Luo Zi materialized within the winds, devoid of any need for concealment. With her flowing purple hair and an expression unperturbed, she appeared ethereal, as if untouched by the earthly realm. As the tempest ceased its tumultuous dance, only Lin Chen and Luo Zi remained, locked in a tense standoff. Who are you? Luo Zi inquired. Lin Chen offered a wry smile and shrugged. I am Lin Chen. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. Lin Chen, the slaughtering emperor. Luo Zi mused, a light laughter escaping her lips as recognition dawned upon her. So it is you, the one that the demon king Baizong seeks to eliminate. Lin Chen's brows knitted together. The name Baizong, a paragon of celestial beings, had already been inscribed in the identity jade slip bestowed upon him by Yunlin. The true disciple of the white-boned demon sage, he was rumored to have come to Ta Qing Island specifically to confront Lin Chen. Now, with Luo Zi's words, Lin Chen added Baizong to his mental list of individuals to watch. May I inquire as to why the saintess is pursuing my companion with such lethal intent? Lin Chen asked, his tone casual yet probing, deliberately avoiding any mention of the demon king Baizong. As the mention of Xixi arose, a chill swept across Luo Zi's otherwise expressionless yet exquisite visage. Lin Chen's attention promptly shifted to Xixi, who wore a lewd grin. Leaning closer to Lin Chen's ear to whisper, I just heard the sound of someone bathing, so I hurried over. A few more hushed murmurs followed, seemingly intended to evade Luo Zi's ears. Instantly, Lin Chen's expression shifted, a bitter smile emerging on his face. It was no wonder that the other party had erupted in such fury, resorting to lethal measures immediately. Lin Chen's gaze once more fixated on Luo Zi, only to discover her figure was astoundingly alluring, a paragon of beauty. It was understandable why this little lecher, Xixi, would sneak off after being flung away by himself. Under Lin Chen's scrutiny, Luo Zi remained unperturbed, her demeanor betraying no concern whatsoever. You truly are a beast, Lin Chen mused, feigning indignation before delivering a slap to Xixi. The impact elicited a pitiful wail from her, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Chen, murmuring, I was wrong. Do you even comprehend where you erred? Lin Chen thundered, striking her again with greater force. Xixi's expression grew even more sorrowful, her tearful eyes filled with a plea for sympathy. This display, coupled with her somewhat endearing appearance, evoked a hint of compassion even from Luo Zi, who remarked, perhaps we should let this go. How can we simply let this slide? Lin Chen retorted, lifting Xixi with a fierce countenance, declaring, tell me, does she look good? If you remain silent, I shall roast you. In Chapter 415, Gathering of the Talented, Part 1, Luo Zi continued to regard Lin Chen with her inscrutable expression, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him as she calmly stated, I have already heard what this little rascal said to you. Lin Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The unfinished words of Xixi moments ago revealed her initial intent to spy on others while bathing, yet she had been promptly expelled before she could approach. Even with her stealthy methods, she was still perceived by Luo Zi, which underscored her remarkable capabilities. Indeed, the Tianxian Phoenix, a celestial beast, ranked above the Kunping. The Blood Elder elucidated that particularly among the royal lineage, the Tianxian Phoenix reigned supreme within the beast clan and at its zenith. It was a formidable force in the ancient human realm. Lin Chen's wariness of Luo Zi gradually intensified. This ancestral demon's forbidden land had always been a colossal entity. Although its power had considerably waned, its underlying strength remained formidable. While it was true that Tinga and Luo Zi's cultivation levels did not match those of Lu Tongtian and Jian Tianmiao, one could only wonder what hidden strategies they possessed. Genuine trump cards were typically revealed only in life and death battles. One would never expose them in ordinary circumstances. Very well, Holy Maiden, for the errors committed by this little one. I extend my apologies on her behalf, Lin Chen said with a wry smile directed at Luo Zi. With the situation having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to apologize to her. Regardless, I have not seen anything, remarked Luo Zi, her beautiful eyes glancing at the pitiful Xixi. Her expression was indifferent as she noted, this blood-colored little beast seems to have an extraordinary origin. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, just as he was about to speak. Xixi suddenly shouted, I am the esteemed Lord Shi, who governs all. How can you say my background is mundane? Having felt secure for the moment, Xixi immediately regained his audacious demeanor, casting aside his previously woeful appearance. His mischievous eyes were now fixated on Luo Zi's prominent figure, resembling a little lecher. Lin Chen pressed his temples in exasperation, wondering how this fellow had turned out this way. Could it be that he, Lin Chen, was inherently lecherous? Their acquaintance was merely a stroke of fate, nothing more. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Luo Zi, contemplating, gazed at the leering Xixi and said to Lin Chen, I find this creature quite intriguing. As a demon beast, it should be intimidated by the oppressive aura of the celestial phoenix royal bloodline within me. Yet it seems utterly unfazed. Lin Chen felt a surge of alarm. He had not anticipated Luo Zi's keen observation. This was a detail even the formidable Tinga had overlooked. The implications of the Sanus's words made Lin Chen smile wryly at Luo Zi. This creature could only follow him, not accompany them. I have no intention of taking it along, Luo Zi stated decisively. Lin Chen's expression brightened slightly. It was indeed preferable that she did not take it away. However, Luo Zi then emotionlessly declared, but I intend to accompany you. Lin Chen felt a sense of exasperation. This woman was utterly incomprehensible, her actions and words bizarre. Almost as if she were toying with him. Xixi, what is your opinion? Lin Chen turned to Xixi, his face darkening with menace. If this little creature disagreed, he would have a valid reason to rid himself of the saintess. Otherwise, should something be discovered, it could spell danger. While Xixi's identity could not be concealed indefinitely, a temporary concealment was still advantageous. Once he grew stronger, revealing everything would be feasible. Xixi nodded enthusiastically, his eyes fixated on Luo Zi's chest, sparkling with desire, nearly drooling. The little fellow seemed oblivious to Lin Chen's words. He thought, with a stunning beauty at his side, how could he not take liberties? With such a delightful prospect, how could Lord Shi refuse? Luo Zi smiled at Lin Chen's vexation, her smile enchanting. Lin Chen had to concede. Her beauty was indeed unrivaled, momentarily leaving him entranced. Young man, she is the heir of the celestial phoenix royal bloodline. If you engage in dual cultivation with her, your strength will undoubtedly surge. Blood teased. Now, you must strive diligently. Bloodly also nodded in agreement, affirming that dual cultivation with a woman of such lineage would yield immense benefits. Lin Chen was overwhelmed with frustration. The temperament of this woman was utterly capricious, devoid of any semblance of emotional depth. The time to enter has nearly arrived. Luozi turned around, gazing towards the depths of Ta Qing Gate, where the exquisite Linglong Immortal Palace awaited, undoubtedly already graced by numerous prodigies. We should make our way there as well. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly within, realizing that this capricious woman seemed genuinely intent on accompanying him. With a presence akin to a ticking time bomb beside him, Lin Chen felt a twinge of unease. However, it was not the moment to offend Luozi, so he remarked, "Very well, let us proceed to the Linglong Immortal Palace." With that, Lin Chen grasped the lecherous grinning Xixi and soared into the sky with remarkable speed. Luozi followed leisurely behind him. The Linglong Immortal Palace floated amidst ethereal clouds, radiating a myriad of brilliant hues, harboring an ominous aura of terrifying existence. This celestial palace was at least several dozen miles in size, sufficient to accommodate influential figures from the entire Holy Spirit continent. From a distance, Lin Chen sensed the immense pressure emanating from the palace. "That Linglong Immortal Palace is exceedingly perilous," Xueli remarked gravely. "Try to minimize communication to avoid revealing your possession of a quasi-path artifact." Xue Lao nodded in agreement, adding, "If others discover your prior ownership of a quasi-path artifact, the formidable powers backing them will undoubtedly have their countermeasures prepared. Do not become a target. Hence, limit your interactions." Understanding the implications of Xue Lao and Xue Li's words, Lin Chen realized that this approach aligned perfectly with his own strategy. He had maintained a low profile to divert attention away from himself, with the intention of ultimately revealing his true prowess at the last moment. As they soared through the air, Luozi's purple hair danced gracefully, her exquisite face captivating, and her delicate figure exuded an alluring charm. Yet, her indifferent gaze was primarily focused on assessing the seemingly ordinary youth before her. Through her gestures and speech, Luozi subtly probed Lin Chen, only to find his performance surpassing her expectations. He seemed to harbor many astonishing secrets. A faint smile played upon her lips, exuding an enchanting allure. At this moment, Lin Chen and Luozi had arrived at the Linglong Immortal Palace, which floated majestically in the heavens. Within the palace, countless terrifying auras stood erect, akin to ancient ferocious beasts lying in wait. Lin Chen's expression remained inscrutable, yet beneath his calm demeanor, there lurked the cold gaze of an ancient lion. This gathering marked the first convergence of Lin Chen with the continent's prodigies. Chapter 416, The Gathering of Prodigies, Part 2. Today is not the grand birthday celebration of the Ta Qing Island Master. However, the emergence of the Linglong Immortal Palace heralds the preliminary commencement of the festivities. Upon entering the vast plaza of the Linglong Immortal Palace, Lin Chen found himself enveloped by an exceptionally gentle and pure power coursing through his entire being. It seemed as if every pore of his being yearned to unfurl, bestowing an unparalleled sense of refreshment and invigorating his spirit. The lustrous, jade-like pavement concealed an enigmatic power beneath its surface. However, Lin Chen's perception was insufficient to discern what lay hidden below. It was rumored that the Linglong Immortal Palace encompassed 10 gates, 3 halls, and 1 palace. "I surmise that the younger generation resides within the heavenly sacred gate," remarked Luozi. Lin Chen was taken aback, as this knowledge eluded even him. Luozi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen and casually replied, "Perhaps you have yet to receive your invitation." Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Nonetheless, under Luozi's guidance, Lin Chen found himself at the so-called heavenly sacred gate. This gate exuded an immense and formidable aura, imbued with a sense of righteous majesty. Emblems of renowned prodigies from the continent adorned its facade, each depicting a path to enlightenment. The collective presence of these prodigies emanated a sanctified essence, thus explaining the origin of the heavenly sacred gate. Upon entering, Lin Chen immediately sensed the presence of powerful beings within, their energies akin to dragons and tigers, exuding tremendous magical force. The number of prodigies present was no less than 40. Each individual displayed a unique expression and donned distinct attire, their magical fluctuations varying accordingly. The lowest among them possessed strength at the level of the Qi condensation realm. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings and found no familiar faces, only strangers. The youth present were not much older than himself, which left him secretly astonished. Indeed, the Holy Spirit continent was vast, teeming with numerous gifted individuals. As Luo Zi made her entrance, she instantly became the center of attention, her beauty captivating many. Lin Chen deliberately maintained his distance from this capricious woman to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. In the brief time they had entered, at least 5 or 6 suitors had approached Luo Zi, yet none dared to provoke her under the weight of her demeanor. Although few had encountered Luo Zi, her title as the Holy Maiden of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land made her a prominent figure among the prodigies. In the southern region of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, her reputation was formidable, rivaling even that of the illustrious Tian. This predicament left Lin Chen quite troubled. He had initially desired to remain inconspicuous. Yet the influence of Luo Zi had inevitably drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. Do you feel a sense of defeat upon seeing these individuals? Luo Zi's voice reached Lin Chen's ears, as if she had perceived his predicament. Not at all, Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. It's simply that your allure is irresistible. At least 80% of the males here have been captivated by you. Luo Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile graced her lips. Are you complimenting me? Lin Chen turned to face Luo Zi's impeccably exquisite features, a surge of frustration compelling him to wish he could strike her, though he refrained from doing so. My dear brother, are you intentionally causing me trouble? At this moment, Xixi had already settled into a profound silence, her keen eyes unwaveringly fixated on Luo Zi's bosom, barely an inch away. Although Lin Chen harbored a strong desire to knock him down with a single punch, he refrained from acting, knowing that Luo Zi had not uttered a word of complaint. Lin Chen surveyed the entire Tian Sheng sect, perpetually sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from this magnificent edifice. Despite the surrounding depictions of former prodigies achieving enlightenment, there undoubtedly lay profound meanings hidden from his perception. The elegance of their discourse and the exchange of gifts, which some could only aspire to throughout their lives, epitomized the essence of these gifted individuals. They represented a cohort standing at the zenith of youth on this continent. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a robust voice that rang out. Is that you, Brother Lin Chen? Lin Chen looked up to find Tian Ge, with his eyes slightly squinted and a rugged smile adorning his face, standing before him. Luo Zi elegantly turned her head away, her graceful movements directed towards the horizon. Avoiding any gaze towards Tian Ge, a slight stiffness crossed Tian Ge's countenance, though he masked it well. Saint Sun Tian Ge, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lin Chen responded with a smile, casting a brief glance over his shoulder, only to discover that Yu Hong, the Lord of the Moon Mansion, had just entered, accompanied by a young man exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Haha, Brother Lin Chen, please do not stand on ceremony. Just call me Tian Ge, he boomed, his demeanor brimming with an intimidating presence, as if he were a tempestuous beast. How do you know the saintess? Tian Ge queried, puzzled. It was evident that Luo Zi was unfamiliar with Lin Chen, so how could they be in each other's company? We met by chance. Lin Chen replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. However, I suppose I can now consider the saintess a friend. Luo Zi turned her gaze towards Tian Ge for a fleeting moment before reverting to her stoic expression and remarked, Lin Chen, it appears you are in trouble. Tian Ge's thick brows arched slightly, and a light chuckle resonated in the air. Isn't that Brother Lin Chen? Yu Hong approached, his eyes harboring a glint of murderous intent, though his face bore a courteous smile, exuding an air of elegance with every step. I have encountered Brother Yu Hong, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. The estrangement between him and Yu Hong was already common knowledge. Yet, Lin Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He had intended to maintain a low profile, but now he had unwittingly attracted considerable attention. After all, the moniker Killing Emperor Lin Chen resounded with remarkable notoriety. No sooner had Lin Chen's words fallen than a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. You are Lin Chen, a chilling voice intoned, devoid of any emotion, radiating an icy intent to kill. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he beheld the cold youth, whose unrestrained malevolence was unmistakable, his raven hair billowing like a tempest, and his ink-black eyes seemingly hosting a dark sovereign. The sudden eruption of this murderous intent descended like a heavy bombshell amidst the prodigies of the Tianxing sect. Oh, It appears that the Demon King Baizong has unleashed a murderous intent. Are you not aware that the Demon King Baizong has come to the Ta Qing sect, reportedly to confront the Slaughter Emperor Lin Chen? Baizong's cultivation is exceedingly formidable. I fear that the so-called Slaughter Emperor Lin Chen may be in grave peril. You must know of Baizong's illustrious reputation in the southern regions, rivaling that of the holy sons and daughters of the forbidden land of ancients. Lin Chen is likely to face dire consequences. His cultivation is but a mere Qi realm, and he is bound to be severely tormented by the Demon King. In an instant, a chorus of ridicule and judgments began to resonate. The battles among the prodigies are indeed few, as each individual's growth potential is vast. With the Demon King Baizong exuding his murderous intent and challenging Lin Chen, it is akin to dropping a bombshell among them. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fixating on Yu Hong and Baizong, the ferocity within him deepening. He found himself thrust into the eye of the storm. Chapter 417. The Domains of the Seven Great Underworld Kings. Yu Hong had long held a grudge against Lin Chen for extorting 10 million spirit pills from him. His apparent favor towards Baizong was a means to eliminate Lin Chen. Although the Demon King Baizong understood Yu Hong's ulterior motives, his inherently proud nature led him to seek trouble with Lin Chen regardless, indifferent to the consequences. At this moment, Lin Chen was indeed pushed to the forefront of the turmoil. The assembled prodigies had all heard of the Slaughter Emperor's reputation and quickly recalled his persona, not hesitating to interject with jibes. However, Lin Chen paid no heed to their derisive remarks. His narrowed eyes remained fixed on the Demon King Baizong, his expression unruffled. You are the Demon King Baizong, are you not? Have I wronged you in any way? Not at all, Baizong replied coldly. Lin Chen maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Then have I obstructed you? Not in the least. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. So why do you seek to strike at me? Simply because I desire battle. Baizong stated expressionlessly. You have no choice but to engage. From his entire being emanated a resonant sound, akin to the beating of a great drum. As a subtle aura of the underworld king enveloped Baizong. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a sovereign commanding a terrifying army, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Tiangu furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated Baizong's prideful demeanor to manifest so directly against Lin Chen. Lin Chen possessed immense potential for advancement, and Tiangu had initially sought to cultivate a rapport with him. However, upon noticing the ferocity lurking in Lin Chen's gaze directed at the impassive Luo Zi beside him, he ultimately lapsed into silence and discreetly withdrew. No one spoke up to defend Lin Chen. Each of the heavenly prodigies regarded the unfolding drama as mere entertainment, watching Lin Chen with keen interest. Faced with the formidable challenge posed by the Demon King Baizong, this emerging talent was poised to reveal his true mettle. Lin Chen, with a light chuckle, sensed the relentless pressure of the Demon King's aura bearing down upon him. His expression remained unperturbed. Indeed, among the 6,000 demonic scriptures, those ranked within the top 10 were nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Chen felt the stirring within his own heavenly evil Yanluo scripture, as if it had long awaited such a worthy adversary, eager to establish dominance through a contest of strength. It appeared that the heavenly evil Yanluo scripture within Lin Chen and the Hell Demon King scripture of Baizong were destined to be eternal rivals. Lin Chen, what are you hesitating for? Baizong proclaimed, striding forward with an imposing presence, his hair billowing. Our two great demonic scriptures were always meant to determine superiority. Do you intend to stand down without a fight? The intensity of the Demon King's malevolence surged, his aura thickening with palpable menace. Between his brows, an inferno of fury seemed to blaze. When the Demon King raged, countless lives would be extinguished. Lin Chen immediately felt an overwhelming pressure as if a Demon King were lurking in the shadows, eyeing his very existence. The killing intent radiating from Baizong was genuine, a manifestation of the Demon King's wrath. The surrounding prodigies, their gazes flickering, were riveted by this confrontation. The mortal enmity between these two titans promised boundless benefits for those watching, with no discernible drawbacks. White Song, this is Linglong Immortal Palace, Luo Zi interjected, raising a finely arched brow. If you wish to engage, it cannot be here. Tiangu's eyes glimmered, as if he were slowly unraveling the cage that held a fierce lion. To Baizong's surprise, the enigmatic Luo Zi, traditionally known for her mysterious demeanor, stood firmly beside Lin Chen. Baizong disregarded Luo Zi entirely, his aura of wrath intensifying. He was convinced that by provoking Lin Chen with his demon king's fury, Lin Chen's heavenly evil Yanluo scripture would be unable to withstand the challenge. The heavenly evil Yanluo scripture and the hell demon king scripture were akin to fire and water. Their union bore terrifying might, yet their separation would spell disaster. Yu Hong offered Lin Chen a slight smile. Lin Chen, my junior brother, Baizong comes as a guest. Since he seeks to test the prowess of our Tai Qing sect disciples, you have no reason to decline. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, as if a cold arc had sliced through the air. At that moment, Tianji's voice boomed like thunder. Ha, Lin Chen. Why not engage Baizong in a spar? I am equally curious to see which scripture reigns supreme, the heavenly evil Yanluo scripture or the hell demon king scripture. A number of prodigious youths began to gather around, unable to contain their excitement. Killing Sovereign Lin Chen, you are an emerging star. We wish to witness whether the title Killing Sovereign holds any truth. Rumors claim you are formidable, capable of slaying foes beyond your level, leaving the Tongtian party and the execution hall powerless to intervene. Could it be that you are afraid? The inheritors of these two great demonic scriptures were destined to clash. Once, the demon emperor clashed with the former underworld emperor in a fierce battle. In such circumstances, the killing emperor must not falter, otherwise it would be a disgrace to the Tai Qing sect. These prodigious disciples are exceedingly astute, persistently provoking Lin Chen and Baizong to engage in battle. Lin Chen, who originally sought to maintain a low profile, found it utterly impossible to do so at this moment. Xixi, hands on her hips, regarded the numerous prodigies with disdain, her large eyes seemingly scolding them for their lack of vision. Lin Chen remained expressionless. Among the many prodigious sons within the Holy Gate, aside from Luo Zi, all others were covertly inciting discord. This holy maiden is indeed remarkable, Lin Chen mused, casting a glance at Luo Zi, only to find her beautiful gaze fixated on Xixi, leaving him momentarily stunned and deeply wounded, realizing it was due to this individual. Since that is the case, Lin Chen spoke slowly, and as he did, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. I shall accompany you for a move. Now that he found himself at the pinnacle of tension, Lin Chen resolved to be ostentatious. If he were to be low-key, he would do so with utmost fervor. If he were to be high-profile, he would do so with equal intensity. Tiangu and Yu Hong exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement as they erupted into laughter. Ha, brother Lin Chen indeed possesses remarkable courage, earning my utmost admiration as a holy son. Impressive. Lin Chen, you truly embody the brilliance of our Tai Qing sect. I hope you do not disappoint us, Baizong declared, his eyes igniting with fierce black flames, the flames of the underworld king. An aura of terrifying underworld intent surged forth from Baizong's form, instilling fear in many of the prodigious sons present. As the heir to the heavenly scourge Yan Luo Sutra, today I shall witness who truly reigns supreme, Baizong stated coldly, his hair billowing as he launched a powerful punch toward Lin Chen. The realms of the seven underworld kings unleashed their terrifying magical forces, and with one strike, it became an unparalleled lethal technique. Under this punch, the entire Holy Gate seemed to plunge into darkness. 7 towering, majestic, and noble figures suddenly materialized behind Baizong. The phantoms of the 7 underworld kings, exuding boundless pressure and might. As Baizong struck, the 7 majestic phantoms mirrored his action, their power surging forth like a roaring dragon, shattering mountains and rivers. Witnessing this scene, the faces of countless prodigious sons paled in horror. Heavens! It is indeed the realm of the 7 underworld kings. The might of this move is nearly that of supreme Taoist techniques. They gasped in disbelief. Terrifying. I never expected Baizong to have mastered the Hell Underworld King Sutra to such a level. The destructive power of this punch was enough to obliterate Lin Chen. Even those at the minor heavenly cycle could not withstand it. Indeed, he is the Demon King, a presence comparable to the holy sons and daughters of the forbidden lands of the ancients in the southern continent. It seems this killing emperor can advance no further. He shall forever remain in the shadow of the Hell Underworld King Sutra. This formidable killing move altered the very fabric of heaven and earth, its might unparalleled. In the moment when the White Song unleashed his devastating strike, Tiangu, Yu Hong, Luo Zi, and Xixi swiftly distanced themselves from Lin Chen. The heavenly sacred sect, one of the 10 esteemed sects of the Linglong Immortal Palace, could effortlessly withstand such an attack. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chen resembled a frail vessel amidst a tempest. precariously close to being shattered by the crashing waves. Even Lin Chen, confronted by the formidable might of the 7 underworld kings, felt his hair stand on end. The terrifying energy of the heavenly calamity Yanluo scripture surged through his being at an alarming pace. The ancient stone tablet within Lin Chen's consciousness resonated ominously, echoing the sounds of clashing weapons and war cries. A torrent of battle intent erupted from the heavenly calamity Yanluo scripture, eager for confrontation. In an instant, a vast aura of ghostly power began to surge uncontrollably from within him. Spectral figures coalesced around Lin Chen, as if he were donning an armor of spirits, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The overwhelming battle intent exploded forth from Lin Chen, akin to a legendary sword being drawn from its sheath. In the depths of White Song's dark, fiery eyes, a ferocious fighting spirit ignited, pressing relentlessly towards Lin Chen. "If you can withstand this blow, you may qualify to be my opponent," he proclaimed, his words dripping with boundless arrogance. White Song's expression remained cold and unyielding, as if the outcome was already sealed. He possessed sufficient strength and confidence that this punch could obliterate Lin Chen. Standing firm like a resilient pine, Lin Chen remained undaunted. The entire heavenly sacred sect reverberated with a surge of magical energy. The images of countless prodigies seemed to converge upon the two inheritors of the demonic scriptures in that moment. Would Lin Chen be able to withstand this attack? In the eyes of many gifted individuals, his demise was a foregone conclusion. Only Luo Zi watched with keen interest, pondering the true extent of the killer Lin Chen's abilities. At that moment, Lin Chen made his move, launching a powerful counterattack against the punch of the 7 underworld kings, a force akin to a torrential flood. Chapter 418, The Baptism of the 100 Sons. Under the gaze of many, Lin Chen unleashed his might in response to the overwhelming punch of the 7 underworld kings. The tremendous force erupted like thunder within the heavenly sacred sect, causing many to involuntarily change their expressions. In an instant, phantoms of demonic deities materialized before Lin Chen. A staggering 333 demon gods emerged, suppressing the ethereal images of the ancient pond, forming an incomprehensibly powerful formation. An overwhelming pressure emanated from these 333 demon gods, as if a legion of demonic beings had descended, their aura instilling trepidation. The terrifying might surged forth from the formation composed of the 333 demonic phantoms, sweeping forth with an unstoppable force, rivaling the punch of the 7 underworld kings. In the realm of the heavenly and earthly demonic gods, White Song's brow furrowed, his expression growing increasingly frigid, resembling a gleaming blade. He discerned at a glance that Lin Chen's move was, in fact, an unparalleled technique derived from the heavenly death Yanluo Sutra. It existed on the same exalted level as his 7 great underworld kings' domains, yet also stood in opposition to them. The astonishing number of 333 divine manifestations compelled even Bai Song, with his prideful disposition, to concede that Lin Chen's comprehension was extraordinarily formidable. The 2 waves of terrifying energy surged throughout the entirety of the heavenly sacred gate, with the tumultuous forces possessing the capacity to obliterate many powerful beings. The 333 phantoms of demonic gods clashed directly with the 7 great underworld kings, resulting in a confrontation of equal might, leading to mutual annihilation. The immense energy erupted, forcing both Lin Chen and Bai Song to retreat a few steps simultaneously. The energy from this grand collision of divine powers was entirely absorbed by the formidable and mysterious array within the heavenly sacred gate, leaving no trace of leakage. Lin Chen naturally believed that there were indeed powerful observers from the Linglong Immortal Palace scrutinizing his battle with Bai Song. Witnessing the 7 great underworld kings' domains being dismantled by Lin Chen, expressions of astonishment washed over the faces of these proud celestial beings. The domain of the 333 demonic gods, forming a lethal formation, revealed the true caliber of this slaughter emperor. It was no wonder Bai Song held him in such high regard, willing to engage in fierce conflict within the heavenly sacred gate. This young man was merely at the stage of chi condensation. Yet his profound magical strength and formidable prowess were already comparable to the holy sons and daughters of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land. It was unexpected that the Ta Qing sect had produced such an extraordinary prodigy. Evidently, this slaughter emperor would serve as a dark horse in the contest among the talented. How ludicrous! The river of divine powers unleashed can shatter him with ease. The celestial beings exchanged thoughts, observing the individual known as Lin Chen. The clash between Lin Chen and Baizong indeed astonished them, leading them to include Lin Chen in their mental lists of individuals to regard with caution. However, at present, no celestial prodigies approached Lin Chen to forge friendships, as they were all exceptionally astute. It was glaringly apparent that the trio of Yu Hong, Baizong, and Tian Ge held Lin Chen in disdain. The significance of these three individuals in their hearts far surpassed any potential camaraderie with Lin Chen. A glint of deeply concealed malice flickered in Yu Hang's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of amiable laughter, addressing Lin Chen, junior brother Lin Chen. You truly embody the essence of a celestial prodigy from our Ta Qing sect. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. However, continued effort is essential. Lin Chen clasped his hands in acknowledgement, nodding in recognition, even though he bore a grudge against Yu Hong. To openly turn against him within the Ta Qing sect would only tarnish their collective reputation, ultimately serving no benefit to Lin Chen. As for Yu Hong, he had already extorted a sum from him, planning to deal with him later. Haha, young friend Lin Chen, your physical form is indeed extraordinarily robust. I wonder if one day you might indulge me in a friendly contest. Tian Ge raised his thick brows, his eyes shimmering with combat spirit as he regarded Lin Chen. The very breath he exhaled possessing the power to shatter great stones. Saint Sun Tian Ge, you flatter me, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen shrugged lightly and remarked that the young man merely relied on luck, hardly a match for the Son of Heaven. Haha, Tian Ge laughed heartily, dismissing Lin Chen's words without further comment. As for Luo Zi, she cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen, her enchanting figure vanishing into the Tiansheng gate. That fellow Xixi also scampered after Luo Zi, disappearing into the same portal. Lin Chen harbored a strong sense of caution towards this somewhat enigmatic woman, despite her being an unparalleled beauty. However, with Xixi accompanying her, Lin Chen felt a sense of ease. Their bond was forged through a shared blood connection. Should any misfortune befall Xixi, it would be attributed to the countless lewd antics he had previously engaged in. Very well, Baizong strode forward. Exuding an aura akin to that of a demon king, his gaze perpetually cold and proud, resembling that of a hawk observing its prey. The inheritor of the heavenly death Yamasutra was indeed formidable. However, you are still far from sufficient. Lin Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Baizong was holding back his true strength, and Lin Chen undoubtedly had his own secrets. When it came to actual combat, even if Baizong was a being of the divine flow realm, Lin Chen harbored no fear. This exchange leaves us in a stalemate. Baizong observed Lin Chen's calm eyes and declared, to triumph over you, I must defeat you in front of countless disciples, forcing you to remain forever prostrate beneath the Yamasutra. His words were imbued with an undeniable arrogance. Yet this was the nature of the demon king Baizong, every syllable brimming with pride. Nonetheless, he possessed the merit to be so audacious. I await your challenge. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. His impression of Baizong was not unfavorable. Aside from his excessive pride, he bore no ulterior motives or devious traits. Forming a friendship seemed plausible. However, such camaraderie could only flourish after a decisive contest between them. Baizong refrained from further discourse, turning on his heel and striding away, radiating an aura that discouraged any approach. The other proud sons of heaven, eager to curry favor with Baizong, wisely refrained from engaging him. After all, Baizong was notorious for his aloofness and arrogance. Brother disciple, I must take my leave. Yu Hong cast a profound glance at Lin Chen before departing. Soon after, Tian Ge also exited, leaving Lin Chen alone amidst the remaining exceptional talents. Following Lin Chen's demonstration of prowess against Baizong, the other gifted individuals dared not provoke him. Lin Chen relished this, blending discreetly into the crowd and beginning to study the intricate diagram of the 100 Sons of Enlightenment at the Tiansheng Gate. This depiction, irrespective of Lin Chen's perspective, appeared exceedingly profound, as if it were more than mere imagery. The 100 Sons of Enlightenment converge into sanctity, Lin Chen murmured, and a flicker of genuine insight ignited within his eyes. No one noticed Lin Chen's subtle movements, nor did anyone pay particular attention to what he was currently engaged in. As Lin Chen focused on the true essence of the Tao within his gaze, he immediately perceived a vast and terrifying aura emanating from the intricate 100 Suns pattern. This formidable presence was imbued with righteousness, majesty, resilience, and various other noble intentions. In an instant, Lin Chen's heartstrings seemed to be gently stirred. A nebulous light, akin to ethereal mist, suddenly radiated from the 100 Suns pattern, enveloping Lin Chen in its embrace. A surge of immense sanctity erupted from him, akin to a tidal wave, causing the entire heavenly sacred gate to tremble slightly in response. This unexpected phenomenon caught the celestial prodigies off guard, even drawing the attention of the potent beings within the Linglong Immortal Palace, who were startled by the sudden transformation of the heavenly sacred gate. At this moment, Lin Chen's spirit underwent a profound baptism. The indomitable and resilient while embedded within the 100 Suns diagram flooded into Lin Chen's mind like an ocean. His consciousness was thoroughly infused with these profound insights. In that fleeting moment, enveloped in the hazy white light, Lin Chen felt as though he was being washed by an immensely mysterious force. His physical constitution was continuously fortified by this luminous essence. Moreover, in that instant, it seemed as though he grasped something intangible, leading to a subtle awakening within him. His piercing eyes began to shimmer with a resplendent brilliance, tinged with a faint white glow, exuding an aura of profound mystery that was even more intense than before. At this juncture, Lin Chen possessed absolute confidence in comprehending the intricate principles of the divine flow within the great cycle. His keen vision, propelled by this inexplicable insight, ascended into the realm of the great cycle, enabling him to perceive all that existed within it. The sudden transformation of the heavenly sacred gate, naturally, drew the attention of the more profound entities within the Linglong Immortal Palace. Several colossal thoughts interwove above the heavenly sacred gate, silently and imperceptibly, escaping the notice of all. Who is this individual that has managed to grasp the mysteries of the 100 Suns diagram? Even the holy sons and daughters of the ancestor demon Forbidden Land have not fathomed it. How could he? It is rumored that this individual is a monarch of great renown, closely observed by the esteemed Ta Qing Great Sage, known as the Slaughter Emperor. His reputation is currently immense. Could it be that Ta Qing Great Sage has taken note of this individual because he is capable of contending with the Execution Emperor for supremacy and seizing the Taiji 9 Void technique? I am unsure, but if he can unveil the truth within the 100 Suns diagram, it unmistakably signifies his exceptional talent. Each of the 10 great gates possesses its unique emblem, each endowed with boundless power, and to be able to touch them signifies the presence of a grand creator. It appears that this individual is among the 10, possessing the potential to comprehend the 3 realms. Following their exchange of these monumental thoughts, it seemed as though they received some mysterious communication, and they all fell silent. At the moment when the heavenly sacred gate underwent a transformation, shortly thereafter, various sects such as the Battle Path sect, the Judgment sect, the Unity sect, the Feng Shui sect, and the Demon Emperor sect all experienced remarkable changes prompted by their own prodigies. At this very moment within the heavenly sacred gate, the esteemed talents gazed enviously at Lin Chen, who was enveloped in a hazy white light. It was as if they sensed that Lin Chen had become an integral part of the heavenly sacred gate, capable of summoning its prohibitions to vanquish any intruders. What could possibly be happening? Lin Chen has somehow triggered the alteration of this intricate design, a detail I failed to discern earlier. Could it be that such peculiarities also exist within the other 9 sects? The resonance Lin Chen has invoked surely brings him immense benefits. I attempted to comprehend it myself, yet felt nothing. This is the diagram of the 100 Suns path to enlightenment. Lin Chen has earned the recognition of the 100 Suns, possessing immense willpower, profound wisdom, unyielding resilience, and exceptional fortune. This Emperor Slayer, Lin Chen, is truly on the verge of rising to greatness, unstoppable by any means. The view of Lin Chen shifted significantly among the gathered prodigies when he received acknowledgement from the diagram of the 100 Suns. They had come to the heavenly sacred gate with the intent to witness and see if they could gain the approval of the 100 Suns. The diagram symbolizes the path taken by 100 illustrious talents, encompassing countless strategies and wisdom. Essentially, to receive the acknowledgement of the 100 Suns foretells extraordinary achievements in the future. These prodigies, though filled with envy, found their admiration futile. Lin Chen's understanding of the diagram stemmed solely from his own fortuitous opportunity and insight. Amidst this revelation, Lin Chen's countenance remained serene, immersed in an overwhelming will. As time flowed alongside his comprehension, figures from the 10 major sects began to grasp elements of the diagram, radiating brilliance as they shared their insights amongst each other. Even among prodigies, there exists a disparity in talent, perception, and fortune. Meanwhile, the Ta Qing Immortal Island was shrouded in a magnificent five-colored auspicious cloud, exuding an aura of tranquility. Numerous innate disciples touched the barriers today, achieving breakthroughs and reaching their pinnacle. On the Holy Spirit continent, at least half of the prodigies converged at the Linglong Immortal Palace. Under the auspices of the Linglong Immortal Palace, each of the 10 major sects was represented by notable talents. The venue for the grand celebration was the Tianxiang Mansion, one of the 3 halls of the Linglong Immortal Palace. Influential families, esteemed individuals, and mighty beings flocked to the Tianxiang Mansion. The placement of these prodigies among the 10 major sects was merely the Linglong Immortal Palace's way of testing which 10 among them possessed the strongest talents, luck, perception, and power. On the following day, the grand birthday celebration of the Lord of Ta Qing Island commenced. Lin Chen, who had been absorbed in comprehension, suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a startling white radiance. The prodigies surrounding him, who had been observing intently, immediately changed their expressions in astonishment. As Lin Chen opened his eyes, it felt as though he was completely exposed, every layer of his being laid bare. This sensation instilled within him a profound sense of peril. With the eye of insight, Lin Chen revealed a subtle smile. He could now perceive the essence of several prodigious youths within the heavenly sacred gate. Even those who had attained the pinnacle of the divine flow realm were not beyond his gaze. The esteemed talents were struck with astonishment, a deep-seated wariness blossoming in their hearts. Had Lin Chen, amidst his comprehension, encountered an extraordinary fortune? With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen summoned forth a radiant brilliance from behind his head. A colossal image materialized, depicting the paths of enlightenment of 100 prodigies, their transformative experiences unfolding within this grand design. In an instant, Lin Chen's aura transformed. He exuded an air of sanctity, embodying wisdom, resilience, fortune, and divine prowess. The entire heavenly sacred gate was enveloped in this magnificent display, a surge of blinding light erupting from its entrance. A tremendous beam of holy light soared into the heavens, accompanied by a chorus of chants and praises that resonated throughout the space. The image of the 100 prodigies took shape across the firmament, leaving the disciples awestruck. Their spirits profoundly moved as if infused with the essence of the enlightenment of those illustrious figures. The sacred aura swept through the entire Ta Qing gate, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. This sudden occurrence even stirred the Blood Elder and Blood Li, who had been concealed within Lin Chen's being. How could such a sacred aura emerge? Blood Li exclaimed in disbelief. The Blood Elder, taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that one of the mere essence Qi realm could possess the essence of holiness, intertwined with a glimpse of the true Tao? Complemented by your astonishing comprehension? Truly a prodigy." Yet, Lin Chen remained unaware of what the sacred aura truly entailed. His invocation of the 100 prodigies image stemmed solely from a fragment of the Tao's true essence, combined with his extraordinary perceptiveness, allowing him to glean insights from the image. He had thoroughly absorbed the profound meanings and quintessence of the 100 prodigies, imprinting them into his mind. The Ta Qing gate was awakened. Countless masters of the arcane stirred by this spectacle. At the moment the divine lights surged skyward, a resonant and commanding voice echoed throughout the Ta Qing gate, proclaiming, "I am the great sage of transformation, and I shall preside over the island lord's grand celebration." All true disciples who received invitations from various factions were beckoned to the Tianxiang Mansion. Lin Chen, with his aura completely retracted, harbored a steadfast determination in his eyes. The 3 great mansions and the 10 major gates comprised the entirety of the Linglong Fairy Palace's structure. This grand celebration of the island lord was to be held within the Tianxiang Mansion. Suddenly, within the heavenly holy gate, the prodigious talents who had been grievously affected by Lin Chen began to react, their faces illuminated with joy. What followed was a genuine convergence of extraordinary individuals, the 420th chapter of the heavenly Xiang Mansion. The master of Ta Qing Island celebrated the commencement of his grand 3,000-year birthday. From a celestial vantage point, one would behold a colossal island adorned with magnificent palaces, from which emerged 10 formidable gates materializing from the mists. Each of these 10 gates emanated an aura of unparalleled strength and mystery. Their power was comparable to that of quasi-Dao artifacts. Even the bloodly within Lin Chen's sea of consciousness could not help but express admiration upon witnessing these 10 portals. Within each of these gates lay an independent space, harboring one prodigy after another. From behind the 10 gates, 3 grand mansions unfolded, appearing as if they were a city suspended in the heavens. The might of these lower-grade Dao artifacts spread across a myriad of miles of ocean, silencing all voices and subduing any audacity. This exemplified the terrifying power of lower-grade Dao artifacts. Following the mysterious voice of the great sage of transformation, prodigious sons and daughters of heaven emerged from the 10 gates, soaring towards one of the 3 grand mansions, the Tianxiang Mansion. The disciples of Ta Qing on the ground could only gaze in awe at this spectacle. Although they could not venture into the Linglong Celestial Palace, they were still beneficiaries of the Elder's grace, reaping substantial rewards. Observing the flying prodigies, Lin Chen felt a profound sense of reflection. Looking out, it appeared as a flowing river of extraordinary talents, numbering in the hundreds. Such a vast assembly showcased the multitude of formidable individuals and those blessed with fortuitous encounters in this world. Moreover, Lin Chen sensed from a jade slip received from Yun Lin that the number of prodigious sons and daughters was undoubtedly far greater than this. However, Lin Chen had yet to find an opportunity to engage with that group. Having comprehended the 100 Sons Dao diagram, Lin Chen garnered the attention of the prodigious talents of the Heavenly Holy Gate, and several approached him with friendly overtures. Lin Chen responded with polite smiles, but did not consider these talents as true friends. As numerous prodigies surged into the Tianxiang Mansion, Lin Chen retracted his aura and ascended. Yet, as Lin Chen took but a single step, he felt an immediate tension throughout his being, and 100 Sons Dao diagram manifested above his head. Suddenly, raindrops began to descend from above, each drop containing the ethereal image of a leaf, infused with immense energy. Thunderous explosions reverberated as the 100 Sons Dao diagram radiated in overwhelming will, shredding the leaf images within the raindrops. Lin Chen stood as if in an invincible realm, impervious to harm. With a gaze filled with lethal intent, he bellowed a single word, echoing like thunder. His vast consciousness spread rapidly like a wild vine, extending in all directions. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a faint yet palpable aura of impending danger, prompting him to invoke the diagram of 100 Sons to safeguard his body. Who dares to attempt his assassination? Hey, can't you show a little more excitement? A crisp and slightly mischievous voice reached Lin Chen's ears, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that enveloped him. Lin Chen's expression momentarily froze, and the diagram of 100 Sons automatically dissipated. Turning to look back, he found himself rooted to the spot. Before him approached a tall and stunningly beautiful woman, gliding gracefully in a form-fitting purple robe that accentuated her exquisitely alluring figure. Her flowing black hair danced in the wind, and her slightly pouting red lips, along with her delicate fair face and enchanting, doe-like eyes, radiated an irresistible charm. This woman exuded an enigmatic aura, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. You are Yun Qing, Lin Chen finally managed to articulate after a prolonged silence. The former lord of the Qing residence. The playful little girl who once assisted him against the Thunder King. But now, this little girl had matured, her entire being brimming with captivating allure. Hee. I didn't expect you to remember me. Yun Qing replied playfully, her face adorned with a bewitching smile. How could I possibly forget? Lin Chen chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he gazed at Yun Qing. I never imagined your progress would be so swift. The current Yun Qing emanated a profound aura, subtly hinting at the sharpness of her burgeoning strength, marking her as a half-step into the realm of formidable energy. Such rapid advancement could only be described as genius. Yet, I still cannot compare to you, Yun Qing remarked, her eyes glistening with joy despite a hint of wistfulness. The boy who once needed her protection had now begun to reveal his own brilliance. Lin Chen shrugged. His journey had been filled with extraordinary encounters, resulting in remarkable progress. We're off to Tianxiang Prefecture. There will be a grand contest among the prodigies. Lin Chen, you must secure first place. Yun Qing, with a playful smile, dashed to Lin Chen's side and naturally linked her arm with his. Instantly, Lin Chen felt his face flush. The softness radiating from her arm was undeniable. Yun Qing's figure had developed splendidly, her allure now almost overwhelming, particularly with the fullness she possessed. Could you perhaps refrain from being so intimate? Lin Chen stammered, trying to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him. Yunqing shot him a teasing glance, tightening her grip on his arm, amplifying the sensation. What is the matter? Are you still a virgin? Lin Chen, flustered, made a hasty retreat, while Yunqing's melodious laughter echoed, attracting the attention of several prodigies nearby. Beyond the 10 major sects lay the 3 great residences, shrouded in mystery and concealed within the heart of the Linglong Immortal Palace, enveloped in layers of mist that obscured their true nature. Among the 3 great mansions, only the Tianxiang Mansion has evolved into an immense entity, exuding an aura both terrifying and profound. Lin Chen and Yunqing revealed their identities to gain entry into this formidable mansion. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast expanse reminiscent of an ancient imperial palace, adorned with lavish decorations and adorned with the images of primordial celestial beasts. Numerous prodigies mingled within, toasting each other and engaging in spirited conversations. The atmosphere in Tianxiang Mansion was suffused with a serene quality, calming one's heart and dispelling all distracting thoughts upon entry. Within this grand mansion, representatives of various factions congregated, showcasing remarkable figures rarely seen outside the sacred spirit continent. At the innermost depths of Tianxiang Mansion, however, resided some formidable presences. Those with great powers were entertained by the esteemed figures from Ta Qing Island, including the previously mentioned Hucking Great Sage, a fearsome individual from Ta Qing Island. Yunqing and Lin Chen maintained their close rapport, which sparked jealousy among many talented individuals present, leaving Lin Chen feeling somewhat helpless. He had attempted to address this with Yunqing, but to no avail. For instance, when Yunqing had just reproached Lin Chen, he felt no sense of loss, prompting her to question, "What have you lost?" Thus, Lin Chen, recognizing the futility, chose to remain silent and let her express herself freely. "Brother Lin, I caught a glimpse earlier, but I did not see anyone from the Hunyuan Gate," Yunqing whispered into Lin Chen's ear. A fragrant breeze, due to their proximity, wafted into Lin Chen's nostrils, stirring a hint of distraction within him. However, upon hearing Yunqing's words, Lin Chen's expression immediately sharpened. He nodded, realizing that indeed, there were no members of the Hunyuan Gate present. It was well known that the Hunyuan Gate was the arch-nemesis of Ta Qing's sect. Would they not seek to cause chaos during the grand celebration of the Ta Qing Island Lord's 3000th birthday? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated throughout the Linglong Immortal Palace. The great sage of Hunyuan Gate, Qigong, leads the true disciples to congratulate the Ta Qing Island Lord on his 3000th birthday. As this authoritative voice echoed, the entire Tianxiang Mansion fell into an immediate hush. The expressions of the powerful figures and prodigious talents shifted, revealing a hint of a different significance. The disruptors had arrived. Chapter 421, The Star-Slaying Holy Sun. The atmosphere within Tianxiang Mansion was imbued with tranquility, continuously exuding immense magical principles. Countless prodigies and influential figures filled the venue. Even Lin Chen could not recognize each individual, only recalling those he had previously encountered, such as the holy sons and daughters from the ancestral demon Forbidden Land and the demon king Baitsong. Furthermore, despite Lin Chen's cultivation at the peak of the Qi realm, he found himself among the least prominent figures in this gathering of talents. Yet, he notably did not spot any familiar faces from the Hunyuan Gate. The proclamation by the self-styled great sage Qigong instantly silenced the atmosphere within Tianxiang Mansion. Although they maintained a facade of composure, behind the scenes, they were secretly reveling in delight. The escalating conflict between the Hunyuan sect and the Ta Qing sect only serves to benefit them immensely. However, within the Ta Qing sect, some prodigious individuals have quietly prepared themselves, ever ready to confront any provocations from their rivals. The sage of withering and flourishing, my sister informed me, is indeed a remarkable figure from the Hunyuan sect. Yunqing whispered to Lin Chen. He stands on par with the sage of transformation. Lin Chen nodded, understanding that those addressed as sages possess extraordinary strength and vast abilities. This visit from the Hunyuan sect was undoubtedly not one of congratulations, but rather a challenge. Soon after, a voice imbued with a serene authority resonated from deep within the Tianxiang Manor, announcing the arrival of the sage of withering and flourishing, and lamenting the Ta Qing sect's failure to extend a proper welcome, expressing a desire for the sage to engage in discourse within the depths of Tianxiang Manor. A hearty laugh echoed shortly thereafter, embodying an essence of both deathly stillness and vibrant vitality. Many prodigies present were affected by this laughter, their spirits swaying. Even Lin Chen felt a tightening in his chest, prompting him to subtly activate the Tian Sha Yen Luo Sutra to dispel the strange sensation. At that moment, a figure clad in an oddly tattered yet ornate robe approached from outside Tianxiang Manor. With just 3 strides, he vanished into the depths of the manor. Accessing this inner sanctum required substantial power, lest one be obstructed by its myriad prohibitions. Yet, the Sage of Withering and Flourishing disregarded these barriers, stepping directly into the heart of Tianxiang Manor. As soon as his figure disappeared, many present breathed a sigh of relief. The immense pressure he exuded felt akin to a great stone pressing upon their hearts. Following his departure, several prodigies from powerful factions began to converse quietly among themselves. "I didn't expect the Sage of Withering and Flourishing to be the one who came," one remarked. "It is said that he and the Sage of Transformation are bitter rivals. I wonder what sparks might ignite in the depths of Tianxiang Manor." Another chimed in, "With the Ta Qing Island Lord's grand celebration approaching, does the Sage of Withering and Flourishing not fear being ensnared in this exquisite celestial palace?" Lin Chen listened intently to these discussions, maintaining a calm demeanor while his gaze remained fixed on the entrance of Tianxiang Manor. With the arrival of such an elder figure, it was only natural that younger talents would follow. Yinqing, following Lin Chen's gaze towards the entrance, suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. "Is there something amusing?" "Hee, I'm laughing at you," Yinqing replied playfully, making a silly face. "Your expression just now was as if you were waiting for an old flame." Lin Chen's eyes twitched, and he quickly retorted, "Yinqing, what are you talking about? I have no such old flame. Don't try to deceive me," Yinqing teased. "I know everything." Lin Chen's expression darkened. "What could you possibly know? I am completely innocent." Yinqing rolled her eyes disdainfully at Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Are you even a man? A true man should be forthright and honest. Sister Yin Luo has informed me of your deep and ambiguous relationship with that second disciple from the Misty Heaven sect." Lin Chen felt utterly defeated. As he glanced towards the entrance, he pondered whether the Rain Emperor would arrive. If the Rain Emperor were to come, it would indeed place them in opposition. However, this revelation from Yin Luo stirred a sense of resentment in Lin Chen, who was taken aback that she had divulged such matters. "All right then, brother Lin Chen, do not be too hard on Sister Yin Luo," Yinqing said, batting her large, innocent eyes. "I merely heard some rumors from the outside world and was just speculating. Seeing your expression, it seems there is some truth to it." Lin Chen nearly fainted, his face darkening to the hue of charcoal. Observing his reaction, Yunqing burst into a fit of laughter, her melodious giggles accentuating her enchanting figure. At that moment, Lin Chen's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the Tianxiang mansion. A large group of people emerged from the gates. At the forefront was a young man adorned in a starry robe, wearing a dragon crown, and stepping with an enigmatic grace, exuding an aura of celestial energy. Surrounding him were several figures of the divine law realm, each displaying an array of expressions, all gravitating towards the young man, akin to stars encircling the moon. These divine law figures bore identical faces, their expressions devoid of anything but reverence, emanating a subtle celestial power. Upon entering, the young man's gaze swept over the assembly, a haughty smile gracing his lips. An invisible air of authority radiated from him, as if a sovereign had descended upon this place. The talented individuals present altered their expressions, some looking quite disconcerted. Even the mansion lord of the moon, Yu Hong, could not help but furrow his brow slightly and turn to speak to the unassuming young man beside him. "To think everyone has arrived so early," the young man remarked nonchalantly. "I wonder if the battle of the prodigies has commenced." I, Xixi, claimed the top position. His tone was imbued with arrogance. Yet none dared to refute him. The assembly of talented youths fell silent, clearly reluctant to provoke this young man. "Haha, Saint Sun Xixi. How long has it been since we last met?" A resounding and hearty laughter broke the tension as Tian Gu approached the young man, exuding an aura as fierce as a dragon or tiger. "I did not expect your cultivation to have surged once again." The identity of Tian Gu was well known among the talented individuals present, and none dared to underestimate his prowess or status. Even the exceedingly arrogant Star Killer Saint Child dared not underestimate the situation, his previous hubris slightly tempered as he realized it was the heavenly Goose Saint Child before him. Your prowess has also progressed remarkably, he remarked. Oh, indeed, replied the heavenly goose saint child with a subtle smile, a glint of ferocity flickering briefly in his eyes. Unnoticed by others, the mere act of greeting this individual instilled a sense of reverence among those unaware of the context. After all, someone who could garner the attention of a prominent figure from the ancestral demon's forbidden domain must possess an extraordinary background and talent. Soon, several other prodigious youths approached the young man to offer their greetings. These individuals, all of notable repute, further elevated the young man's standing. Heavenly goose saint child, I've heard you arrived at the Ta Qing Gate a few days ago. Are you acquainted with the slaughter Emperor Lin Chen? Inquired the haughty star killer. You pose an astute question, Heavenly Gu replied with a smile, casting a glance towards Lin Chen in the corner, his eyes narrowing slightly. I happen to possess some intelligence that I believe would pique the interest of the star killer saint child. Oh, the origins of this star killer are indeed intriguing, Yun Qing remarked to Lin Chen. The 12 companions surrounding him are all puppets forged from the stars, each a lower-grade imperial artifact. Together, they possess the strength to rival a typical deity at the small Zhoutian level. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing the formidable power of those 12 individuals was far from ordinary. Moreover, this man was the true disciple of the revered Ku Rongdesheng, second only to the reigning sovereign of the Hunyuan Gate. The specifics of his background elude me, Yun Qing continued, but it is said that the star killer is exceedingly arrogant, seeking to outshine even the proud reigning sovereign. At this revelation, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, as he felt an almost imperceptible yet lethal aura of malice enveloping him. Trouble is brewing, he mused. Chapter 422, Depart. The star killer saint child is a legendary figure within the Hunyuan Gate. While not one of the few individuals Lin Chen was advised to remember, he nonetheless falls within the realm of those to be wary of. As the third true disciple of the Hunyuan Gate, beneath the reigning sovereign and the flowing heaven, he is the foremost disciple of the Ku Rongdesheng, surrounded by various accolades. It is rumored that there exists a hidden secret regarding the ranking between him and the reigning sovereign. The star killer, also at the great Zhoutian level of divine flow, stands on par with the reigning sovereign. In terms of both background and strength, he occupies an upper echelon, a prodigy not to be crossed. Yet, even Lin Chen found himself smiling wryly as he sensed a fierce and chaotic intent directed towards him, feeling quite helpless. Since the Blood Abyss incident, tales of Lin Chen had spread across the Holy Spirit continent. Rumors suggested he was the beloved of the reigning sovereign, that he had acquired a quasi-Dao artifact, or that he was the offspring of a significant figure capable of contending with the Tongtian party and the execution hall. Others claimed Lin Chen was a madman, slaying anyone he found displeasing. As fate would have it, he found himself at odds with the Celestial Gang and the Court of Justice, merely surviving by a stroke of luck. Legends abound, sufficient to incite the star-slaying Holy Sun's animosity towards Lin Chen. You are indeed one of the prodigious figures of the Ta Qing sect, known as the Emperor of Death. Lin Chen, the star-slaying Holy Sun, moved with a celestial grace, his presence accompanied by flickering starlight and a dozen star puppets, exuding an aura of overwhelming pressure. It was as if the celestial prince had descended, compelling many star envoys to worship in reverence. Yun Qing stood beside Lin Chen, entwining her arm with his, radiating an air of intimacy, unperturbed by the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the star-slaying Holy Sun. Tall, cool, exquisite, and strikingly beautiful, she remained unfazed. The star-slaying Holy Sun cast a fleeting glance at Yun Qing, a momentary flash of astonishment gracing his starry eyes, quickly followed by an inscrutable hint of jealousy. Heroes cherish their realms, yet they cherish beauty even more. Lin Chen, it seemed, was never devoid of enchanting companions, particularly those of formidable prowess, great fortune, and illustrious backgrounds. Moreover, from his gathered intelligence, it appeared that at the heavenly holy gate, he was entangled with the saintess of the forbidden land of ancients. It was no wonder that Tianji's tone harbored a trace of malice towards Lin Chen. Such a man indeed aroused envy and murderous intent, the star-slaying Holy Sun mused. He was clearly not a fool, yet when it came to rivals in love, he was unyielding and decisive, embodying the demeanor of a conqueror. Star-slaying Holy Sun, I've long heard of your esteemed name, Lin Chen remarked with a smile, his demeanor calm amidst the brewing tension. He was well aware of the hostility directed at him by the star-slaying Holy Sun. It was likely that upon hearing rumors of his association with the reigning emperor, This fellow would be driven by a surge of bloodlust to confront him. Numerous gifted individuals had already gravitated towards Lin Chen's vicinity, drawn by his presence. Tiangu stood amidst the crowd, observing the unfolding scene with a tranquil gaze. Luo Zi had also arrived, maintaining a low profile among the throng of prodigies, refraining from conversation and wandering alone with a peculiar crimson beast. Yet, despite her attempts at subtlety, her breathtaking beauty rendered her efforts futile. Curiously, she watched as the star-slaying holy sun approached Lin Chen with evident hostility and murderous intent, intrigued to see his reaction. Xixi, blissfully unaware, laughed heartily at Lin Chen, almost as if mocking his character, as he seemed perpetually surrounded by oblivious adversaries. This man is truly peculiar, thought Luo Zi. Only someone like Lin Chen could be so unfortunate. The star-slaying holy sun raised an eyebrow, his eyes shimmering with countless sparkles, as if manifesting a celestial diagram. It is rumored that you, the Emperor of Death, have slain many of my fellow disciples from the celestial gang. As a true disciple of the mixed heaven sect, I cannot simply stand by, he declared. Even within the Linglong Immortal Palace today, I shall seek justice for my brethren. Under the gaze of such star-like eyes, Lin Chen felt as though he were adrift in a boundless void, surrounded by an expanse of stars. This ethereal, surreal sensation threatened to obscure his path, risking his very essence to become but a speck of dust. It was a technique that impacted one's consciousness, a gaze capable of overwhelming the mind. Lin Chen harbored a subtle smirk within, as a strand of profound truth circulated within his mind. The sensation swiftly dissipated into nothingness. He believed the words of the star-killer Saint Sun were misguided. With a faint smile, Lin Chen remarked, "It is evident that they initiated the assault against me, seeking my demise. Is it truly wrong for me to retaliate?" The starlight in Star-Killer's gaze began to fade, replaced by a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his celestial illusion would be unraveled so swiftly by his adversary, which did indeed evoke a sense of surprise in him. However, upon hearing Lin Chen's retort, he scoffed disdainfully. "What makes you think they sought to kill you? If the rumors I have heard are accurate, you were merely a minor existence in the Yinyang realm, or perhaps even lower." His words elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding onlookers, particularly those of the divine law realm, who expressed their amazement not only at Lin Chen's remarkable growth, but also at the audacity of the star-killer Saint Sun to confront Lin Chen within the exquisite confines of the Linglong Immortal Palace. This was not merely a provocation directed at Lin Chen. It also bore an implicit challenge to the authority of the entire Ta Qing sect. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, catching a glimpse of the celestial sun Tiangu vanishing into the crowd. He noticed Yu Hong observing him with a knowing expression, clearly relishing the unfolding events. This outcome was precisely what Yu Hong had hoped for, given his keen interest in Lin Chen's progress, especially after the latter garnered recognition from the 100 Suns path to enlightenment, a significant achievement indeed. Now, with Star-Killer seeking to exploit Lin Chen's vulnerabilities, Yu Hong was almost tempted to incite further discord. "This Lin Chen seems to draw attention wherever he goes," remarked a young man beside Yu Hong in hushed tones. Yu Hong nodded in agreement, a glimmer of respect in his eyes as he replied, "Such actions will only serve to forge more enemies. He will inevitably fall." A soft chuckle escaped the young man's lips, and he fell silent, his unremarkable gaze fixed upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen, observing the derisive demeanor of Star-Killer, exhaled slowly before articulating, "How can you prove they did not wish to kill me? Was it not the case that I possessed a significant treasure that drew their covetous eyes?" A look of displeasure crossed Star-Killer's face, for Lin Chen's words were a stinging rebuke. Though not thunderous, they held undeniable weight. As the tales of Lin Chen's rescue of that group of half-step divine law beings had long since become widespread. Meanwhile, the Punishment Hall and the Tongtian sect had, in the eyes of many, become synonymous with darkness, distortion, and malevolence. As Lin Chen surveyed the growing assembly of prodigious figures, a spark of excitement illuminated his features, as if he were invigorated by the unfolding drama. Moreover, within the confines of our Ta Qing sect, is it not inappropriate to speak of such matters? Are you not challenging the very authority of the Ta Qing sect? Today marks the grand celebration of our Ta Qing Island Lord's birthday. Even as the third true disciple of the Hunyuan sect, you ought to refrain from reckless behavior. Star-Killer's forehead twitched slightly, veins pulsing with agitation. To Lin Chen's surprise, He found himself the target of relentless accusations. After all, they were within the confines of the Ta Qing Gate, and such baseless charges cast upon him were bound to bring him misfortune. A radiant smile involuntarily graced Yun Qing's lips at this revelation. Who would have thought that the once naive boy had developed a touch of cunning? She rather enjoyed this mischievous side of Lin Chen. Observing Lin Chen animatedly conversing, Xixi demeanor turned icy, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. Faced with such an individual, Xixi found no merit in verbal exchange and instead resorted to intimidation. He stepped forward, fixing a cold gaze upon Lin Chen, and uttered words that rumbled like thunder. Do you wish to die? Then be quick and leave. Chapter 423. Dare to move, and you shall perish. These words detonated like a thunderclap among the gathered prodigies. Each one of them displayed expressions of astonishment and shock as they regarded the holy son Xixi. They could hardly fathom that a third true disciple of the Hunyuan Gate would openly provoke a true disciple of the Ta Qing Gate in such a manner. It was well known that they were on the territory of the Ta Qing Gate and within the confines of the Linglong Immortal Palace. Even those of the caliber of the revered Qurong sage would face inevitable doom. Could it be that this holy son Xixi had some form of backing or had received directives from higher authorities? A flurry of thoughts raced through the minds of the gathered prodigies, all steeped in profound confusion. Yet, the murderous intent etched on Xixi's face seemed genuine, leaving them to ponder the underlying motives. Was he merely acting out of impulsive fervor? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself. A nonchalant smile gracing his features as he met Xixi's gaze unwaveringly. Xixi, today marks the grand birthday celebration of our Ta Qing Island master. Are you truly intent on causing disruption on this auspicious day? All eyes among the prodigies shifted to Xixi. Among them, figures like the violent king and Yun Luo had also arrived. Initially, they contemplated intervening upon witnessing the scene, but at Lin Chen's discreet mental communication, they were compelled to restrain themselves. The violent king, brimming with suppressed rage, could hardly contain his desire to obliterate the holy son Xixi. On this momentous occasion of the Ta Qing Island master's birthday, I shall indeed extend my blessings and refrain from causing any disarray, Xixi replied, his voice laced with menace. I merely seek to purge the Ta Qing Gate of its impurities. Xixi harbored ulterior motives, despite his actions eliciting confusion among others. He had previously received instructions from the Qurong sage to temper the arrogance of his opponents. Lin Chen, being the prime candidate for this purpose, was perfectly suited for his intentions. Lin Chen's gaze subtly drifted toward the depths of the Ta Qing Gate, lost in contemplation. Given the circumstances he now faced, he presumed that the enigmatic figure, the cleansing sage, was undoubtedly aware of the unfolding situation. The silence from this mysterious presence implied a lack of explicit directives. The confrontation between the true disciples of the Hunyuan sect and the Ta Qing sect is not merely a trivial provocation. It encompasses far more profound implications. Thus, Lin Chen refrains from acting impulsively, choosing instead to await directives from the higher echelons. Xixi, do not cast aspersions, Lin Chen remarked coolly. Today is the birthday of the island master, and I wish to avoid unnecessary conflict with you. Haha. Xixi let out a derisive laugh, looking down upon Lin Chen with disdain. What if I were to slay you here? Surely, the Ta Qing sect would reward me and express gratitude for my deed. Such brazen arrogance and blatant provocation ignited thoughts of disbelief among the gathered prodigies. Xixi, the holy son, was evidently relentless in his pursuit, unwilling to let Lin Chen escape unscathed. At that moment, a voice resonated like thunder, proclaiming, Xixi, I wholeheartedly support your actions. The holy son of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, Tiangu, stepped forward, openly declaring his hostility towards Lin Chen. Surrounded by an aura of formidable energy, Tiangu's hair stood erect like steel needles, his physique exuding an overwhelming power. His gaze, seemingly mundane, occasionally flickered with a menacing light as he fixed his eyes upon Lin Chen. Tiangu's words sparked a commotion among the onlookers. Is that not the holy son of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land speaking? They murmured. Could there be a grudge between him and Lin Chen? After all, one of Lin Chen's brothers is rumored to possess the bloodline of the ferocious demon. Perhaps this animosity stems from the holy maiden of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land. Another voice suggested. It is said that Lin Chen shares a certain intimacy with her, which would explain Tianji's intervention. These speculations fueled further discussions, causing Tianji's brow to furrow, intensifying the malice radiating from him. His support for Xingxia was likely influenced by the holy maiden's presence. A smug smile crept onto Xingxia's face, and he regarded Lin Chen with even greater contempt. Now that even Holy Son Tiange has spoken, it is clear that you, Lin Chen, are in serious trouble. Should I act on behalf of the Ta Qing sect to punish you? As these words left Xingxia's lips, the gazes of numerous prodigies converged on Lin Chen, eager to witness his reaction. With two formidable holy sons opposing him, Lin Chen's situation was undoubtedly precarious. Furthermore, as a mere practitioner of the Qi realm, how could he withstand the might of these two paragons of the divine flow realm? Tiange, are you certain that everything you say is correct? Lin Chen's expression darkened as he addressed Tiange. Initially, he had held a favorable impression of the holy son of the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, but that perception had now diminished considerably. Even Bai Tsong, who clearly observed Lin Chen's predicament, refrained from intervening, choosing instead to maintain an air of aloofness as he observed the unfolding drama. He neither engaged nor offered assistance. Embodying the essence of pride, unwaveringly principled, and never one to strike when another is down. Meanwhile, Yu Hong hovered nearby, eager to seize the opportunity to deliver a blow. Yet considering the significance of the island master's birthday, he too opted to remain a mere spectator, watching the scene unfold with a sardonic smile. I have always been a person who distinguishes clearly between public and private matters, Tiange remarked lightly, with the words of the star killer Holy Son. Along with the intelligence in my possession, I can essentially confirm that you are indeed such a person, steeped in sin. The star killer Holy Son, filled with disdain, responded. I never expected that a prestigious sect like the Ta Qing Gate would produce a character like you. As a true disciple of the Hun Tian Gate, I am filled with concern. Today, I shall assist the Ta Qing Gate by exposing your vile visage. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the star killer. As his words fell, a tremendous aura erupted from him, immediately manifesting a vast starlight that illuminated the surroundings and subdued all beneath it. The elite youths, caught in the sudden surge of the star killer's might, felt a slight suffocation. His strength was indeed formidable. No wonder he was a successor of the great sage of decay and prosperity. Lin Chen's expression turned frigid. Meanwhile, in the deeper recesses of the Linglong Immortal Palace, two colossal consciousnesses intertwined, brimming with mutual animosity and intent to kill. Ha, my disciple is quite remarkable, isn't he? What do you think, great sage of transformation? Came a solemn consciousness. I find it rather mediocre. Humph, do not play coy with me. The great sage of decay and prosperity retorted. Do you wish to engage in a battle now to determine a victor? The great sage of decay and prosperity and the great sage of transformation had been arch rivals for many years, each eager to eliminate the other. Today is the birthday of the Ta Qing Gate's island master. Do you dare to create chaos? The great sage of transformation inquired. Why not observe the outcome between the two of them? Ha, of course, my disciple will emerge victorious, the great sage of decay and prosperity declared with immense confidence. Since you are so confident, why not wager? The voice of the great sage of transformation remained calm, seeming to possess ample faith in Lin Chen. Very well. I shall not back down. What shall we wager? A supreme imperial artifact as the stake. That is naturally acceptable. If the star killer can kill Lin Chen, I will concede without pursuit. Agreed. The bet between the two formidable beings was formed, unbeknownst to the outside world. However, the star killer Holy Son's sudden eruption of power stirred the emotions of those elite youths. Ha. The star killer Holy Son is indeed going to strike down Lin Chen. He is undoubtedly doomed, unless the higher-ups of the Ta Qing Gate intervene. How could he possibly contend with the star killer? I concur. It seems yet another prodigious figure is destined to be trampled underfoot. Lin Chen is unfortunate to have provoked this troublesome star killer Holy Son. Sighs of regret and disdain echoed from all sides, like a barrage of swords aimed at Lin Chen. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained unperturbed. At that moment, Tiange looked down upon Lin Chen, his gaze indifferent, as though observing a corpse. If the star killer Holy Son truly made a move without any obstruction, Lin Chen was undoubtedly destined for death. Even Star Killer could not suppress a burst of laughter, striding forward, and instantly conjured a star resembling a tempest of murderous intent. Lin Chen, since the higher-ups of the Tai Qing sect remain inactive, Today I shall utterly eradicate you, the embodiment of sin. As Starkiller's words echoed, the menacing star behind him surged forward, poised to strike Lin Chen. This conjured star, brimming with boundless power, unleashed a thundering sound akin to a raging tempest. The surrounding prodigies displayed expressions of astonishment, for they had not anticipated that the saint son of Starkiller would unleash such a devastating move. Lin Chen felt the tension coursing through his body. This attack radiated a palpable sense of danger, igniting a murderous resolve within him. He was taken aback that this saint son truly dared to attempt to kill him. Die, die, Moonhung shouted internally, inexplicably wishing for Lin Chen's demise ever since he had been outsmarted by him. This sensation was unprecedented for him. His instincts warned him that Lin Chen would become a formidable adversary, thus fueling his desire for Lin Chen's death, preferably a most miserable one. However, just as Lin Chen was about to retaliate and the star was on the verge of striking, a chilling voice suddenly resonated. If you dare to move against him, you shall perish. A woman entered the Tianxiang mansion, exuding an ethereal beauty that rendered the world around her colorless. Even Luo Zi could not help but pause in astonishment. Chapter 424. Two Women. How to describe this woman. Proud, solitary, and stunningly beautiful like an icy mountain. Her expression remained impassive, her presence perpetually radiating an air of haughty coldness, as if she were a shard of ice, utterly frigid. Yet, such a woman evoked profound awe in the eyes of all those present. She could undoubtedly be deemed a celestial being. Although Luo Zi and Yunqing were not lacking in beauty, the aura emanating from the Rain's sovereign, a chilling essence from deep within, captivated men with a sense of conquest. Everyone instinctively yearned to tear away the white, form-fitting silk that adorned her, longing to possess her beneath their own bodies. Of course, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Few of the esteemed prodigies dared to infringe upon her presence. The moment she spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Starkiller's expression momentarily faltered before darkening with anger. Autumn Rain's words were a blatant slap to his face, a resounding rebuke. The murderous star behind him came to an abrupt halt, as if compelled by an instinctive response. This incited a surge of fury within Starkiller. He could not believe that a single utterance from the Rain Sovereign had caused him to refrain from his attack. Should he not strike? Or should he? He firmly believed that the Rain Sovereign would follow through on her threat. Yet, to be subdued by a woman in front of so many witnesses would be profoundly humiliating. Tiangu also smirked, surprised that a Rain Sovereign had emerged unexpectedly. The identity of the Rain Sovereign is one that is clearly understood. She is not a being to be trifled with lightly. Unexpectedly, Xixi has caused trouble for Lin Chen because of this woman, only to be forcefully deterred by her. In summary, the face of the holy son of Xixi has been utterly disgraced. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders, his tense body coming to a halt. He had not anticipated that the Rain Sovereign would emerge at this critical moment. However, Lin Chen harbored no fear towards Xixi. Even though the latter was 2 levels above him, Lin Chen remained confident in his ability to protect himself. Yet now that the Rain Sovereign had appeared, he surmised that a confrontation would be unlikely. Amidst numerous gazes, the Rain Sovereign maintained an expressionless demeanor, her eyes unwavering as she approached Lin Chen. In her wake, the prodigies instinctively parted to grant her passage, none daring to obstruct her. The aura of a woman could indeed be so formidable. Under the piercing stares, Xixi struggled to suppress his urge to attack, directing a somber gaze towards the Rain Sovereign as he ominously inquired, "Do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" "I do," Qiu Yuning replied, her expression neutral. Xixi reiterated, his tone laced with indignation. "You must be aware that many true disciples of our Hunyuan sect have been slain. Do you intend to harbor a criminal?" "No," Qiu Yuning shook her head, her voice cold. "They pursued him." The holy son of Xixi nearly spat blood in fury. Although Qiu Yuning's statement was indisputably accurate, it was still on the sacred grounds of Ta Qing Immortal Island. Furthermore, he had just uttered those words. Now, the Rain Sovereign's rebuttal felt akin to a slap to his face. With her words, many prodigies began to come to their senses, engaging in hushed discussions. Is what the Rain Sovereign claims true? I believe it is. Xixi is merely concocting excuses to target Lin Chen. After all, the Rain Sovereign never speaks falsehoods. Indeed, this Rain Sovereign is impressive, showing no regard for Xixi's dignity. Nonsense. Are you not aware of the connection between the Rain Sovereign and Lin Chen? This is undoubtedly favoritism. Regardless of the outcome, these murmurs were akin to a series of slaps on Xixi face, ringing out with resounding clarity. Even Lin Chen's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated that with the Rain Sovereign's appearance, the holy son of Xixi would endure multiple humiliations. Xixi's gaze darkened, his fingertips trembling slightly, as though about to unleash an unparalleled killing technique. I do not know who has ensnared you. He glared at the Rain Sovereign. But are you certain you wish to protect him, to shield our adversary from Hunyuan's sect? Indeed. Despite Xixi's feelings for the Rain Sovereign, in this circumstance, the murderous intent within his mind held significant sway. Precisely, Qiu Yuning nodded knowingly. Extending her delicate finger, a droplet of rain coiling around its tip. Her beautiful eyes fixed coldly on Xixi as she declared, if you dare to move, you shall perish. Xixi's complexion shifted, his stern visage flushing crimson, his chest rising and falling with mounting agitation. A terrifying power gradually emanated from his being. Yet Yu Huang remained expressionless, utterly unconcerned. As he observed the droplets of rain springing from Yu Huang's fingertips, his pupils constricted sharply. And a sensation akin to being stabbed with a knife surged within him, igniting a profound anger. This was because Yu Huang was willing to kill for the sake of a man. Such devotion towards another man only intensified Xixi's murderous intent towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen could not help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head. He was acutely aware of the escalating malice directed at him by Xixi. However, he felt no fear. Rather, he was struck by a sense of reflection. The assertive Yu Huang seemed to possess a certain charm. The words "are you certain?" seemed to be forced out from between Xixi's clenched teeth. The malice radiating from him was enough to silence the proud sons of heaven around him. No one dared to confront the current Xixi, as he was utterly consumed by fury and murderous intent. Under his watchful gaze, Yu Huang approached within 5 meters, nodding in affirmation. The moment the words left her lips, a wave of murderous intent surged forth from Xixi's body. The small star behind him began to evolve once more, condensing an infinite amount of vital energy, resembling a balloon of vitality. In an instant, thunderous sounds erupted. Xixi face, twisted with rage and murderous intent, suddenly unleashed a strike, propelling the star towards Lin Chen with great speed. Enough is enough. It is time to kill. This was the complete embodiment of Xixi's current state. He had resolved to no longer endure. Eliminating Lin Chen was now of utmost importance. Just as Xixi made his move, an icy wave of murderous intent surged forth unexpectedly. Yu Huang erupted with her own killing intent, directly enveloping Xixi as she raised her hand, seemingly warning him that should he dare to act, she would take his life. Feeling the shift in Yu Huang's demeanor, Xixi's expression contorted slightly, his murderous intent towards Lin Chen swelling to an infinite degree. Consumed by jealousy, Xixi's mind was now ablaze with a reckless desire to eliminate Lin Chen. Die! He roared, launching the star with overwhelming force. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Hold on. A figure flashed before Lin Chen, delivering a powerful punch that instantly generated a whirlwind. This whirlwind ensnared the star, abruptly halting its advance. Lin Chen was taken aback. Xixi was stunned. Everyone was momentarily frozen. The one who had intervened was not Yu Huang, but rather Tiange, the saint of the forbidden land of ancients. Tiange's muscular frame, though a mid-grade imperial artifact, unleashed a punch that stirred a terrifying airflow, as if it could tear the very air asunder. In the next moment, Xixi's expression darkened with fury, his gaze fixed intently on Tiange. What do you mean? Are you now also inclined to assist Lin Chen? The series of events instigated by Yu Huang had undeniably incited Xixi's murderous intent, driving him to seek Lin Chen's demise at any cost. Consequences he did not even wish to contemplate. Lin Chen was equally perplexed. Yet an instinctual sense warned him that Tiange's intervention would undoubtedly lead to misfortune. The Star Killer Saint, since the Rain Emperor refused to permit your attempt on his life, must possess his own reasons. Tiange remarked coolly. Do you truly wish to oppose the Rain Emperor entirely for Lin Chen? This statement from Tiange jolted the Star Killer awake. Indeed, should he proceed to eliminate Lin Chen, the Rain Emperor's earlier words would surely come to bear. Would he not then be at odds with her, jeopardizing any chance of winning her favor? However, the Star Killer, still simmering with indignation, coldly inquired. Then, Do you expect me to spare him? Certainly not. Tianji's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to face Lin Chen, malevolence evident. Since Lin Chen is burdened with such grave sins, I shall take it upon myself to administer punishment on his behalf. I trust the Star Killer would find this agreeable? The implication of Tianji's words was clear. He intended to act against Lin Chen in place of the Star Killer. Upon hearing this, many of the distinguished youths displayed expressions of shock. Even the Star Killer was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly grasp Tianji's intent, breaking into a hearty laugh. Well, the saint truly possesses a generous spirit. I shall remember this favor. The Star Killer's words were heartfelt. Tianji's actions were undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, providing him significant assistance. I wonder, Tiangu mused, tilting his head slightly. The Rain Emperor will not interfere with matters concerning my ancestral forbidden grounds, will she? Is it her intention to substitute for the mixed heaven sect in protecting Lin Chen? The Rain Emperor remained expressionless, refraining from comment. By stating this, Tiangu clearly sought to preclude her involvement, effectively sealing Lin Chen's escape routes. My apologies, Lin Chen, Tiangu turned, offering a respectful gesture. His short hair, standing on end like steel needles. Lin Chen's expression narrowed slightly. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, he remained silent, resembling a brooding lion. Both Tiangu and the Star Killer were openly provoking him, yet Lin Chen's indifference only served to invite further disdain from the elite onlookers. Was he to endure such humiliation without retaliating? The Killer Emperor was indeed a coward of such a nature. Luo Zi stood among the crowd, stunningly beautiful. Her eyes, contemplative, took measured steps toward Lin Chen. Qiu Yuning, seemingly perceptive, shifted her gaze to find Luo Zi's eyes upon her. In that fleeting moment, the two pairs of striking eyes met, only to part once more. One woman's expression was pensive, while the other's remained inscrutable. Chapter 425. All have arrived. Within the Tianxiang mansion, the figures of various powerful factions and the gazes of the elite all converged upon Lin Chen. Yet, deeper within Tianxiang mansion, two towering presences engaged in conversation. Haha, Ku Rong the great sage. Once again you find yourself bested by me. The voice brimmed with joy. Humph. I did not anticipate that Qiu Yuning would so favor Lin Chen. Another voice interjected, imbued with a sense of frustration, expressing the sentiment that this was unacceptable. I must ensure that the celestial fairy properly instructs her. The sage of decay and prosperity, Autumn Rain Ning, is not someone we can provoke lightly. The sage of purity has indeed managed to capture her heart. This Lin Chen is certainly formidable. Humph, he is merely a man relying on women. In terms of strength, my disciple could easily crush him with a single blow. Enough of this idle chatter. I have won this wager, so hand over the stakes. If I must, I shall comply. Soon, this lad will undoubtedly be tormented by the son of the ancients in the Forbidden Land. Shall we wager once more? If Lin Chen were to discover the nature of this bet hidden deep within the Tianxiang mansion, I wonder what his thoughts would be. However, Lin Chen currently finds himself in a bit of a predicament. He never anticipated that even Tiangu would recklessly turn against him. Alongside Xixi, Tiangu, Yu Hong, and Bai Zong, his formidable rivals have suddenly multiplied to 4. Each of them possesses an extraordinary background, leaving Lin Chen feeling quite helpless. He wishes to remain under the radar, yet cannot seem to do so. Moreover, his strength is merely at the level of the Qi realm, while these prodigies are all significantly more powerful. They undoubtedly wield supreme techniques and possess limitless means, making them not to be trifled with. Yet, Lin Chen has inadvertently attracted the attention of several individuals of the highest caliber. Xixi observes coldly, a mocking glint in his eye as he seems to relish witnessing how Lin Chen will be dealt with. Although Autumn Rain Ning's actions infuriate him, he yearns to eliminate Lin Chen. He ultimately chooses to endure the consequences. Tiangu, I address you as son out of respect. Lin Chen spoke calmly. Do you truly believe I am a great sinner based solely on your one-sided words? You are inherently sinful. There is no need for further prevarication. Tianji's eyes gleamed with malice, akin to the gaze of a Kunping. Today, I shall experience the might of your Ta Qing sect firsthand. Instantly, Tianji's aura erupted, akin to a vibrant rainbow piercing the sun, shaking the very mountains and rivers. It felt as if a colossal storm swept through Tianxiang mansion, rendering all present momentarily weightless. As a member of the Kunpeng royal lineage, Tianji's every movement stirred countless currents of air. The other prodigies displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly affected by the sheer force of Tianji's presence. This is the Kunpeng, many of the young talents thought to themselves. Even Lin Chen's expression grew slightly grave. It seems Tiange genuinely intends to inflict severe injury upon him, or perhaps even kill him. Stop! Suddenly, a furious roar resonated, accompanied by a surge of violent energy that swept through the air. The violent king, hair aflame and bearing a fierce countenance, approached like a small giant, step by step. Although the violent king currently possesses only the second level of the divine law realm, the malevolence radiating from him instilled a sense of dread in all. Tianji's brow furrowed slightly. The violent king's aura unmistakably emanated from the demon race. Though that lineage has long since faded into the annals of history, those who remain are fearsome beings indeed. The ominous aura radiating from the violent king, along with a concealed pressure befitting a member of the demon clan, was unmistakable. It was clear that he was a key figure cultivated by his lineage. Luozi observed the violent king as he approached, her exquisite visage displaying a hint of surprise, quickly followed by contemplation. Those privy to Lin Chen's intelligence surely recognized that Lin Chen was the elder brother of this formidable violent king. If Tiange sought to fully integrate the violent king into their Kunpeng clan, it was imperative that they establish a favorable rapport with Lin Chen. Violent king, I did not anticipate it would be you, Tiange remarked, his voice imbued with a charming confidence. Your illustrious reputation precedes you, and upon this meeting, it is evident that you are truly exceptional. The aura of power emanating from Tiange signified his noble bloodline, as he continued. Within your being lies the blood of the violent demon, a rare lineage among our kind. Would you be inclined to accompany me to the ancestral demon forbidden grounds, where unparalleled techniques await you? The moment these words were uttered, several onlookers gasped in astonishment. Tiange's overture to the violent king with promises of supreme techniques was a testament to the latter's extraordinary status. Violent king, should you desire entry into our ancestral demon forbidden grounds, I may offer you access to these unparalleled techniques, another crystalline voice interjected. A stunning woman with flowing violet hair stepped forward, capturing the attention of the crowd. Many talented individuals were taken aback by her beauty. Lin Chen, upon spotting Luozi, was momentarily entranced by a small crimson beast nestled in her arms, rendering him momentarily speechless. This little creature had transformed into quite the captivating sight. Yinqing, noticing Lin Chen's rapt attention, pinched him sharply at the waist, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Clearly, in Yinqing's eyes, Lin Chen's gaze towards the woman's figure was unwarranted, prompting her to secretly glance at Luozi and begrudgingly acknowledge the latter's stunning form and exquisite features. Thus, the saints and maidens of the ancestral demon forbidden grounds extended their olive branches to the violent king. It was widely known that the saints and maidens represented the two dominant demon clans within the forbidden grounds, and rivalries existed even among them. This was the very scenario Tiange wished to avoid, causing him mild distress. The violent king's resolute appearance was a significant impediment to his plans regarding Lin Chen. I have no interest in your so-called supreme techniques, the violent king snarled, his gaze fierce as he regarded Tiange, wholly disregarding the pressure of his royal bloodline. If you dare to harm my brother Lin Chen, I will tear you apart. A palpable wave of malevolence emanated from the violent king, instilling fear in those present. One could only imagine the number of lives he had claimed to possess such a terrifying aura. Even the demon Lord Baizong felt a momentary tremor in the face of the violent king's menacing presence. The surrounding talented individuals exchanged glances, astonished that Lin Chen had garnered the protection of such a formidable figure. Only those from powerful factions engaged in hushed exchanges of intelligence. That is the violent king, rumored to have garnered the favor of a great sage. I once took the liberty of investigating. The violent demon clan is said to be on par with the mightiest of demon clans. This individual is certainly not of ordinary origin. Lin Chen's ability to subdue such formidable figures is indeed remarkable, regardless of his prowess. Having provoked numerous true disciples, Lin Chen is destined to face dire consequences in the forthcoming competition. As he gazes at the imposing figure of the tyrant king before him, he can only shrug helplessly. He does not oppose assistance from others. However, he genuinely wishes to maintain a low profile. Now that he has offended so many true disciples, he has unwittingly become the target of their collective ire. Xixi furrows his brow. taken aback by the unexpected emergence of a tyrant demon and the saintess from the forbidden grounds of the ancestral demon. He is somewhat aware of the circumstances and sympathizes with Tianji's predicament, letting out a slight sigh. It seems that Tianji's intentions towards Lin Chen will have to be shelved for the time being. No, he must ensure that Lin Chen suffers a complete loss of face, enduring utter humiliation, Xixi contemplates. At this moment, Tiange feels a sense of helplessness. Though this scenario has been anticipated. Excellent. The tyrant demon clan truly values loyalty, he laughs heartily. Since you have expressed this, I shall refrain from making a move against your elder brother Lin Chen. Surely, a person favored by the tyrant demon clan cannot be too sinful. The tyrant king smiles broadly, his regard for Tiange increasing significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Chen squints slightly, recognizing that Tianji's standing in his eyes has just risen considerably. This individual is not to be underestimated. He has skillfully maneuvered everything to his advantage. Just then, Yin Luo approaches Lin Chen step by step, and suddenly, four stunning women appear beside him. After Tiange turns to leave, Lin Chen had intended to exchange a few words with Yu Huang, only to find her coldly turning away, leaving him to smile wryly. As for Yun Qing, she resumes her playful teasing of Lin Chen, often leaving him blushing. Luo Zi stands silently nearby, allowing the little rascal Xixi to snuggle against her. By this time, the prodigies should all be arriving, Yin Luo softly remarks. Once everyone gathers and celebrates, the competition will commence. I will do my utmost, Lin Chen replies with unwavering determination. However, at that moment, a stir arises in the crowd. Waves of formidable auras begin to manifest at the entrance of Tianxiang Mansion. Distinguished figures and prodigies are arriving at Tianxiang Mansion. Among them are the unparalleled 11th Sword Elder of the Sword Immortal Sect, Jianwu Dao, rumored to have attained the emotionless sword through the path of love, and the representatives from the Xixi dynasty and the Eastern dynasty, as well as the heir of the great sage. At this moment, Tianxiang Mansion is truly ablaze with excitement. The arrival of these individuals signifies that all notable figures will soon converge at Tianxiang Mansion. Once gathered, a genuine and terrifying contest of dragons and tigers will ensue. Chapter 426, The Mockery of Tribute, Part 1, as one powerful aura after another descends upon Tianxiang Mansion. As Xixi and Tiange took their leave from Lin Chen, they greeted the familiar prodigies. Among the newly arrived figures, many were known to Lin Chen. For instance, Jianwu Dao, the representative of the Sword Immortal Sect, appeared as a gaunt, sword-bearing elder. At this moment, Jianwu Dao's eyes remained devoid of emotion. However, Lin Chen keenly noticed subtle shifts in his gaze when it fell upon Qiu Yuning. Lin Chen, it is rumored that Jianwu Dao practices the heartless sword cannon, which focuses one's intent upon another, channeling emotionless energy into the sword path, remarked Yun Qing, her eyes wide with curiosity. Is he not also your rival in love? Lin Chen promptly tapped Yun Qing's head lightly, exclaiming with mock irritation, I have no such rivals. Spare me your chatter. Yun Qing stuck out her tongue and made a playful face at him, eliciting a smile from Yun Luo nearby. Indeed, it appeared that Lin Chen had quite a few formidable rivals. Lin Chen, among the prodigies gathered here. Pay particular attention to the figures from the Xixi royal family and the Dongfang dynasty, Yun Luo advised. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze ahead. Among the prodigies entering the Tianxiang Mansion, one young man stood out, adorned in the regal purple attire of the Xixi royal lineage, exuding an imposing demeanor. Behind him were two formidable armored guards of the Ganqi realm, serving as his protectors. This young man emanated a palpable aura of battle readiness, as if he were perpetually poised for combat. A mere glance revealed his extraordinary nature. He was known as Xixi Zhan, a direct descendant of the Xixi royal bloodline, embodying the terrifying and domineering supreme martial arts known as the Tianba Sacred King Dao, renowned for its astonishing combat prowess. This individual is not to be underestimated, Yun Luo stated gravely, a hint of concern in her tone. The fact that Yun Luo regarded this person with such seriousness prompted Lin Chen to take heed. He had already noted Xixi Zhan while perusing the information on prodigies, and now he felt the need to remain cautious. After all, the Lin family was the foremost family of Yeqiao City, one of the 8 royal cities of the Xixi dynasty. In a certain sense, Lin Chen would need to heed the words of Xixi Zhan. A stirring in Lin Chen's heart caused the essence of the Tao within him to subtly shift. drawing him towards another presence. This was a man clad in an ancient-looking bagua robe, exuding an air of antiquity. His unremarkable face bore no trace of authority, appearing like an ordinary mortal. Yet, an ethereal glow subtly radiated from him, reminiscent of the aura of the Tao. This individual was remarkably low-key, refraining from engaging with anyone, instead observing the surroundings with his seemingly ordinary eyes. When Lin Chen turned his gaze towards him, it appeared as though the man sensed something, as he turned and offered Lin Chen a faint smile before looking elsewhere. However, Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeper, for upon meeting the man's gaze, the essence of the Tao within him stirred ever so slightly. What is the situation? Upon observing Lin Chen lost in thought regarding a certain man, Yun Luo promptly elucidated, stating that the individual in question is the 9th prince of the Eastern dynasty, rumored to have inherited the legacy of a long-fallen ancient sect. Although the specifics remain unclear to me, nonetheless, I sense that this person is not one to be trifled with. I share the same sentiment. Lin Chen replied with a smile towards Yun Luo. The mere fact that this individual could evoke a faint stir of true Tao within Lin Chen's being suggests that he is no ordinary character. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Yun Luo engaged in further conversation before Yun Luo reluctantly departed with Yun Qing. They were to return to their respective sides, as the true disciples of the Ta Qing sect could not linger in Lin Chen's company for long. At that moment, a melodious sound suddenly resonated throughout the Tianxiang mansion, akin to the gentle flow of water, producing a tinkling chime. This was celestial music, reverberating within the mansion. Lin Chen listened intently, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease, as if all his emotions had been soothed by the melody. Many prodigies displayed expressions of delight, evidently deriving substantial benefits from the celestial music. Simultaneously, a formidable presence abruptly descended upon the Tianxiang mansion, exuding an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura. An elderly man clad in a cerulean robe, his complexion flushed, appeared at the center of the mansion. From his being emanated a subtle, yet overwhelming pressure, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Concurrently, figures of great power from various factions also radiated their own formidable auras, creating an atmosphere of palpable intimidation. It was reminiscent of the earlier appearance of the revered saint of the Hanyuan Gate before Xixi, yet the expression of this great sage bore a slight discontent. Even Xixi maintained a cautious demeanor. Notably, prominent figures from the Forbidden Land of Ancients, the Eastern Dynasty, the Xixi Dynasty, the Sword Immortal Sect, and other powerful entities from the Sacred Spirit continent began to arrive, leading their respective disciples. Meanwhile, those prodigies who ventured alone either stood solitary or formed pairs. The individual in question was the esteemed sage of transformation, Lin Chen mused, directing his gaze towards the imposing elder with a flushed visage. Esteemed friends and prodigies, I am the sage of transformation, the elder proclaimed with a smile. I am pleasantly surprised that so many fellow cultivators have come to celebrate our island master's grand birthday. It is indeed a tremendous fortune for our Ta Qing sect. Upon the sage's utterance, numerous formidable individuals promptly responded, "No need for such humility, sage. The island master's 3000th birthday is a great blessing for our sacred spirit continent." Indeed. The 3000th birthday of the Ta Qing Island Master signifies the impending strength of the Ta Qing sect. The sage is too modest. We look forward to your continued guidance in the days to come. Congratulations to the Ta Qing sect, and we also extend our best wishes to you, sage. On the occasion of the Island Master's 3000th birthday, it is our honor to be present. These remarks from the influential figures were a testament to the high regard held for the sage of transformation. However, a being of such caliber is undeniably fearsome, a presence that commands respect and embodies the essence of a sect's lineage. The sage of transformation, pleased with this display, raised his hand and gestured for silence, prompting the surrounding voices to gradually subside. The countenance of the great sage transformed, adopting a more solemn demeanor. It was time to commence the celebration of our island master's 3000th birthday. Esteemed friends, please make yourselves at home. With a flick of his hand, the great sage produced a magnificent golden plaque, known as the celebration board. This celebration board, a rare artifact of inferior imperial quality, is typically possessed only by formidable powers. Such entities utilize the board when hosting grand feasts to honor the world. Every guest who presents a gift will have their offering recorded on this board, facilitating the process of reciprocation. The atmosphere in the venue quickly became jubilant, for where there are people, there exists the world of martial arts. The emergence of the celebration board ignited a competitive spirit among the great powers, as they vied to display the value and significance of their gifts. This often bore unique implications. Lin Chen found himself amidst such a situation. Junior brother Lin Chen, I wonder what gift you intend to present for the island master's grand birthday. Yu Hong approached, his face radiant with a hint of disdain as he cast a condescending glance at Lin Chen, seemingly mocking his impoverished state. Previously, Lin Chen had sold a map to a quasi-path artifact for 20 million, a testament to his financial struggles. It was likely that any gift he could afford would be far from impressive, perhaps a trivial token would suffice. Lin Chen smiled subtly, stepping back as he replied, I can only imagine that senior brother Yu Hang's gift must be exceedingly precious. At this moment, the exchange of congratulatory gifts had commenced. A multitude of formidable treasures, infused with immense primordial energy, flowed into the celebration board. Exceptional individuals presented their meticulously prepared offerings, which illuminated the board with the names of 3 prominent figures, suggesting a ranking of sorts. Yet, these names shifted continuously as new treasures were added. Indeed, Yu Hang mocked as he gazed upon Lin Chen. With your financial capabilities, I doubt you could procure anything of worth. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of menace radiating from him. Yu Hang relished the expression on Lin Chen's face, reveling in his perceived superiority. Haha. Tianji's laughter resounded. Yu Hang, what are you doing? Are you not aware that our junior brother Lin Chen is in a tight spot? As his senior, you should show him some understanding. Yu Hang clasped his hands in a polite gesture, responding, You are correct, Saint Sun Tiango. As a senior, I should indeed be more considerate. Xixi emerged from the side, looking down upon Lin Chen with a sneer. The illustrious name of the killing emperor, surely you can muster something of value? Thus, the trio of exceptional individuals united in their derision of Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen remained with his eyes narrowed, regarding the 3 with a calm demeanor. Why should my wealth concern you? Lin Chen inquired coolly. He was taken aback that these individuals were so relentless, seizing every opportunity to mock him. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Lin Chen was indeed impoverished, possessing scant wealth. How is this not my concern? Yu Hang gazed solemnly at Lin Chen, speaking with earnest gravity. You are a true disciple of our Ta Qing sect. If the wealth you present is insufficient, it will become a source of ridicule. Shall I lend you some? Xixi's smile turned increasingly disdainful. Lin Chen, though you embody sin, I might as well perform a good deed and offer you a bit of assistance. Would you like me to lend you some as well? Tiangu remarked with a laugh. Their blatant mockery and overt attacks drew immediate attention from the onlookers. Upon learning the circumstances, several talented individuals cast scornful glances at Lin Chen. Chapter 427. The Mockery of Offering, Part 2, 1 by 1. Treasures and rare items were absorbed into the congratulatory list, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the assembly of gifted youths. The sheer value of the offerings sparked admiration, as when an elder presented a mysterious leaf akin to flames, which immediately ascended to the pinnacle of the list. My heavens, the item he offered is a 3-leaf fire, possessing formidable cultivation properties. Truly generous. The echoes of admiration resonated, filled with envy and reverence. Clearly, those capable of presenting such extraordinary treasures were no ordinary figures. Meanwhile, Lin Chen attracted the scrutiny of several notable individuals. The Demon King Baizong regarded Lin Chen with cold arrogance, while the naturally gifted Xijing Zhan of the Xijing clan observed with keen interest. To be the target of derision from such esteemed sons was no trivial matter for Lin Chen. Thank you for your kind intentions. Lin Chen replied with a slight bow and a calm smile. However, I believe I am adequately prepared with my own gift. Xixi and Yu Hang's disdain deepened. While Tiange looked on with mockery, it was evident he was eager to see what Lin Chen would contribute to the congratulatory list. Since you are prepared, why not proceed to present your offering? Yu Hang taunted. I wonder what rank you will achieve. With that, Yu Hang turned and walked toward the congratulatory list, followed by Tiange and Xixi, who, despite their primary intent to ridicule Lin Chen, were nonetheless obliged to submit their own gifts for the island lord's birthday celebration. At that moment, the vicinity of the congratulatory list was crowded with gifted youths eagerly watching the unfolding spectacle. One by one, these exceptional individuals continued to contribute their offerings to the grand board. Lin Chen, silent amidst the curious gazes, approached the congratulatory list, remaining still. The first to step forward was a gaunt, sword-bearing elder from the Sword Immortal sect, who, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, raised his hand to unleash a radiant sword light. In his grasp was a fist-sized, pitch-black stone. Yet, within this stone, no larger than a fist, an overwhelming aura of sword energy emanated, infused with an extraordinary and pure essence of sword intent. Upon its entry into the congratulatory rankings, it instantly ascended to the foremost position, exuding an unparalleled might. Many individuals from various factions were left astounded by the emergence of this stone, exclaiming, "Heavens! It is indeed the Sword Immortal Stone." The Sword Immortal sect has made a grand gesture, truly a magnificent display. It is rumored that this Sword Immortal Stone possesses the power to cultivate a prodigy at the 4th level of the divine law realm. Indeed, the profound heritage of the Sword Immortal sect is beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. The emaciated elder, bearing a sword upon his back, remained expressionless amidst the chorus of admiration, his skin wrinkled like that of an aged man. Jian Wudao stood impassively beneath the elder, representing the Sword Immortal sect at this celebration. Thus, the name that had recently graced the top of the congratulatory rankings was none other than Jian Wudao himself. At this moment, Jian Wudao seemingly disregarded Lin Chen, as if he were invisible. Although Jian Wudao's strength had undergone a significant transformation since their last encounter in the blood pool, Lin Chen chose not to intrude upon him. A faint yet palpable sense of rivalry lingered between the two, an unspoken tension that, despite remaining unacknowledged, was undeniably present due to the influence of the Reign Emperor. Otherwise, given the amicable rapport between the Sword Immortal sect's prodigies and Lin Chen in the past, they would have approached him for conversation. Haha. Friends from the Sword Immortal sect indeed exhibit great generosity. Even I, Tinga, am greatly impressed. Tinga clasped his fists in respect towards the emaciated elder and promptly produced an item, launching it towards the congratulatory rankings. The item he unleashed was a resplendent, multicolored centipede. Adorned with 100 legs and emanating a radiant glow, its body as crystalline and pure as water. What a magnificent 7-colored crystal centipede. Such a rare entity, possessing unparalleled healing properties. It is said that any toxin below the 5th level of the divine law realm can be remedied by this 7-colored crystal centipede. Truly remarkable. The holy son of the ancestor demon Forbidden Land is indeed extraordinary. Following the unveiling of the Sword Immortal Stone, Tinga's display once again sparked a wave of astonishment. Tinga's name swiftly ascended to the 2nd position in the congratulatory rankings, just behind Jian Wudao. This 7-colored crystal centipede pales in comparison, he chuckled, addressing Lin Chen. I am confident that once you make your move, the Sword Immortal sect's top position will be at risk. His words provoked a wave of derision. Holy son, do not jest. What could the killing emperor possibly present? One recalled that figures like the Phantom Medicine and the Windfire Ancestor had merely produced trivial items. TSK. It's puzzling that those from one's own sect are so frugal. If this killing emperor can produce something worthy of the top 3, I shall devour this congratulatory ranking. Xixi also applauded, his smile growing ever more exuberant. A pair of starry eyes disdainfully regarded Lin Chen, proclaiming that it was time to demonstrate the true essence of a treasure. Xixi approached the celebratory board, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Suddenly, a beam of starlight erupted from his eyes, taking the form of a flowing river, infused with an ethereal cosmic aura that permeated the celebratory board. Instantly, Xixi's name soared to the heavens, ascending to the 3rd position. Even Tiangu, witnessing the spectacle conjured by Xixi, could not help but exclaim that it was indeed cosmic starlight. Xixi, you are quite generous, he remarked. Yuheng stepped forward as well, praising the cosmic starlight for its ability to impart an understanding of the cosmos, attributing to it immense value. Indeed, my fellow Taoist Xixi is exceptionally magnanimous. The young prodigies began to murmur amongst themselves. They had initially anticipated that Xixi would produce something of minimal value. Yet they were astonished to see him conjure forth a stream of cosmic starlight, propelling him to 3rd place. This exceeded their expectations, particularly given that the Mixed Heaven sect was the sworn rival of the Ta Qing sect, making this feat all the more incredible. Xixi turned his attention back to Lin Chen, smiling as he inquired, I am particularly curious now, what might the true disciples of the Ta Qing sect offer? His display of cosmic starlight was intended as a slap in the face to Lin Chen, signifying that even the gifts of adversaries surpassed those of the true disciples of their own sect. This was a blatant act of humiliation. Even the venerable Ta Qing sage, normally composed, was drawn to the scene, taking measured steps toward the celebratory board. His presence immediately captured the attention of numerous powerful factions, who were perplexed by how this esteemed sage had suddenly appeared before the celebratory board. Haha, Yuheng, your father is the master of the Moon Hall, a man of considerable wealth. Let them witness the might of your moon house. The Ta Qing sage laughed heartily, seemingly disregarding Lin Chen entirely. Lin Chen, however, regarded this legendary figure with contemplative intrigue. Upon hearing the sage address him, Yuheng felt a surge of excitement and a flush of color in his cheeks as he stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sage, for your esteem. I shall now present my offering for the island lord's grand birthday celebration. In an instant, Yuheng summoned forth a radiant gift. A beam of pure moonlight descended from the heavens, materializing into a moon of substantial size, which gracefully landed upon the celebratory board. Immediately, Yuheng's name eclipsed Tianji's, securing the second position. This provoked a stir among the crowd, as they recognized that the moon was a manifestation conjured by the master of the Moon Hall. How formidable! I can sense an immense lunar power from it, capable of purifying the body, they murmured in awe. Indeed, it was remarkable. The Ta Qing sage erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! This old fellow is truly intriguing. I never expected him to forge the illusory celestial moon from his own elemental power. The value of this illusory celestial moon far surpasses that of the rainbow crystal centipede." Even Xixi and Tiange were taken aback, surprised by the terrifying nature of Yuheng's offering. However, their attitude towards the ranking was rather casual. After all, Yuheng was from their sect, so he naturally could afford to be generous. Yet, Yuheng humbly smiled at the great sage of Ta Qing and remarked, "Great sage, what I have offered is merely an unremarkable item. Among the true disciples of the Ta Qing sect, there are those far more formidable than I." Oh, the great sage of Ta Qing raised an eyebrow. That must refer to the illustrious killing emperor, Lin Chen. Yuheng turned around and laughed heartily at Lin Chen, saying, "Brother Lin Chen, I can only assume that what you present is of extraordinary value, making it quite simple for you to claim the top position." With this hearty laughter, all eyes were drawn towards him. Even the great sage of Ta Qing found himself intrigued by Lin Chen, inquiring, "What is it that you intend to present?" Lin Chen, with a serene smile, could only shrug helplessly under the many gazes directed at him. At this moment, the crowd's curiosity regarding what Lin Chen would offer intensified, given his calm demeanor. Chapter 428, Astonishment. The great sage of Ta Qing appeared to have been somewhat manipulated by Yuheng, as he proactively began to question Lin Chen. It seemed that this great sage was genuinely interested in what Lin Chen would bring. It is worth noting that during his time at the Heavenly Sage sect, Lin Chen had created quite a stir. Not only the great sage of Ta Qing, but many others had also taken note of Lin Chen's remarkable presence. Previously, when disciples of the Heavenly Sage sect witnessed 3 true disciples besieging a single individual, one keen observer swiftly recognized it was Lin Chen. Isn't that the killing emperor? Lin Chen, the one acknowledged by the 100 Suns diagram of Tao? Indeed, someone who garnered recognition from the famed 100 Suns diagram of Tao must be exceptional. Lin Chen was inherently extraordinary. Even in encounters with the Demon King Bai Tsong, neither could gain the upper hand. One could only wonder what he would offer. Surely, it would be something of immense worth. Discussions and speculations began to circulate, further amplifying Lin Chen's reputation. Those who knew him and those who did not alike began to remember his name, as the tales of his deeds spread far and wide. Yueheng's smile grew ever more pronounced. This was precisely the effect he desired. The more attention Lin Chen received, the greater the stakes became for him. If this fellow was indeed preparing only a worthless gift, it would elicit a torrent of ridicule. Conversely, if Lin Chen felt compelled to present something of value to save face, he would forfeit an important treasure. Neither path promised a favorable outcome for Lin Chen. Nevertheless, Yueheng was particularly eager for the former scenario. Xixi and Tiange were similarly aware of the unfolding situation. Although they too were tempted to strike at Lin Chen, they reasoned that allowing Yueheng to take the lead in confronting Lin Chen would yield numerous advantages. Their role would merely be to stoke the flames from the sidelines. "What does it matter to you what my brother Lin Chen offers?" A clear, crisp voice echoed, tinged with discontent. Yun Qing, tall and graceful, approached step by step. Her exquisite face adorned with a hint of disdain, her large, alluring eyes sparkling with charm. Upon her arrival, a wave of admiration surged among the onlookers, captivated by her stunning presence. Unexpectedly, yet another stunning beauty graced the scene, one that had previously gone unnoticed by the onlookers. However, upon reflection, the scions of noble lineage could not help but feel a twinge of envy. To be surrounded by such exquisite maidens, even in death, would be a charming affair. A flicker of jealousy gleamed in Yu Hang's eyes, for he was well aware of Yun Qing's illustrious reputation. After all, her talents were nothing short of extraordinary. Esteemed elders from various sects had long recognized the potential of both Yun Luo and Yun Qing, wishing to take them as disciples. Junior sister Yun Qing. Your words are misguided, Yu Hang remarked with a charming smile, embodying a certain nonchalance. Lin Chen is my junior brother. Naturally, I must show concern for him. Yun Qing grimaced, her expression betraying her displeasure. She was no fool. She discerned that Yu Hang was deliberately seeking to provoke her, which only deepened her disdain for him. She refused to even cast a glance in his direction. Lin Chen felt both exasperated and amused. He had warned her repeatedly not to approach, yet here she was, unable to resist the urge to come to his aid upon witnessing his predicament. Nevertheless, this gesture warmed his heart. He raised his gaze to Yun Luo, who was watching him from the crowd, and offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Despite the immense pressure from public opinion, Lin Chen maintained his composure, refraining from hastily revealing his prepared items, instead observing the unfolding scene with a leisurely demeanor. Yu Hang sought to leverage the prevailing sentiments against him. Yet Lin Chen, too, seized the opportunity to assess the notable figures present, such as Xi Jingzhan. This formidable individual, endowed with unparalleled martial prowess, seemed to disregard Lin Chen entirely, exuding an aura of overwhelming battle intent that deterred lesser talents from approaching. Meanwhile, the Demon King Baizong stood out with an air of haughty pride, undeniably captivating. In truth, Lin Chen had to concede that this fellow was inherently arrogant, dismissive of base tactics. Sword Wu Dao, with his unfeeling gaze, directed a sidelong glance towards a breathtakingly cold woman. But it was the prince of the Eastern dynasty who piqued Lin Chen's interest the most. The prince appeared to be observing Lin Chen with keen intrigue, as if he were watching a theatrical performance. Lin Chen took note of each of their reactions, contemplating the possibility of forging friendships among them. It seemed the time had come for a counterattack, and a smile began to grace his lips. Upon seeing Lin Chen's smile, Yun Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hurried to his side, clasping his arm and leaning in to whisper, "Big brother Lin, how shall we deal with them?" A flush crept onto Lin Chen's cheeks as the softness of her touch lingered on his arm, the delicate fragrance wafting through the air. And Yun Qing's slightly mischievous, yet exquisite visage captivated him. This scene further intensified the envy directed towards Lin Chen. The fellow's extraordinary fortune in romantic matters truly incited admiration and jealousy among the onlookers. As curiosity permeated the air, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, his gaze flitting across the faces of Yu Hang, Tian Ge, and Xing Sha, before breaking into a gentle smile. "Since everyone is so eager to know," he remarked, "I shall not hesitate to let the three of you have a glimpse." Instantly, Xing Sha raised an eyebrow and quipped, "Then why the delay? Proceed with your tribute." Tian Ge, with a hearty laugh that resonated through the space, added, "Indeed, I am most fortunate today to witness a figure like the brother of the Slaughter Emperor paying tribute. Such a sight is rare." Yu Hang scrutinized Lin Chen with a brotherly gaze. "Very well. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to approach me. Here, my collection of rare treasures is plentiful." His words elicited a cascade of mockery from the gathered crowd. Certain individuals present at the Dark Moon auction were well aware of Lin Chen's previous deception involving Yu Hang and a sum of 10 million spirit pills. Their enmity was no secret, and it was rather astonishing how close they had come to becoming mortal enemies. Currently, the foremost position was held by the Sword Immortal of the Sword Immortal sect, followed by Yu Hang in second place and Tian Ge in third. These individuals, who occupied the top three ranks, were indeed the true prodigies of their generation. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Lin Chen flashed a grin at Yu Hang, saying, "Brother, you can indeed assist me. I have a small request." "Speak freely," Yu Hang replied with a grand gesture. "As long as it is within my capacity, I shall surely grant your wish." "Thank you, brother," Lin Chen said, pausing momentarily before fixing a serious gaze upon Yuhang. I must say, after listening to your incessant chatter, my ears are quite fatigued. Might you consider silencing yourself? At this, Yunqing could not contain herself, bursting into laughter that left her trembling, her bosom heaving with mirth. Even Xingxia and Tiangu wore expressions of bemusement. The surrounding prodigies, after a brief silence, erupted into laughter, clearly recognizing Lin Chen's retaliation against Yuhang. Indeed, a single phrase proved far more effective than a sword's thrust. Yuhang's expression darkened, unprepared for such a blatant affront in broad daylight. He glared at Lin Chen, his anger boiling over before he forced a smile. Very well. I shall refrain from disturbing you for now. I am keen to see what you, my junior brother, will present as tribute. I hope you do not disgrace our brotherhood and the Ta Qing sect. His final words were laced with barely concealed malice, drawing the gazes of all the prodigies towards Lin Chen. It was evident that if Lin Chen failed to offer something of worth, he would face considerable disdain and be unable to secure a place among the top three. Lin Chen stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the peculiar expression of the great sage Ta Qing, and positioned himself beneath the tribute board, closing his eyes. Yunqing, suppressing her laughter, gazed at Lin Chen, playfully shaking her small fist in a charming manner. The entire venue seemed to fall into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. Suddenly, he produced an object, flicking it with his finger, and it vanished into the tribute board. The congratulatory board remained utterly unresponsive, as if it had consumed nothing but refuse. Typically, one would expect a powerful genius to evoke some reaction from such a board. Yet now, it showed no signs of life. Tiangu and Xingxia stood in astonishment, while Ta Qing the great saint regarded Lin Chen with a peculiar expression. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Lin Chen could not help but shrug, his head spinning slightly. After a brief moment of surprise, Yuhang erupted into a boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Junior brother, what have you invested? Why is this congratulatory board?" Suddenly, Yuhang's laughter was abruptly cut off. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from the congratulatory board, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar and celestial music. In an instant, Lin Chen's name prominently appeared at the top of the congratulatory board. Lin Chen, Supreme Tao Technique. These 4 words struck like thunder, exuding an unparalleled terror. The entire assembly was left in shock. Chapter 429, The Master of the Island Descends. The unexpected transformation of the congratulatory board left everyone astounded. Moreover, the monumental words at the top were profoundly stirring. They could scarcely believe that Lin Chen had actually bestowed a supreme Tao technique. What did this signify? The supreme Tao technique was the very foundation of a sect's power, something that even the most formidable sects would hesitate to share lightly. Yet here was Lin Chen, terrifyingly powerful, possessing such a technique and generously giving it away. This astonishing event not only stirred the hearts of everyone in Tianxiang Mansion, but also reverberated among the hidden formidable beings residing within its depths. The fact that Lin Chen had offered a supreme Tao technique was shocking enough to raise eyebrows. Was he not being a tad too generous? Indeed, he was formidable. This killing emperor was no ordinary figure. The revelation of the supreme Tao technique eclipsed the gifts presented by other prodigies, rendering them pale in comparison. Amidst the discourse of these prominent figures, one individual stood apart, clad in a pristine white robe. His square face radiated an air of authority. Above him, a faintly discernible round moon hovered, continuously drawing energy from an unknown realm. Lin Chen is indeed extraordinary, commented the master of the Moon Hall. It appears that the map of the quasi-Dao artifact is likely a forgery. This man was none other than Yuhang's father. A formidable presence ranked among the top in the sect. Observing Lin Chen's bestowal of the supreme Tao technique led the master of the Moon Hall to form certain deductions. These conclusions sparked a profound glimmer in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Chen maintained an expression of calm indifference. The supreme Tao technique he had unleashed was none other than the sleeve universe technique he had discovered from the Night Marquis. Under the complete suppression and intimidation from Xixi, the Night Marquis had never had the opportunity to unleash the full power of this supreme Tao technique, which ultimately benefited Lin Chen. Although he had gifted away the sleeve universe technique, Lin Chen still retained another copy. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to part with such an invaluable asset. Yunqing's large eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she were about to leap into the air. She quickly embraced him, exclaiming joyfully, "Wonderful! Brother Lin Chen, you are amazing. What a fantastic performance." The expressions of Yueheng, Xixi, and Tiangu transformed dramatically. They could hardly believe that Lin Chen had unveiled the supreme art. This revelation left them exceedingly displeased. They would have preferred to see Lin Chen produce something utterly worthless, allowing them to properly undermine him. However, now, in the face of the supreme art, it was unlikely that anyone would dare mock Lin Chen's display. Even the exceedingly precious Sword Immortal stone from the Sword Immortal sect paled in comparison to the magnitude of the supreme art. After experiencing a profound psychological shock, Yueheng took a considerable time to regain his composure, casting a dark glare at Lin Chen. This fellow had actually revealed the supreme art. But perhaps it was for the best. By exposing this trump card, his chances of defeating Lin Chen had undoubtedly increased. Initially, Yueheng had orchestrated this scheme so that regardless of the quality of Lin Chen's offering, Lin Chen would end up at a disadvantage. For instance, by presenting the supreme art, Lin Chen had diminished his own arsenal, losing a degree of depth. Jian Wudao's expression also reflected slight astonishment. He had anticipated that Lin Chen would resort to the supreme art right away. The emaciated elder, who had arrived with Jian Wudao, scrutinized Lin Chen with an impassive demeanor. Many influential figures present began to assess Lin Chen. After all, the commotion caused by the supreme art was indeed monumental. Xi Jingzhan, Bai Tsang, and the enigmatic Eastern Prince were all drawn in by Lin Chen's display. Luo Zi stood among the crowd, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Xixi, nestled in her embrace, wore a perpetually entranced expression, bobbing her little head up and down. However, Lin Chen's offering of the supreme art also drew Xixi's attention. Her previously captivated expression quickly darkened, and she glared at Lin Chen with indignation. Filled with a sense of disappointment at his recklessness, this fellow was nothing short of a prodigal. Ta Qing regarded Lin Chen with a peculiar expression. He had already known that Lin Chen deployed the supreme art. What perplexed Ta Qing was that this young man was willing to part with such a potent technique. It seemed that the information circulating from the blood abyss still held many undisclosed secrets. Ta Qing thought to himself, grinning internally. This young man truly aligned with his tastes. Lin Chen approached Yueheng, Tiangu, and Xixi, clasping his hands in greeting and smiling. I apologize for inadvertently presenting the supreme art and surpassing the three of you in one fell swoop. The faces of Xixi, Tiangu, and Yueheng all turned somewhat unpleasant. Xixi let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Tiangu offered an awkward smile, bowing slightly to Lin Chen before also departing. As for Yueheng, he swiftly composed his emotions and looked at Lin Chen with a sense of satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, junior brother, you surpass your predecessors. As an elder brother, I feel immensely gratified. Is that so?" Lin Chen replied earnestly, observing Yueheng's face, which appeared as dark as charcoal. "I thought you were unhappy." Yueheng, momentarily incensed, felt as though he might spew blood, yet he could only grit his teeth and respond, "Not at all. However, junior brother, your generosity in bestowing the supreme art is quite remarkable." His tone was laced with sarcasm, clearly mocking Lin Chen for giving away such a priceless skill. "What do you expect to gain? Only detriment, no advantage whatsoever." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, relinquishing that supreme art held no substantial benefit for him. Yet, he was determined to bestow it, signaling to those in power above him that he possessed considerable resources and should not be trifled with. This act of giving away the supreme art was merely a sign he aimed to convey. For the individuals he would soon confront were none other than the execution emperor. The violent king approached, casting a fierce glare at Yueheng before flashing a grin at Lin Chen. "Brother, this banquet has lost its charm. I feel a breakthrough approaching. So I shall retreat to cultivate." Lin Chen's expression brightened as he replied, "Very well, go ahead. That fellow shouting has likely grown formidable by now. Do not fall behind." Shouting, having received a fortuitous boon from the heavenly demon emperor, was expected to evolve astonishingly. Lin Chen sincerely wished for the growth of these companions, hoping their cultivation would flourish. The violent king, brimming with fighting spirit, nodded and turned away, completely disregarding Yueheng. Naturally, Yueheng felt disgruntled at being overlooked. However, he knew the violent king was not easily provoked and chose to swallow his indignation. The fervor generated by the emergence of the supreme art had yet to dissipate entirely, and no one dared to approach the celebratory platform to offer gifts. Who in their right mind would want to court the misfortune associated with the supreme art? Meanwhile, The charming beauty Yunqing was radiant with joy, dancing and singing, her enchanting figure on full display, which attracted the envious gazes of numerous talented individuals. The great sage Ta Qing cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chen before gracefully departing. Lin Chen remained remarkably composed before Yueheng, enduring his jibes with indifference. However, Yueheng felt increasingly vexed, for no matter how he ridiculed, Lin Chen exhibited no reaction. At that moment, the celestial music emanating from Tianxiang Mansion abruptly ceased. Figures of significant stature rose, their expressions gravely serious. An imposing aura gradually emanated from within Tianxiang Mansion, enveloping the entire establishment. It was as if a divine presence had descended, compelling many to involuntarily bow in reverence. Even numerous prodigious disciples found themselves kneeling beneath this overwhelming authority. Even Yueheng was significantly affected, his entire being brimming with a formidable aura, resisting the slowly spreading majesty. Yet Lin Chen, with the 100 Suns Dao map evolving behind his head, managed to diminish the overwhelming sensation brought forth by this air of authority by a considerable margin. Frowning, Lin Chen found the aura terrifying under its influence. He harbored no desire to engage in battle, instead opting for utmost caution. Had he not endured the tempering of his will by the hand of Futian, he might have succumbed to a sense of subservience. His gaze was intensely fixed on the depths of Tianxiang Mansion. At that moment, a woman clad in flowing azure robes emerged gracefully from the inner sanctum of Tianxiang Mansion. Instantly, it seemed as if all of nature had come to life, and the entire mansion itself transformed into a vibrant entity, pulsating with vitality. Ethereal strands of the profound Taiji aura cascaded down within Tianxiang Mansion, penetrating the bodies of the gifted individuals present. In an instant, these talented figures underwent a significant cleansing. This woman appeared to be shrouded in mist, and no matter the extent of one's magical prowess, her true form remained elusive. Yet, everyone sensed an intangible Taiji essence sweeping through Tianxiang Mansion, leaving all in awe. Figures such as Elder 11, the Saint of Withering and Flourishing, and the Saint of Tianli wore expressions of utmost gravity. Today marks my grand birthday. I warmly welcome all fellow Taoists to celebrate with me, and I express my heartfelt gratitude for your kind intentions. The woman spoke, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze, refreshing to the soul. The audience fell into a profound silence, captivated by the words of the Taiji Island master. Feeling an unfathomable mystery in her voice, which seemed to embody certain profound truths that eluded comprehension. Is this truly the Taiji Island master? Lin Chen pondered inwardly, utterly astonished. At this moment, Blood Old and Blood Li were enveloped in complete silence, unable to communicate even through spiritual means. The mastery wielded by the Taiji Island master was simply too terrifying. Chapter 430. The Taiji Tianxiang Symbol. Within Tianxiang Mansion, the Taiji aura continued to descend in a steady stream. This aura contained an enigmatic quality, although its grade was indeterminate. Absorbing it evidently enhanced the strength of the body. Lin Chen, too, absorbed a substantial amount of this descending Taiji aura. His entire being was continuously being cleansed, shedding impurities and becoming more refined. The 5 elements refining technique unknowingly operated, refining his internal organs. This Taiji Island master, having surpassed 3,000 years in age, radiated boundless authority and the essence of Taiji. The terror emanating from her surpassed Lin Chen's imagination, an existence beyond challenge. Now that the island master had appeared, it seemed that a true spectacle was about to unfold. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating this notion. Throughout the event, the punishment emperor had yet to make an appearance. Lin Chen had not even noticed any significant figures from the punishment hall present, not even the master of Wujitang. Upon reflection, Lin Chen found the situation somewhat perplexing. This time, as the head of the Ta Qing sect, I wish to witness the prowess of each esteemed guest who has come to congratulate us. The Lord of Ta Qing Island spoke with a clear and melodious voice, indicating that everyone was well aware of the upcoming contest for the prodigies. The contest had long been a topic of discussion among the chosen ones. It is merely a battle among the exceptional. Rumor has it that the rewards for the top 3 are substantial, although the specifics remain unclear. However, the Lord of Ta Qing Island's words naturally piqued their interest. This contest for the prodigies has 2 requirements. First, one must be recognized by the top 10 sects. Second, It is a battle for those above the realm of Qi and below the realm of Dao diagram. The Lord of Ta Qing Island stated that only those ranked within the top 20 of the congratulatory list would have this opportunity. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Only the top 20 on the congratulatory list have the chance to gain recognition from the top 10 sects? I have not even made it into the top 50. The odds of securing a spot are exceedingly challenging and require immense resources. It appears this contest for the prodigies is beyond my reach. There were at least hundreds of prodigious youths present, yet even with the recognition of the top 10 sects, there would be at most 30 chosen ones. The scale of this competition is undoubtedly quite limited. Moreover, some prodigies, despite their formidable strength, did not even rank within the top 20 of the congratulatory list. Having given a gift once, returning to offer a second is simply not feasible. This left those with potential but somewhat frugal dispositions visibly dismayed. However, Lin Chen merely nodded thoughtfully. If all the prodigies present were to engage in combat, it would spell disaster for the Holy Spirit continent. With conflict comes enmity. If everyone were to fight amongst themselves, how many prodigious youths would remain in the Holy Spirit continent? Those from powerful factions understood this clearly, and no one raised any objections. The Lord of Ta Qing Island continued, stating that this time, the rewards are exclusively for the top 3. The victor of the contest may obtain an unparalleled Dao technique along with my personal guidance. At these words, the crowd was once again thrown into an uproar. Even the figures from the major powers could not help but widen their eyes and breathe rapidly. To acquire an unparalleled Dao technique and the direct tutelage of the Lord of Ta Qing Island is nothing short of a miraculous opportunity. Even those of the saint level yearn for the Lord's personal instruction. The allure of such a technique is immense, lighting up the eyes of every prodigy present. The reward for first place is indeed extraordinarily grand. The guidance of a superlative expert could well surpass decades of cultivation. Such a fortuitous chance is truly rare and invaluable. Yu Heng could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. The reward for first place is indeed extraordinary. I must claim it." Xing Sha and Tian Gu shared the same fierce determination in their expressions. The formidable figures such as the demon lord Bai Tsong, Xi Jingzhan, and Luo Zi were all slightly stirred. No one could resist such temptation. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze revealing a fervent intensity. Achieving first place would bestow immeasurable benefits upon Lin Chen's cultivation. Even the Xuanshang King Tower and the Blood Dawn Bell trembled slightly, expressing their respective intentions. The battle would take place deep within our Tianxiang mansion at the Tianxiang platform. The Lord of Ta Qing stated that soon. Those who possessed the qualifications would be ushered into the depths of Tianxiang mansion for the grand competition. One by one, the talented youths nodded in agreement. However, many of them wore expressions of regret, for they lacked even the qualification to compete for first place. Despite their illustrious reputations, without qualification, how could they contend? Several prodigies cast their gazes towards Lin Chen. Having received the recognition of the Tianxing sect's 100 Sons path to enlightenment, and now holding the first position on the celebration list, he undoubtedly had the eligibility to enter. However, a mere figure in the realm of Qi could face a dire fate in such a grand competition. Yu Heng's eyes glinted with malice as he shot Lin Chen a glance, clearly harboring intentions to eliminate him during the contest. Yin Qing, upon hearing these words, felt her spirit plummet, tears welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, "How can this be? I have no chance." It was evident that Yun Qing understood she did not rank among the top 20 on the celebration list. She had initially planned to accompany her brother Lin Chen in a triumphant display, but now her plans lay in ruins. Lin Chen smiled, gently patting Yun Qing's small head, reassuring her, "It is merely a competition. There is no need to be overly disheartened." Yun Qing pouted, casting Lin Chen a sidelong glance, indicating her desire not to converse at that moment. Lin Chen could only respond with an awkward smile. "Junior brother Lin Chen, you have indeed gained the recognition of the Tianxing sect and can enter." Yu Heng approached with a slight smile. "I did not expect you to also occupy the first position on the celebration list, thus claiming 2 spots for yourself." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, responding, "Doesn't that merely reduce my number of adversaries?" Yu Heng intended to mock Lin Chen for relinquishing a supreme technique, deeming it a significant loss. However, Lin Chen was not one to yield easily. Yu Heng's expression darkened as he bluntly retorted, "I find it hard to believe you feel no sorrow over losing a supreme technique. What I feel or do not is of no concern to you." Lin Chen replied unapologetically. The malice in Yu Hang's eyes intensified. Lin Chen's arrogance was insufferable and warranted correction. Yet, as Yu Hang pondered, he thought that if he lost a supreme technique, he might indeed harbor a desire to eliminate Lin Chen. With this thought, Yu Hang felt somewhat appeased and continued to taunt. Junior brother, your actions this time are indeed rather foolish. Although a supreme technique may have garnered fame by ranking first on the celebration list, it holds little practical value. Just as Yu Hang was about to finish his sentence, the atmosphere shifted. The clear and melodious voice of the Lord of Ta Qing resonated throughout the entire Tianxiang mansion, stirring a wave of astonishment. Today, witnessing the first gift presented in the congratulatory rankings filled me with immense joy. The Lord of Ta Qing remarked, "It was unexpected that our true disciples of Tai Qing sect would bestow upon us a gift of supreme Taoist arts. It seems that without offering some small tokens, one might find it difficult to express themselves." With a flick of his fingers, a beam of azure light descended directly upon Lin Chen. Within this azure light was a talisman, adorned with images depicting the harmonious coexistence of the Dawn's populace. The entire talisman exuded an aura of peace and balance, as if heralding an era of tranquility. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at this scene, while Yu Hang looked on in shock. A return gift, indeed. This is the Ta Qing Tianxiang talisman. The Lord of Ta Qing chuckled lightly, explaining that this was a manifestation of the spirit of Tianxiang Mansion, capable of bestowing the power of Tianxiang upon oneself, ensuring that all forms of lethal techniques harmonize. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in a state of shock. Could it truly be the Ta Qing Tianxiang talisman? Rumored to be unparalleled in its might, it is one of Tianxiang Mansion's most formidable trump cards. With this talisman, one could potentially stand against the Dao diagram realm without fear of defeat. The Lord of Ta Qing's generosity was indeed remarkable. Exchanging a supreme Taoist art for this life-saving talisman was more than worthwhile. The murmurs of admiration filled the air, as even though one might relinquish a supreme Taoist art, one would still retain a portion of their strength. It merely revealed a hidden card. However, possessing this talisman was akin to having a safeguard against death itself. Lin Chen had struck a veritable fortune. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Chen then burst into laughter, expressing his gratitude to the Lord. Without hesitation, he accepted the Ta Qing Tianxiang talisman into his consciousness. The efficacy of this talisman was indeed immensely beneficial, a rare treasure to behold. It could very well assist him significantly in the forthcoming contest for the prodigies. Observing Lin Chen acquire the Ta Qing Tianxiang talisman, Yu Hang's face flushed with rage. His eyes ablaze with fury, wishing to tear Lin Chen apart and seize the talisman for himself. He had offered the illusory heavenly moon, yet received nothing in return. Among those present, Lin Chen had been the most generous, yet he reaped the most substantial rewards, inciting Yu Hang's frustration to the point of bloodshed. Lin Chen, Yu Hang, swear to eliminate you, he roared inwardly, as the sense of crisis Lin Chen instilled in him grew ever stronger. Chapter 431. The competition begins. The prodigious talents all gazed enviously at the Ta Qing Tianxiang talisman. With such a talisman in hand, one's chances of survival were significantly bolstered. Moreover, the crucial aspect was that Lin Chen could still participate in the contest for the prodigies. Armed with the Ta Qing Tianxiang talisman, Lin Chen now possessed an enhanced opportunity for victory. Sensing Yu Hang's murderous intent, Lin Chen paid it no heed. Regardless, he and Yu Hang have completely severed their ties, rendering any additional animosity irrelevant. At this moment, the enigmatic figure of the Lord of Ta Qing Island began to gradually dissipate, leaving behind a lingering aura within the Tianxiang mansion. The impact of the island master's presence on them was profoundly significant. After the Lord of Ta Qing Island withdrew, Blood Elder and Blood Li exchanged a few words. The power of the Lord of Ta Qing Island is indeed formidable, Blood Li remarked gravely. Her cultivation ranks among the pinnacle of this sacred spirit continent. Blood Elder added that her strength has ascended to the level of the Tao, and what had descended earlier was merely a projection of her essence. A mere projection sent a tremor through Lin Chen's heart. Just a single projection elicited a somber response from the influential figures of Tianxiang Mansion, beings of saintly caliber. The power of such a projection is astonishingly terrifying. Blood Elder, in a tone filled with incredulity, continued, at that level, she must possess thousands of projections. This is merely one of them. Lin Chen chose to remain silent. Such a terrifying entity was one to which Lin Chen could only aspire. Within that Tai Qing Tianxiang talisman, the island master's consciousness could probe into one's very being. Blood Elder dismissed this notion, stating that there exists an even more formidable entity within you, one that even her cultivation cannot detect. Bloodly nodded in agreement. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead. He never anticipated that the Lord of Tai Qing Island would meddle with this talisman. In a certain sense, this indicated that the island master had taken a measure of interest in him. However, with the mysterious bronze ancient coffin residing in his consciousness sea, even the island master's cultivation could not penetrate his mind. Blood Elder and Bloodly engaged in brief conversation before lapsing into silence. After all, this place is teeming with experts. Although Lin Chen's consciousness could not be probed, his physical form, along with its hidden secrets, could be scrutinized. These secrets had long since been laid bare before the Lord of Tai Qing Island's gaze. Nevertheless, under Blood Elder's counsel, Lin Chen managed to quell his anxiety regarding the island master's scrutiny. After all, such a superlatively terrifying powerhouse, should they wish to take action against him, would undoubtedly require the sacrifice of half their soul and a transaction with the bronze ancient coffin. With such a presence fixated upon him, Lin Chen could only watch and await developments. Now, the contest for the prodigies commenced. The figure of the transforming clarity great saint manifested here. His voice resonant. Only those ranked among the top 20 on the honor roll, as well as those recognized by the 10 major sects, were granted the qualification to compete. With a mighty sweep of his hand, the transforming clarity great saint conjured forth a colossal azure dragon from the depths of the enigmatic Tianxiang mansion. The dragon coiled upward, forming a pathway that delved deep into the heart of the Tianxiang mansion. The transforming clarity great saint led the way, and one by one, the prodigious children soared onto the dragon's back, setting off towards the depths of the Tianxiang mansion. Lin Chen was among them, among the 30 esteemed figures. A total of 26 have arrived, with 4 of those positions overlapping. Among the attendees is the enigmatic prince of the Eastern Empire, whom Lin Chen holds in particular regard, along with the prodigious talents of the Xixi family, including the formidable Bai Tsong, the moon's constant, the star-killing saint, Tian Gu, Jian Wu Dao, Yu Huang, Yin Luo, and Luo Zi, individuals of great concern to Lin Chen, all of whom have gathered here. Naturally, there are others whose terrifying presence cannot be underestimated. Each of these prodigies possesses considerable strength, and Lin Chen, with his restrained aura, walks at the rear. Nevertheless, his reputation precedes him, rendering him quite well known among this illustrious assembly. Among the elite gathered, only 2 are at the realm of the Qi condensation stage, Lin Chen himself and Yun Luo, the latter having gained recognition from one of the 10 great sects, thus earning his place here. Yet, neither of these esteemed individuals can be taken lightly. Soon, these 26 figures entered the depths of the Tianxiang mansion, where formidable beings from powerful factions also ventured. Outside, the young prodigies could only sigh in awe. However, among them lurked others of terrifying potential, hidden from plain sight. They could observe only a vast, circular shield of water, upon which the unfolding scene of the depths of the Tianxiang mansion was illustrated. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the Tianxiang mansion, Lin Chen was struck with astonishment. This space was entirely distinct, adorned with countless intricate patterns, each depicting serene figures and scenes of peaceful prosperity that evoked admiration. Within this core of the Tianxiang mansion, an aura of tranquility enveloped the environment. The intricate prohibitions woven throughout exuded an unfathomable power that instilled dread. This was indeed the heart of the Tianxiang mansion, one of the 3 heavenly mansions. Lin Chen sensed that any reckless intruder would meet a grim fate here. And even the representatives of the great powers dared not act impulsively in this sacred space. Within the Tianxiang mansion, there existed a grand platform, surrounded by intertwining azure chains. In the depths of this space, ancient figures concealed themselves, observing the proceedings. The esteemed representatives of the great factions also discreetly retreated to deeper recesses, as if there were yet another hidden realm within. The great sage Ta Qing surveyed the crowd, and remarked that the last battle of prodigies had transpired over a century ago. He expressed confidence that this forthcoming conflict would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the world. The expressions of those present varied, yet each bore a glimmer of resolve in their eyes, indicating their formidable potential. This battle was to be a free-for-all. The great sage Ta Qing declared that the 26 of them would engage in combat upon this platform. and only the top 6 would advance to the next round. The prodigies nodded in understanding. Lin Chen's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. If this were to escalate into a chaotic battle, it would undoubtedly favor his circumstances. Meanwhile, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of Xixi, Tiange, and Yu Hong. Should a grand melee ensue, they could seize the opportunity to confront Lin Chen. Xixi mused, his killing intent rising. He could ally with Tiange and Yu Hong to eliminate Lin Chen effortlessly. Tiange harbored similar thoughts. If the 3 of them joined forces, no one would dare intervene. Moreover, they would relish witnessing Lin Chen's downfall. In an instant, the 3 prodigies exchanged silent thoughts, reaching a unanimous conclusion. Additionally, the Demon King Baizong would likely be eager to eliminate Lin Chen as well. Should they unite, Lin Chen would have no chance of resurgence. Lin Chen contemplated the implications, a bitter smile forming on his lips. It appeared that this chaotic battle would bring him substantial hardships. However, he needed to devise a strategy to subdue them completely. Lin Chen pondered that only by exerting overwhelming force would they refrain from acting recklessly, thus presenting him with a chance to prevail. In that moment, he began to simulate various battle tactics in his mind. The eminent figures present also harbored their own plans. None among them were to be underestimated. Even Lin Chen and Yun Luo, both formidable in their own right, commanded respect. This would undoubtedly be a fierce contest of strength. Elder Jian, concealed within the depths of the Tianxiang mansion, gazed with murky eyes devoid of brilliance. Humph, he scoffed. The venerable Ku Rong possessed an air of dominance. Convinced that Xixi would emerge victorious in this competition, the leader of the U-Hall floated in, casually remarking that such an outcome was not guaranteed. Various influential figures expressed their disparate opinions. The hundreds of prodigies within the depths of Tianxiang mansion were filled with anticipation. Clearly, this contest would serve as the pinnacle demonstration of their abilities. Yun Qing, with her delicate hands clasped together, displayed a fleeting expression of concern on her exquisite face. Brother Lin Chen has so many enemies. I hope he remains unscathed. Xiao Yao and the ancestor of wind and fire stood within the grand hall. Their gazes fixed upon the water shield above, their expressions solemn. Undoubtedly, my brother will make a remarkable impact in this battle, Xiao Yao reflected nostalgically. The ancestor of wind and fire nodded gravely, acknowledging the disparity in strength. Yet, they both hoped Lin Chen would achieve commendable results. A weighty atmosphere hung over their hearts as they recognized the vast chasm in power among the participants. All that remained was to observe Lin Chen's prowess. At that moment, a commanding voice reverberated throughout the Ta Qing Gate and Ta Qing Immortal Island. The contest for the prodigies begins. Chapter 432. Is this a melee? At the moment, the great sage of Hua Qing announced the commencement of the contest among the prodigies. All the sons of heaven soared into the vast platform. This platform encompassed an expanse of over 100 miles, surrounded by enigmatic chains formed from the mysterious qi of Tai Qing, reinforced by the immutable laws of the great Tao. Even with the combined strength of 16 prodigies, it seemed unlikely that they could shatter this formidable platform. Its might was sufficient to obliterate a top-tier imperial artifact. Lin Chen ultimately descended upon this platform, his figure immediately vanishing from sight. He swiftly executed the step of ethereal severance, making a hasty retreat from the scene. Just as Lin Chen departed, a terrifying divine power struck the ground where he had stood, unleashing a wave of tremendous energy. Yu Hong emerged from the chaos, his form cleaving through layers of fierce winds, his face etched with a chilling determination. How swift your escape, Yu Hong remarked coldly, but Lin Chen, today marks your demise. No one can save you. As he spoke, beams of moonlight cascaded from above, enveloping his figure and augmenting his strength. In an instant, Yu Hong's power surged, emanating an overwhelming aura befitting a low-grade imperial artifact. To attain such a level of prowess was indeed formidable. As the battle erupted, waves of terrifying divine abilities began to wreak havoc upon the platform. Numerous prodigies unleashed their formidable powers, yet amidst the chaos, Lin Chen found himself in a dire predicament. Upon stepping onto the platform, he sensed at least 5 or 6 divine consciousnesses locking onto him. He could nearly infer the identities of these individuals. Where do you think you are fleeing to? Xixi pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of starry fists, each imbued with terrifying might. Lin Chen's figure flickered across the platform like an errant cloud, elusive and unpredictable. However, the onslaught of Xixi's fists was relentless and swift. Even with his utmost effort in executing the step of ethereal severance, Lin Chen could only narrowly evade capture. In the realm of the heavenly and earthly demon gods, Lin Chen pivoted and retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing a torrent of demonic intent that surged across the platform. 360 demon gods materialized, exerting their overwhelming presence and forming a fearsome array that unleashed tremendous force. Witnessing this spectacle, many prodigies were taken aback, astonished by the sheer strength Lin Chen displayed. He has cultivated the realm of heavenly and earthly demon gods to 360, they murmured in awe. Xiao Yao regarded Lin Chen's display with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even the venerable ancestor of wind and fire revealed a hint of a smile. For the realm of heavenly and earthly demon gods had once been the terrifying killing move of the demon emperor Xiao, far more formidable than Lin Chen's current manifestation of 360 demon gods. Xixi, raising an eyebrow, refrained from attacking, instead accelerating toward Lin Chen with unyielding determination. At that moment, a solitary and chilling voice resonated throughout the air. The domain of 21 kings of the underworld materialized, revealing the formidable silhouettes of 21 imposing kings, coalescing into a terrifyingly vast formation. Each king exuded an overwhelming aura, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The sudden appearance of the domain of 21 kings of the underworld surged forth, launching an assault upon the 360 deities of the celestial realm, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The clash of such divine powers unleashed a terrifying energy that left spectators in shock. Devil's Path, you must engage in battle with me, the proud demon king Baizong declared, emerging from the tumultuous energy of battle, gazing down at Lin Chen with fierce determination. At this juncture, Yu Hong and Xixi, both extraordinary figures, tore through layers of energy, charging towards Lin Chen. Damn it, Lin Chen cursed inwardly. At this moment, he found himself besieged by 3 outstanding opponents, each of whom possessed the formidable capabilities of the great perfection of the divine flow realm. Their effortless displays of power were nothing short of terrifying, while he himself was merely at the level of the Qi realm. Despite Lin Chen's formidable magical prowess, he was no match for them. In the domain of the Rain King, a frigid voice reverberated, devoid of any emotion. A torrential downpour erupted around Lin Chen, centering upon him. The earth trembled under the relentless assault of the raindrops, echoing as if a colossal entity were trampling upon it. Each drop of rain descended with the might of a Rain King, wielding tremendous power. Both Yu Hong and Xixi's expressions shifted dramatically as they halted their advance towards Lin Chen. A beam of moonlight ascended from Yu Hong's form, materializing into a grand hand that hovered above him. All the raindrops fell upon this moonlit hand, producing a thunderous cacophony, yet failing to penetrate its surface. Meanwhile, Xixi conjured a colossal star above him, enveloped in radiant starlight. In that moment, Xixi seemed invulnerable, using the star to deflect the oncoming lethal attacks. Whoever moves shall perish, a chilling voice echoed from the descending rain. As the Rain Queen emerged from the downpour, her demeanor cold and emotionless. Yu Hong and Xixi exchanged glances, their expressions slightly faltering. The Demon King Baizong, too, was engaged in sustaining the domain of 21 kings of the underworld against Lin Chen's 360 deities. A faint smile crept upon Lin Chen's face as he anticipated the Rain Queen's intervention. Yet, in the next instant, that smile transformed into a grimace, a bitter expression taking its place. If you wish to slay him, do so one-on-one. I shall not impede you, the Rain Queen stated with an impassive visage. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Both Yu Hong and Xixi simultaneously huffed disdainfully. However, they understood that the Rain Queen was not to be trifled with, and thus, they dared not provoke her lightly. Then, in the next moment, a relentless beam of sword light erupted from the ground, soaring skyward and forming a colossal net of blades. The torrential raindrops, cascading beneath this immense sword web, were mercilessly eradicated layer by layer. A wave of relentless intent surged forth. Jian Wudao, bearing the ancient sword, hovered midair, his gaze as cold and sharp as steel, devoid of any emotion. At this moment, he was indeed a being of divine flow, his sword techniques terrifying, and the power of the heartless sword classic manifesting with even greater ferocity. I shall confront him in single combat, Jian Wudao remarked, his expression unyielding as he regarded the Rain Monarch. This scene immediately drew gasps of astonishment from those observing the water shield. They could hardly fathom that Jian Wudao would dare to challenge the Rain Monarch. Was it not said that Jian Wudao had entrusted his heart's intent to the Rain Monarch? Yet now, it appeared that the rumors concerning Lin Chen and the Rain Monarch were indeed grounded in truth. I have no objections, the Rain Monarch replied, her countenance impassive, not once lifting her gaze to acknowledge Jian Wudao. With a sharp sound, the ancient sword behind Jian Wudao unsheathed itself, its tip gleaming with a ruthless cold light as it pointed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, dare you engage me in a solitary duel? Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on Jian Wudao's sword aimed at him from above, his emotions tumultuous and tinged with helplessness. It was evident that this scene had been within his expectations. Yet when it unfolded before him, Lin Chen found himself unable to remain composed. There had always been an intricate bond between him and Jian Wudao, as the latter had once offered him considerable aid, including the blood jade lotus seed, a debt of gratitude that he could never fully repay. He owed Jian Wudao much, as well as a favor to the Sword Immortal sect. I do not wish to fight you, Lin Chen stated. Jian Wudao furrowed his brow slightly, about to respond when an unexpected change occurred. Brother Wudao, let us slay him together. It is efficient and convenient, is it not? A deep voice reverberated, akin to the sound of crumbling rock. A violent whirlwind suddenly swept in, the air slicing like sword energy, layering upon itself to form a colossal hand that descended upon Lin Chen. Tianji's robust figure appeared before Lin Chen, enveloped in a tremendous current of air. His strike seemed intended to annihilate Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, just as he prepared to counter. A massive 9 palaces disc unexpectedly materialized above his head. This grand disc exuded an aura of mystery, with 9 distinct enigmatic forces swirling within it. As the colossal hand descended, it struck the 9 palaces disc, producing an ominous sound that resonated through the air. The immense whirlwind was completely thwarted by the 9 palaces disc. Is it not beneath your dignity to gang up on a single individual? Yun Luo's voice rang coldly, her ethereal form standing beside Lin Chen. Though she was merely at the level of the Qi realm, her strength was not to be underestimated. Lin Chen, you truly are a man who relies solely on women. Yu Hong quipped, his tone laced with mockery. At this moment, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Xixi and Tian Ge. The presence of these 3 illustrious prodigies was undeniably formidable. As the battle erupted, the surrounding prodigies refrained from intervening recklessly. After all, the sheer intimidation brought forth by such distinguished figures was immense. Do you have a woman to aid you? Lin Chen retorted bravely. Meanwhile, the conflict on the side of the Demon King Baizong had reached its conclusion. Now, joined by Jian Wudao, there were a total of 5 prodigious beings intent on vanquishing Lin Chen. Presently, Lin Chen found himself in absolute peril. Even with the assistance of Qiu Yuning and Yun Luo, the 5 prodigies posed an overwhelming threat. Many of the onlookers recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet none intervened. Such conflicts only promised advantages for them. Lin Chen, this is your demise, Yu Hong declared with a menacing expression. Lin Chen, however, remained impassive and composed. Despite the pressure from 5 prodigies, he displayed no signs of panic. Observing from outside the Tianxiang mansion, several prodigies could not suppress their nervousness, uttering, "Is this a chaotic battle?" Chapter 433. A tightening noose. A colossal water shield illustrated the scene of the contest deep within the Tianxiang mansion. At this moment, Lin Chen was under the duress of Yu Hong, Xixi, Tian Ge, Jian Wudao, and Baizong, totaling 5 prodigious figures. Although Lin Chen had the protection of the Rain Emperor and Yun Luo, he was still outnumbered by 2 prodigies. This scenario was exceedingly perilous. The battle encompassed a total of 8 illustrious beings, while the remaining 18 merely sought suitable opponents or lay in wait for an opportune moment. In Lin Chen's dire straits, aside from the Rain Emperor and Yun Luo, no other figures could come to his aid. How shameless, Yun Qing remarked, her teeth clenched in frustration as she yearned to assist her brother Lin Chen. Yet, in such a tumultuous situation, no one could intervene. After all, this was a grand melee. Even with 25 against 1, others had no right to interfere. This spectacle prompted a bittersweet smile from Xiao Yao and Feng Huo Laozu, who had not anticipated such a predicament. It seems Lin Chen is in trouble, Xiao Yao sighed. Regardless of the disparity in realms or the number of figures involved, such gaps could not be easily bridged. This lad remains so nonchalant. He must possess remarkable hidden strengths, Feng Hua Lao Zhu commented, though a hint of helplessness crossed his stern visage. After all, this young man attracted formidable enemies wherever he went. It appeared that Lin Chen's safety was now precariously threatened. What now? Yun Luo silently conveyed her thoughts to Lin Chen. If the three of them were to engage Jian Wu Dao and the others, the outcome would surely be unfavorable. After all, there are numerous individuals lurking in the shadows, eagerly waiting for an opportunity. Expending a considerable amount of energy now would be exceedingly disadvantageous for the upcoming competition. Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze growing solemn as he observed the 5 extraordinary figures before him, his mind beginning to devise a plan. The Rain Emperor, disinterested in questioning Lin Chen, merely stood coldly, exuding a formidable aura of intimidation. Yu Hong and the others dared not act recklessly, as they still aspired to claim victory. Baicong, do you truly wish to confront me? Lin Chen inquired, regarding the young man shrouded in a cloak of dark energy, his demeanor exceedingly haughty. Of course, Baicong responded coolly. There must be a confrontation between us. I am determined to vanquish you personally, solidifying the supremacy of the Underworld King Scripture. The Underworld King Scripture and the Celestial Execution King Scripture are inherently at odds, akin to fire and water. The clash between Lin Chen and Baicong was utterly inevitable. Since you were so eager for battle, why not engage in a one-on-one duel? Lin Chen suggested, fixing his piercing gaze on Baicong. With so many accompanying you in your assault against me, should you claim victory, it would hardly be honorable. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yu Hong, Xixi, and Tian Gu simultaneously frowned. Lin Chen had astutely identified the arrogant nature of the Demon King Baicong and sought to provoke him with his words, hoping to dissuade Baicong from this confrontation. Without Baicong's assistance, the outcome of their contest would become precariously uncertain. Baicong, do not heed Lin Chen's provocations. Yu Hong exclaimed loudly. Even in this situation, if you manage to eliminate Lin Chen, it would serve as proof that your Underworld King Scripture surpasses the Celestial Execution King Scripture. Xixi and Tian Gu also voiced their agreement, persuasively advocating for Baicong's involvement, articulating their points with conviction. Even Baicong, after a moment of contemplation, turned his cold gaze upon Lin Chen and declared, once you fall at my hands, it will validate that the Underworld King Scripture indeed reigns supreme over your Celestial Execution King Scripture. With that, Baicong's aura erupted forth, enveloped in a misty black cloak, emanating a hint of the majesty of a king of the underworld. Baicong was not entirely aloof. He too was acutely aware of the implications. Nevertheless, his sole objective was to demonstrate the superiority of the Underworld King Scripture over the Celestial Execution King Scripture, and nothing more. Lin Chen let out a faint sigh. While he did not harbor a strong dislike for the Demon King Baicong, he had anticipated this development. Yet, Lin Chen was reluctant to confront 4 or 5 extraordinary individuals simultaneously. Yu Hong, with a mocking glimmer in his eyes, stepped forward, enveloped in a radiant light. His power surging. Lin Chen, I advise you to abandon any ulterior motives. Utilize any life-preserving methods you possess. You must either concede or remain here in ruins today. Due to the presence of the Rain Emperor nearby, Yu Hong refrained from making any rash moves. However, should a true conflict erupt, it would spell disastrous consequences for Lin Chen. Yu Hong was confident in his ability to defeat Lin Chen again, unless the latter chose to surrender voluntarily. Xixi, raising an eyebrow, addressed the Rain Emperor, saying, Rain Emperor, do not forget your roots as a disciple of the true lineage. Your actions will carry significant consequences. I have no objections to someone taking him down individually. The Rain Emperor spoke with an expressionless demeanor, not even casting a glance at Xixi. This left Xixi feeling incredibly stifled, a tempest of fury brewing within him. It was evident that the Rain Emperor's support for Lin Chen was akin to delivering a resounding slap to his face. Lin Chen raised his gaze, locking onto the unyielding figure of Jian Wu Dao, and with a sense of resignation, uttered, Jian Wu Dao, I do not wish to be your enemy. I will inevitably confront you. For only one shall survive this encounter. Jian Wu Dao, with an impassive countenance, spoke as the emotionless ancient sword rang out, seemingly echoing his sentiments. Among those present, only Jian Wu Dao, who had entrusted his feelings to the Rain Emperor, truly understood the Rain Emperor's intentions towards Lin Chen. Hence, the impending clash between him and Lin Chen was unavoidable. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation, He had no desire to become adversaries with Jian Wudao, let alone contemplate slaying him. However, the stance of the latter was unequivocally clear, leaving Lin Chen with no options. Surveying the 5 opponents before him, Lin Chen once again donned a composed smile and remarked, "Do you 5 truly intend to strike against me here? Even if you were to suffer defeat, I believe your fates would not be much better." Upon finishing his words, the 100 Suns testimony chart floated behind Lin Chen, symbolizing the will of various prodigies. When Lin Chen employed the 100 Suns testimony chart within the Tianxiang mansion, he felt an inexplicable augmentation, even drawing upon a mysterious power. Lin Chen understood that this enhancement stemmed from the 100 Suns testimony chart of the heavenly sacred sect. This was one of Lin Chen's formidable trump cards, and he sensed its remarkable potency. After all, the power of the heavenly sacred sect was formidable, not something an ordinary person could contend with. "Stop your prattling, Lin Chen," Moon Hung said, looking down upon him with a glint of cold malice in his eyes. "Even with the assistance of the Rain Emperor and Yun Luo Emperor, you will undoubtedly perish under our combined might." Xixi, the Holy Sun, nodded in agreement, his silent fury towards the Rain Emperor intensifying, leaving no room for further contemplation. At this moment, Xixi shared Moon Heng's sentiment. Lin Chen must be eradicated. Thus, the 2 prodigious figures expressed their intent. Lin Chen's demise was a necessity. Tianji's gaze fixed upon Lin Chen, a powerful aura swirling around him, infused with an air of menace. Although Luo Zi had not come to protect Lin Chen, Tiangu could perceive, from the corner of his eye, that she was watching intently. The extraordinary woman with flowing violet hair cradled a comical little beast, her gaze unwaveringly focused on the unfolding scene. Notably, her attention lingered predominantly on Lin Chen. As Luo Zi's childhood companion, Tiangu understood her temperament better than anyone. He had never noticed her displaying such interest in any man before. Even he, the sole direct descendant of the illustrious Kunpeng royal family, could not capture her attention to such an extent. Yet, Lin Chen had managed to do so effortlessly. Although no one could fathom the reasons behind Luo Zi's attention towards Lin Chen, nor the thoughts that occupied her mind, it was sufficient to incite considerable displeasure within Tiangu. As for the Demon King Baizong and Jian Wudao, their intentions were already unmistakably clear. "Very well. It seems you are all determined to confront me today." A faint smirk graced Lin Chen's lips, his gaze imbued with a formidable aura of murderous intent. "Since you all wish to contend with me, I shall inform you that even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that one of you accompanies me into oblivion." With that, Lin Chen's eyes swept across the 5 figures, as if deliberating whom to annihilate. His demeanor transformed into one of formidable assertiveness, for at that moment, Lin Chen was wagering that among the 5, at least one would hesitate to attack him recklessly. Should any of them falter, the threat he faced would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Moreover, Lin Chen was particularly concerned about Xixi Zhan and the enigmatic prince of the Eastern dynasty, who were quietly observing him. Although they had yet to make a move, Lin Chen was compelled to regard them as a substantial threat. "Is that so?" Yu Heng suddenly erupted into raucous laughter, his voice reverberating through the air. "Today, I shall witness what prowess you possess to contend with me." With that proclamation, an overwhelming aura surged from Yu Heng, as fierce as a tiger or dragon. "Arrogant Lin Chen, you are even more audacious than I. Do you truly believe you can inflict harm upon me?" A hint of disdain flickered across Xingsha's face, his own murderous intent locking onto Lin Chen, as if ready to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. "Today, I shall experience the might of the killing Emperor Lin Chen." Tiangu too unleashed an imposing presence, a tempestuous flow of energy gathering around him, capable of slicing through anything. "Lin Chen, the Hell King scripture shall forever reign supreme over the heavenly calamity Yama scripture," Baizong declared coldly, a roar emanating from within him, infused with the chilling essence of the underworld, akin to a scream from the depths of hell. "Only one of us shall emerge alive." The relentless clang of an ancient sword reverberated, its blade's energy coiling menacingly, aimed directly at Lin Chen, exposing its lethal intent. Jian Wudao's expression remained unyielding, as 5 formidable auras enveloped Lin Chen in an instant. The 5 exceptional individuals showed no signs of retreat, intent on eliminating Lin Chen. The overwhelming force they unleashed cast a pall over the gathering, causing many other prodigies to change countenance. At this moment, Lin Chen was ensnared within a harrowing pressure. The five extraordinary figures advanced with unrelenting determination, the situation poised on the brink of eruption. Chapter 434, The Perilous Moment, Part 1. In response to Lin Chen's words, the five scions unleashed their auras without reservation. The terrifying pressure permeated the entire martial arena within the Tianxiang mansion, leaving some prodigies in a state of shock. Around him, there were indeed extraordinary individuals wielding secret techniques. Concealed within the void, coldly observing the scene as if they were assassins biding their time for a fatal strike. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire being was taut. His hair standing on end, his gaze piercingly cold. His visage was a striking blend of the formidable Rain Emperor and the imposing Cloud Emperor. Presently, Lin Chen had only these two formidable figures by his side, which filled him with immense gratitude. After all, it was indeed a stroke of fortune for him that the Rain Emperor chose to assist him in such dire circumstances. The illustrious figures surrounding the outer perimeter of the Tianxiang mansion, witnessing the imminent clash, could not suppress their solemn expressions, excitement coursing through them. The approaching tyrant king, upon witnessing this scene, seemed to have bloodshot eyes, his menacing aura coalescing into something palpable. "These wretched beings," he roared, his voice akin to that of a ferocious beast unleashed upon the world. Both the ancestor of wind and fire and the alchemist of the owl wore expressions of grave concern. They had not anticipated that these five extraordinary individuals would go to such lengths to eliminate Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen faced an unprecedented challenge and the gravest of crises. Deep within the platform of the Tianxiang mansion, within a grand array, a mysterious spatial existence was unfolding. In this realm, radiant hues cascaded down, continuously emanating a rich essence of the Taiji, almost as if it had acquired a spirit of its own. Within this enigmatic space resided prominent figures from the Taiji sect, alongside those who had come to celebrate a momentous occasion. "Ah, this Lin Chen lad is indeed quite detestable," remarked the esteemed saint of the demon clan, his gaze profound. The elder of the 11 swords nodded in agreement, stating, "I fear this Lin Chen is destined to perish beneath the blade of Wu Dao. Should he be slain, it is certain that Wu Dao's cultivation will ascend once more." "Nonsense," retorted the saint of withering and flourishing. Unfazed, this Lin Chen will undoubtedly be vanquished by Xixi. The elder of the 11 swords let out a cold laugh, responding, "Withering, have you lost your senses? Does Xixi possess the strength to defeat Wu Dao? Of course, otherwise, how could he be my disciple?" The two great saints engaged in a rather unceremonious quarrel. After all, among these exalted beings, true life-and-death battles were a rarity. This was largely due to the existence of the enigmatic human realm within the sacred spirit continent. It also elucidated why the Hunyuan sect had not engaged in warfare with the Taiji sect. Thus, their disputes predominantly revolved around the victories and defeats of their true disciples. Stepping forward, the saint of transformative clarity scoffed, "What are you two arguing about? Lin Chen is bound to win." The mere notion of Lin Chen's victory elicited a derisive reaction from the saint of withering and flourishing, who mockingly addressed the saint of transformative clarity. "How can he win? Does he possess a Dao artifact to unleash?" "Transformative clarity, your mind seems to have rusted," chimed in the elder of the 11 swords. The master of the Moon Hall nodded in agreement, affirming that, under these circumstances, Lin Chen had no chance of triumph. The saint of transformative clarity felt a deep sense of frustration as he regarded the three great saints, for indeed, their words bore the weight of truth. In such circumstances, how can one possibly engage in combat? However, the great sage of clarity felt a surge of discontent within and immediately turned to the trio, cursing, "Dare you not gamble? Lin Chen, prepare to experience my technique, the Eye of the Underworld King." The demon king Baizong was the first to shatter the tense atmosphere, rhythmically moving his hands. In an instant, the space behind Baizong was enveloped in darkness, obscuring a radius of 10 meters, as if all the light there had been consumed by him. A pair of inky, outline-visible pupils gradually unfolded behind Baizong, emanating an overwhelming aura of the Underworld King, surging toward Lin Chen like an endless river. This terrifying essence directly assaulted Lin Chen's consciousness, its power immense, threatening to pierce his divine awareness. This technique was a lethal strike against one's consciousness. What a peculiar Eye of the Underworld King. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart, faced with Baizong's attack. He naturally did not allow Yu Huang and Yun Luo to intervene. Vivid azure flames suddenly ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. as if profound laws were annihilating and shattering within his gaze. The eye of insight was activated. Fearing not, Lin Chen pierced through the essence of the eye of the underworld king, as a dark force coalesced into a massive hand, striking toward him. This hand, imbued with the essence of the underworld king, was invisible to the naked eye, a technique specifically targeting divine awareness. With the remnants of an ancient demonic scripture tablet in hand, Lin Chen summoned a torrent of magical energy that surged within. The tablet flickered with demonic light, and suddenly, a colossal tower manifested before him, ablaze with a tumultuous aura of spirits and tinged with a hint of demonic intent. This spectacle left Yu Hong, Tiangu, Xixi, and Jian Wu Dao momentarily bewildered. When had a tower appeared ahead? However, Jian Wu Dao, knowing Lin Chen's profound mastery of the truths of yin and yang, began to grasp the situation. What is this technique? I have never seen my elder brother use it. Feng Huolaozu and Xiao Yao exchanged astonished glances, both fully aware of the powers contained within the heavenly Death Yama Sutra, yet utterly perplexed by this tower of spirits. Baicong maintained his impassive demeanor, standing with arms crossed, gazing at Lin Chen as if anticipating how he would break through the eye of the underworld king. The immense hand of the underworld king surged toward Lin Chen's form. The black tower, infused with a torrent of spirit energy, suddenly erupted, unleashing beams of dark light. These beams, seemingly formless yet tangible, pierced through, shattering the hand of the underworld king that was aimed at consciousness. Baicong's face betrayed a flicker of astonishment. What kind of divine power is this? Many prodigies shared this confusion. Lin Chen clearly did not unleash a technique targeting consciousness. Yet he had obliterated the hand of the underworld king. The truth, however, was known only to Lin Chen. He employed the heavenly Death Yama Sutra, entwining it with the Tower of Spirits, effectively concealing the true essence of the tower. Within the body, the art of devouring magic once again commenced. Channeling the power of absorption intermingled with the essence of the ghostly and divine, devouring the entirety of the will of the underworld king. At this moment, Lin Chen's mastery of the devouring magic was sufficient to consume intentions that were on par with his own. He still possessed considerable prowess. Baicong, with an air of aloofness, remained unfazed, his gaze tinged with a hint of intrigue as he observed Lin Chen. Lin Chen offered a faint smile, refraining from uttering a word. However, at that precise moment, a ruthless sword light suddenly tore through the air towards Lin Chen's back. This sword light moved with astonishing speed, seemingly capable of extinguishing its target in the blink of an eye. The voice of the merciless sword echoed in Lin Chen's ears, as the heartless ancient sword blazed with a fierce sword aura, aimed directly at Lin Chen's back. The speed of this thrust was incredibly swift, arriving without any prior indication. As if in the blink of an eye, the sword was already upon him. Lin Chen's entire being tensed sharply, his gaze sharpened to a terrifying degree. He had not anticipated that Jian Wudao would seize the fleeting moment of his smile to launch a lethal strike. The opponent was indeed intent on killing him. Get lost, came the cold voice, devoid of any emotion. A surge of sharp intent erupted, vibrating ominously, as a massive arc suddenly tore through the air, seemingly capable of annihilating all illusions. The technique known as mixed origin breaking illusions surpassed the speed of Jian Wudao's virtual kill. Moreover, at the moment Jian Wudao struck, Yu Huang had also made his move. Jian Wudao's expression remained unchanged as he gazed at the rapidly approaching arc formed from the converging intent of the heavens. Standing his ground resolutely, the heartless ancient sword vibrated with a low hum. 8 strands of sword energy surged forth from the ancient sword, coalescing into a sword formation to withstand the overwhelming arc. At the center of this formation, Jian Wudao, wielding the heartless ancient sword, traversed the array like a beam of sword light, launching a deadly strike towards Qiu Yuning. Jian Wudao's attack surged with monstrous killing intent, its power terrifying. Qiu Yuning remained expressionless, coldly regarding the incoming strike. Enough, a voice icy as winter resonated from behind Jian Wudao. Lin Chen's hair billowed as he unleashed a fierce punch towards Jian Wudao, his power immense as that of a dragon. You have truly lost your mind, Lin Chen stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Without a doubt, Lin Chen was indeed furious now, for Jian Wudao had dared to strike at Yu Huang. The overwhelming force surged towards Jian Wudao, the might of a mid-grade royal artifact erupting forth without reservation. Lin Chen's formidable physique immediately drew the attention and astonishment of numerous young prodigies. Even Xixi, who was observing from the sidelines, along with the mysterious prince of the Eastern dynasty, raised their eyebrows in mild surprise. The creation of a mid-grade royal artifact's physique was no simple endeavor. It required immense fortune. With a hum, Jian Wudao pivoted to defend with his sword, unleashing a torrent of vital energy that met Lin Chen's punch, causing him to stagger back from the impact. The relentless ancient sword, under the force of Lin Chen's punch, emitted a resonant buzz. Lin Chen, you have finally chosen to strike against me, Jian Wudao remarked coldly, his aura thickened with murderous intent. Lin Chen retorted vehemently, Jian Wudao, have you lost your mind? Did you not cherish Yu Huang? Why then do you seek to confront her? His voice was laced with indignation, for he believed that every pursuit was equal, and without effort, what outcome could one expect? This was the source of Lin Chen's fury. While it was understandable for Jian Wudao to wish him harm, Lin Chen could empathize with that sentiment, as anyone would feel anger in such a situation. Moreover, Jian Wudao, having cultivated the heartless sword cannon, was expected to display more restraint. Yet Lin Chen's rage stemmed from Jian Wudao's lack of ambition. Despite being his rival in affection, Lin Chen did not desire Jian Wudao's self-destruction. Such actions were tantamount to suffocating one's own emotions. Jian Wudao, though not devoid of feelings, had chosen to invest all his sentiments solely in Yu Huang. As Jian Wudao fell silent, a flicker of emotion crossed his icy gaze before he raised his head, fixing his eyes on Lin Chen. Enough of your prattle. Only one of us can survive. Lin Chen, seething yet amused, radiated an aura reminiscent of a sovereign's arrival. If you seek a battle, I, Lin Chen, shall gladly oblige. I do not mind awakening you from your delusions. Without further ado, Jian Wudao unleashed his attack. His expression impassive as torrents of heartless sword energy cascaded down, forming intricate blossoms and nets of blades that surged toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze hardened. Sharp as a blade, he would hold nothing back against Jian Wudao. He was determined to bring Jian Wudao back to his senses. Yet at that moment, a derisive laugh pierced Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen, with your current strength, whom do you believe you can contend with? Xixi descended suddenly, his form aglow with starlight, his eyes shimmering like celestial bodies, as if he had transformed into a harbinger of the stars. Due to his connection with Yu Huang, Xixi harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Chen, wishing for nothing more than to torment him to the brink of despair. Thus, as Jian Wudao launched his assault, Xixi too made his move, forming an intricate seal with his hands. In an instant, 28 points of light flickered behind Xixi's head, each positioned uniquely. A surge of overwhelming murderous intent and might erupted from these luminous points, rushing towards Lin Chen with terrifying ferocity. The array of 28 celestial stars, Xixi sneered. Let us see what you will use to defend yourself. In the realm of divine flow, every gesture exuded immense power. Each divine technique held boundless potency. Although the array of 28 celestial stars was not an unparalleled art, its might was formidable, standing as a paragon among divine techniques. Lin Chen immediately sensed the impending peril, feeling the dual threats converging upon him. The simultaneous onslaught from Jian Wudao and Xixi intensified the pressure on Lin Chen, who could not help but smile wryly. Realizing that he could not employ his own technique, the Hunyuan Powang slash, in this dire moment. In this tumultuous arena, myriad eyes remained vigilant, including those of the revered Ku Rong. Should he witness Lin Chen unleash the primordial void-shattering slash, it would inevitably implicate the reign sovereign. Even as Lin Chen inhaled deeply, he remained unperturbed. With a resounding crash, an ethereal aura surged from Lin Chen, enveloping him in a spectral armor. The potent energy within him surged relentlessly, manifesting as golden motes of light dancing around his form. Break from me, Lin Chen bellowed, his right hand unleashing an unrestrained torrent of power that hurtled toward the formidable array of the 28 constellations. The ground trembled as thunder erupted. The force of his punch seemed capable of shattering empires. The might of a superior royal artifact is no trivial matter, serving as one of Lin Chen's formidable assets against the divine flow realm. As Lin Chen unleashed the full force of his right fist, the first to tremble were Tiangu and Luo Ziyi. The two esteemed progeny of the Forbidden Land were visibly shaken by the overwhelming power Lin Chen exuded. The realization that Lin Chen wielded a superior royal artifact caused Luo Ziyi to momentarily pause. a graceful smile curving her lips as her delicate fingers caressed Xixi's fur, remarking with playful intrigue, "This is rather interesting." In contrast, Tianji's expression darkened slightly. Given the innate strength of the demon race, he could scarcely fathom that Lin Chen's right hand bore a superior royal artifact, capable of shattering his defenses. This child must perish, he thought, glancing at the amused Luo Zi, his murderous intent intensifying. In the balance of his mind, the imperative to eliminate Lin Chen now outweighed the desire to recruit the savage king. Lin Chen's formidable energy obliterated the onslaught of the 28 constellations, forcing the remaining forces of Xixi to retreat several steps. After pushing back Xixi, Lin Chen executed the ethereal slashing step, emanating a devouring force that concealed his primordial intent, causing his figure to vanish from sight in an instant. Where Lin Chen had stood, ruthless sword auras tore through the air, crashing onto the platform with thunderous explosions. Lin Chen reappeared at a distance, his gaze calm, yet frigid. "I did not anticipate that you possessed a superior royal artifact for an arm," Tiangu remarked, stepping forward, a tempestuous energy swirling behind him like an impending tornado. "Huh." Xixi erupted in maniacal laughter. "Lin Chen, is this your proudest asset, your superior royal artifact?" Lin Chen's expression remained unyielding, devoid of any sign of retreat. Yet, it was far from sufficient. "Not nearly enough," Xixi snarled, his visage twisted with malice. As he spoke, the starlight in his hands surged violently, conjuring a colossal serpent of starlight. The scales of the starlight serpent gleamed with sharpness akin to blades, each scale inscribed with profound and intricate runes. The serpent's two menacing fangs glimmered with a chilling luminescence. "Stellar serpent of the heavenly snake," declared Xixi. With a flick of the finger, the star killer summoned the colossal starry serpent, which swiftly slithered towards Lin Chen, its gaping maw wide open. "Get away," a chilling female voice echoed behind Lin Chen. The Rain Emperor, her expression as frosty as the winter's breath, materialized before him, raising her delicate finger to release a single raindrop that erupted from her fingertip. As the droplet detached, it transformed into a vague silhouette exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. "Let the king reign and reign," the Rain Emperor declared impassively. In an instant, the ethereal figure born from the raindrop engaged in a fierce struggle with the starry serpent, unleashing tumultuous waves of power. "Ha ha, the renowned Rain Emperor, today I, Tiangu, shall test your prowess," Tiangu proclaimed, fully aware that to eliminate Lin Chen, he must force the Rain Emperor into action. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch, the sound of an invisible thunderclap reverberating through the air. With his strike, the space around his fist sliced through the atmosphere like a whirlwind, ready to obliterate anything in its path. Immediately, this tempestuous onslaught surged forth, forming a river of slicing winds aimed directly at the Rain Emperor. The starry serpent summoned by Star Killer seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly coiling around the raindrop-formed king, striving to constrict it further. The Rain Emperor's expression remained unchanged, her countenance icy, unmoved by the chaos around her. Lin Chen yearned to counter the Star Killer's assault, yet he found himself confronted once more by Bai Tsong's relentless attack. With a swift motion, Autumn Rain Ning drew her delicate arm, unleashing the chaos-breaking slash. A brilliant arc of light brimming with razor-sharp intent that surged towards the river of slicing winds. Though merely an embodiment of chaos, the power of this strike was formidable and terrifying. The chaos-breaking slash cleaved through the river of winds, producing a cataclysmic explosion. At that moment, the Rain Emperor stood resolute, single-handedly contending with two prodigious beings. The fierce clash erupted into a cacophony of terrifying detonations, instilling dread in the hearts of many young talents. Just then, Bai Tsong launched another assault on Lin Chen, his massive hand descending upon him like a shadow, an ominous force intent on dragging him into the realm of the underworld. In response, Lin Chen wielded the fragmented ancient magic scripture, channeling his power through it, causing a multitude of spectral entities to emerge. The ethereal essence of these spirits enveloped Lin Chen, swirling around him as they surged towards the looming hand of the king of the underworld. In that fleeting moment of confrontation between Lin Chen and Bai Tsong, a frigid aura of murderous intent bore down upon Lin Chen. In the moonlit night, the expression of Yueheng was imbued with a fierce malevolence as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Lin Chen, unleashing torrents of moonlight in a dazzling display. Countless rays of moonlight coalesced into a formidable fist, surging menacingly towards Lin Chen, with each blow scattering fragments of luminous moonbeams. These beams bore lethal intent, brimming with combat fervor. After concealing his presence for so long, Yueheng aimed to strike Lin Chen at the moment of vulnerability, intent on inflicting grave injury with a single blow. "Let us see how you evade this," Yueheng snarled, his expression twisted with malice. "An ambush is hardly a display of skill," a cold voice resonated, as Yun Luo appeared, her garments billowing gracefully, her demeanor serene and enchanting, exuding an air of mystique. With a mere wave of her delicate arm, a multitude of ethereal leaves cascaded from above, continuously descending. These leaves, imbued with an enigmatic aura, coalesced into a colossal shield that effectively thwarted the oncoming moonlit fist. Yun Luo, Yueheng's expression darkened further. "Do not presume that the favor of the powerful makes you invulnerable. I offer you a chance. Remove yourself from Lin Chen's vicinity at once." Yun Luo cast a fleeting glance at Yueheng, remaining silent, while the swirling leaves multiplied, seemingly endless. Each leaf resonated with the essence of the mystical tree, possessing formidable power. Seeking death, Yueheng's demeanor turned icy, his aura of moonlight becoming increasingly terrifying. At that moment, a terrifying presence suddenly enveloped the vast platform, stretching over 100 miles. Numerous feeble restraints manifested across the expanse. Thunderous roars erupted unexpectedly, echoing relentlessly. The sudden emergence of this phenomenon startled many of the celestial prodigies engaged in battle. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a chilling energy creeping toward him, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. A glance from the corner of his eye plunged his heart into despair. He beheld Jian Wudao, who had been repelled by Lin Chen, now wielding the ruthless ancient sword, pointing it skyward. Spirals of vital energy ascended, forming dragons of pure energy that surged upward with relentless vigor. Above Jian Wudao, a formidable vortex of sword energy materialized, within which flashes of lightning danced violently. Such an ominous spectacle and overwhelming aura triggered a singular term in Lin Chen's mind: Supreme Dao Technique. Jian Wudao was indeed manifesting the Supreme Dao Technique. On the platform of the Tianxiang Prefecture competition, those prodigies astonished by the phenomenon turned their gazes toward Lin Chen, their expressions shifting upon witnessing the terrifying vortex of sword energy above Jian Wudao's head. Supreme Dao Technique. The majestic Xixi, draped in a golden robe that concealed his broad frame, exhibited a glimmer of battle intent, sensing the escalating tension. All eyes converged upon this scene, for the power of the Supreme Dao Technique was nothing short of extraordinary. The Supreme Dao Technique represented the profound heritage of a prestigious sect. Despite the presence of 26 exceptional talents, the majority of whom have mastered supreme techniques, they would not employ such formidable powers unless in a critical moment. Thus, the premature display of supreme techniques by Jian Wudao left them astounded. Outside the Tianxiang mansion, those who witnessed Jian Wudao's utilization of supreme techniques were immediately engulfed in shock and uproar. The very existence of such techniques was indeed terrifying. Jian Wudao struck with a lethal force that was nothing short of overwhelming. How troublesome it must be for Lin Chen, for he had inadvertently provoked a deadly confrontation. It seemed that the assassin, Lin Chen, would be unable to withstand the onslaught of these supreme techniques. Voices rose in unison, a cacophony of astonishment, derision, and mockery filled the air. The ancestors Feng Hua and Xiao Yao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly upon witnessing Jian Wudao's display of supreme techniques. To unleash such power so readily, Xiao Yao exclaimed, his tone laced with shock and an undercurrent of concern. Feng Hua's countenance grew solemn. It seemed that Lin Chen's predicament had worsened. Meanwhile, a tall, strikingly beautiful woman observed Jian Wudao's display, and her delicate features transformed in an instant. "Brother Lin Chen, you must be cautious," Yun Qing urged, her heart racing with anxiety upon witnessing the formidable power unleashed by Jian Wudao. Within the enigmatic space of the Tianxiang Mansion's great formation, Tian Li, the great saint, expressed his astonishment. Supreme techniques have been unleashed so swiftly. Laughter erupted from Ku Rong, who exclaimed, "Excellent! Jian Wudao truly delivers." The master of the Moon Hall wore a smile. But the expressions of Elder 11 and Great Saint Hua Qing were considerably less favorable. The exertion of supreme techniques would inevitably deplete Jian Wudao's internal power and strength, significantly impacting the competition for the top 6 positions. Hence, Elder 11's countenance bore a grim visage. While Great Saint Hua Qing's concern lay in whether Lin Chen could withstand the impending assault of the supreme techniques, relentless annihilation sword, Jian Wudao's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. From the terrifying vortex of sword energy above his head, a blinding point of light suddenly emerged. An ancient, mysterious longsword, exuding an aura of annihilation, materialized from this light, embodying a force that threatened to obliterate all. The oppressive aura of this ancient sword, born from the sword energy vortex, locked onto Lin Chen, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Confronted with the threat posed by the moon's luo, her beautiful visage flickered with emotion as she quickly urged Lin Chen, "Flee. I will deal with Baitsong." Escape is no longer an option. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, feeling the terrifying pressure that was fixated upon him. "But please, delay Baitsong for me. I will confront his strike." Yin Luo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Confronting supreme techniques? Are you jesting? Do you seek your own demise? As the chilling voice of Jian Wudao echoed, the ancient and enigmatic longsword suddenly shot forth, aiming to strike Lin Chen. The moment the mysterious sword moved, a terrifying whirlwind swept across the entire platform, accompanied by the incessant roar of thunder. Positioned at the heart of this overwhelming pressure, Lin Chen felt a surge of cold sweat, enveloped by an acute sense of impending danger. The supreme Taoist technique now descended upon him. Chapter 437. The confrontation with the supreme Taoist technique. Jian Wudao unleashed the supreme Taoist technique, an awe-inspiring phenomenon that shook the very souls of onlookers, instilling a profound sense of dread and urgency among the talented youths present. This technique, known as the Heartless Annihilation Sword, was one Jian Wudao had mastered from the unfeeling sword cannon. The sheer terror of this supreme technique had garnered the attention of the 11 sword elders and the higher echelons of the sword immortal sect. The enormous ancient sword, radiating a ruthless cold light and wielding the power to annihilate the heavens, surged towards Lin Chen. Under the sword's ominous lock, the space around Lin Chen felt as though it had been sealed by invisible forces, rendering him immobile. A wave of destruction surged forth towards him. Yun Luo's expression shifted, and even the emotionless countenance of the Rain Emperor betrayed a flicker of murderous intent. To employ a supreme Taoist technique to obliterate Lin Chen was a clear intention to send him to his demise. Meanwhile, Yu Hong, Xing Shatianga, and others reveled in their amusement, astonished by Jian Wudao's formidable display of power, as he unleashed a supreme technique with the intent to obliterate Lin Chen. "Do not worry about me," Lin Chen bellowed, his conviction echoing. "I can contend with this supreme technique." As he spoke, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, narrowing as he fixed his eyes on the heartless, colossal ancient sword soaring through the air. In a sudden surge, a torrent of vital energy erupted from Lin Chen's palm, coalescing into a sword of pure energy. This action immediately stirred a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. What was he attempting? Did he intend to resist the Heartless Annihilation Sword with this energy sword? The spectators speculated, believing Lin Chen had reached the end of his rope, making a final desperate struggle. The once mighty killing emperor appeared to be on the brink of demise. Amidst the murmurs, only Xixi Zhan, the enigmatic prince of the Eastern dynasty, and Luo Zi refrained from displaying any mockery. The pampered Xixi, glancing at the impending threat of the supreme technique, briefly flashed a hint of murderous intent in her large, expressive eyes. However, she remained comfortably nestled in Luo Zi's embrace, showing no inclination to intervene, seemingly unconcerned. "Lin Chen, this supreme technique is beyond your capacity to withstand," Jian Wudao declared coldly. "Your only path to survival now lies in surrender." Unfazed, Lin Chen exuded a regal aura that commanded submission. With the energy sword firmly in hand, he pointed it directly at Jian Wudao and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Jian Wudao, you have yet to grasp the true meaning of heartlessness." As his words fell, the very heavens and earth shifted in response. A resounding explosion echoed across the platform of the Tianxiang mansion. A colossal Tai Chi symbol materialized above Lin Chen, slowly rotating. With each rotation, this immense Tai Chi symbol absorbed terrifying energies from the surroundings. A unique sentiment emanated from Lin Chen's being, and a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. The sword of the 10,000 emotions, Lin Chen murmured. The Tao is filled with emotion. And how could it be otherwise for humanity? At his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the formidable entities within the mysterious formation of Tianxiang Mansion were taken aback. This is indeed an unparalleled Tao technique, exclaimed the great sage of withering and flourishing, rising in disbelief. This supreme art seemed to elucidate the Tao, its blade imbued with the poignancy of longing. What an extraordinary Tao technique. Elder 11's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "This fellow has mastered two supreme Tao arts. Coupled with the one bestowed by Lin Chen, he has cultivated two. Moreover, what unsettled Elder 11 the most was that Lin Chen's supreme technique embodied emotion, perfectly countering the ruthlessly destructive sword of the emotionless. The countenance of the Moon Hall's master also darkened. Haha. The great sage of transformation laughed heartily, his spirits lifted, surveying the gathered crowd with a grin. Now, the victor is anyone's guess. Supreme Tao arts possess the power to alter the course of battle, and Lin Chen wielded no less than two. Outside Tianxiang Mansion, the ancestors of wind and fire, as well as the alchemist of the night owl, were equally astonished. This fellow has concealed his depths too well. Meanwhile, Yunqing gazed at Lin Chen unleashing this supreme Tao technique, her beautiful eyes clouded with a mist of emotion, her heart fluttering slightly. Brother Lin Chen, who are you longing for? She softly pondered, her complexion pale, yet enchanting, with yet another supreme Tao technique unleashed. Even the fierce clash between the Rain Emperor, Tiangu, and Xixi was compelled to a halt. Yun Luo stood apart, contemplating, damn it. This kid has hidden himself deeply. Yu Heng cursed under his breath, his expression grim. Yun Luo shot him a glance, coolly stating, once he deals with Jianwu Dao, you will be his first target. Hearing this, a faintly sinister smile curled upon Yu Heng's lips. Let us see if he can handle Jianwu Dao first. Isn't it merely a supreme Dao technique? Xixi scoffed. A mere figure in the Qi realm cannot possibly contend with Jianwu Dao in the Godflow realm. The others fell silent. At that moment, two violently opposing energies clashed together. The fearsome Tai Chi Bagua and the mysterious ancient longsword collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Two entirely distinct ideologies of the Tao erupted into the sky, engaging in fierce combat. One represented the ruthless sword path, while the other transformed emotions into the essence of the Tao. As these opposing ideals collided, Lin Chen and Jianwu Dao both endured tremendous impacts of will. Heaven is devoid of emotion, and so is the Tao. All is devoid of feeling, Jianwu Dao coldly declared. All emotions are mere illusions. As the words fell, the terrifying, merciless sword intent of the extinguishing heaven's sword intensified, seemingly shattering everything in its path. Lin Chen's complexion paled slightly, his body enduring immense pressure under the onslaught of this ruthless Tao sword intent. A trickle of blood silently seeped from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. In his eyes emerged the image of a girl with fiery red hair, her presence evoking a bittersweet ache and joy within him. She tilted her head, her gaze fixed upon Jianwu Dao, and spoke slowly. Jianwu Dao, if you are truly devoid of emotion, why then do you concern yourself with the sect? If you are truly heartless, why do you strike against me? If you are truly unfeeling, why do you invest your spirit so deeply? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen summoned the true essence of the Tao, a sudden surge of power coursing through him. If you are indeed heartless, you should never have appeared here. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen's Tai Chi Bagua pattern erupted, expanding dramatically, enveloping half of the platform in its vast shadow, exuding an aura of divine might. The circulation of this Tao essence rendered the Tai Chi Bagua even more formidable. Meanwhile, Jianwu Dao's spirit seemed to be shaken, his emotions becoming disordered. In the clash of supreme Tao techniques, Lin Chen emerged victorious. The enigmatic crown prince of the Eastern dynasty spoke, his expression unremarkable. As his words echoed, the two tumultuous streams of Tao intent raging across the platform abruptly erupted. The immense Tai Chi pattern crushed the ancient, mysterious long sword beneath its weight, shattering it inch by inch. At that moment of explosion, the ancient sword disintegrated with a resounding bang. The resulting shockwave sent many talented individuals staggering backward. This move was named the Sword of 10,000 Emotions of the Tao. Lin Chen, wielding his formidable sword, sliced through the turbulent air, directing his blade at Jianwu Dao, and calmly stated, "Today is not the time for our battle. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly engage. Although Jian Wudao's supreme Dao technique had faltered, it did not signify his defeat. Very well. Jian Wudao regarded Lin Chen deeply, nodding decisively before vanishing from sight. With Jian Wudao's departure, Lin Chen felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The 5 great talents had dwindled to 4. Given Lin Chen's combat prowess, he still held a chance against the remaining 4, including Yu Hong. However, the odds were not in his favor. Yu Hong observed Lin Chen's calm demeanor and grinned sinisterly. Lin Chen, I never anticipated you wielded 2 supreme Dao techniques. But having unleashed one, how much of your mana remains? Jian Wudao had unleashed the merciless extinguishing heaven sword with a staggering 300,000 units of mana, even at the minor Zhou Tian stage within the divine flow realm. Such a tremendous expenditure consumed 1/3 of Jian Wudao's mana. However, if Lin Chen is to contend against the unparalleled sword technique of ruthless extermination, he must unleash a formidable force of no less than 200,000 mana dragons. A being at the level of the Qi condensation realm can barely muster a mere 100,000 mana dragons. Even if Lin Chen possesses some treasure to substitute for the mana dragons, he surely has only a scant few remaining. Indeed, Yu Hang's reasoning is entirely correct. The manifestation of this grand sword of myriad emotions has already consumed a substantial 10,000 mana dragons. Xixi, the Holy Sun, is also a perceptive individual. He laughs heartily at Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Haha, Lin Chen, now that you are devoid of mana, how do you intend to contend against us for? Do you wish to risk the lives of Emperor Yu and Emperor Yin Luo?" Baicang stands aloof, silent. He is not one to kick someone when they are down. Yet he is resolute in his determination to engage Lin Chen in combat. Even if Lin Chen were utterly bereft of mana dragons, he would still seek to personally vanquish him. Even if I lack mana dragons, what of it? Lin Chen boldly gazes at the 4, his battle intent intensifying. If it is war, then let it be war. I, Lin Chen, fear not. Such resolute declarations of battle spirit prompt the onlookers to nod in quiet admiration, acknowledging that the Slaughter Emperor Lin Chen is indeed no ordinary figure. Despite being in a disadvantaged position, he refuses to yield in spirit. A commendable battle spirit. Remarks Xixi, observing Lin Chen's boundless fervor, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, he muses, without power, mere zeal is of little consequence. At this moment, the platform within the Tianxiang prefecture fell silent, with all battles ceasing. The clash of the 2 supreme techniques had captivated their attention, drawing focus to Lin Chen's struggle. Outside the Tianxiang prefecture, a group of onlookers regarding the water shield exchanged disapproving glances, beginning to murmur. It appears that Lin Chen is at the end of his tether. With his mana expended, he is like a toothless tiger, devoid of any chance against the 4 prodigies. Even with the assistance of Emperor Yu and Emperor Yin Luo, one could scarcely see any hope for Lin Chen. A chorus of lamentations echoed as they recognized Lin Chen's displayed strength and tactics. Emperor Yu's expression remained perpetually icy, radiating an aura of terror that everyone sensed. It was unclear whether his ire was directed at Lin Chen's defiance against the supreme techniques or at his current state of desperation. Nonetheless, Emperor Yu was a man of few words, letting his actions speak for themselves. Even as Emperor Yu sought to aid Lin Chen, even the venerable Ku Rong de Sheng felt helpless. Lin Chen, what shall you do now that your mana dragons are nearly depleted? Yin Luo hurriedly conveyed a thought to Lin Chen. Do not worry, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. I have my methods. Yin Luo hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing further concerns, rather than an unwillingness to intervene. It may be more accurate to say that she subconsciously reassured herself that Lin Chen possessed his own means. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted before Lin Chen, and the terrifying aura of a sovereign immediately surged forth. An ancient azure tower hovered in front of him, emanating a mysterious and formidable presence. This was a superior royal artifact. Upon its appearance, a flicker of astonishment flashed across the eyes of numerous prodigies, as such high-grade royal artifacts were rare possessions for them. However, shortly thereafter, a magnificent sovereign aura once again manifested before Lin Chen. 6 grotesque portals of ghostly deities materialized before his eyes, brimming with immense energy. Yet another superior royal artifact. At this moment, even the likes of Xixi, Yu Hong, and Tian Gu could not suppress their astonishment. To possess 2 superior royal artifacts was indeed astonishing. The expressions of those prodigies reflected their shock, quickly replaced by intense greed. Goodness, 2 superior royal artifacts, typically reserved for those in the Tao diagram realm. How remarkable is Lin Chen's wealth? 2 supreme Tao techniques and 2 superior royal artifacts. If these 2 superior royal artifacts were mine, my combat prowess would at least double. It seems Lin Chen has been concealing his true depth. Whispers of discussion and awe resonated throughout the platform. After all, for a mere figure in the Gangxi realm to possess 2 superior royal artifacts and 2 supreme Tao techniques was genuinely intimidating. Lin Chen, do not assume that possessing 2 superior royal artifacts grants you the qualification to contend with us, Yu Heng remarked, raising an eyebrow, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. If you surrender all the superior royal artifacts and supreme Tao techniques you possess, I might spare your life. Xingxi's eyes sparkled with avarice as he licked his lips, declaring, Lin Chen, your only chance for survival lies in relinquishing your superior royal artifacts and supreme Tao techniques. This opportunity is granted to you but once. Tiangu and Baicang remained silent, though the former's eyes glimmered with greed, while the latter expressed nothing but disdain. His gaze filled with intense battle intent and murderous resolve. Even if Lin Chen surrendered the 2 superior royal artifacts and supreme Tao techniques, Baicang would still engage in combat. He would only retreat if Lin Chen were to defeat him. At that moment, the atmosphere on the platform grew heavy. With all eyes fixated on Lin Chen, eagerly awaiting his response, Rain Emperor and Cloud Luo Emperor stood to Lin Chen's left and right, ready to unleash their deadly moves at a moment's notice. Lin Chen's aura remained undiminished as he regarded the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. In truth, you have not misjudged. I am indeed at the end of my strength. The 4 prodigies remained silent, merely observing Lin Chen with cold detachment, awaiting his next words. Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the Rain Emperor's stunningly cold visage, and then glanced at Cloud Luo, lightly chuckling. Rain Emperor, Cloud Luo, I have a request. Speak. The Rain Emperor replied, devoid of emotion. Cloud Luo's icy gaze also remained fixed upon Lin Chen. I would like to ask for your departure from this place. Lin Chen suddenly tilted his head back, his gaze radiating an aura of imperious determination, as though a sovereign had descended upon the world. I shall confront them alone, he declared, his words reverberating like thunder, rolling forth from his lips. The Xianshang King Tower and the 6 Xian Life and Death Gate resonated with powerful tremors at that moment, exuding an overwhelming imperial presence. An air of dominion surged forth from Lin Chen, causing the ears of the onlooking prodigies to buzz with astonishment. The entire platform of Tianxiang Prefecture fell into a profound silence beneath Lin Chen's audacious proclamation. Outside the Tianxiang Prefecture, hundreds of prodigies, captivated by the spectacle of the water shield unfolding before them, fell into a hushed reverie. Time appeared to momentarily stand still. Suddenly, a gasp of awe escaped the lips of an unknown prodigy, and a wave of murmurs cascaded throughout the Tianxiang Prefecture. His audacious claim of facing 4 adversaries alone was met with incredulity. Is Lin Chen mad? Echoed the thoughts of the prodigies. How could he refuse the assistance of Rain Sovereign and Cloud Luo Sovereign? He had lost all his magical power. How could he possibly contend with the 4 great prodigies? Even if he retained his power, could he truly prevail against 4 formidable foes? It seems Lin Chen is courting death, openly slapping the faces of the 4 prodigies. They murmured without restraint. Amidst the derision, there was one exquisite countenance marked by a chill of concern. Cloud Qing's delicate hands clenched together, forming fists. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry. What has happened to my brother Lin Chen? Why must he challenge 4 opponents alone? Please, let nothing go awry, she implored herself. Among the many prodigies, one face stood out, brimming with a fierce and exhilarated demeanor. Ha ha! The tyrant king laughed uproariously, exuding an overwhelming presence. Boss, you must incapacitate these 4 weaklings. Let them witness what true strength looks like. At that moment, on the platform within Tianxiang Prefecture, a chorus of derisive voices erupted relentlessly. The 20-some prodigies did not shy away from expressing their scorn. You intend to fight 4 adversaries alone? A mere existence at the Qi condensation realm, daring to provoke 4? Do you wish for your own demise? Yu Heng's expression faltered momentarily before he donned a mask of scorn, regarding Lin Chen with disdain. Lin Chen, have you truly lost your mind? Xixi was equally taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Lin Chen, do you foresee your own future, and now seek your end? I am not mad, nor seeking death. What business is that of yours? Lin Chen replied, his expression impassive, yet radiating an aura of authority that commanded attention. Yueheng and Xingxia's expressions darkened, their eyes flickering with a glimmer of murderous intent. However, they refrained from making a move. For the Rain Emperor and the Cloud Luo Emperor had not truly departed. Who could tell if Lin Chen was employing some trickery? To act rashly could lead them directly into his trap. Lin Chen, I must commend your bravery. Baizong stepped forward, gazing at Lin Chen with an air of arrogance. Yet, to think you can stand against our four, the only outcome awaiting you is death. Lin Chen met Tianji's gaze with unflinching calmness, replying coolly, why don't you acknowledge that your fate may also lead to a dead end? At Lin Chen's words, Baizong was momentarily taken aback. Tiange, however, could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, Lin Chen, your courage is indeed commendable. Who would have thought you would remain so defiant at the brink of death? Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. His expression was shrouded in an air of mystery, as if cloaked in darkness. Yueheng raised an eyebrow, irritation lacing his tone as he sneered, if you truly wish to challenge all four of us, why do you not act? The implication in Yueheng's words was clear. Why not drive away the Rain Emperor and the others? Rain Emperor, Cloud Luo, Lin Chen's gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon the four in the sky. You may leave. There is no need to worry about me. Cloud Luo hesitated, for the decision at hand could determine Lin Chen's very life. How could she afford to be reckless? The Rain Emperor, with her icy blue eyes, cast a glance at Lin Chen before turning away, emanating a chilling aura. This woman, without uttering a word, simply walked away. Cloud Luo, witnessing the Rain Emperor's departure, was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful, cold visage reflecting a hint of profound meaning. Such a woman, I find myself at a loss to compare with her, Cloud Luo mused. Her ability to turn away so decisively did not stem from indifference, but rather from a profound confidence in Lin Chen. Taking a deep breath, Cloud Luo gracefully departed. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen found himself utterly alone on the battlefield, while the four formidable talents wore expressions of astonishment, swiftly replaced by intense murderous intent. To confront four alone was to court death. Lin Chen, since you desire death so fervently, I shall grant your wish, Yueheng declared, a savage expression gracing his features as the moonlight around him intensified. A surging wave of murderous intent bore down upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen, even at the brink of death, you remain so reckless. I, Xingxia, will ensure your demise is far from merciful, he sneered, his gaze fixed upon Lin Chen as though regarding a mere corpse. Only in death will you prove the supremacy of the Hell King Sutra over the Celestial Calamity Sutra, Baizong asserted, as three overwhelming waves of murderous intent surged forth, sweeping through the battlefield. Yueheng and Xingxia could hardly fathom that Lin Chen had truly allowed Cloud Luo and the Rain Emperor to depart. While this was somewhat perplexing to them, their desire to eliminate Lin Chen grew only more fervent. As for Baizong, he cared not for any schemes. His singular aim was to extinguish Lin Chen's life. I said, Lin Chen, what is the necessity of continuing this fight? Tianji's voice pierced Lin Chen's ears, proclaiming, you are destined to perish in this battle. It would be better to end it yourself now. From his elevated position, Tiange gazed down at Lin Chen, his eyes glimmering with a sinister delight. At this moment, the four formidable prodigies unleashed their overwhelming killing intent on eliminating Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen remained steadfast amidst their murderous aura. His gaze swept over each of the four prodigies, and a ferocious light suddenly flickered across his face. In an instant, Lin Chen's aura surged forth dramatically, as the 100 Suns Testament emerged and shimmered behind him. A mysterious force, spanning vast distances, surged powerfully into Lin Chen. The 100 Suns Testament connected him to a terrifying entity, bestowing upon him its formidable power. At that moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared to be bathed in divine light, his physical strength ascending relentlessly. The 100 Suns Testament indeed established a connection to the might of the heavenly sacred gate, granting him substantial augmentation. Xixi gaze locked onto Lin Chen as he remarked coolly, if faced with a prodigy, Lin Chen might leverage this 100 Suns Testament to contend against his opponent. This son of the Xixi clan discerned the extent of power Lin Chen had gained through the testament. Meanwhile, on the side of Luo Zi, the heartless Xixi looked on as Lin Chen found himself in such perilous circumstances and laughed heartily without a care. Luo Zi's beautiful eyes glanced at the carefree, laughing Lin Chen and then at Lin Chen, who was under immense pressure from the murderous intent, softly uttering words that no one could hear. Within the mysterious realm of Tianxiang Mansion, several colossal beings began to exchange their thoughts. Haha, this Lin Chen is truly audacious, daring to face four alone, a ridiculous jest. The withering sage cast a disdainful glance at the transformation sage and mockingly laughed. Even if Lin Chen possesses hidden tactics, the elder of the 11 swords declared without reserve, he will not withstand the combined onslaught of the four prodigies for more than 3 exchanges. This child is far too arrogant, the heavenly sage sighed lightly. Conversely, the expression of the transformation sage was exceedingly poor, especially under the scornful gaze of the withering sage, as fury surged within him. Yet, despite his anger, the transformation sage felt a sense of helplessness. To contend against 4 was nothing short of a fantastical notion. Among these terrifying beings, only the Moon Hall Master remained silent, fixated intently on the platform. At that moment, an explosive sound reverberated, signaling the commencement of a stunning battle on the platform, where Lin Chen faced 4 challengers. The terrifying fluctuations erupted forth as the fight began. In the 440th chapter, Kunpeng Celestial Beast versus Lin Chen's form. Lin Chen was enveloped in an otherworldly aura, and under the augmentation of the mysterious power of the 100 Suns Testament, his physical strength surged to unprecedented heights. Even the formidable Tiange, in the presence of Lin Chen's current form, is filled with trepidation, except when he reveals his true self. Such a powerful physique possesses the capability to shatter pathways and annihilate these divine abilities. Yueheng strikes with the swiftness of lightning, as beams of moonlight cascade from the heavens, reminiscent of a full moon gradually emerging from the shroud of dark clouds. These beams of moonlight, akin to the strikes of a giant, relentlessly bombard Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen merely continues to inhale and exhale the Baizi Jindao map, shattering each beam of moonlight that descends upon him. The Tianhe spear, Xixi, also makes its move, as the resounding roar of thunder echoes through the void. With a sweeping gesture, he pulls forth a spear of starlight from the emptiness. Armed with the starlight spear, Xixi emanates an overwhelming aura, aiming directly at Lin Chen's brow before launching it like a streak of light. With penetrating vision, Lin Chen's eyes emit torrents of azure flames, the essence of comprehension swirling within, allowing him to discern the spear's vulnerability. In an instant, Lin Chen vanishes from his position, delivering a powerful punch that strikes at the spear's core, shattering it into fragments. Humph, Xixi scoffs, his expression darkening slightly. For his ocular technique has been able to unveil the weaknesses of my divine abilities. Lin Chen, now at his limit, finds his internal energy insufficient to withstand such depletion. Yueheng coolly remarks that the situation is entirely within his grasp, poised to eliminate Lin Chen at any moment. However, his strength is formidable. Xixi glances at Tiange and Baizong, coldly stating that dismantling Lin Chen's defenses will likely require some time. Yueheng nods, directing his gaze towards Tiange. A flicker of malice glimmers in Tiange's eyes as he surveys Xixi and Yueheng, calmly asserting that he will breach Lin Chen's defenses, leaving the task of killing him to the 2 of them. Both Yueheng and Xixi nod in unison, for this is the strategy they have devised, one that is remarkably equitable between them. Yet, they have completely excluded Baizong from their considerations, as his actions are dictated solely by his whims. Lin Chen, your reliance lies solely on your corporeal form. Tiange's voice reverberates powerfully, an immense aura surging forth. The overwhelming pressure descends upon Lin Chen like a colossal iron plate. His expression shifts to one of gravitas. Although imperceptible to others, he distinctly senses a terrifying force weighing down on him, a pure manifestation of oppressive power. A malevolent aura emanates from Tiange, suggesting the emergence of a formidable beast. The expressions of the talented disciples turn solemn. Yun Luo's serene visage betrays no overt emotion, yet a flicker of concern is unmistakably present in her beautiful eyes. Kunpeng Celestial Beast. Tiange bellows, his form suddenly expanding. A colossal creature suddenly appeared in the sky, its enormous wings unfurling and sending forth countless sharp, white feathers. This was the majestic beast known as Kunpeng, radiating an overwhelming aura of a demon king. Beneath the shadow of this gigantic Kunpeng, Lin Chen felt an immense pressure, akin to that of a mountain. The legend of the Kunpeng, a celestial beast, had long been recounted to Lin Chen, known for its incredible speed and power, capable of devouring terrifying entities in a single breath. It appeared that Tiange intended to break through his defenses. Lin Chen discerned their intentions with startling clarity. What combat strength did he possess now that he had lost so much? Lin Chen, meet your end. A voice filled with authority reverberated from the heavens. A powerful gust descended upon Lin Chen, and the massive form of the beast loomed before him, unleashing a barrage of sharp, white feathers aimed at him. Swift as lightning. Even Lin Chen's countenance shifted in alarm. The velocity of these feathers was such that it seemed to be on par with his own ethereal footwork. Nevertheless, in response to the feathered assault, Lin Chen acted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that released a tremendous force. The impact reverberated as he was repeatedly pushed back. Each feather bore an overwhelming might, rivaling that of a mid-grade royal artifact. Indeed, the Kunpeng's strength was formidable, its attacks striking with unparalleled ferocity. Lin Chen was astonished. After transforming into the Kunpeng, Tiange's combat prowess had exponentially increased in terror. Are you afraid? The beast spoke with an air of authority, its piercing eyes fixed on Lin Chen, laced with disdain. If you wish to fight, then fight. Lin Chen's entire being erupted with a ghostly aura, enveloping him as if he were clad in a suit of divine armor. The 100 Suns chart continuously emitted various wills, cleansing Lin Chen's body and augmenting his strength. In a flash, Lin Chen surged forward, delivering a fearsome punch toward the colossal beast. Two superior royal artifacts floated behind him, following his assault. Answer no match for me. Tiange's voice boomed like a resounding bell, and with a mighty flap of its wings, he struck at Lin Chen. The clash of their tremendous powers created a cataclysmic explosion. The area surrounding the beast and Lin Chen reverberated with shockwaves. The overwhelming force surged forth, pushing even Yueheng and Xixi back several steps. Lin Chen's body endured a tremendous collision, his blood surging within him. He staggered back several paces before managing to withstand the force. The sturdy platform beneath him bore the scars of his struggle, marked by a long groove. Meanwhile, the Kunpeng remained steadfast, still exuding an oppressive might. Lin Chen, in comparison, always fell slightly short of the Kunpeng's majesty. Baicang spoke coldly and arrogantly. His reluctance to intervene stems from a desire to observe just how far Lin Chen can advance. In truth, Baicang currently hesitates not out of inability, but rather from a conscious choice to remain passive. However, when he decides to act, his assault will be nothing short of thunderous. Haha. Lin Chen is indeed no match for Kunpeng. Moonheng laughed heartily, asserting that should Tiangu unleash the Kunpeng's lethal techniques, the terror would be magnified. Xixi, with a disdainful snort, proclaimed that in the clash of powers, Lin Chen's defeat was inevitable. Once Tiangu breaks through, Lin Chen's demise would be assured. The arena fell into silence, all eyes fixated on the pure brawl between one man and one beast. Meanwhile, on the side of Luozi, as the aura of the demon surged forth, her enchanting gaze turned skyward towards the colossal beast. Subsequently, her attention shifted to Xixi, observing that this little creature remained unaffected, reveling in the overwhelming presence of the Demon King. This unexpected reaction piqued Luozi's interest, leading her to focus on Xixi rather than the battlefield. After all, within the demon race, the innate suppression of bloodlines is a natural phenomenon. What exactly is the origin of this Xixi? On the platform, thunderous explosions resounded incessantly as Lin Chen engaged in a bloody battle with the massive demon beast. Alas, despite possessing the ethereal aura and the 100 Suns Dao diagram, Lin Chen still fell short against the overwhelming might of Kunpeng. After a relentless exchange, his exterior was already stained with copious amounts of blood. While Tiangu remained entirely unscathed, his feathers still pristine and sharp. Observing this, many prodigies shook their heads in resignation, having already formed a judgment about the outcome. Lin Chen would surely lose. Once broken, his death would be inevitable. Lin Chen, your power is utterly incomparable to my Kunpeng celestial body, Tianji's voice boomed. Surrender your supreme techniques and top-grade imperial artifacts now, and I may spare your life. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp feather shot towards Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen retaliated with a punch, only to be violently repelled several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the injuries Lin Chen had sustained were significant, and blood flowed freely from his wounds. Is that so? Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, locking onto the towering beast before him, a playful smile suddenly gracing his lips. Tiangu. The one who will ultimately lose is undoubtedly you. Chapter 441. The Three Great Divine Arts, River. A surge of malevolence ignited in the eyes of the colossal beast. Tiangu could hardly fathom that Lin Chen, even in such dire circumstances, would dare to utter such audacious words. The one who will lose is surely me. He retorted coldly. Lin Chen, I do not deny your talent. Yet, a genius who fails to recognize the gravity of their situation is destined to become mere dust. Here stands a formidable being at the pinnacle of the divine flow realm, possessing myriad techniques, yet unable to defeat Lin Chen, a monumental farce indeed. Believe it or not. It matters not, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of calm that led many prodigies to wonder if he truly held some terrifying means at his disposal. However, upon further contemplation, Lin Chen reaffirmed his convictions, realizing the stark disparity before him. Seek death, Tiangu bellowed, sweeping his enormous wings toward Lin Chen with a force that seemed intent on delivering a fatal blow. Lin Chen retaliated with a powerful punch, successfully countering the oncoming force. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward, his fist radiating a swirling aura of spectral energy, striking toward the colossal beast's head. Continue this way, and your demise is inevitable, Tiangu remarked with a cold smirk. A sharp, white feather shot forth from Tiangu's form, colliding with Lin Chen's punch. Despite being merely a feather controlled by Tiangu, its lethality and velocity were formidable. In terms of strength, Tiangu had decisively surpassed Lin Chen. If this persisted, Lin Chen would surely face defeat. Blast! Lin Chen exclaimed as his fist connected with the pointed feather, producing a thunderous sound akin to an unseen leviathan crashing into the beast's body. An invisible tower, manipulated by Lin Chen, struck Tiangu with tremendous force. Lin Chen's every utterance and action had merely served to concentrate Tiangu's focus entirely upon him. This diversion allowed Lin Chen to wield the devouring sky tower, launching it toward Tiangu. Upon being struck by the tower, Tiangu's massive form was propelled backward, creating a tumultuous wave of energy. The faces of the onlookers were instantly filled with astonishment, including those of Yu Heng and Xixi, who were equally captivated by the unfolding battle and had not anticipated Lin Chen's stealthy deployment of the devouring sky tower, manipulating its intricate principles to strike Tiangu. Within the Xixi family, Xixi Zhan observed this scene with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The enigmatic prince of the Eastern dynasty also imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement. As Tiangu was assaulted by the devouring sky tower, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the unexpected attack inflicting considerable damage upon him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen commanded the Xianshang Monarch Tower, rotating it to unleash a ferocious offensive against the retreating beast. Get lost, Tiangu roared, suddenly flapping his wings, unleashing a terrifying gale that erupted from a mysterious dimension. It was as if two spatial rifts had torn open before him, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. The suppression array of the Xianshang Monarch Tower and the continuously oscillating devouring sky tower were violently repelled, retreating behind Lin Chen. Floating in midair, Lin Chen gazed at Tiangu with a fierce determination. In that previous exchange, Lin Chen had undeniably gained the upper hand, achieving this through intellect, skill, and supernatural prowess. The brief skirmish had captivated the observers, their eyes alight with wonder, unable to contain their admiration. Lin Chen truly lives up to the name of the Slaughter Emperor. His methods are remarkably formidable. Had I faced such a strike earlier, I would have undoubtedly suffered considerable damage. I never anticipated that such a vast disparity in strength could be compensated for by techniques. If given the chance, I would willingly offer my first experience to Lin Chen. Even Luo Zi extended her delicate hands, applauding Lin Chen with enthusiasm. Keep it up, she said with a light laugh, her enchanting gaze captivating the attention of many onlookers. However, Lin Chen could only manage a wry smile as he regarded Luo Zi. What exactly does this woman intend? Does she not realize that applauding him only serves to provoke Tiangu? Luo Zi winked at Lin Chen, her long purple hair cascading gracefully, exuding a captivating aura. Lin Chen's smile deepened into a frown as he sensed the chilling murderous intent surrounding him, his heart sinking slightly. Very well, Lin Chen, you have indeed injured me. Tiangu, the colossal beast, declared, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. A terrifying aura began to rise. Now I am eager to see how you intend to withstand our assault with your current abilities. As Tianji's words fell, the giant beast opened its gaping maw, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Kunpeng Devour. A tremendous suction force erupted from the beast's mouth, enveloping Lin Chen. This overwhelming pull rendered Lin Chen powerless, his limbs feeling as though they were devoid of strength, as he was inexorably drawn towards the beast's gaping maw. Lin Chen's face manifested shock. He had never imagined that this suction could disrupt his bodily equilibrium, stripping him of the ability to resist. He could only surrender to the pull toward that monstrous mouth. Lin Chen, be cautious. This Kunpeng Devour, once it engulfs you, will transform you into blood, allowing Tiangu to absorb you entirely, Blood Elder's urgent voice echoed. Clearly, the might of this technique had even alarmed Blood Elder, who recognized that Tiangu had yet to unleash its full potential. You must be careful. Blood Elder's voice faded into silence. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. He was astonished that the Kunpeng Devourer was so formidable, warranting such grave concern from Blood Elder. At present, his physical strength was rendered ineffective against this technique, and should he refrain from countering, he would inevitably turn into blood. Falling Heaven's grasp. Lin Chen raised his seemingly powerless arm, and with a fierce grip, an immense pressure surged forth. The unseen pressure around him obediently responded to Lin Chen's command. Pushing against the suction force, his body, which was being drawn in, stabilized mid-air, establishing a balance against the formidable pull. Lin Chen, this is your end. Observing Lin Chen utilizing a technique to counter his suction, Tiangu exhibited no sign of defeat. Instead, he laughed coldly. Lin Chen's body was suddenly enveloped in a prickling sensation, a harbinger of foreboding rising within him. Alas, he realized he had fallen into a trap. In that fleeting moment, two thunderous booms reverberated overhead. Yueheng and Xixi had locked their divine senses onto Lin Chen, summoning torrents of magical energy in the form of dragons. The heavenly moon river and the celestial galaxy surged forth, as both unleashed their formidable divine flows towards Lin Chen, causing the very platform beneath them to tremble. These colossal and terrifying streams of divine power descended from the heavens, targeting Lin Chen with lethal intent. One was a river of moonlight, within which swirled 10 formidable techniques, exuding boundless might as if forming a celestial moon. The other was a silver river, adorned with glimmering starlight, radiating an overwhelming aura of lethal energy. A dreadful presence cascaded from above, as these two immense divine rivers bore down upon him. At that moment, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of existential peril. These streams of divine power possessed the capacity to annihilate him, rendering even his high-grade royal body utterly defenseless. Yet, in the next instant, a voice echoed, reminiscent of the judgment of death. The 10,000 ghosts' grasp emerged, a colossal black river rolling forth, entwined with 10 distinct techniques that resembled the hand of a king of the underworld reaching from the abyss, wielding immeasurable power. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entire platform. Lin Chen's heart plummeted, ensnared by an imminent sense of death. This was Bai Tsong's intervention. The 3 divine rivers surged forth in unison towards him. As if the sky had torn open a vast maw, 3 streams of horror spilled from the endless void, emanating a grotesque aura of death. The potent waves of magical energy surged across the battlefield, a cataclysmic attack forged from 500,000 units of magical energy. In that moment, countless hearts hung in suspense as the 3 divine rivers erupted. Lin Chen's physical form was immobilized, his internal magical energy utterly depleted. What right did he have to contend against these 3 divine forces? As the 3 divine rivers unleashed their wrath, a flurry of divine thoughts exchanged rapidly. Yunluo Huang, witnessing the eruption of the divine streams, was instantly engulfed in a torrent of murderous intent, as if on the verge of intervening. However, mindful of Yu Huang's response, she transmitted a thought to him, imploring, Yu Huang, why do you hesitate? Do you wish to watch Lin Chen perish? Yunluo understood that her solitary effort would be insufficient to counter these 3 lethal strikes. Only with the mysterious, yet formidable Yu Huang joining her could there be a glimmer of hope to save Lin Chen. Yet, Yu Huang's chilling response rendered Yunluo utterly silent. He will die. His tone remained as frigid as ever, standing alone, drawing the gaze of all. Yunluo fell silent. In that fleeting moment, she recalled much, her beautiful eyes glancing at Lin Chen, who had lost his balance due to the devouring force of the Kunpeng. And she let out a silent sigh. This stage was meant for him. She now firmly believed that Lin Chen possessed terrifying hidden strengths. He would not perish, but would instead radiate brilliance. Outside the Tianxiang mansion, many individuals exhibited altered expressions, among them the ancestral figures Feng Hua and Xiao Yao. A woman named Yin Qing, her complexion paling, clenched her delicate white hands into fists, her knuckles turning white. Lin Chen was merely at the astral energy realm. How could they expect him to contend against such overwhelming forces? A chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly emanated from Yin Qing, causing many of the surrounding elites to shudder in fear. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as though he were enveloped in an icy shroud, his hair standing on end, his body trembling slightly. The three colossal torrents of divine power surged towards him like insurmountable mountains. Lin Chen, in this moment, appeared as an ordinary mortal, helplessly watching these three immense mountains bear down upon him. This was a seemingly certain death trap, as perceived by outsiders. Indeed, Lin Chen's body trembled. But it was not from fear or trepidation. Rather, it was an exhilarating excitement. His bloodthirsty eyes seemed to awaken in the darkness. The wielder of the Kunpeng's devouring force, Tiangu, felt a sudden chill sweep over him, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. He was startled, fully aware of what that fleeting coldness signified. And his gaze shot forward, his expression drastically changing. At that moment, beneath the terrifying suction of the Kunpeng, Lin Chen suddenly exuded a formidable aura. He tilted his head back, his gaze fixed on the three colossal waves crashing towards him like mighty dragons, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. A terrifying anomaly surged from behind Lin Chen. Vast, dark clouds, seemingly from nowhere, gathered instantaneously behind him. Blue serpents of lightning writhed within, and an overwhelming energy began to brew from the depths of those clouds. In an instant, this phenomenon drew the attention of countless onlookers, their expressions awash with shock. This aura was that of supreme Taoist power. Once again, Lin Chen had manifested a supreme Taoist technique. How could he possess such mystical power? Thoughts of astonishment flickered through the minds of these elites. Even Xi Jingzhan, Luo Zi, and the enigmatic prince of the Eastern dynasty were taken aback. This scene struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving each elite stunned. Only the Rain Emperor and Jian Wudao remained impassive, their expressions icy, as if they were entirely unfazed. From the moment they encountered Lin Chen, the unfolding facts had long since prepared them to accept his extraordinary nature with calmness. The most astonishing spectacle, undoubtedly, was the presence of Moon Trace, Star Kill, and Heavenly Ge. They were acutely aware that Lin Chen's current performance symbolized his status as an extraordinary genius, a prodigious talent. Likewise, they found themselves consumed by the same incredulous thoughts that raced through the minds of other prodigies. Meanwhile, a flicker of excitement flashed across Baizong's haughty visage. How intriguing! How fascinating! At that moment, a formidable aura of kingship surged forth, sweeping out from the dense clouds like a tempest. A massive azure hand, seemingly transcending countless thunders, emerged from the stormy heavens, striking fiercely towards the three great rivers of divine power. An overwhelming presence, akin to an ancient sovereign awakening from slumber, descended upon the realm. With the hand of the heavens, I reign supreme. Lin Chen's voice resonated with the authority of a monarch. Around his form, a terrifying pressure coiled, shattering the force generated by the Kunpeng's mighty pull. Lin Chen's gaze was as sharp as ice, and within his sea of consciousness, the dragon of magical power erupted forth without reservation. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of sovereign authority against the three great rivers of divine power erupted into a dazzling display. The ferocious aftermath radiated outward. Tianji's expression shifted subtly as he transformed from the form of the Kunpeng beast back to his human guise, enveloped by a protective aura to withstand the explosive force. Upon the platform, for terrifying energies raged uncontrollably. Lin Chen found himself at the epicenter of this cataclysm. Unable to evade the onslaught, he was violently hurled to the ground by the surging force. His internal magical energy was nearly depleted, and despite his physical resilience, he suffered considerable harm, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, Lin Chen's eyes remained strikingly clear, devoid of any trace of fear. In that moment, the explosion subsided into a profound silence. Only a large pit remained on the platform, revealing an immensely powerful prohibition that shimmered with light. Even this prohibition, under the assault of the four forces, had yielded to create a chillingly deep crater that drew gasps from onlookers. Above, the figures of Moon Trace, Star Kill, and Baitsong were violently thrust back 10 miles. The expressions of Moon Trace and Star Kill darkened to an extreme, while Tianji's countenance mirrored shock and an air of grim determination. An oppressive stillness enveloped the arena. No one spoke. All gazes were fixated upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen managed a wry smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, perhaps I pushed myself a bit too far. Yet, he was heartened to realize that his sovereign presence had indeed held back the 3 great rivers of divine power. Finally, someone in the crowd audibly swallowed, voicing the sentiments of many. A prodigy indeed. Chapter 443. Kill. The words of an unknown prodigy echoed, encapsulating the thoughts of all present. Many outstanding individuals began to recover from their shock, though the astonishment etched on their faces showed no signs of abating, especially at the periphery of the Tianxiang mansion. Lin Chen is indeed a formidable presence, wielding the 3 supreme arcane arts and possessing 2 high-grade imperial artifacts, rivaling even mid-grade imperial weapons. The emergence of this new star from the Ta Qing sect is remarkable. His possession of such treasures undoubtedly signifies an extraordinary fortune. Indeed, he is exceptionally talented, and the prospects for this young man are nothing short of immense. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment and praise, while some prodigies discreetly marked Lin Chen as a formidable adversary, exercising great caution. Regardless of whether Lin Chen secures first place in this contest, his reputation is destined to spread far and wide. Among the admirers, a beautiful woman, her bosom gently rising and falling, gradually regained her composure. My dear brother Lin Chen is truly insufferable, Yin Qing remarked, her cheeks flushed, whether from excitement or fear, undeniably alluring, causing many attentive prodigies to swallow hard. Meanwhile, Fenghua Laozu and Xiao Yao, after their initial shock, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, this lad is indeed formidable, Xiao Yao exclaimed in high spirits. Even he does not command 3 supreme arcane arts, and I doubt any of those prodigies possess such mastery. Yet Lin Chen, at the level of the Gangxi realm and lacking any background, astonishingly wields 3 supreme arcane arts, which is truly breathtaking. Good, Fenghua Laozu uttered, his presence as dynamic as wind and fire, his deep-set eyes sparkling with delight. At this moment, within the depths of the mysterious great formation in the Tianxiang mansion, several terrifying entities fell into a collective silence. The Huaqing great sage, flushed with excitement, stood proudly as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. I ask, Huaqing great sage inquired, surveying the others, what were you just saying? Tianli great sage, elder of 11 swords, Kurong great sage, and the Moon Hall master all wore awkward expressions. They had never anticipated that Lin Chen would hold back a crucial hand, leaving the entire assembly in shock. This fellow, whether by luck or prowess, is undeniably formidable. The elder of 11 swords remarked, the magical dragon he unleashed possesses a terrifying might equivalent to that of 400,000. Where does he summon such power? The great sages, with their piercing gazes, quickly discerned the core issue at hand. It must be aided by some mysterious artifacts or elixirs. Huaqing great sage remarked lightly, do you truly believe his sea of consciousness harbors 400,000 magical dragons? The terrifying entities fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, Kurong great sage slowly articulated, and what of it? Even if he can withstand the 3 divine torrents, can he endure the next wave? Upon the utterance of this statement, Huaqing great sage's earlier sense of triumph felt doused with cold water. Indeed, Lin Chen has the capability to continue fighting. On the platform of Tianxiang Mansion, Lin Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze coldly fixed above. At this moment, Yueheng, Tinga, Xingsha, and Baitsong hovered in the air, observing him from their elevated positions without rashly making a move. The vast pit resembled an invisible mocking grin, directed at the 4 individuals, as an oppressive silence enveloped the platform. The participants in the celestial contest, renowned for their prowess, were left astounded and utterly shocked by Lin Chen's remarkable achievements. Such methods, had they ever possessed them during their own cultivation in the Qi realm? Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Lin Chen raised his head, a slight smile gracing his lips, and inquired, are we not to fight? Indeed, Yu Heng, Tian Ge, and Xing Sha were somewhat unnerved by Lin Chen's unexpected display of hidden cards. Who could fathom whether this young man had any further tricks concealed? He unleashed 3 supreme techniques with an overwhelming surge of power, manifesting a dragon of mana 4 times greater than usual. How many treasures does this young man possess? Yu Hang's complexion fluctuated between pallor and a sickly hue, ultimately settling into a deep frown. The current predicament left him in a state of indecision. The mere thought of Lin Chen's numerous treasures ignited a longing within him. I refuse to believe he can unleash anything more terrifying than the supreme techniques. Yu Hang muttered darkly. Ultimately, Lin Chen was merely a presence in the Qi realm, while he himself was a being of the divine flow realm, fully adept in various divine arts, including supreme techniques. Why should he fear Lin Chen at this moment? Lin Chen, I concede your strength, Yu Hang stated ominously. But what does that matter? You are now bereft of power, your physical form shattered, your means exhausted. Death is your only fate. Yu Hang spoke first, and the expressions of the other 2 celestial prodigies subtly shifted. 3 distinct auras of killing intent began to seep forth, like fine threads, encircling Lin Chen's form. Silence reigned among the onlookers, a silence born from astonishment. After unleashing 3 supreme techniques, what further means could Lin Chen employ to counter the 4 celestial prodigies? Even though Lin Chen's accomplishments had left them deeply shaken, the ultimate outcome seemed to be the activation of 3 strands of killing intent. Many gazes swiftly converged upon Yun Luo and Yu Huang. Behind Yun Luo lay an intricate pattern, continuously absorbing mysterious powers, depicting an enigmatic world on the horizon. This was the formidable formation of the mysterious gate. Yun Luo was poised to act, with Lin Chen in such a precarious state. She could not afford to remain passive any longer. Although she believed in Lin Chen's capabilities, her own thoughts were tumultuous. A glance at Yu Huang revealed an unsettling indifference. His expression unchanged, which sparked a flicker of irritation in Yun Luo's beautiful eyes. Resolute, she dismissed any concern for Yu Huang's reaction. Just as she prepared to unleash her power, a chilling thought pierced through her mind. Do not intervene. It was Yu Huang's icy voice. Instinctively, Yun Luo reigned in her aura, seemingly acquiescing to Yu Huang's directive. However, in the next moment, a flash of anger crossed her serene features. If not now, then when? It is of no concern, Yu Huang replied once more. At this very moment, the Rain Empress stands silently, her beautiful eyes cold and devoid of emotion as they gaze upon the battlefield. Her proud figure exudes an icy demeanor, inciting a desire in others to conquer her. Though Jian Wudao's expression remains impassive, his aura radiates a sense of ruthlessness, yet he frequently casts furtive glances toward the Rain Empress. This frigid woman subtly conveys her sentiments through subtle actions. Is this the affection of a woman for a man? Jian Wudao contemplates the supreme Dao technique that Lin Chen had just executed, the fleeting moment of sorrow rendering his countenance even colder. After a flash of anger crossed Yun Luo's face, she resolutely chose to disregard the Rain Empress's words, turning sharply and preparing to unleash her aura. However, at that instant, a sudden cry of murder reverberated from above, echoing ominously. There, in the heavens, Yu Hang, Tiangu, and Xixi struck simultaneously, unleashing 3 distinct supreme imperial weapons from afar. The moonlight umbrella, conjured by Yu Hang, was an exquisite parasol, radiant as jade and bathed in moonlight. It trembled with an overwhelming intent to kill as it descended upon Lin Chen, seemingly intent on suppressing him from the skies. The 7-star bow materialized before Xixi, curving into 7 points. An invisible bowstring was drawn, and 7-star arrows coalesced at the bow's 7 points, akin to the Big Dipper, exuding an intense sense of danger. Aimed directly at Lin Chen's heart, Tiangu unleashed a blood staff, which erupted with a torrent of demonic energy and blood. As if a vast legion of demons and a mighty river of blood surged forth from the heavens toward Lin Chen. The 3 formidable supreme imperial weapons unleashed their terrifying might, converging upon Lin Chen. Yun Qing, who moments ago had a flush of color in her cheeks, now paled drastically. Her heart seemed to leap into her throat. Chapter 444, Rage. The 3 supreme imperial weapons surged through the air, each emanating a power that was both potent and terrifying. Should Lin Chen confront them head-on, even his mid-grade imperial body would sustain considerable damage. Instantly, Lin Chen sprang to his feet from his seated position, his gaze icy and resolute. Although his internal energy was nearly depleted, he felt no fear. for his mid-grade imperial physique still possessed the strength to fight back. Even a being of the Qi condensation realm would likely suffer significant injury if they were to withstand a punch from Lin Chen. The disparity between the Qi condensation realm and the divine flow realm lies solely in the mastery of divine powers and energy. The latter can wield divine techniques more effectively, crafting a series of lethal strikes and executing attacks from a distance. This is the terrifying aspect of the divine flow realm. Nevertheless, Lin Chen, possessing mastery over 3 supreme Dao techniques, had no reason to fear these divine techniques. However, in his current state, attempting to counter the 3 supreme imperial weapons with sheer physical strength was nothing short of folly. One must also express gratitude to Baizong for not plunging into the waters with Luo Qi, for it would have indeed caused considerable trouble. Lin Chen pondered, and with a flicker of his consciousness, the Xianshan King Tower, the Swallowing Sky Tower, and the 6 Xian Life and Death Gate soared into the air, forming a formidable defense. He intended to activate these treasures to withstand the assault of the 3 superior royal artifacts. While they may not completely repel the onslaught, they could at least buy some time. Just a moment's delay was all that was needed. You will inevitably meet your demise at our hands, Moonhung smirked, observing Lin Chen's actions with a hint of derision. To him, Lin Chen's efforts appeared rather ludicrous. Yet at that moment, a resplendent 7-colored tower descended from the heavens. Its exquisite hues unfolded, emanating profound mysteries as a clear, resonant voice filled the air, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of magical power. Yun Luo approached step by step from the sky, exuding an aura of enigmatic grace. The 7-colored tower she conjured from afar was also a superior royal artifact, shimmering with vibrant colors. In an instant, the 7-colored tower collided fiercely with the 7-star arrows, their brilliant lights intertwining in a fierce struggle. In this monumental confrontation, the 7-colored tower gained the upper hand, shattering all 7 arrows. The expression on Xing Sha's face darkened. They had not anticipated that Yun Luo would actually join the fray. Although her involvement was within their expectations, the reality of the situation was still quite disconcerting. A diagram of the 9 palaces manifested above Lin Chen's head. The moonlight umbrella descended with immense force, striking the 9 palaces diagram, causing it to tremble violently until it could no longer withstand the terrifying power of the umbrella, shattering into fragments. Yun Luo's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The moonlight umbrella then crashed into the massive portal formed by the 6 Xian Life and Death Gate, producing a horrifying sound of impact. Meanwhile, an ancient demonic blood staff, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, slammed against the Xianshan King Tower, causing the venerable structure to emit a resonant hum. As both treasures endured the onslaught, Lin Chen himself experienced significant backlash, his body jolting backward with a series of explosive sounds echoing from his joints. However, he withstood the impact. The moonlight umbrella and the ancient bloodstaff merely forced the 2 superior royal artifacts to retreat, sustaining considerable damage in the process. Blood Old awakened from the onslaught, berating Lin Chen harshly. Without the might of the Dragon of Magic to empower the superior royal artifacts, how could they withstand the attacks of other treasures? It was as if he wished for the Xianshan King Tower to be shattered. Bloodly, on the other hand, was secretly amused, only to receive a verbal lashing from Blood Old. Tactics, tactics, Lin Chen rubbed his temples and remarked, feeling a twinge of headache. Yun Luo's sudden appearance indeed caught him off guard. Nevertheless, it warmed his heart slightly. This Emperor Yun Luo truly cared for his safety. As the alluring figure of Yun Luo approached, her exquisite visage evoked an unprecedented sense of awe in Lin Chen. At times, he had overlooked her beauty and grace. Yun Luo, what brings you here? The cold demeanor of Xing Sha was palpable as he raised an eyebrow, the 7 stars bow in his hand radiating a more brilliant starlight. Both Yu Hong and Tian Gu retracted their treasures, their expressions shadowed with unease. To their astonishment, an unexpected presence had emerged in the form of Yun Luo. This hinted that the Rain Emperor might also take action. If both women were to intervene, the outcome could indeed be dire. Before Yun Luo could utter a word, Lin Chen interjected, Yun Luo, you should leave. This is our battle, and you must not interfere. Many of the prodigies perceived Lin Chen's words as mere bravado. At this juncture, the disparity in strength had become starkly evident, rendering further conflict unnecessary. However, Some speculated that this kill Emperor Lin Chen might still possess formidable hidden abilities, leading to a series of astonished reactions as he unleashed powerful techniques. "I will assist you," Yun Luo declared, ignoring Lin Chen entirely. Around her statuesque form, 9 leaves began to ascend, each exuding an aura of profound mystery, ancient and distant. Numerous prodigies were visibly shaken, their surprise palpable. The illustrious name of the mysterious tree resonated throughout the entire sacred spirit continent. Even 9 leaves wielded immense power. Lin Chen fell silent, casting a discreet glance at the Rain Emperor, who remained unyielding in her stance. He understood that she would not intervene unless he shamelessly implored her for aid. However, his brow furrowed tightly at the next moment. "Yun Luo, since you wish to meddle, then you shall be the first to perish," Yu Hong intoned coldly. Yu Hong, Tian Gu, and Xingxia swiftly exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Yun Luo before the Rain Emperor could act. Surely, killing Yun Luo would leave the Rain Emperor without a pretext to intervene. Initially, Yu Hong had intended to collaborate with Bai Cong, but to his dismay, the latter merely cast a frigid glance in his direction. Without further ado, the 3 of them summoned their high-grade imperial artifacts, unleashing a torrent of energy towards Yun Luo. Lin Chen's heart sank as he shouted, "Yun Luo, flee now? These 3 are targeting me." Should all 3 prodigies unleash their attacks on Yun Luo simultaneously, she would stand no chance of defense, even if she invoked supreme techniques. Her fate would be sealed, for she lacked the formidable spiritual power necessary for prolonged resistance. "I will not leave," Yun Luo replied, her fair and delicate face betraying no hint of fear. "I am here to help you." With that, the aura emanating from the mysterious diagram behind her intensified, as the 9 mysterious leaves whirled and danced, forming the outline of a 9-palace diagram, preparing to unleash a terrifying divine ability in defense. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by Yun Luo's response, a warm feeling blooming in his heart as he muttered a soft rebuke, "Foolish woman." However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Above them, 2 terrifying beams of light surged forth, directed at Yun Luo, imbued with a terrifying energy. The 7-star bow and the ancient demon blood staff unleashed monstrous power, aimed at her. Undaunted, Yun Luo's delicate hands formed a complex seal, igniting the remaining power of the dragon within her. The 7-colored glimmering tower erupted with radiance, conjuring a resplendent rainbow bridge that surged towards the 7-star bow. 9 ethereal leaves spiraled into the 9-palace pattern, coalescing into an impenetrable fortress to withstand the assault of the ancient demon blood staff. The collision of these 2 supreme royal artifacts caused a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of Yun Luo's mouth, her graceful form staggering back several steps. Nevertheless, she held her ground resolutely. Lin Chen, filled with anxiety, called out to her, his frustration palpable. Yet, the renewed surge of terrifying energy from the sky sent shivers down his spine, his pupils constricting in horror. Raising his gaze, he beheld the moonlight umbrella, cultivated by Yu Hong, radiating a blinding brilliance as fearsome waves of energy emanated from it. "Stop!" Lin Chen bellowed, his eyes wide with dread. If Yu Hong intervened, Yun Luo would truly be doomed. "You demand I cease? Let him perish first. There will be time for you to accompany her to the Yellow Springs afterward." Yu Hong replied with a cruel smile. The moonlight umbrella then unleashed a sweeping arc of moonlight, hurtling towards Yun Luo like a waning moon manifesting in the sky. "Rain Emperor, intervene and save her," Lin Chen shouted desperately as a colossal gate of spirits surged forth, colliding with the looming crescent moon. Yet, it was already too late for Lin Chen to act. What tightened his heart further was the sight of the Rain Emperor standing motionless, her expression as cold as ice. Showing no inclination to intervene, she remained passive, for Yun Luo bore no connection to her. As the moonlight umbrella descended with ferocity, Yun Luo activated the intricate diagram behind her to counter this dreadful assault. Her complexion paled slightly, yet she remained enveloped in an enigmatic aura. Should one be able to perceive her mystical essence fully, they would discover her beauty was indeed unparalleled. "Ha! Lin Chen, what do you feel watching your beloved perish?" Yu Heng's sinister laughter echoed. Under the impact of the moonlight umbrella, what chance did Yun Luo have for survival? Star Killer's face also twisted into a cruel grin. The assembled prodigies watched in anguish, while Yun Qing's eyes were vacant and lost. Yun Luo was to die. However, at that moment, The cruel expressions of Star Killer and Yu Heng suddenly hardened. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with a terrifying fury, his countenance twisted in rage. Even Xixi seemed to sense Lin Chen's wrath, abruptly breaking free from Luo Zi's embrace, exuding a fierce energy as she let out a primal roar. A beast's howl mingled with human fury. From behind Lin Chen, a colossal entity slowly ascended, exuding a terrifying and overwhelming aura. In an instant, the faces of the great sage of decay, the 11th Sword Elder, the Moon Hall Master, and the great sage of Tianli were all marked with a profound sense of shock and determination. The great sage of transformation was equally taken aback. As if struck by lightning, his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. At that moment, the platform trembled, and the Tianxiang mansion emitted a faint humming sound, as though awakened by Lin Chen. Chapter 445, Shock. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were drawn to the immense figure rising majestically behind Lin Chen. The oppressive aura emanating from it instilled a sense of dread within the hearts of onlookers. This was the pressure of a quasi-Dao artifact, potent enough to instill fear and awe across the realms. The hearts of the talented individuals trembled in response, as if they were compelled to submit. Even though the blood-red dawn bell had not fully erupted, the aura of Dao emanating from it inspired a profound sense of reverence and submission. From the enormous blood-red bronze bell, terrifying visions began to unfold. The heavens turned dark, and a blood-red crescent moon hung high, surrounded by countless ancient figures in worship. 3 supreme royal artifacts vibrated intensely the moment the blood-red dawn bell came into existence. Although merely supreme royal artifacts, they had begun to exhibit a nascent consciousness. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of the quasi-Dao artifact, which compelled them to yield. At this juncture, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed like those of Ashura, filled with a formidable killing intent that deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. Yun Luo nearly suffered a fatal blow, igniting a surge of fury within Lin Chen. Initially, he had no intention of revealing the quasi-Dao artifact at this moment. However, the relentless pressure from Yu Heng, Xixi, and the peril faced by Yun Luo compelled him to alter his decision and summon the quasi-Dao artifact. "Let me show you the power of a quasi-Dao artifact," Lin Chen declared. Blood Li's voice resonated with excitement as he promptly activated 2 million Law Spirit pills, igniting the entire blood-red dawn bell. Instantly, a profound aura of Dao surged forth from the bell. Although the blood-red dawn bell was merely a half-step quasi-Dao artifact, and its true essence of Dao had been entirely lost, the aura of Dao still persisted. With a resounding boom, it felt as though the very fabric of space shattered. The 2 million Law Spirit pills propelled the blood-red dawn bell, unleashing a stream of Dao's might towards the 3 supreme royal artifacts. The platform of Tianxiang Mansion quivered slightly. Yun Luo, whose pallid complexion regained a hint of color, was initially stunned, but quickly urged his supreme royal artifact into action, hastily retreating. However, the other 3 supreme royal artifacts trembled uncontrollably, unable to stir under the pressure of the Dao artifact. Locked in by this stream of Dao might, even Xixi, Tiangu, and Yu Heng trembled, experiencing a chilling sense of impending doom rising from within. With a resounding crash, this strand of Dao might collided forcefully with the 3 supreme royal artifacts, producing a sound reminiscent of thunder. In that fleeting moment, the 3 esteemed royal artifacts shattered into fragments, their regal aura dissipating instantaneously. The figures of Xixi, Tiangu, and Yu Heng were all forced to retreat, their expressions shifting dramatically. Under the might of this Dao force, the 3 supreme royal artifacts were sent flying, their treasures severely cracked, suffering grave damage. The potency of this Dao might was truly terrifying. Lin Chen stood beneath the quasi-Dao artifact, his form resolute like that of Ashura, exuding an intense aura of malevolence. Hovering behind him, the blood-red dawn bell emanated an overwhelming aura of Dao, striking profound shock into the hearts of onlookers. After evading danger, Yun Luo swiftly approached Lin Chen's side, though she yearned to voice her astonishment. The murderous intent radiating from Lin Chen compelled her to swallow her words. Instead, her enigmatic, cool heart fluttered with a touch of emotion and a quickened heartbeat. The phrase "a fury ignited for the fair maiden" crossed Yun Luo's mind as she recalled the earlier peril, leaving her devoid of lingering fear. At that moment, the entire platform, the entirety of Tianxiang Mansion, fell into a hushed silence. The faces of Yu Heng, Xixi, and Tiangu resembled those who had encountered phantoms. Their expressions transformed into shock, stupor, bewilderment, and disbelief. The oppressive force that had made their hearts race was the very Tao might that had severely wounded the three supreme royal artifacts. This reality was one they could only witness, unable to deny its truth, even if some believed they were dreaming. A harsh slap to the face would reveal the stark falsity of such a dream. The quasi-Tao artifact was among the few on the continent, a treasure of astronomical value. To date, the occurrence of quasi-Tao artifacts across the land has been limited to a mere few hundred instances, with the total number likely not exceeding 50. This illustrates the formidable and terrifying nature of quasi-Tao artifacts. At this moment, a storm of astonishment surged within the hearts of Yu Heng and his companions. They had never anticipated that Lin Chen's ultimate reliance would be a quasi-Tao artifact. Was it possible that such treasures held so little value in this world that a mere figure at the peak of the Qi realm could subdue a quasi-Tao artifact? Even in the face of their own significant losses to their life-bound treasures, they displayed no other emotions. Entirely consumed by the shock and awe brought forth by this quasi-Tao artifact. Meanwhile, Baizong, Luozi, Xixi, and the mysterious prince of the Eastern dynasty were all profoundly astonished. They could no longer maintain their composure, arrogance, or tranquility. The exquisite and beautiful visage of Luozi was etched with disbelief. How could he command such a terrifying existence? Even as the saintess of the Tianhuang demon clan, she did not possess such a protective artifact. Yet, Lin Chen, a mere genius from the Lin family, wielded such a precious treasure. Was this not extraordinarily monstrous? In Xixi eyes, a glint of brilliance shone forth as he pondered deeply. In the eyes of the prince from the mysterious Eastern dynasty, two intricate bagua patterns began to revolve, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence. This enigmatic prince was equally astonished. The emergence of the quasi-Tao artifact signified profound implications. At that moment, within the arcane formation of the Tianxiang mansion, a terrifying and mysterious figure began to materialize. This figure exuded a serene aura, akin to the arrival of a sovereign of peace upon the world. He was unmistakably the spirit of the Tianxiang mansion, an immensely formidable entity. Upon the appearance of this spirit, the expressions of the great sage Huqing and the great sage Tianxiang shifted from shock to realization, prompting them to speak forth. The other esteemed sages also awakened from their stupor in response to the appearance of this formidable man. Having witnessed the likes of the great sage Kuro and the great sage Rong, they hastily acknowledged the situation. The man waved his hand, his gaze calm and imbued with tranquility, remarking on the unexpected emergence of a quasi-Tao artifact amidst the battle of prodigies. As soon as the great sage Tianxiang spoke, the others fell silent, their astonishment surging anew within their hearts. The quasi-Tao artifact was a terrifying existence that even those of their exalted rank had yet to grasp fully. The rarity of such an artifact was staggering. It is truly unimaginable that the young Lin Chen has subdued a quasi-Tao artifact, mused the great sage Huqing internally. The other sages reflected similar sentiments, their eyes wide with disbelief, lost in their thoughts. However, the expression of the great sage Kuro was far from pleasant. He was acutely aware of the intricate entanglements between Lin Chen and the Hunyuan sect. Contemplating certain matters, a trace of malevolence flickered across his aged visage, plunging him into silence. In stark contrast, the expression of the Moon Hall master was dark and foreboding, his countenance reflecting an ominous severity, leaving one to wonder what thoughts plagued his mind. Ignoring the varied reactions of the crowd, the great sage Tianxiang's gaze settled upon Lin Chen, radiating tranquility. Outside the Tianxiang mansion, silence reigned. The prodigies present were rendered speechless by the overwhelming shock that surged within them. Only a few concealed figures among the prodigies, after grappling with their astonishment, began to plot in their minds. Yunqing's lips parted in disbelief, her beautiful eyes shimmering with incredulity. Heavens! My brother Lin Chen has actually mastered a quasi-Tao artifact. At that moment, both the ancestor of wind and fire and the alchemist Xiao trembled, uncertain whether their quaking stemmed from excitement or shock. Having lived through countless eras, they swiftly regained their composure. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual astonishment and disbelief. Within the inner sanctum of the Tianxiang mansion, the Rain Emperor stood silently, still as ice, his cold gaze fixed upon Lin Chen, who radiated a palpable aggression, and subtle ripples of emotion flickered in his eyes. He too was taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure. She cast a fleeting glance at Yunluo, who stood beside Lin Chen, her delicate fingers twitching slightly, yet she refrained from uttering a word. The emergence of this quasi-path artifact brought them nothing but a terrifying shock. Simultaneously, they became aware of a singular truth. Lin Chen, who had long been suppressed by several prominent figures, was on the verge of a complete eruption. Chapter 446. The wrath of Yueheng. No one dared to speak loudly. The esteemed talents present suppressed their auras even more, fearful of provoking Lin Chen, a figure of formidable intent. The invocation of the quasi-path artifact, accompanied by a wisp of Tao might unleashed in attack, thoroughly astonished the minds of these prodigies. The combat prowess of the quasi-path artifact instilled a deeper trepidation within them. Lin Chen, how formidable indeed, began Xixi, pride lacing his tone. As the spirit of the quasi-path artifact, he was an exceptional existence on the sacred spirit continent, and thus, he harbored his own sense of pride. Despite Lin Chen's current fury, his rationality remained intact. Otherwise, in a true fit of rage, he would have unhesitatingly consumed 1,000,000 lost spirit elixirs to obliterate Tiangu and his companions without a second thought. Truly terrifying, Lin Chen remarked. But 2,000,000 lost spirit elixirs have vanished just like that. Spare me the nonsense, Xixi retorted sharply. Do you think it's easy to invoke a quasi-path artifact? When you reach the Great Sage realm, you will struggle to unleash its full potential. Had I not once been a being of artifact level, you would have needed to burn at least 1,000,000 lost spirit elixirs to achieve that previous strike. Not every quasi-path artifact could perform like the Blood Dawn Bell, which required merely 2,000,000 lost spirit elixirs to manifest a wisp of Tao might. After all, the Blood Dawn Bell was once a colossal existence, retaining its full Tao might, thus necessitating only 2,000,000 lost spirit elixirs. Alas, alas, Xixi lamented, his voice tinged with disappointment. If you had unleashed 1,000,000 lost spirit elixirs, you could have effortlessly obliterated those 3 superior imperial artifacts. It was evident that he felt let down by Lin Chen's resources. A mere 1,000,000 lost spirit elixirs was insufficient for him to wreak havoc. Veins on Lin Chen's forehead throbbed slightly. He wisely chose to remain silent, disinclined to argue with Xixi. This 1,000,000 lost spirit elixirs had been a hard-won prize from Yueheng, a result of his cunning. Yet, Xixi had the audacity to express dissatisfaction. However, what excited Lin Chen was the prospect that, with ample lost spirit elixirs to fuel it, the Blood Dawn Bell could potentially contend against beings of the Tao Diagram realm, or even those above it. To challenge the Tao Diagram realm, or those beyond it, you must possess tens or even hundreds of billions of lost spirit elixirs. Otherwise, it is merely a dream. Xixi unflinchingly dashed Lin Chen's hopes with cold reality. Furthermore, to fully harness the power of a quasi-path artifact, no amount of lost spirit elixirs would suffice. It required the synergy of the dragon of law within you and your cultivation level. Lin Chen nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he was content. As long as he possessed sufficient wealth, he remained unafraid of these prodigies of the divine flow realm. Choosing not to engage further with Xixi, Lin Chen's gaze returned to the 3 prodigies, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Xixi sprinted over, her small face alight with excitement and fervor. At this moment, she perceived Lin Chen as overwhelmingly majestic, captivating the attention of many, truly impressive. Weighing the pros and cons, she believed that being by Lin Chen's side would draw more gazes and attract more beauties. Thus, without further ado, she prepared to leap onto Lin Chen's shoulder, only to be unceremoniously brushed aside by him. Xixi let out a whimper, her large eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Was it truly such an offense to have taken a small advantage over Luozi? Tiangu inhaled deeply, feeling a chill in his heart. Is this your trump card against us, Lin Chen? As the scion of the sacred land of ancients, Tiangu had weathered many storms. Yet, the series of shocks Lin Chen delivered today stirred a tempest within his soul. 3 supreme Tao techniques, 2 formidable top-tier imperial artifacts, a mid-tier imperial artifact, and a quasi-Tao artifact standing guard. What an immense fortune and formidable lineup. What kind of fortune must one possess to acquire such treasures? At this moment, he could not deny that a flicker of jealousy and murderous intent had crept into his heart. Sharing the same sentiments as Tiangu was Xixi, whose heart was now consumed by a conflagration of jealousy and malice. He was astonished that such a seemingly insignificant figure as Lin Chen wielded powers far more terrifying than his own. How could the proud Xixi bear such a reality? especially as they were rivals in love? I must seize the quasi-Dao artifact, the supreme Dao techniques, and the top-tier imperial artifacts, Xixi thought, his murderous intent surging. Meanwhile, Yu Heng's expression twisted into one of menace and distortion. The emergence of this quasi-Dao artifact had already proven one thing. The map Lin Chen had given him was a deception. The trace of Dao energy on that map had been entirely stripped from the Blood Dawn Bell. Fury. Enraged, Yu Heng's heart brimmed with thoughts of tearing Lin Chen asunder. Furthermore, he recalled extorting Lin Chen for a staggering 20 million lost spirit pills and the humiliation he had endured, which only fueled his wrath. In contrast, Bai Cong's aloof visage stirred slightly. However, the battle intent in his eyes intensified. Yet, he was acutely aware that engaging Lin Chen with his hidden abilities would surely lead to his downfall. Thus, Bai Cong gracefully withdrew, distancing himself from these three twisted geniuses. He increasingly yearned for a duel with the murderous Emperor Lin Chen, as Lin Chen's recent displays had compelled Bai Cong to regard him as a formidable rival. I suppose the three of you are quite eager to eliminate me and seize my wealth, Lin Chen remarked, licking his lips. Since you covet what I possess, let us see if you truly have the capability to claim it. As his words fell silent, the Blood Dawn Bell behind him erupted with brilliance, and the phenomena it conjured abruptly vanished, drawing back into itself. The 2 million spirit elixirs burned once more within the Blood Dawn Bell, unleashing a terrifying might. Tiangu, Xixi, and Yu Heng were all awakened and shaken beneath this overwhelming force. To their astonishment, the individual before them was capable of igniting spirit elixirs within a quasi-Dao artifact. This was no small predicament. Xixi's complexion turned slightly pale. Despite his myriad of means, how could one contend against the power of a quasi-Dao artifact? Clearly, none of the trump cards they had brought were capable of rivaling such an existence. He had certainly gained a significant advantage this time, and even if they joined forces to confront the quasi-Dao artifact, there were still numerous prodigies lurking with malicious intent, ensuring that the outcome would be dire. Tiangu harbored ambitions of seizing the top position, and thus, the moment Lin Chen activated the Blood Dawn Bell, a sense of retreat began to blossom within him. It would be wiser to temporarily evade the spotlight, with so many prodigies around. He could not believe that no one would target Lin Chen. Let them weaken the spirit elixirs on Lin Chen before we strike. Xixi nodded in agreement. Expressing a sentiment aligned with Tiangu's, retreat was the most prudent course of action. You two spineless cowards. Yu Heng's tone was chilling, reminiscent of a ghostly wail. The expressions of Tiangu and Yu Heng darkened as they were about to unleash their wrath. However, they froze in place upon witnessing the transformation of Yu Heng. His expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, resembling a frenzied beast, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes that left no doubt about his intent to fight desperately. Lin Chen, I never imagined you would toy with me. Today, I shall seize your quasi-Dao artifact, supreme techniques, and myriad treasures, leaving you in utter ruin. Yu Heng bellowed at Lin Chen. In an instant, a massive full moon began to materialize behind him, a manifestation of an unparalleled technique that surged forth with terrifying might. The moon's icy wrath. Yu Heng's expression contorted, and a torrent of mana erupted within him. The great full moon rising behind him suddenly expanded, reaching a radius of a mile. To the onlookers, it appeared as if a true full moon had emerged, radiating a power that sent chills through their hearts. Yu Heng flicked his fingers sharply, causing the moonlight umbrella to explode and hurtle toward Lin Chen with tremendous force. The full moon behind him began to disintegrate inch by inch, transforming into an infinite cascade of moonlight that converged upon the moonlight umbrella. In that moment, upon the platform, a crystalline spear of moonlight, stretching a full 10 miles, soared through the air, aiming to annihilate Lin Chen, as though it sought to obliterate the entire platform. A look of horror washed over the faces of countless prodigies. The combination of an unparalleled technique and a superior royal artifact unleashed a power that far surpassed that of ordinary supreme techniques. Under the crushing pressure of this overwhelming assault, Lin Chen's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that Yu Heng would go so far as to unleash an unparalleled technique in a fit of madness. It seemed the opponent had completely lost his reason, driven into a frenzy by Lin Chen's provocations. With a cold snort, Blood Dawn pierced the heavens with a gaze, directing his attention towards the enormous moon spear hurtling towards him. He raised his hand and forcefully manipulated the entire Blood Dawn Bell. The resounding chime of the bell echoed, unleashing a surge of mystical power that shot forth from it, crashing violently into the colossal moon spear. Not good. The master of the Moon Hall exclaimed from within the enigmatic confines of the Tianxiang mansion, his countenance darkening considerably. Clearly, Yueheng had lost his reason, unleashing unparalleled mystic arts upon Lin Chen, far exceeding his expectations. However, the prospect of combining supreme mystic arts with a top-grade imperial artifact to vanquish Lin Chen at this moment caused the Moon Hall master to change his expression dramatically. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Under the astonished gazes of many, the surge of mystical power collided with the gigantic moon spear, unleashing a terrifying force. The restrictions upon the Tianxiang platform were compelled to evolve, shattering under the intensity of this overwhelming energy. Many prodigies activated their magical powers to withstand the ensuing shockwaves. Lin Chen, you shall surely perish. Yueheng's visage twisted into a grotesque grimace, witnessing the clash of his supreme mystic arts with the unleashed mystical power. In that moment, he produced an object from within his grasp. An ancient aura immediately emanated from it, captivating the attention of the prince of the Eastern dynasty, who could not suppress his astonishment upon seeing it. This aura. Blood Dawn's voice faltered momentarily. Chapter 447. The Stone of Misfortune. The surge of mystical power emitted from the Blood Dawn bell entirely countered the might of Yueheng's supreme mystic arts and top-grade imperial artifact. The potency of the quasi-artifact was formidable. The mystical power generated from 2 million spirit pills was sufficient to withstand the onslaught of a supreme mystic art. However, the ancient object that Yueheng unveiled exuded an aura that left the entire assembly in stunned silence. This ancient artifact was a fist-sized, pitch-black fragment, radiating a terrifying essence of misfortune. It seemed as if this stone harbored some ominous calamity within its depths. Within Lin Chen's body, the heavenly calamity Yanluo Sutra began to operate autonomously, instinctively defending against the emanating aura of misfortune. Blood Dawn. What is this object that exudes such a powerful essence of misfortune? Lin Chen inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity about the stone that Yueheng had drawn forth. He had noticed the change in Blood Dawn's voice and felt a twinge of apprehension towards the artifact. This is the stone of misfortune, Blood Dawn exclaimed, astonished. I never anticipated that Yueheng would possess such a thing. The power of misfortune unleashed by this fist-sized stone is capable of shaking the heavens and earth, even surpassing the combined might of the earlier supreme mystic arts and top-grade imperial artifact. What? Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. He had not expected this seemingly insignificant stone to harbor such terrifying power. In ancient times, there existed an unfathomably terrifying entity known as the celestial steel of misfortune, hidden deep within the shadows of the world, possessing the energy to annihilate emperors. Bloodly remarked that this fragment of the stone of misfortune must surely be a shard from the shattered monument of misfortune fortuitously acquired by Yueheng. Lin Chen fell into a contemplative silence, taken aback by the revelation that this stone of misfortune was connected to an ancient and terrifying entity capable of slaying an emperor-level being. However, it was a relief that what he faced at this moment was merely a fist-sized stone of misfortune. Both Tiangu and Xixi displayed subtle changes in their expressions, astonished by Yueheng's ruthlessness in revealing hidden tactics so swiftly. They were well aware of the notorious reputation of the stone of misfortune. Very well. Since Yueheng had laid all his cards on the table, Lin Chen was bound to suffer considerable damage. Xixi's eyes darkened with skepticism. He could hardly believe the number of spirit pills Lin Chen possessed. Both Xixi and Tiangu shared the same sentiment, urging Yueheng to rapidly deplete Lin Chen's internal supply of spirit pills. The power unleashed by this quasi-Dao artifact was indeed formidable, yet it demanded immense wealth to sustain it. Yueheng, do you truly intend to use the stone of misfortune against me? Lin Chen queried, arching an eyebrow. If you resort to the stone of misfortune, what strength will you have left to continue this battle of prodigies? Cease your prattle, Lin Chen, Yueheng bellowed, his visage contorted into that of a ferocious demon. Even if it costs me my life, I shall slay you. Having been subjected to indignities throughout his life, Yueheng was now completely consumed by rage. His reason and self dissipated. His singular focus was to eliminate Lin Chen. Die, he roared, summoning the remnants of his magical energy, which surged violently into the stone of misfortune he held. A mournful sigh emanated from the stone, resonating throughout the entire platform. This ethereal lament carried with it a sense of gloom, negativity, and self-despair. Many of the prodigies present trembled under the weight of that sigh, their magical energies rising as they sought to shield themselves from its ominous influence. The power of the Stone of Misfortune was indeed formidable. The Xixi battle dragon robe rustled fiercely, dispelling this will into nothingness, as its gaze fixated intently upon Lin Chen. As for Jian Wudao, his relentless ancient sword had fallen into complete silence. The emergence of this quasi-Dao artifact rendered the once extraordinary sword devoid of any spirit. It was not that the ancient sword had lost its prowess. Rather, it was simply overshadowed in this moment. The instant the Stone of Misfortune manifested, Jian Wudao's lips tightened slightly. Lin Chen, how many spirit pills can you still muster to withstand this? No one comprehended his meaning. At this moment, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and he scarcely had the leisure to ponder the thoughts of those around him. Lin Chen. Yun Luo's voice rang out as her figure materialized beside him, exuding an aura of mystery, her beautiful eyes icy and resolute. Lin Chen understood her intent and shook his head, his expression grave. Yun Luo, do not involve yourself. The Stone of Misfortune is no trifling matter. You need not worry. I can handle it. Lin Chen cast a glance at the distant, frigid goddess, his heart filled with a touch of melancholy. This woman, it seemed, was even more composed than he. Yun Luo did not press the matter this time. Instead, she gently followed Lin Chen's instructions, taking Xixi and distancing herself from the scene. The words of the Moon Lord's son fell like a chilling blade, imbued with a terrifying aura of death that sent shivers down one's spine. Heaven only knows what Lin Chen had done to provoke such a monstrous display of fury from the esteemed heir of the Moon Hall. Under the immense flow of magical power, the Stone of Misfortune transformed into a dark beam, hurtling toward Lin Chen. To the eyes of others, it appeared merely as a shadowy streak, yet in Lin Chen's gaze, his pupils constricted slightly, for he now beheld a torrent of black demons surging toward him, each one exuding a sinister intent of doom. The sheer force of this assault caused even Lin Chen's heart to flutter uneasily. In the past, faced with such an overwhelming presence of misfortune, he would have been obliterated in an instant. Bloodly, channeling 2 million magical elixirs, prepared to annihilate these demons. Lin Chen, observing the boundless numbers before him, felt a tingling at the back of his head, yet his gaze remained sharp and unwavering. Not a chance. Bloodly's remark plunged Lin Chen's heart into a frigid abyss. If even Bloodly deemed it necessary to invoke the supreme Ta Qing talisman against the Stone of Misfortune, the situation was indeed dire. With a cold gaze, Bloodly declared that 4 million magical elixirs were required. Instantly, 4 million elixirs ignited within the Blood Dawn Bell, their flames doubling in intensity. A terrifying pressure surged forth from the Blood Dawn Bell, and the bizarre patterns adorning the blood-red bell shimmered with an enigmatic luminescence. The overwhelming might, now twice as formidable, began to brew ominously. Strike, commanded Bloodly, his face alight with martial fervor. A strand of terrifying Dao might instantly tore through the air, crashing down upon the Stone of Misfortune. The Dao might, forged from 4 million elixirs, left countless prodigies pale with fear. Even the currently formidable Moon Hung was momentarily daunted, his complexion paling under the weight of this dreadful force. Tiangu and Xing Shao exchanged alarmed glances, swiftly maneuvering away. The clash of 2 immense energies erupted, reverberating throughout the Tianxiang mansion with a deafening roar. The forces of Dao and misfortune collided relentlessly, their energies clashing in a fierce contest. Bloodly, with a visage of grim determination and assurance, provided Lin Chen with a sense of reassurance. Previously, a single strand of Dao might, combined with unparalleled techniques and a sovereign artifact, had resulted in a stalemate. Now, Moon Hung, devoid of power, could only focus on the confrontation between the Stone of Misfortune and the Dao might. The balance between the Dao might and the Stone of Misfortune hung precariously, neither side gaining the upper hand. It seemed yet another stalemate was at hand. However, in that moment, the Blood Dawn Bell erupted with blinding radiance, its copper bell tolling once. A resounding voice of the Dao surged forth, expanding rapidly, akin to an ancient beast propelled by countless sound waves, charging forward with unrelenting force. In Lin Chen's eyes, the boundless demon of misfortune was crushed layer by layer beneath the resounding echoes of the great Dao. That terrifying aura of the Tao abruptly overwhelmed the ominous stone of fate, surging forth like a dragon in its ferocity. At this moment, Yu Heng's expression was ashen, devoid of any trace of color. He understood that he had been utterly defeated. The immense power unleashed by the 4 million mana dragons was terrifying beyond measure. Even the overwhelming aura of misfortune emanating from the stone was thoroughly shattered. Humph, how much power can a mere fragment possess? Xixi scoffed. The sound waves radiating from the Blood Dawn bell obliterated all traces of misfortune. Ultimately, the ominous stone could no longer withstand the might of this Tao, revealing a serpentine crack as it splintered layer by layer. A reluctant, malevolent roar echoed from within the stone. But the explosive aura of misfortune was completely annihilated by this overwhelming force. The remaining power of the Tao surged towards Yu Heng. Once a figure of dread and murderous intent, Yu Heng's complexion turned pale under this tremendous pressure, his pupils constricting sharply. "Block it for me," Yu Heng bellowed. And the moonlight umbrella immediately soared forth to shield him from the aftermath of the strike. However, the already gravely wounded umbrella was no match for this residual force. Yu Heng, fully aware of the dire situation, shouted hoarsely, "Tiangu, Xixi, hurry and assist me." Yet, the only response was a pair of cold glances. The residual force of the Tao struck the moonlight umbrella with a thunderous crash, instantly shattering this superior imperial artifact into dust. Lin Chen reached out, effortlessly absorbing the essence of the imperial will, unopposed. At this moment, Yu Heng's face was ashen, his heart in turmoil, trembling uncontrollably. Sensing the murderous aura sweeping towards him from Lin Chen, Yu Heng struggled to stabilize his composure, taking a deep breath. "Lin Chen, with your quasi-Tao artifact assisting you, I acknowledge my defeat." Despite the raging fire of fury within him, Yu Heng recognized the gravity of his predicament. Thus, he begrudgingly conceded, beginning to surrender to Lin Chen. After all, even if he wished to concede, he had to escape from the platform. Otherwise, he remained within the bounds of the competition. Yet, could Lin Chen allow him to flee? Xixi and Tiangu observed the scene with detached amusement. At this moment, Yu Heng appeared devoid of any potential for exploitation in their eyes. Having forced out Yu Heng's supreme Tao techniques and the ominous stone, and having expended a significant amount of Lin Chen's alchemical resources, they felt they had gained immensely. "Now that you acknowledge your defeat," Lin Chen remarked condescendingly, "what does that truly signify for you?" As soon as his words fell, the Blood Dawn bell soared into the sky, descending upon Yu Heng with the intent to suppress him. The expression on Yu Heng's face suddenly transformed, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed for them to halt. The Blood Dawn bell came to a standstill merely a meter away from him, enveloped in an aura of terrifying pressure. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, born from a state of extreme tension and dread. At that moment, his very life hung precariously in Lin Chen's hands. In stark contrast, none among the assembly of the Tianxiang mansion moved to assist Yu Heng. These prodigies observed with cold detachment, their attention predominantly fixated on Lin Chen. They awaited the depletion of Lin Chen's lost spirit pills, at which point they could seize the opportunity to claim the quasi-Tao artifact. After all, the allure of such an item was irresistible, even to beings of the caliber of the great sage of cleansing qi, let alone those of the divine flow realm. "Lin Chen, you currently have a mere 2 million lost spirit pills left. You can only exert your Daoic might once more," Blood Dawn remarked with a furrowed brow. "Once those pills are exhausted, our predicament will turn dire." Lin Chen's own brow knitted tightly. The consumption of the lost spirit pills was indeed alarmingly rapid. It seemed he would need to procure more. Although the intimidation of the quasi-Tao artifact provided some measure of security, it did not deter those who were fearless. Lin Chen's gaze traversed the faces of Tiangu, Xixi, Yu Heng, and others, his mind racing with thoughts. Initially, he believed the 10 million lost spirit pills extorted from Yu Heng would prove immensely beneficial. But it now appeared they would only serve to sustain him for a fleeting time. While the Blood Dawn bell possessed formidable power, the swift depletion of the lost spirit pills was a source of considerable discomfort for Lin Chen. At that very moment, within the enigmatic spatial array of the Tianxiang mansion, numerous figures of great sage stature stood behind the great lord of Tianxiang, observing the unfolding events on the platform. As the initial shock in the great sage of cleansing qi gradually subsided, a flush of exhilaration took its place, as if he had just savored a rare vintage. His spirits soared at the sight of so many great sages wearing grim expressions, particularly that of the great sage of Withering and the master of the Moon Hall, which only served to enhance his satisfaction. The face of the great sage of Withering was ashen, while the master of the Moon Hall wore an expression dark as storm clouds. Yu Heng's series of actions had effectively humiliated him to the utmost degree, igniting a furious resentment within the master of the Moon Hall toward Lin Chen. Little did he expect this young man had orchestrated such a web of schemes that ensnared him as well. Very well, the master of the Moon Hall muttered to himself with a cold smile. At this juncture, Yu Heng had lost all semblance of dignity, consumed by a profound sense of impending doom that only intensified his desire to cling to life. Lin Chen, if you grant me my life, I will do my utmost to fulfill any of your demands. Yu Heng's lips trembled slightly as he forced a smile, his eyes glistening with a plea for mercy. The once mighty Yu Heng now stood before Lin Chen merely as a desperate mortal seeking survival. A stir arose among the onlookers outside the Tiansheng mansion, as many of Yu Heng's companions felt their faces flush with shame, unable to bear the humiliation. There were numerous voices of disdain echoing in the air. Some formidable entities within the Moon Palace, witnessing this scene, appeared as though struck by lightning. If you were so aggrieved, why did you resort to such heavy-handedness in the first place? A faint smile lingered at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he regarded Yu Heng in this moment. He had not anticipated that Yu Heng would voluntarily utter such words. However, they served as a timely reminder for Lin Chen. Since the Lord of the Moon Palace had stated it so, he felt it inappropriate to persist further. Lin Chen spoke calmly. If you surrender all the spirit pills you possess, I shall spare your life this once. Yu Heng's smile faltered, surrendering the spirit pills, despite his current state. He could not help but surmise that Lin Chen's stock of spirit pills was likely limited. He even suspected that Lin Chen had squandered the 1 million spirit pills he had previously bestowed upon him. If he relinquished the spirit pills to Lin Chen, it would effectively bestow Lin Chen with renewed strength. Was his earlier show of power rendered entirely futile? At that moment, Yu Heng found himself engulfed in hesitation. However, the overwhelming pressure descending from above caused him to tremble involuntarily. Very well, I shall comply, Yu Heng quickly replied, fully aware of Lin Chen's capabilities and audacity. He knew that Lin Chen would not hesitate to eliminate him. The distinguished figures surrounding them emitted cold glints from their eyes, eager to see Yu Heng's downfall or Lin Chen's demise. Yet, with Lin Chen's formidable artifact suppressing the area, none dared to foolishly seek trouble. Even though Xing Sha and Tian Gu yearned for Lin Chen's immediate downfall, neither dared to make a move, aware of the lurking dangers. Yu Heng conjured 2 streams of spirit pills, summoning a total of 2 million. Lin Chen unreservedly accepted them all. 2 million spirit pills were sufficient to unleash his prowess once more. Lin Chen, I have given you the scant 2 million spirit pills I possessed. I hope you will release me, Yu Heng implored, placing his hand behind his back, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity. He pointed to the blood dawn bell above him, subtly signaling Lin Chen to remove it. Since you have surrendered the spirit pills, I shall indeed allow you to leave. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, the blood dawn bell descended mercilessly upon Yu Heng. Before the artifact even touched the ground, Yu Heng's consciousness shattered beneath the force of the bell's impact. The abrupt turn of events left everyone stunned, their hearts chilled. Lin Chen, disregarding the multitude of gazes, stepped forward to Yu Heng's side. From the hand he had concealed behind his back, he summoned an ancient, dark needle with the pressure of the void hand. This needle emanated a decayed aura, suffused with the glow of misfortune. Though the ancient needle was small, the essence of calamity it contained was no less potent than that of the fateful stone from before. In this moment, Yu Heng found himself cornered, prepared to wield an ancient needle of misfortune against Lin Chen with his hands bound. Yet, how could Lin Chen fail to comprehend that a prideful prodigy, regardless of his fear of death, would never submit to humiliation in front of thousands? Yu Heng was merely biding his time. Lin Chen retrieved a Qianquan pouch from Yu Heng, and upon opening it, discovered a staggering 2 million spiritual elixirs. What a dishonest fellow, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, stowing the 2 million elixirs within the illusory spirit mirror. As he rose once more, the arena remained enveloped in silence, as if the audience were awestruck by Lin Chen's prowess. Yu Heng was destined to be Lin Chen's target, and his actions merely expedited his demise. The blood-red bell behind Lin Chen exuded a terrifying pressure, accentuating his stature against the backdrop of insignificance. Lin Chen's gaze, glinting with cold light, focused on Tiange and Xixi. How do you account for the assault you launched against me? Both Xixi and Tiange exchanged tense looks, realizing that Lin Chen was about to extort them. Chapter 449. No one dares to fight. Second update. The interior of the Tianxiang mansion was eerily quiet, as was the periphery, yet within the mysterious grand formation, a terrifying aura surged. Well, Lin Chen, you have killed my son, the leader of the Yuhal exclaimed, his hair aflame and eyes bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast. The murderous intent radiating from him was daunting, filled with a terrifying energy that sent shivers down the spine. The great sage Ta Qing cast a cold glance at the leader of the Yuhal. Yuhua, you must understand your identity and position. The battle of prodigies inherently involves casualties. Moreover, your son intended to ambush Lin Chen with the ancient needle of misfortune. It is no wonder Lin Chen retaliated. In the mind of the great sage Ta Qing, Yueheng paled in comparison to Lin Chen. Although Yueheng possessed cunning and tenacity, he was outmatched by Lin Chen's extraordinary talents and his ability to appease the great sage Ta Qing. In Ta Qing's eyes, Lin Chen had already become akin to a disciple. The blood-red hue in the leader of the Yuhal's eyes receded as he shot a cold glance at the great sage Ta Qing, remaining silent. Ta Qing snorted softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The other great sages exchanged glances, their pupils shimmering, lost in their thoughts. Only the great sage Tianxiang, after witnessing Lin Chen's triumph over Yueheng, chuckled lightly, finding it amusing. A prodigious figure had fallen at Lin Chen's hands, and notably, it was the son of the renowned Yuhal leader. The death of a disciple by his own sect brought amusement to those prodigies at the outskirts of the Tianxiang mansion who had come to spectate. Yet, some bore grim expressions. Lin Chen had just acquired a total of 4 million spiritual elixirs and an ancient needle of misfortune from Yueheng, causing his strength to surge dramatically. The hidden cards in hand have once again increased. A quasi-Dao artifact is sufficient to instill fear in all the prodigies. Xixi and Tiange, under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, felt a flicker of anger ignite within them. However, recalling how Lin Chen had ruthlessly incapacitated Yuheng without a thought for the consequences, both began to entertain a notion of retreat. After all, Lin Chen had just expended 400 Fa spirit pills, and the overwhelming might of the quasi-Dao artifact he wielded was not to be taken lightly. Although both still harbored hidden trump cards, Lin Chen's presence was daunting. What do you mean by that, Lin Chen? Xixi's countenance darkened, and he scoffed. Do you think I fear you just because you possess a quasi-Dao artifact? In the face of an adversary, one's aura must not wane. Xixi's demeanor clearly aimed to instill caution in Lin Chen, to make him wary of the secret weapons he held. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen observed Xixi's growing arrogance. Very well, Lin Chen suddenly bellowed, his face alight with battle fervor as he fixed his gaze on Xixi. Since you are unafraid of me, let us continue the battle from earlier. Boom. The blood dawn bell surged to life, unleashing a terrifying pressure that locked on his Xixi. At that moment, it appeared as though Lin Chen was poised to unleash his Dao might upon Xixi. Tiange's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly distanced himself from Xixi. Xixi, too, was taken aback, retreating several steps while brandishing his 7-star bow defensively before exclaiming, Lin Chen, do not act recklessly. The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of regret washed over him. The implication of his concession was painfully evident. Many prodigies on the platform could not suppress their laughter. Xixi had clearly bitten off more than he could chew. Observing Lin Chen's reckless demeanor, anyone would feel apprehensive about the formidable presence looming above him. Even Yin Luo could not help but chuckle, her laughter captivating. Yu Huang's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly unimpressed, as if he had anticipated Xixi's character all along. The reactions of the crowd made Xixi feel as though his face were being scorched by fire. Just as he sought to assert his dominance, the overwhelming pressure made him reconsider, sparking a desire to retreat. Saint Sun, did you not just proclaim your intent to fight? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Why do you now seem to be inclined to flee? Xixi's chest swelled with indignation, yet he could only force a smile. Killing Emperor, I was merely speaking in jest. He would never be foolish enough to confront Lin Chen alone unless he had the assistance of 2 other prodigies to reveal their hidden cards together. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, redirecting the pressure of the blood dawn bell onto the retreating Tiange. Saint Sun, we bear no enmity. Yet you choose to aid them against me. How do you propose we resolve this? Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly. Initially, he had regarded Tiangu as a figure best left undisturbed. However, it was unexpected that this individual would seek to eliminate him simply because he had drawn the attention of Luo Zi, and with such ruthless intent at that. Lin Chen's demeanor was unyielding, and Tiangu offered an awkward smile, recognizing that his previous actions had indeed crossed the line. Now that Lin Chen had broached the subject, he invited Lin Chen to express his thoughts, allowing Tiangu to gauge the situation. Observing Tiangu's concession, Xixi understood that confronting Lin Chen was futile and quickly added, Tiangu is right. We have all offended you. Let us avoid mutual destruction and instead, Lin Chen, please articulate your demands. A radiant smile suddenly illuminated Lin Chen's previously stern face, a stark contrast to his earlier expression. Both Tiangu and Xixi felt a twinge of regret upon witnessing Lin Chen's smile. Had they known he possessed a quasi-Dao artifact, they should have united their efforts to unleash supreme Dao techniques and eliminate him before it was too late. However, now it was all in vain. At this moment, outside the Tianxiang mansion, the wind and fire ancestor sighed, remarking that this young man surpassed even his elder brother in brilliance. Hee, how could the heir of my elder brother not be exceptional? He chuckled, acknowledging that the young man's performance would surely attract the attention of the sect's elders. Xie Yao had already begun to regard Lin Chen as family, hoping for his continued growth. Yet, beneath this hope lay a subtle concern. You old fool. You know very well that Lin Chen has slain Yu Hong, which will undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Moon Hall's master, Yu Hua. The Punishment Hall will also seize the opportunity to create trouble. The wind and fire ancestor lamented. This is a significant predicament, especially since quasi-Dao artifacts should not be possessed by those at the Gengqi realm, let alone Lin Chen's vast wealth. You understand the principle that a man without guilt can be punished for possessing treasures. Xie Yao fell silent, acknowledging the truth in the wind and fire ancestor's words. Lin Chen had indeed exposed too much, and the path ahead would likely be fraught with even greater peril. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunqing pouted, her delicate features irresistibly alluring. Humph, my brother Lin Chen has extorted so many lost spirit pills. Once the competition concludes, I shall demand a substantial sum as compensation. She began to calculate how many lost spirit pills she should request. After all, witnessing Lin Chen repeatedly face danger had set her heart racing, prompting her to decide on extracting a goodly sum from her mischievous brother. On the Tianxiang mansion platform, the expressions of the young prodigies were peculiar. Even Xi Jingzhan appeared slightly taken aback, while the Prince of the Eastern Empire remained relaxed and composed. Luo Zi covered her mouth with a light laugh, although her reasons for amusement were unclear. 10 million lost spirit pills. The expressions of Xixi and Tiangu darkened considerably. This was no trifling amount. When Yu Hong attended the Dark Moon auction, he carried 2 million lost spirit pills, a sum he deemed necessary for such an event. 10 million lost spirit pills was a sum that even a great sage would hesitate to part with casually. This was also the reason behind Yu Heng's murderous intent upon learning of Lin Chen's extortion. Is 10 million insufficient? Then let it be 20 million, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Having expended 8 million lost spirit pills earlier, he intended to reclaim every last bit, plus interest. The expressions of Xixi and Tiangu grew even more somber. They did not anticipate that Lin Chen would audaciously extort them. However, what could they say? We do not possess 10 million. At most, I can offer you 5 million. Tiangu coldly stated. Xixi nodded in agreement. I too can only provide 5 million spirit pills. This is all my wealth. If you demand more, we may as well break the net and perish together. Very well, a deal, Lin Chen replied without hesitation to their words. Both were momentarily taken aback. Yet they wasted no time, and each produced 5 million spirit pills. With this transaction, Lin Chen's wealth surged by another 10 million spirit pills. Including what he had just acquired, he now possessed a total of 16 million spirit pills, enough to execute the Dao's might 8 times. 18 million spirit pills. Just barely sufficient for me to cast a grand array, Xueli exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Since he had become a weapon spirit, he had been suppressed beneath the evil emperor's avatar and had yet to utilize the grand array of the Blood Dawn Bell. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, yet his heart brimmed with delight. He had not expected Tiangu and Xixi to be so straightforward, offering up 5 million spirit pills without any further discussion. This left Lin Chen slightly disappointed. Perhaps his initial request had been too modest. Had Tiange and Xixi been privy to his thoughts, they might have been driven to fury. They were simply unwilling to retreat in front of the crowd. Otherwise, not a single spirit pill would have been relinquished. Lin Chen did not press Tiange and Xixi further and allowed them to leave. The blood dawn bell continued to hover above Lin Chen's head, inciting envy in many who watched from the shadows, yet none dared to act rashly. Lin Chen stood upon the platform, and within a radius of 10 miles. Aside from Yun Luo, Yu Huang, Bai Tsang, and Jian Wu Dao, there were no other figures present. At that moment, no one dared to confront Lin Chen. With over 10 million spirit pills in his possession and wielding a quasi-Dao artifact, who would dare provoke him? Thus, no one dared to fight. Chapter 450, Direct Advancement, Third Update. Lin Chen shook his head. This scene of unchallenged dominance had long been within his expectations. With a quasi-Dao artifact suppressing the area, who would be so foolish as to seek trouble with Lin Chen? However, this was precisely the outcome Lin Chen desired. His treatment of Yu Hong was merely an attempt to instill fear in others. Lin Chen, you might as well seek a formidable opponent to test the might of the blood dawn bell, Xixi remarked, his voice laced with a thirst for blood. As if yearning to restore himself to a world-shattering caliber, 1 million spirit pills, and I find myself quite eager. Lin Chen was rendered speechless and decided to ignore Xixi. If he were to hand over spirit pills to this fellow, who knew what chaos he would unleash upon the battlefield? Yun Luo approached step by step, exuding an aura of profound serenity. Lin Chen, with your quasi-Dao artifact in place, surely no one will dare to strike at you now. Yun Luo, come to my side. No one would dare harm you here, Lin Chen replied. You nearly exhausted your magical energy to assist me. Yun Luo gazed at Lin Chen with her pair of enchanting, icy eyes, nodding gently. She then settled into a meditative posture, her body radiating a luminous aura of magical energy, beginning to recover her power right there. She is currently restoring her magical powers solely for the upcoming battle. In this grand contest of the prodigies, Yun Luo certainly will not allow Lin Chen to shield her throughout. Facing others is a form of tempering. Young man, do you have any idea how many terrifying entities have been attracted by your use of a quasi-Dao artifact? Xue Lao's tone bore a hint of helplessness. Among such formidable figures, you must be cautious and refrain from revealing too much. The too much in Xue Lao's tone naturally referred to the mysterious and terrifying presence nestled within Lin Chen's brow. Upon the mention of the ancient bronze coffin, Lin Chen nodded. If the coffin were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly cause tremendous upheaval. This was Lin Chen's instinct. Xue Lao, why are you still here? Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. Of course, it is for you, young man, Xue Lao replied with a tone of exasperation. You have cultivated the 5 elements refining divine art, and now possess the support of the formidable law spirit pill. Why are you not utilizing the devouring demon technique for your training? Xue Lao spoke with annoyance. Lin Chen had not fully refined the last great 5 elements body refining pill. It merely resided within his internal organs. Now, during the prodigy battle, with the protection of the quasi-Dao artifact, why not take the opportunity to train? Lin Chen was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Thank you for the reminder, Xue Lao. I shall prepare to cultivate immediately. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xue Lao fell silent. There were too many strong figures present. It was inconvenient for him to reveal himself. Yu Huang, Lin Chen called out to the cold woman standing in the distance. Come here. Yu Huang turned and shot Lin Chen a frosty glance, not even moving her feet. Although the battle had yet to commence here, those hidden prodigies had already begun their fierce confrontations. After all, in this contest, only 6 individuals would qualify for advancement. Lin Chen, the ruthless sovereign, was undoubtedly among them, as no one dared to provoke his quasi-Dao artifact. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, reflecting on how truly cold this woman was. However, in the next moment, a beam of light suddenly surged toward Yu Huang. It was a prodigy attempting to strike her down, seemingly aiming for a decisive blow. Get lost. Yu Huang coldly addressed the assailant. The prodigy showed no fear and charged forward with unrestrained ferocity. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying aura locked onto this prodigy, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Quasi-Dao artifact. Lin Chen, directly commanding the blood dawn bell, approached with an aura as fierce as a tiger or dragon, shocking the prodigy's countenance. She is my woman. You better leave, Lin Chen declared, his face a mask of fury. as if he were poised to unleash a wave of Tao might at any moment. The prodigy fled in disarray, faced with Lin Chen at this moment. It was clear that she was merely courting disaster, and given his capabilities, she could not hope to eliminate him. Lin Chen landed beside Yu Huang, ready to speak, but unexpectedly, a ruthless sword light descended, striking the very spot where the earlier prodigy had attacked. Jian Wudao, wielding the heartless ancient sword, approached like a specter. Though he was still a step slower than Lin Chen, Jian Wudao's cold, unfeeling gaze remained fixated on Lin Chen, briefly sweeping over him before plunging back into the fray. Lin Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Just moments ago, it was evident that Jian Wudao had intended to intervene and save the Rain Emperor. But he had merely been preempted by Lin Chen. Ah, Jian Wudao, the affection of the Rain Emperor for anyone else is but a matter of fate. Lin Chen composed himself, regaining his demeanor. The Rain Emperor did not spare Lin Chen a glance, treating him as if he were mere air. Rain Emperor, I will coordinate with you using the Blood Dawn Bell to eliminate the prodigies, Lin Chen remarked, turning his head. No need, she replied curtly. Lin Chen's expression faltered as he countered. Then you can go kill others. I shall follow from behind and launch surprise attacks. How shameless. Where is the shamelessness in that? Is it not a good thing to eliminate others? No need. Then will you accompany me? Surely that is acceptable? Do you wish to die? If so, I am seeking death at this moment. The Rain Emperor abruptly turned her head, her face as cold as frost, exuding an air of lethal intent that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Chen gazed upon her exquisitely flawless visage, unable to suppress a surge of admiration. Despite having seen her countless times, he remained defenseless against her beauty and the icy aura she radiated. Do you truly wish to die? The Rain Emperor asked coldly. Observing Lin Chen smile at that moment, she felt it exuded a particularly mischievous air. Lin Chen nodded, secretly amused. At least he had managed to entice this frigid woman to turn her attention toward him. However, in the next instant, Lin Chen's body jolted as a wave of chilling energy surged toward him, devoid of any emotion. Damn, you really are making a move. Lin Chen's complexion turned pale as he immediately took to his heels, fleeing at breakneck speed, pursued by a cold beam of light that sought to strike him down, rendering him somewhat disheveled. The Rain Emperor observed Lin Chen's flustered escape, a slight movement at the corner of her mouth suggesting a hint of amusement. In that fleeting moment, her radiant beauty began to blossom, an astonishing allure emanating from her subtle gestures. Not bad, a voice chimed in. Luo Zi materialized out of thin air, her impeccably crafted features adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile, revealing an unexpected side of the renowned Rain Emperor, who would smile for the sake of a man. The Rain Emperor's slight smile immediately vanished, reverting to her icy demeanor, transforming once more into the cold, captivating woman she was known to be. Lin Chen, in a state of disarray, retreated to his previous position, using the Blood Dawn Bell to shield himself from the icy light. A faint, elusive smile graced Lin Chen's lips. This sensation is truly delightful. After regaining his composure, Lin Chen promptly settled into a cross-legged position, the Blood Dawn Bell hovering above his head. Ignoring the protests of Blood Dawn, he commanded it to remain above him. Lin Chen then produced 1,000,000 spirit elixirs, channeling his devouring power and began to consume them fervently. He consumed the power of the dragon, honing his physical form, continuously intertwining his being with the great 5 elements refining pill within his organs for mutual fusion and tempering. However, at that very moment, within the space of the Tianxiang mansion, the other great sages wore expressions of silence, with only the sage of transformation and purity showcasing an air of triumph. Particularly, his rival, the sage of withering and flourishing, gazed at him with such disdain that he longed to tear the old man apart. Several sages felt a weight pressing upon their hearts. Yet, at this juncture, the terrifying existence of the mansion's spirit suddenly grasped with a powerful hand, revealing an ancient azure talisman. From this ancient symbol, an overwhelming aura of primordial Tao energy flowed forth, causing all the sages to tremble in their beings. This was the message from the sect leader to the sage of transformation and purity. The great sage of ascending flight nodded, disregarding the expressions of the other sages. And with a sweep of his consciousness, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The sect leader declared that Lin Chen could directly advance. Moreover, the rules were to be altered temporarily. This upcoming battle of prodigies would witness such changes, which piqued his interest. Chapter 451. A sudden shift in rules. As the great sage of ascending flight spoke, astonishment spread across the faces of the sages. A change in the rules? How could the regulations of the duel be altered so abruptly? Most vexing to the sage of withering and flourishing was the fact that Lin Chen was being allowed to advance directly. Even if Lin Chen possessed a quasi-Dao artifact, how could he withstand the combined efforts of all the prodigies should they choose to act against him? However, the hearts of the prodigies present were solely focused on their own interests, with no necessity to eliminate Lin Chen, especially since there were 5 other slots to contend for. The great sage of ascending flight turned, exuding a wave of terrifying energy that sent chills down the spines of those present. His pair of serene and tranquil eyes suddenly flashed with light, stirring ripples of tumultuous emotion within the hearts of the sages. Indeed, they were within the Ta Qing sect. What consequence did the Ta Qing sect face in altering the rules? They could choose not to engage in combat. This was the will of the master. The great sage of ascending flight withdrew his aura and spoke softly, acknowledging that the rules had indeed undergone a sudden change, inquiring if anyone had grievances. To voice dissatisfaction here would be nothing short of absurd, unless one wished to sever ties with the Ta Qing sect. No sage uttered a word. Instead, the sage of transformation and purity, his face flushed, inquired about the nature of the rule change, requesting an explanation from the great sage. All eyes converged upon the great sage of ascending flight. At that moment, on the platform of Tianxiang Mansion, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, the blood dawn bell hovering protectively above his head, unperturbed by danger. The blood dawn eagerly awaited the arrival of several prodigies, so it could unleash the terrifying might of the blood dawn bell, asserting the supremacy of its quasi-Dao artifact. However, much to its disappointment, no presence dared to focus on this location. The immense magical power, under the influence of the devouring magic technique, was continuously absorbed by Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's internal organs shimmered with 5 distinct glows, reminiscent of the 5 elements in harmony. His vital organs commenced the operation of the 5 elements divine refinement technique, persistently circulating this pure magical energy. The formidable power of the grand 5 elements body refinement pill, integrated within his organs, remained dormant, impervious to his attempts to harness it. Despite Lin Chen's relentless efforts to attract such immense magical energy through the 5 elements divine refinement technique, he found himself unable to rouse the potency of the pills, only managing to gradually fortify his internal organs with the magical energy. The efficacy of the 5 elements divine refinement technique was indeed extraordinary. It remained unaffected even in the presence of such overwhelming magical force. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly, pondering how long it would take to cultivate it to a higher realm. Clearly, the Blood Elder's insistence on his training in this technique was driven by a deeper purpose. This body refinement method was evidently more complex than it appeared. At this juncture, the 1 million law spirit pills continuously transformed into pure magical energy, cleansing Lin Chen's internal organs. To an observer, Lin Chen appeared enveloped in a resplendent golden light, as if he had achieved a golden body. Unbeknownst to him, his practice of the 5 elements divine refinement technique had awakened the regal essence within him, instilling a profound sense of awe in those who beheld him. This intense aura of royalty signified that his physical form was not far removed from that of a superior imperial artifact. Tiangu, witnessing this scene, felt his murderous intent towards Lin Chen swell dramatically. Should Lin Chen's body ascend to that of a superior imperial artifact, even in his transformed state as a Kuanping, he would stand no chance against Lin Chen in direct combat. As Lin Chen immersed himself in his cultivation, the platform of Tianxiang Mansion reverberated with explosions and tremors. Recently, 2 supreme Taoists had engaged in a fierce clash, resulting in a cataclysmic spectacle. Mysterious prohibitions emerged from the platform, ensuring its integrity amidst the tumult of battle. Xi Jingzhan of the Xijing family, a mysterious prince from the Eastern dynasty, also entered the fray. Among the 26 prodigies, 1, Yu Hong, had perished, and several others had been knocked out of the arena, numbering in the dozens. The intensity of the situation escalated, igniting the fervor of the onlooking prodigies outside Tianxiang Mansion, who yearned to join the fray. The battles among prodigies represented not merely a contest of skill, but a clash of sects, identities, and wills. At this moment, some of Lin Chen's acquaintances, Tiangu, Xingxia, Jianwu Dao, Bai Cong, Yu Huang, Xixi, and the enigmatic Eastern Prince, remained embroiled in battle. Along with Lin Chen and Yun Luo, there were a total of 9 participants. Meanwhile, only 4 others remained on the platform. Bai Cong, with a disdainful gaze, cast a glance at Lin Chen, who was deep in meditation, and then at the blood-red dawn bell hovering above him. With no trace of trepidation in his eyes, he resolved not to seek trouble with Lin Chen, recognizing that this individual bore him no malice. Bai Cong was a solitary figure. Although he disdainfully rejected employing underhanded tactics against others, he maintained a clear understanding of many matters and sensed Lin Chen's lack of ill intent toward him. Thus, there is no need for him to pursue relentlessly. However, between the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra and the hellish King Sutra, a victor shall undoubtedly emerge. The ancestor of wind and fire and the phantom herb, amidst the surroundings of Ta Qing Mansion. Despite their underlying concerns following Lin Chen's display of his quasi-Dao artifact and a series of extraordinary actions, wore expressions of unbridled joy. Given the current trajectory, Lin Chen's ascension to the first position was no longer a mere fantasy. Meanwhile, Yun Qing, with her rosy lips, continuously uttered peculiar numbers, leaving some of the surrounding prodigies bewildered. Yet, upon gazing into Yun Qing's sparkling, radiant eyes, several aspiring talents, wishing to approach her, instinctively recoiled, sensing an unsettling aura. At this moment, Yun Qing resembled a cunning little fox, devising schemes on how to extort her elder brother Lin Chen, employing every tactic of pity, charm, and allure. Convinced that she could extract the coveted spirit elixir. On the platform of Ta Qing Mansion, the once pristine surface was now marred by numerous small craters, presenting a disordered spectacle. Only the pit created by Lin Chen's quasi-Dao artifact was the largest and most intimidating. Among the 4 prodigies unknown to Lin Chen, 3 had already been sent flying, leaving only a mysterious young man with a faint smile. The atmosphere across the entire platform grew increasingly eerie. Those who had reached this level were undeniably formidable beings. Any confrontation among them could prove fatal, with all strategies and hidden cards laid bare. No one dared to break the standoff. Jian Wudao, your merciless swordsmanship is truly formidable. I challenge you to a duel, declared Xixi, his gaze fixed intensely on Jian Wudao, brimming with combat fervor. At this moment, Xixi imperial robe bore a tear, exposing his robust arm, exuding an aura of tremendous strength. Jian Wudao, with disheveled strands of hair framing his forehead, displayed an icy, ruthless demeanor as he unsheathed the unfeeling ancient sword, directing its point towards Xixi. The impending clash was palpable. Simultaneously, Yu Huang advanced towards Xixi, causing the eyes of the withered and flourishing sage to gleam with a predatory glint. The smiling young man engaged with Tinga in combat, while the enigmatic Eastern Prince clashed with Bai Cong. This marked the commencement of the first round of battles. Numerous prodigies felt their blood surge with excitement, recognizing this as the true contest of exceptional talents. In stark contrast, Lin Chen remained composed, emanating a relentless sovereign aura, devoid of any other commotion. The brilliance of Lin Chen's performance was undeniable, leaving no room for obscurity, and even Yun Luo was spared from provocation. As countless onlookers speculated on the identities of the remaining 5 contenders, a voice imbued with authority and serenity suddenly resonated. A middle-aged man, radiating an aura of tranquility, appeared within the confines of Ta Qing Mansion. The entire venue pulsed with vitality at his arrival, harmonizing profoundly. In that instant, Xueli's gaze sharpened with grave intensity, flickering with an overwhelming combat spirit. The blood dawn bell resonated ominously. The sudden upheaval caused by Xueli immediately roused Lin Chen from his reverie. As he opened his eyes, he was met by the unexpected sight of a mysterious middle-aged man, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Despite the absence of any palpable aura, this figure instinctively evoked a profound sense of peril within Lin Chen. The illustrious warriors engaged in combat on the platform also ceased their struggles, turning their gazes toward the enigmatic newcomer hovering in the sky. I am the spirit of the Ta Qing Mansion, and you may refer to me as the great venerable Ta Qing, the middle-aged man proclaimed with a smile. Holding an ancient azure talisman, I have come to announce new combat regulations on behalf of the sect leader, and to declare that Lin Chen has been directly promoted. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated the appearance of such a formidable entity. The Tianxiang mansion was a quasi-divine artifact. Yet the presence of this artifact, steeped in the principles of the Tao, far surpassed the terror of Xue Li by countless magnitudes. Even as the spirit of the Tianxiang mansion, the great venerable Tianxiang was an overwhelmingly fearsome being. The ancient talisman he wielded symbolized the sect leader's will. What was most exhilarating, however, was the abrupt change in the rules. Lin Chen's promotion was anticipated. Thus it did not elicit as much surprise as the sudden alteration of regulations. Lin Chen furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the reasons behind his unexpected advancement and the true intentions of the sect leader in this sudden rule change. The assembled talents were equally perplexed. I must apologize for the abrupt modifications to the rules. The great venerable Tianxiang spoke gently. For those few exceptional individuals remaining on the platform, there will be no battles. Instead, a drawing will take place. Those who draw the number 15 shall be promoted. Following this, there will be no further contests to determine victors, as you will be transported into the Ta Qing small world, where the sect leader will personally descend in a projection to await you. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. The Ta Qing small world, coupled with the sudden rule changes, left countless individuals in a state of disbelief. What could the sect leader possibly intend? Even Lin Chen wore a look of astonishment, never expecting such an occurrence during a contest for the talented. Would this competition not continue? What exactly was the Ta Qing small world, and what were the implications of the sect leader personally manifesting there? A myriad of questions surged through Lin Chen's mind. Although he had achieved promotion, the prospect of a drawing only deepened his confusion. If a drawing was indeed to take place, why had he been directly promoted? Was the sect leader harboring ulterior motives? As these thoughts coursed through him, a chilling sensation enveloped Lin Chen. What are you so concerned about? Xue Li remarked coolly. If a being of such power were to target you, you would be powerless to resist. Even the great venerable Tianxiang could easily ensnare all the talented individuals and great saints present. As for the Ta Qing small world, I surmise it is one of the foundational treasures of the Ta Qing sect. Lin Chen reined in his thoughts, choosing silence as he sought to regain his composure. However, he remained somewhat perplexed and inquired about the essence of the Ta Qing small world, a term that was unfamiliar to Lin Chen for the first time. Previously, even the enigmatic Uncle Yunlin had not divulged any information regarding it. I am not well versed in these sects either, Bloodly admitted with a shake of his head. You should consult Bloodlao. In terms of seniority, Bloodly could not compare to Bloodlao, who had experienced far more than he. Lin Chen promptly directed his mental energy towards Bloodlao, only to find that his call was met with silence, as if it had vanished into the depths of the sea. Frowning, he glanced up at the suddenly appeared Tianxiang Dazuan within the Tianxiang mansion's realm. Adding a measure of understanding and caution to his thoughts, the assembled prodigies began to murmur amongst themselves, clearly bewildered as to why the Ta Qing sect had abruptly altered the rules. What was intended to be a fierce competition had transformed into a mere game of chance, reliant on the randomness of a draw. Moreover, the true nature of the Ta Qing small world eluded their comprehension. The prodigies on the platform furrowed their brows, gazing at the Tianxiang Dazuan in the sky, their expressions reflecting their confusion. Even Tiangu and Xixi were at a loss regarding the implications of this change. Why the sudden shift to a lottery? Xixi's countenance darkened as he cast a discontented glance at Lin Chen, who was furrowing his brow with eyes wide open. A sense of displeasure brewed within him. This fellow had advanced directly, extorting 5 million lost spirit pills from him. This grudge had been firmly established. Contemplating Yu Huang's attitude towards him, the treasures he possessed, and Lin Chen's fortuitousness, jealousy surged within Xixi. Like Tiangu, he wished nothing more than to eliminate Lin Chen without hesitation, to render him powerless to escape or perish. Xixi wore a slightly dissatisfied expression. He had yet to fully relish his battle with Jian Wudao. To be forced to halt now was indeed irksome to him. When will the draw commence, Tianxiang Dazuan? He boldly inquired, his displeasure evident as he gazed at the serene yet formidable middle-aged figure in the sky. Among the gathered individuals, many were familiar with the Ta Qing small world, while others were entirely ignorant of its whereabouts, resulting in no one considering the matter of the draw. Only Xixi, feeling discontented, took the initiative to voice his question, which could be deemed audacious. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at Xixi boldness. Tianxiang Dazuan smiled gently, unperturbed, and replied placidly, "The draw shall commence immediately. These 9 talismans are my creation, containing elements that you cannot decipher. You may only select one from among them. Extending his right hand, Tianxiang Dazuan conjured 9 luminous orbs, each containing a mysterious talisman that pulsed with energy. With a flick of his wrist, the orbs soared down towards the platform. At this moment, all the celestial prodigies acted in unison. Even Yun Luo, who was recovering her magical energy, opened her enchanting eyes and extended her delicate hand to grasp one of the luminous orbs. Each individual received a unique orb. The symbols contained within, shrouded in mystery, eluded their comprehension. Even the enigmatic prince of the Eastern dynasty could only furrow his brow, unable to discern the contents within. Lin Chen sighed softly. The great master Tianxiang had already fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, "Lin Chen, prepare yourself. Once the 5 are selected, I shall transport you into the Ta Qing small world." Sensing the serene gaze of the other, Lin Chen refrained from meeting his eyes, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, the list of the 5 chosen individuals emerged. The Rain Emperor drew the number 3, while Tian Gu, Xingxia, and Jian Wu Dao drew 1, 2, and 4, respectively. The 5th number was seized by the mysterious prince of the Eastern dynasty. Xi Jingzhan's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Given his strength, his chances of breaking into the top 6 were considerable, yet this method of selection was entirely reliant on fortune. The mysterious young man chuckled softly, shaking his head, and floated away with an ethereal demeanor. Some things cannot be forced. Lin Chen, I did not draw a number, Yin Luo said, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes as she approached him. Be careful once you enter. Observing Yun Luo's earnest expression, her beauty undiminished by her seriousness, Lin Chen momentarily lost his focus, instinctively reaching out to pat her head, nodding in response. However, after this gesture, he felt a pang of regret. Had he been too familiar? Would Yun Luo pursue him for this? Yun Luo's face momentarily registered surprise before she turned silently and departed, leaving Lin Chen with a captivating silhouette that ignited his imagination. Damn it, I really made a fool of myself. Lin Chen chastised himself, striking his own hand in disbelief at his earlier lapse in composure. At this moment, he noticed Xixi watching him with an impish grin, as if mocking him. Enraged, Lin Chen seized Xixi and began to thrash him playfully, eliciting cries of "I have no rights, no freedom." From the latter, the playful scuffle between the human and the beast left many celestial prodigies astonished, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Is this truly the infamous Kill Emperor? He seems just like a child who has yet to shed his playful nature. The great master Tianxiang observed Lin Chen and Xixi's antics with a slight smile, harboring no disdain. With a wave of his hand, he restored their magical energy, announcing, "After a stick of incense burns, prepare to enter the Ta Qing small world." As his words fell, a fragrant stick of incense materialized before him, beginning to burn slowly. The 5 esteemed figures did not dare to be negligent, promptly settling into a meditative posture to replenish their magical energy. Heaven knows what dangers the master of Ta Qing will unleash by altering the rules of contention on his birthday. Lin Chen's internal magical energy had long been replenished after consuming 1,000,000 magical spirit pills under the influence of devouring magic. However, the recent practice of the 5 elements refining divine technique drained him of an equivalent amount without yielding any tangible benefits, causing him considerable distress. Young man, do not be so oblivious to the subtleties. The finer the treasures, the more arduous the path to mastery, the voice of Blood Elder echoed, somewhat irked. Did you not notice that the great master Tianxiang was observing you just now? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, summoning Blood Elder. He had sensed the absence of a response earlier, deducing that the formidable great master Tianxiang was indeed scrutinizing him. After all, the Tianxiang mansion was akin to a quasi-Dao artifact, and the great master himself was a spirit of such an artifact. Lin Chen recounted the events to Blood Elder, particularly emphasizing the matter concerning the Ta Qing small world. What does this young lady of the Ta Qing small world intend? Blood Elder was taken aback, exclaiming, "This Ta Qing small world is an independently opened realm, inhabited by some extraordinarily powerful beings who wield profound laws. What could she possibly want with you all?" An independently opened realm stirred turbulent waves within Lin Chen's heart. The sheer magnitude of such a terrifying divine ability was beyond comprehension. No time for idle chatter. The great master Tianxiang has been observing you closely, Blood Elder urged urgently. Once you enter the Ta Qing small world, You must be exceedingly cautious and refrain from revealing any of your secrets. Blood Elder's voice fell into a contemplative hush. Lin Chen harbored numerous secrets, such as the holy vessel physique, the bronze ancient coffin, and the illusion spirit mirror. Should these be revealed, it would spell catastrophic consequences for him. Moreover, given the multitude of formidable figures residing within the Ta Qing small world, exposure would leave him nowhere to flee. As Lin Chen pondered with a furrowed brow, the great master Tian Xiang raised a mighty hand, and an ancient azure portal materialized before everyone. All shall proceed to the Ta Qing small world. Chapter 453. The hunt for the blood clan Lin Chen, along with 5 others, vanished into the ancient azure portal under the guidance of the great master Tian Xiang, who then also disappeared from sight. The water shield surrounding the Tian Xiang mansion dissipated, and celestial music once again filled the air as beautiful maidens began to serve tea and refreshments, rekindling a lively atmosphere. The expressions of ancestor Fenghua and Xiao Yao were complex. Lin Chen's performance indeed surpassed their expectations, yet the arduous journey ahead likely loomed ominously before them, casting a pall over their spirits. This commotion would undoubtedly incite the ire of the Moon Hall Master against Lin Chen. Xiao Yao sipped his tea and sighed, remarking, "This young one's path is fraught with peril. Just consider the allure of a quasi-Dao artifact. It is a treasure that countless powerful beings would covet." Observing the troubling situation regarding the Xie Yao, the ancestor of wind and fire let out a cold grunt, a surge of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Yet, what could be done? Since the situation had escalated to this extent, all that remained was to fight with all one's might. The imposing aura of the ancestor of wind and fire manifested once more. Xie Yao's eyes brightened, erupting into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "At last! This is the moment I have been waiting for." Upon emerging, Yun Luo quickly found Yun Qing, joyfully whisking this charming young maiden away. Indeed, it was the enchanting young girl, Yun Qing, who laughed delightfully, embracing her sister. The petite white rabbit at her chest had begun to take shape, captivating the hearts of several talented individuals present. Yun Luo's mind was in disarray, a tangle of thoughts, as she held on to Yun Qing and departed. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man named Yun Lin appeared within the auspicious estate, accompanied by the esteemed intersect elder Su Qian, who followed closely behind, exhibiting utmost respect. This young lad must perform admirably in the Ta Qing small world, Yun Lin murmured to himself, as Lin Chen stepped through the ancient green portal. The scenery before him abruptly transformed, an immense pressure enveloping him, striking with an overwhelming force. This sensation weighed heavily upon him, yet his royal essence resonated faintly within, enabling him to withstand it. The arrival of this pressure left Lin Chen astounded. Had his physical form been that of a lower-grade royal artifact, he would likely have needed to exert all his strength to resist it. In contrast, Tiangu also faced the pressure with his corporeal form. Xingsha, Yu Huang, Jianwu Dao, and the Prince of the Eastern Dynasty all summoned their powers or activated their protective artifacts to counter this formidable force. At this moment, Lin Chen beheld a different realm. The sky was a deep azure, and the earth a rich, dark blue. Various plants and creatures exhibited shades of blue as well. Occasionally, small azure dragons spiraled through this vast Ta Qing small world, each embodying the terrifying essence of Ta Qing, evoking awe and caution in those who dared not provoke them. Lin Chen felt a tension coursing through his body. Even amidst the flora, he sensed an undeniable threat. The entirety of this realm was sculpted from the ancient essence of Ta Qing, and Lin Chen's perception of this essence was limited. No prodigy dared recklessly unleash their consciousness into this mysterious Ta Qing small world, given the formidable entities that surely resided within. As Lin Chen surveyed this ancient azure world, he was inwardly amazed, pondering what level of Ta Qing essence could forge such a terrifying domain. He harbored no doubt that even the most transcendent of techniques would struggle to create a significant impact upon the ground beneath him. The Ta Qing small world. Who would have thought the Ta Qing sect master would bring us to such a place? Xingsha remarked in awe. This realm was indeed a testament to the profound heritage of the Ta Qing sect, akin to how their own Mingtian sect possessed a parallel existence. Xingsha scanned his surroundings, striving to absorb as much information as possible from this extraordinary environment. In the mystical realm of the East, the enigmatic Prince Tiange, along with Jin Wudao and the resolute Xingsha, surveyed the serene world of Ta Qing with a keen eye. They understood that the more they comprehended, the greater the advantage for their sect. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, heralding the approach of a woman emerging from the verdant forest before them. Though she exuded an aura of ordinariness, as if she were an unremarkable person, none of the exceptional talents present could discern her visage. Yet, an innate sense lingered within their hearts, suggesting that this woman was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Her demeanor evoked an impression of grace that captivated them. Upon encountering the esteemed leader of Ta Qing, Xixi, Tinga, Jin Wudao, the mysterious prince of the East, Yu Huang, and Lin Chen promptly bowed in deference to the woman who had unexpectedly stepped forth from the Emerald Woods. Although they were unfamiliar with the leader's appearance, they surmised that she must be the venerable figure who had celebrated over 3,000 years of life. There is no need for excessive formality, the woman spoke, her voice soothing and melodious. The alteration of the rules stems from certain exceptional circumstances. I trust that you will harbor no grievances and seek your understanding. All present shook their heads in unison, indicating their lack of discontent. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, gazing at the mysterious leader of Ta Qing, and also shook his head. What thoughts could dwell within the mind of this woman, once deemed a genius by the blood demon sovereign? This time, we have modified the competition rules. The leader of Ta Qing gently announced. Allow me to elucidate the new guidelines. A chorus of nods followed her declaration. At this juncture, the leader extended her flawless ivory arm, and with a delicate wave, the space before them shimmered like rippling water, revealing another scene. Within this ancient world of Ta Qing, a floating island emerged, radiating an astonishing aura of bloodlust. Massive waves of sanguine energy rolled forth, causing tremors throughout the vicinity. Lin Chen's pupils constricted in surprise as he recognized the familiar presence of the bloodthirsty clan, cloaked in dark robes, among the myriad races of the mortal realm. How could the blood-killing clan exist within the Ta Qing world? In that moment, the astonishment was palpable not only for Lin Chen, but for the other prodigies as well. Even Yu Huang's expression shifted subtly, while the brow of the mysterious prince of the Eastern dynasty furrowed involuntarily in concern. This is the blood-killing clan. I trust you six are not entirely unfamiliar with them. The leader of Ta Qing spoke softly. These individuals belong to a small faction I fortuitously captured, with the highest among them being at the Tao diagram realm, sealed within the heart of the island. The wandering beings outside are of the divine law realm, both fourth and third tier. The rules for this competition are straightforward. Within a single day, whoever slays the most members of the blood-killing clan will be the victor. Such a clear and succinct rule ignited a tempest of emotions within the hearts of these exceptional individuals, and Lin Chen felt an intense upheaval within him. Chapter 454. The hunt begins. Before them loomed a vast island, suspended within the realm of the Ta Qing small world, entirely populated by the imprisoned Bloodkill clan. The 6 individuals present were all astute thinkers. Upon hearing the words of the Ta Qing sect master, Lin Chen immediately contemplated numerous implications. The sect master had deliberately captured such a small faction and confined them within the Ta Qing small world, which was clearly not merely for the purpose of honing their strength, but also served as a warning to all sections. Lin Chen's thoughts raced. While the numbers of the Bloodkill clan were increasing, it did not imply the absence of other races arriving in the Holy Spirit continent. The arrival of these races undoubtedly harbored sinister plots. If left unchecked, the situation could spiral beyond control. As for the recent alteration of the rules to a lottery system, it was likely intended to prevent the true powers of the outstanding talents from clashing, thereby reducing bloodshed. Lin Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of these races. For instance, the Bloodkill clan possessed the ability to resurrect after death, returning to life within their ranks. He currently held the essence of the Bloodkill warrior known as Bloodhowl, which had merged with the Tianxian Boneblood array. After reflecting on all this, Lin Chen found clarity regarding the sudden change in rules. Although he did not comprehend the specifics, he was certain of this insight. The expressions of the other outstanding figures were grave as they gazed upon the island before them. They had indeed not expected the myriad races of the human realm to commence their actions, particularly one of the 5 major races, the Bloodkill clan. The 7th prince of the Eastern dynasty remarked, reflecting on the imminent calamity that loomed ahead. Known for his mystery and low profile, no one dared to underestimate his strength. His words resonated with the thoughts of all present. A calamity foretold the arrival of opportunity. Unfazed by their sentiments, the Ta Qing sect master continued in a gentle tone. announcing that the individual who secured first place in this competition would not only receive unparalleled Tao techniques and the chance for personal guidance from him, but also the opportunity to comprehend the Ta Qing 9 void art. The mention of the Ta Qing 9 void art struck Lin Chen like a thunderclap, causing his ears to resonate. This art could elevate one to the status of a holy son and grant access to the heart of Ta Qing. Lin Chen was resolute in enhancing his strength, driven by the desire to contend against the punishment emperor and attain the Ta Qing 9 void art. The fact that the sect master had positioned the comprehension of this art as a reward ignited a fervent ambition within him. He was determined to secure first place and seize the opportunity to grasp the Ta Qing 9 void art. Meanwhile, Xixi, Tiangu, Jinwu Dao, and the seventh prince were equally astonished, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. Each sect possessed its own pinnacle techniques. Yet the Ta Qing 9 void art was renowned as the foremost amongst them. Since its inception by the founding ancestor of the Ta Qing sect, no holy son had since mastered it, despite the presence of several extraordinary prodigies among them. However, their talents were insufficient. Moreover, a whispered saying that circulated subtly ignited a fervent passion within their hearts. The Ta Qing 9 void technique, the foremost of all, must be mine. The ambition in Xixi's eyes burned intensely. Possessing the Ta Qing 9 void technique would enable me to crush Lin Chen and obliterate him in the blink of an eye. Yes, indeed. I must acquire the Ta Qing 9 void technique. The battle spirit within Tiangu was terrifyingly immense. With this technique, I could seize control of half of the Ta Qing sect's dominion and attain unparalleled combat prowess. The cold, ancient sword of Jian Wu Dao vibrated, evidently filled with a longing for this technique as well. The seventh prince smiled faintly, remaining silent, yet the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. As for the Rain Emperor, he maintained his icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the allure of the Ta Qing 9 void technique. Each of these prodigies harbored an intense desire for the Ta Qing 9 void technique, and Lin Chen was no exception. This competition forbids any harm to opponents. Failure to comply will result in disqualification, the Ta Qing sect leader stated softly, his voice resonating deeply. You all understand that after the Slaughter Blood clan is slain, they transform into blood-flesh essence. Only by completely annihilating the blood-flesh essence can one truly claim to have defeated a member of the Slaughter Blood clan. Upon hearing this, Tiangu, Xixi, and Jinwu Dao could not help but furrow their brows slightly. The blood-flesh essence is a formidable entity to eradicate, requiring immense energy and supernatural prowess. After all, the malevolent thoughts embedded within are exceedingly difficult to resolve, and one cannot absorb the energy contained within. Lin Chen's eyes, however, sparkled with excitement. The blood-flesh essence is a tremendous boon for me, he thought joyfully. If I could devour enough of this blood-flesh essence, I would absorb greater energy. Lin Chen had yet to find the time to refine the blood-flesh essence he possessed, as the power involved was overwhelmingly vast. Not something that could be refined in a short span. Certainly, the blood-flesh essence from those in the Qi realm and divine flow realm could not compare to that of the blood howl, making its refinement remarkably swift. Now, the competition commences, declared the Ta Qing sect leader. I shall transport you to that island. With a gentle wave of his jade hand, the six prodigies were immediately whisked away by a mysterious force into the floating island within the Ta Qing small world. The Ta Qing sect leader's avatar also vanished from its original location. At this moment, within the island of the Ta Qing small world, Lin Chen found himself suddenly materializing upon a land flooded with blood. As soon as Lin Chen landed, before he could fully grasp the enigmatic abilities of the Ta Qing sect leader's avatar, a terrifying gale surged towards him. A blood figure hurled a punch at Lin Chen, unleashing torrents of blood. Surely, the Yin-Yang realm must be the weakest existence here, Lin Chen mused with a faint smile, unfazed as he calmly extended his own fist to retaliate. Lowly human, perish, roared the member of the Slaughter Blood clan. We, the great Slaughter Blood clan, shall undoubtedly annihilate the Holy Spirit continent. However, at the moment when the Blood clan's formidable blood fist collided with Lin Chen's strike, the expression of the Blood clan warrior drastically changed. A terrifying force erupted from within Lin Chen, obliterating the Blood clan warrior and showering the surroundings with crimson rain. From the remnants, a flesh and blood essence fell, harboring the malevolent intent of the slain warrior, whose refinement posed a risk of backlash. Lin Chen, seizing the opportunity, grasped the essence with a powerful hand, unleashing his devouring magic to consume it. A surge of pure, overwhelming energy instantly flooded Lin Chen, causing a tempest of energy to swirl above his head. The absorption of this essence granted Lin Chen considerable benefits. Such a prodigy, Bloodly remarked, having inherited memories from the Blood Dawn Bell. Witnessing Lin Chen's feat, he couldn't help but express his admiration. This devouring magic, tailored for those of the sacred bloodline, was indeed terrifyingly unparalleled. Although Lin Chen had merely reached the second level of this technique, the reputation of the Blood Demon Sovereign was not unfounded, particularly regarding this astonishing technique that left the world in awe. From Lin Chen's palm, devouring runes manifested, exhaling a multitude of malevolent thoughts and intentions, elements he could not refine from the essence. Upon hearing Bloodly's sentiments, Lin Chen simply smiled lightly, his eyes narrowing slightly. This hunting competition is indeed splendid for me. What followed would be true carnage. Chapter 455. Strategy. The master of Tai Qing executed a teleportation spell, dispersing Lin Chen and his companions to different locations. At this moment, Lin Chen retracted his aura and emanated a hint of the heavenly evil Yama Sutra's essence, making him appear otherworldly. The island stretched for at least 100 miles, with depths unknown. The master of Tai Qing had warned of a sealed presence within the island's depths, so Lin Chen refrained from recklessly venturing deeper, focusing instead on hunting those at the essence-quenching and divine flow realms. Lin Chen, if you provide me with 1 million lost spirit pills, I can cast a minor restriction from the Blood Dawn Bell, Bloodly proposed, explaining that this restriction would allow them to sense entities within a 20-mile radius, keeping them undetected. Such potency. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He was aware that if his consciousness was outmatched, it could turn against him, even though his spiritual awareness was 4 times that of an average essence-quenching warrior. It was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary divine flow practitioner. Some adept practitioners could hone their spiritual awareness to attack, making it a formidable technique. Without hesitation, Lin Chen instructed Bloodly to activate the 1 million lost spirit pills to initiate the restriction. As Xixi activated the forbidden technique, he lamented that Lin Chen had not provided him with a greater quantity of the spirit-enhancing pills, which would have enabled him to uncover the presence of all beings on the entire island. Xixi summoned the enigmatic restrictions, revealing the existence of the Killblood clan within a 20-mile radius in Lin Chen's mind. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin Chen, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. At that moment, within the Tai Qing small world, the surroundings of the island were enveloped in a shroud of secrecy. The master of Tai Qing stood suspended in midair, gazing at the island, which had been sealed off by her grand technique, preventing even the most formidable beings within the Tai Qing small world from probing its depths. An elder with white eyebrows trailing the ground emerged from the void of the Tai Qing small world, exuding no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary old man. Master. The elder bowed respectfully to the Tai Qing master. What is it? She replied softly, without turning her head. Hee. The elders of Taishang are all quite intrigued by this young man named Lin Chen. The elder chuckled amiably. Do you wish for me to lift the grand restrictions so they may gaze upon him? The Tai Qing master inquired gently. Are they becoming increasingly reluctant to heed my words? The elder remained cheerful, responding, not at all. On your 3000th birthday, which coincides with the heavens, the old fellows have not the mind for such matters. After all, we remain loyal to the sect. Indeed, the Tai Qing master nodded, her tone still soft. I understand your intentions. However, do not harbor illusions about probing further. My grand restrictions seal this place. At most, I can only allow you a glimpse of the island's circumstances. Even with the Tai Qing master's grand restrictions in place, these formidable beings lack the capability to scrutinize the intricate details. The elder fell silent. With a wave of her jade hand, the Tai Qing master revealed 6 water screens, each depicting different scenes of 6 prodigies. At that moment, terrifying entities within the Tai Qing small world unleashed their consciousness, witnessing the unfolding scenarios displayed on the water screens. In Lin Chen's vicinity, he executed the mixed sky severing technique. With countless sharp intentions and the essence of the mixed sky converged with his vital energy, he struck down fiercely, cleaving the Killblood clan member before him, who was in the vital energy realm, in 2, blood spraying forth. Once again, Lin Chen forcefully absorbed the essence of the blood and flesh, and his physical form reaped substantial benefits from this immense energy feedback, further enhancing his aura. Throughout this journey, he had successfully slain 10 beings of the vital energy realm, and his physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of a mid-grade sovereign artifact. Continuing to consume the essence of the vital energy realm's flesh held little additional benefit. Only the essence from the divine flow realm, rich with insights and truths of that level, would contribute to his ascension and the enhancement of his physical form. Ahead, 20 miles away, there was a Kill Blood clan member at the divine flow realm's minor Zhoutian. The body of Xue Li was bathed in resplendent light, evidently benefiting significantly from Lin Chen's absorption of the essence of flesh and blood. However, another entity known as Xixi was also present, poised to hunt this bloodthirsty being. In the realm of divine flow, Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he heard a remark from behind, his brows furrowing slightly before relaxing. Recalling the decree from the Ta Qing sect master that forbade mutual attacks, he resolved to refine this bloodthirsty entity of the divine flow realm. Employing the ethereal steps of Zhan Yuan, Lin Chen set forth in pursuit of the divine flow existence. 20 miles away, Xixi was enveloped in a burst of starlight, exerting overwhelming pressure upon the bloodthirsty being beneath him. Humph! Though you are a being of the great perfection of divine flow, you remain no match for my bloodthirsty kin. The bloodthirsty entity sneered, warning Xixi to retreat swiftly or face the dire consequence of having his blood completely drained, reducing him to a mere husk. The arrogance of the bloodthirsty clan was palpable, their innate talents formidable, surpassing those of other races. Xixi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Just as he prepared to unleash his divine abilities, a voice that filled him with ire suddenly echoed, "Brother Xixi, may I take on this bloodthirsty entity?" Lin Chen regarded Xixi with an air of calm, his overwhelming killing intent directed at the bloodthirsty being. Enraged by Lin Chen's audacity, the bloodthirsty entity bellowed, "Who are you, a mere being of the Qi realm, daring to threaten my life? Such absurdity is laughable." Following his roar, a torrent of blood surged from him, sweeping toward Lin Chen with tremendous force. Lin Chen retaliated with a single punch, unleashing a terrifying might that obliterated the oncoming blood waves entirely. A mid-grade royal weapon possesses some merit, the bloodthirsty entity noted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes as he regarded Lin Chen, though his tone remained dismissive. Yet, his true concern lay with Xixi behind him. If this being of divine flow allied with Lin Chen to vanquish him, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Xixi perceived the flicker of hesitation in the bloodthirsty entity's gaze and understood his thoughts clearly. Since this being harbored fears of him, he resolved to feign retreat, allowing this foe to engage Lin Chen in combat. He mused that should Lin Chen employ his quasi-Dao weapon and supreme Dao techniques, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly attract more formidable bloodthirsty beings intent on killing him. In such a scenario, even possessing millions of spirit pills would not guarantee Lin Chen's survival. A sinister plan formed in Xixi's mind, to leverage the bloodthirsty entity to draw out Lin Chen's supreme Dao techniques and quasi-Dao weapon, inciting an influx of bloodthirsty beings to attack. Under such circumstances, Lin Chen would find himself with no escape. "Lin Chen, since you desire it, I shall not contest you," Xixi remarked darkly, casting a wary glance at Lin Chen before swiftly retreating from the scene. The bloodthirsty clansman observed the unfolding situation, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light, a grin of delight spreading across his face as he licked his lips, anticipating a sumptuous feast of fresh blood. Chapter 456. The arrival of crisis. Having meticulously devised his strategy, Xixi departed with resolute determination. As he left, his expression bore a sullen and reluctant demeanor, leading others to believe he was compelled by circumstance. Yet, the clansman's pupils shimmered with a mesmerizing crimson light. This figure's departure was clearly a ploy, akin to a mantis stalking its prey while a hidden bird lies in wait. The bloodthirsty clansman chuckled coldly to himself, thinking it wise to comply with his intentions. First, he would eliminate this individual, absorb his blood to enhance his cultivation, and subsequently dispose of him. As one of the prominent races among the myriad of beings in the human realm, the bloodthirsty clan harbored immense pride and resources. However, Lin Chen furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. In his eyes, Xixi was not one to relinquish control so easily. Moreover, on this island teeming with bloodthirsty clansmen, he dared not carelessly wield his quasi-Dao artifacts and supreme Dao techniques. This individual would certainly not surrender without a fight. Lin Chen silently resolved to communicate with Xixi, instructing him to disclose Xingxia's whereabouts. Xixi nodded, invoking a mysterious incantation that allowed him to stealthily survey the surroundings within a 20-mile radius. The revelation was clear. Xingxia was currently within 10 miles, vanquishing several beings of the Qi realm. Xixi added, however, that within this 20-mile expanse, there existed a minor celestial flow existence. Lin Chen's brow furrowed further, perplexed by Xingxia's intentions, ultimately deciding to set aside his speculations. At this moment, all of Lin Chen's focus was directed towards this celestial flow being. How audacious for a mere Qi realm existence to provoke my authority. The bloodthirsty clansman licked his lips, relishing the prospect of allowing you to experience the sensation of having your blood drained. As his words fell, the clansman's mouth gaped wide, transforming into a vast blood-red maw that descended upon Lin Chen. This bloodthirsty individual was significantly more formidable than the previous blood howler. The grotesque mouth was a manifestation of the clan's innate blood-absorbing ability. Above Lin Chen, the grotesque maw loomed ominously, exuding an eerie pull and a pungent scent of blood. Lin Chen's body trembled slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Underneath this gaping maw, he felt his blood beginning to boil, coursing faster than ever, as if on the verge of bursting his veins. Be cautious. This is one of the bloodthirsty clansman's innate abilities, blood absorption. It can devour all the blood within a person's body, converting it into energy for itself. Xueli's voice was laced with urgency. Although this blood absorption was merely in its preliminary stage, should your blood be consumed, your combat prowess would diminish by half. The essence of one's blood encapsulates the entirety of their vitality. Every drop of Lin Chen's blood contained vast reservoirs of power. If his blood were to be siphoned away, his body would likely be reduced to a low-grade imperial artifact, with a substantial decline in magical prowess. This innate divine ability is merely at the rudimentary stage, yet proves to be truly terrifying. Lin Chen's royal essence erupted from his bones, warding off the inexplicable suction of blood. However, his body's resistance was alarmingly feeble. The blood coursing through his veins trembled at that moment, as if it might burst forth from the vessels at any instant. The effect of blood siphoning is simply insurmountable. The blood of a mid-grade imperial artifact is sufficient to elevate my blood siphoning to a higher tier. The blood-sucking clansman licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing streams of crimson radiance, as if preparing to unleash a formidable attack. At that moment, Lin Chen's veins bulged, becoming pronounced and exceedingly peculiar. The mysterious suction emanating from the gaping maw intensified, as if it were a ravenous beast yearning to devour every drop of delectable blood. Suddenly, Lin Chen struck with lightning speed. His massive hand grasped fiercely, and a torrential pressure surged from all directions, crushing towards the gaping maw. A noble will surged forth, further accentuating Lin Chen's regal presence. The expression of the blood-sucking clansman shifted slightly. The overwhelming pressure instantly compressed the gaping maw, narrowing its range. Lin Chen moved with sudden force, delivering a powerful punch towards the gaping maw in the sky. The blood-sucking clansman, witnessing Lin Chen's fist aimed at the maw, erupted in elation, laughing maniacally, "Ha ha! The closer you draw to the blood siphoning, the more your blood boils." Yet, in the next moment, his laughter froze. From Lin Chen's fist erupted a torrent of ghostly energy, each ghostly figure tearing forth. Each specter contained a pitch-black siphoning character. Countless specters bombarded the gaping maw, causing it to explode repeatedly, torn apart by the multitude of ghostly entities. How could this be? The blood-sucking clansman was taken aback, gazing at Lin Chen as if he were a ghost. The blood siphoning was entirely immune to this ghostly energy. How could he possibly obliterate it? The blood-sucking clansmen had become one of the major races, and their innate abilities were among the foremost reasons for their prowess. Although he had only mastered the rudimentary siphoning technique, he remained confident in his ability to battle across tiers. Yet now, Lin Chen had shattered it. How could he not be astonished and enraged? Outside the island, the elder with drooping white brows, whose eyes had narrowed to mere slits, flashed with a glimmer as he inquired, what could have so easily shattered the blood siphoning? Only the leader of Ta Qing could discern the situation within. The Ta Qing leader shook his head softly, replying, "I am also unaware." The formidable beings observing Lin Chen's battle against the blood-sucking clansmen could not help but furrow their brows. What was the Ta Qing leader concealing? within the island. Despite your attempts to destroy the Blood Devourer, what does it matter? The visage of the Blood Clan is one of viciousness, and today, I shall entomb you here. His hands swiftly began to form intricate seals, and a terrifying crimson light erupted from his being, soaring into the heavens. A surge of frenzied magical energy swept through the air, heralding the manifestation of a formidable supernatural power. Lin Chen's expression remained unperturbed. He gazed calmly at the Blood Clan member and uttered, "One strike will suffice to end your life." Suddenly, a colossal entity began to rise from behind Lin Chen, emanating an aura of dread that reverberated across the surroundings. Star Killer, 10 miles away, sensed the sudden surge of menacing energy and was filled with elation, unable to contain his maniacal laughter. "Lin Chen, you have resorted to utilizing a quasi-divine artifact," he exclaimed. "Let us see how you contend with so many from the Blood Clan." His scheme had succeeded, having ensnared Lin Chen within his trap. The might of the quasi-divine artifact would undoubtedly attract the attention of those formidable Blood Clan beings, inciting a fierce contest for dominance. In such chaos, even with the aid of the artifact, Lin Chen would meet his demise. On the battlefield, the Blood Clan members gazed in shock at the suddenly risen blood-red bell, as if struck by lightning, rendered motionless. Even the supernatural powers they wielded were forgotten in that instant. A quasi-divine artifact. How could a mere being of the Qi transformation realm possess such a treasure? "Die," Lin Chen declared coldly, as the bell, known as the Blood Dawn Bell, resonated with terrifying waves of energy. The Blood Clan member, sensing the imminent threat of death, was jolted back to reality, terror filling his crimson eyes. The power of a quasi-divine artifact was beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous sound resounded from the heavens. The Blood Clan, filled with dread, looked up to see a towering edifice, shimmering with golden radiance, descending upon them with overwhelming force. There was no chance to evade it. "This is the true assault," Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. He had merely released the Blood Dawn Bell to divert this foe's attention. He would not hastily employ the quasi-divine artifact. The Xuanshang Monarch Tower descended without hesitation, and the Blood Clan member was utterly unable to escape its grasp. A being of the divine flow realm was thus subdued. Beyond the island, observers watching Lin Chen's battle felt an upheaval of ominous thoughts, clearly engaged in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a looming crisis. In chapter 457, he actually escaped? Within the Ta Qing small world, unimaginable and terrifying entities were entwined in their thoughts. The individual known as Lin Chen had evidently employed some extraordinary means to shatter the Blood Devourer, remarked a fearsome presence. The Blood Devourer is not easily destroyed. What was unleashed earlier was undoubtedly more than mere ghostly energy, another noted. The sect leader appears to be intent on protecting Lin Chen. He seemingly absorbed the essence of flesh and blood into his own being. This youth harbors numerous secrets. He is far from being as simple as he seems. It is imperative to continue observing. The presence of a formidable aura indicates that one possessing the ability to harness it must undoubtedly be shrouded in significant secrets. Just moments ago, this young man demonstrated the use of a quasi-Dao artifact, and without even unleashing its Dao might, he managed to slay a member of the blood-killing clan. Such cunning and strategy are unparalleled by others. If this young man harbors no issues, it signifies the arrival of fortune for our Tai Qing sect. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he has already attracted the attention of numerous terrifying entities within the Tai Qing small world. However, prior to his arrival here, he had prepared himself for the inevitable exposure of some of his secrets, which was unavoidable. The horrors contained within this Tai Qing small world far exceed Lin Chen's comprehension. At this moment, having vanquished the member of the blood-killing clan, Lin Chen immediately absorbed the essence of its flesh and blood into his body. A tremendous surge of pure blood energy flowed incessantly into him. His joints emitted a series of cracking sounds as the aura within him continuously refined, becoming denser and more formidable. Yet, Lin Chen's expression bore no trace of elation. Instead, it was chillingly cold. He sensed an overwhelming presence swiftly approaching him, accompanied by another named Xixi. However, Xixi remained 5 miles away, refraining from advancing. Upon grasping a hint of his intentions, Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. It was clear that Xixi had generously allowed him to take down the blood-killing clan member in hopes of amplifying the commotion. thereby attracting even more powerful adversaries from the clan. Indeed, Xixi was no simple opponent. Previously, he had almost fallen into his trap, nearly eliciting a threat of Dao might. Thankfully, he had only unleashed a fraction of his aura, drawing forth a single entity from the divine flow realm. Lin Chen pondered that this time, the incoming member of the blood-killing clan was a formidable presence at the great Zhou level of the divine flow realm. Defeating such an adversary without resorting to supreme Dao techniques or quasi-Dao artifacts would be exceedingly difficult. The threat posed by this blood-killing clan member was significant. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was undeterred by their innate abilities. Compared to his own devouring demon technique, which was the progenitor of such powers and possessed boundless might, he felt confident. With the second tier of his devouring demon technique, he could withstand the initial and intermediate levels of blood absorption without much difficulty. However, confronting a member of the blood-killing clan at the great Zhou level of the divine flow realm was inherently challenging, especially considering Lin Chen was merely at the aura manifestation stage. Young man, even if you employ supreme Dao techniques and quasi-Dao artifacts to slay this member of the blood-killing clan, the energy expended will likely be substantial, Xixi remarked softly. Recognizing that Xixi was indeed harboring such intentions, you must contemplate this carefully. Although Xixi lacked a solid battle strategy, his ability to perceive the broader situation was undeniable. The elite individuals were all engaged in hunting. The blood-killing clan members they had slain were undoubtedly of the divine flow realm caliber. I certainly cannot fall behind them. This blood-killing clan member must be eliminated. Lin Chen's eyes darted around as thoughts began to swirl within his mind. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated his gaze. He had conceived a strategy. Star Killer, if you seek to harm me, why should I not turn the tables and harm you? A faint smile played upon Lin Chen's lips, a sight that would surely send a shiver down Xixi's spine if she were present. The formidable blood-killing clan of the divine flow realm swiftly approached Lin Chen's location. However, they were not reckless. They advanced cautiously, probing with deliberation. Lin Chen's voice erupted like thunder, resonating through the forest with a booming clarity. Mere ants of the blood-killing clan, why bother with caution? Come forth, that I may vanquish you. The blood-killing clan member, inching closer with trepidation, furrowed his brow as his senses flared to life. Upon discerning that Lin Chen was merely at the level of the Qi realm, a savage light flickered in his eyes. The arrogance of a frail mortal daring to provoke them was tantamount to courting death. A roar reverberated through the air as the blood-killing clan member transformed into a streak of crimson, hurtling towards Lin Chen. 5 miles away, Star Killer, shrouded in a mystical artifact, concealed his aura completely. To the untrained eye, he was undetectable. Let the battle commence. He cackled, bemused by Lin Chen's audacity. Star Killer, piecing together the unfolding scenario from the two voices, couldn't help but smirk. A being of the divine flow realm should prove entertaining. Yet, at that very moment, a hand unexpectedly landed on Star Killer's shoulder, causing his hair to stand on end and his pupils to constrict in fear. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, wielding the Xin Shang King Tower, cast a cold gaze upon the deluge of blood rushing towards him. Lowly existence, meet your demise. From the torrent of blood surged a colossal bloodied hand, lunging violently at Lin Chen. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Chen unleashed a single punch, a tremendous force that obliterated the bloodied hand in a cascade of destruction. In an instant, an aura of otherworldly power enveloped Lin Chen, conjuring an array of 366 spectral demon forms that coalesced into a mighty formation, charging at the encroaching blood tide. Waves of qi erupted from Lin Chen, resembling a legion of qi dragons surging forth to assault the blood-killing clan members. Not without merit, one of the blood-killing clan members remarked coldly. But is this truly the foundation of your arrogance? The skies darkened as blood dragons erupted from the sea of crimson conjured behind the clan member, roaring forth with ferocity. The ensuing clash was cataclysmic, shaking the very heavens. With a bloodthirsty expression, the clan member vanished once more, launching a fist directly at Lin Chen. As Lin Chen observed the approaching blow, a serene smile crept across his face, revealing his teeth. Congratulations, you've landed a hit. The blood-killing clan member's countenance shifted dramatically. With a resounding thud, a colossal entity struck his form, sending the member of the blood-killing clan hurtling backward, spewing forth copious amounts of crimson blood. As he retreated, his body erupted into a torrent of sanguine fluid, showering the heavens. Upon reaching the ground, the blood swiftly coalesced, and the figure of the blood-killing clan member reformed. Seeking death, he snarled, his expression twisted with fury. He never anticipated that a mere being of the Qi realm would dare to employ a yin-yang artifact to ambush him. Leaving him wounded, how could this not ignite his rage? You shan't have the opportunity to strike, Lin Chen coldly replied, raising his hand with forceful intent. An ancient tower materialized in the sky, unleashing a terrifying array. The patterns of the 5 elements and the bagua began to coalesce upon the ground beneath the blood-killing clan member. The 5 elements bagua confinement array took shape. The expression of the blood-killing clan member shifted dramatically as the dread of this formation enveloped him. At that moment, his trepidation towards Lin Chen magnified exponentially. He had never imagined that this being of the Qi realm possessed such a plethora of techniques, and even a superior imperial artifact. Even with a superior imperial artifact. You shall still perish by my hand, he thought malevolently, his murderous intent surging as he prepared an unparalleled killing technique. Yet, the next moment, a wave of nausea struck him, compelling him to spit blood. Farewell, I shan't continue this battle, Lin Chen declared as he retracted the Xuanshang Monarch Tower and fled with lightning speed, leaving the blood-killing clan member in a state of shock. He actually fled in such a manner? Chapter 458. The purple gold bagua talisman, the blood-killing clan member, was utterly astounded. The grandiose Lin Chen had retreated like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, especially after Lin Chen had previously boasted and threatened him. It was astonishing that he was the one to flee in the end, drawn to this place by the terrifying aura that had once been displayed. He could hardly believe that a mere being of the Qi realm could emanate such overwhelming energy. Thus, upon spotting Lin Chen, his first instinct was to eliminate him and consume his blood. Could it be that this fellow possesses some self-awareness? The blood-killing clan member pondered, his frustration escalating into fury. At present, he found himself suppressed within this dreadful array. Even as a being of the divine flow realm, he could not dismiss the palpable sense of crisis stemming from the 5 elements bagua confinement array. That superior imperial artifact was indeed extraordinary. I must possess such a treasure. A fervent glint sparked in the blood-killing clan member's eyes. However, at that moment, the 5 elements bagua confinement array began to whirl violently. The essence of the 5 elements ignited, and the bagua patterns slowly rotated, unleashing disparate elemental energies that began to clash violently. Break for me. The enraged blood-killing clan member could not endure watching Lin Chen escape. He unleashed a torrent of blood, a river of divine power surging forth, shaking the very heavens and earth as it assaulted the entire 5 elements bagua formation. The grand formation, under the relentless assault of the bloodthirsty clan, astonishingly soared into the air, hurtling towards Lin Chen with great urgency. A distance of 5 miles was merely a trifling 3 steps for Lin Chen. As his figure stabilized, he beheld the ground strewn with blood, evidently the remnants of the slain bloodthirsty clan members. Xixi stood atop a towering tree, his gaze dark and menacing as he regarded Lin Chen, who had suddenly appeared. Xixi, I did not expect to find you here, Lin Chen remarked with a knowing smile. Xixi retorted, his expression grim. What brings you here? You just snatched a bloodthirsty clan member. Are you intent on seizing another? I warn you, even a clay figure has its limits. Lin Chen, do not be so arrogant. Lin Chen waved his hands dismissively, chuckling. No, Xixi, you misunderstand. I have come to assist you. Assist me? Xixi was momentarily taken aback. Of course, I am here to help, Lin Chen affirmed, gesturing behind him. I have lured a formidable bloodthirsty clan member of the divine flow realm for you to tackle. This will surely enhance your standing. Just then, a series of explosive sounds shattered the air. A grand formation obliterated rows of trees as a bloodthirsty clan member unleashed overwhelming divine abilities. The entire 5 elements 8 trigrams formation was momentarily thrown into disarray, with 3 of its 5 elements forcibly dismantled. Upon spotting Lin Chen, the bloodthirsty clan member's eyes gleamed with a ravenous light as it bellowed, "Stop right there." With renewed vigor, the bloodthirsty clan member raised its hand, summoning a terrifying river of blood, within which 10 forms of divine abilities churned violently. Another divine ability surged forth, its catastrophic impact resonating through the air. completely shattering the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation beneath the onslaught of the bloodthirsty clan's divine river. Lin Chen observed the scene with an unfazed demeanor, while Xixi's complexion turned a shade of green. He had not anticipated that his concealed artifact would be so easily discerned by Lin Chen, nor that his schemes would be laid bare. This realization stirred deep discomfort within Xixi, especially as he grappled with the fact that Lin Chen had drawn this formidable entity here for him to confront. The fury within him surged, feeling humiliated by a mere figure of the Qi realm. Upon tearing apart the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, the bloodthirsty clan member's gaze narrowed as it spotted Xixi in the distance. Suddenly, it comprehended why this Qi realm being sought to flee. It aimed to have that entity face it. It had fallen into the trap set by this mortal. You think the two of you can contend with me? The bloodthirsty clan? It sneered, licking its lips, its expression grotesque. Even united, I will slaughter you both. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the bloodthirsty clan member, Xixi's displeasure intensified. His plot had not only failed, but had also allowed Lin Chen to outmaneuver him. Watching the smug grin on Lin Chen's face, Xixi struggled to suppress the urge to obliterate him. I have no association with him. If you wish to battle, then do so. I shall not interfere. Xixi coldly declared, distancing himself from the situation. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, seriously addressing the blood-killing clan member, stating that if he wished to kill him, he should proceed. His master would undoubtedly prepare a formidable strike to vanquish him. Xixi's expression shifted dramatically. The blood-killing clan member immediately erupted in fury, fully aware that the threat posed by Xixi far exceeded that of Lin Chen. Then I shall deal with you first, before eliminating that brat, he hissed. Eyes ablaze with bloodlust, the blood-killing clan member, a formidable figure at the divine flow realm, found great sustenance in blood. Without further ado, he pointed into the void, unleashing a malevolent, gaping maw of blood. A torrent of crimson liquid surged from his mouth, transforming into a massive blood-filled aperture that opened ominously above Xixi's head. The innate ability activated. Xixi's face flushed with rage, realizing he had ultimately been manipulated by Lin Chen. Faced with the blood-killing clan member's racial divine ability, Blood Devour, Xixi understood the gravity of the situation and dared not exhibit any negligence. You are the one who seeks death. I have not implored you, he retorted. Fury etched across his face as he launched a fist skyward, releasing a cascade of starlight. Countless blades of starry brilliance coalesced, hurtling towards the ominous maw above. Their power immense. Under the looming maw, the blood within Xixi surged with fervor. Your attempt to slay me marks your demise, the blood-killing clan member sneered, his expression remaining grotesque as he rapidly formed hand seals. Waves of sanguine light descended, and his aura surged higher, doubling in intensity. At this moment, the blood-killing clan member appeared to be clad in a suit of crimson armor, emanating an overwhelming sense of ferocity. Lin Chen was taken aback by the display of power, inquiring how the clan member's aura had seemingly intensified. This is his innate ability, he explained. The blood-killing clan possesses 3 innate abilities, and this particular member has mastered 2, Blood Devour and Blood Burst. The latter entails unleashing the power of his own blood to enhance his combat prowess. He is currently at the initial stage of Blood Burst, amplifying his strength by a factor of 2 for a brief duration. Truly monstrous, Lin Chen remarked, swallowing hard. Whether through Blood Devour or Blood Burst, these innate abilities were terrifying beyond measure, coupled with the inherent ferocity of the blood-killing clan. It was no wonder they ranked among the 5 great races of the human realm. Xixi's complexion turned pale. Lin Chen observed the unfolding drama, knowing he had to confront a blood-killing clan member whose power had surged dramatically. Now that you sense fear, prepare to encounter even greater terror. The blood-killing clan member grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, relishing the sight of Xixi's dread. The latter's face turned ghastly, for the blood-killing clan member interpreted it as fear for his life. I shall first eliminate this divine flow realm entity, then I will deal with that detestable brat. This trip shall yield bountiful rewards. Lin Chen crossed his arms, observing the unfolding scene with an air of detachment. At this moment, Xixi faced the impending threat of the Bloodkill clan, already battered and bruised. Noticing Lin Chen's spectator stance, Xixi's expression darkened. As if he were about to burst with fury, the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously beneath the pressure of his wrath. With a cold gaze fixed on the advancing members of the Bloodkill clan, he suddenly let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, causing Lin Chen to momentarily freeze in surprise. Just then, a light-hearted chuckle resonated from above. The figure of the enigmatic seventh prince of the Eastern dynasty materialized in the sky. With a serene smile gracing his lips, he raised his hand and unleashed a spell, conjuring a shimmering purple-gold talisman. This talisman radiated an aura of profound Tao energy, its intricate lines winding like a golden dragon, forming a bagua and emanating an overwhelming pressure. Bolts of lightning erupted from this talisman, striking down with tremendous force, obliterating the menacing maw of the Bloodkill clan. The sudden appearance of the seventh prince caused the faces of the Bloodkill members to pale dramatically. Meanwhile, Xixi remained grim, his demeanor far from reassuring. Lin Chen, however, was struck by a chill, his skin prickling with apprehension. The mysterious seventh prince had appeared without the notice of the Bloodly, and the purple-gold talisman instilled a palpable sense of danger in Lin Chen. It was evidently no ordinary artifact. Lin Chen had always harbored a deep-seated wariness towards this enigmatic seventh prince of the Eastern dynasty. Despite his unassuming attire, the prince had stirred the essence of Tao within Lin Chen, suggesting that he was anything but trivial. At that moment, Lin Chen was overtaken by a sudden realization of being ensnared in a scheme. The entire situation was shrouded in a haze of uncertainty. Yet he instinctively felt that he had been outmaneuvered by this mysterious prince. The seventh prince seemed to sense Lin Chen's unease, as he continued to engage the members of the Bloodkill clan, while casting a faint smile in Lin Chen's direction. In Lin Chen's mind, Tiangu, Xixi, and the others paled in comparison to the dread inspired by the seventh prince. Though the prince bore no apparent ill will towards him, Lin Chen refrained from provoking him further. However, the thought that the seventh prince had concealed his intentions for so long began to gnaw at Lin Chen's mind. His worries intensified at the prospect of the seventh prince allying with Xixi. Even if they chose not to strike at him directly, the consequences would be insurmountable. This young man was indeed formidable. He had evaded the scrutiny of Lin Chen's restrictions. Bloodly, too, expressed his astonishment, noting the presence of Tao energy within the prince's talisman. Although it was not the essence of the great Tao, it was undeniably potent. Lin Chen, you must remain vigilant against this individual. The Tao energy flowed like the breath of the great Tao within the purple-gold talisman. To wield such existence, this seventh prince, how uncomplicated could it be? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen's mood had grown somewhat heavy. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. Lin Chen, my visit bears no ill intent, the seventh prince remarked while channeling his formidable powers. Allow me to deal with this individual first, and then we shall converse. A surge of terrifying magical energy enveloped the seventh prince as he brandished the purple-gold 8 trigram talisman, from which an increasing torrent of purple lightning surged forth, striking down with resounding might. The Bloodslaughter clan trembled, their hairs standing on end in the face of the sudden emergence of this enigmatic seventh prince. Feeling an overwhelming sense of threat, damn it, this lowly human dares to scheme against me. The Bloodslaughter clan roared, unleashing a deluge of their formidable spells, more fearsome than before. Yet, the seventh prince, merely wielding the purple-gold 8 trigram talisman, continuously unleashed bolts of lightning from it, effortlessly countering the onslaught of the Bloodslaughter clan's spells. Xixi, with a grim expression, stood rooted in place. Previously, while plotting against Lin Chen, he had concealed himself from 5 miles away, yet now he felt a hand upon his shoulder, raising the hairs on his neck. The seventh prince had now entered the ranks of those whom Xixi regarded with utmost concern. The ability to approach so stealthily posed a grave danger. If he intended to strike, would he not be gravely injured? While the seventh prince engaged the Bloodslaughter clan, Xixi refrained from intervening, his gaze dark and fixed upon the unfolding scene. The corrosive demon rain fell upon the Bloodslaughter clan, rendering their spells null and void beneath the might of the purple-gold 8 trigram talisman. Their expressions twisted with fury. This time, they unleashed a spell of unparalleled terror, flicking their fingers to release a torrent of 10,000 magical dragons, a bizarre aura of demonic energy swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Drip-drop, blood-colored raindrops began to fall from above the seventh prince's head, striking the ground with a resounding thud. The earth became marred with numerous depressions, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Countless blood raindrops, teeming with demonic energy, cascaded downwards, seemingly drawn to the seventh prince, converging upon him. Even those blood raindrops that the seventh prince evaded altered their trajectory, hurtling towards him. With a grand sweep of his hand, the seventh prince conjured a protective barrier, prepared to withstand the blood-colored deluge. However, upon impact, the blood rain began to corrode the barrier itself. What a peculiar spell, the seventh prince remarked. Wielding the purple-gold 8-trigram talisman, he forcefully swung it, summoning a purple lightning dragon that spiraled outward in a lethal dance. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with a cacophony of explosions as the purple lightning dragon obliterated many of the blood-colored rain droplets, yet some were still reduced to nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, Xixi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The power of this spell was indeed formidable. Lin Chen's brows were perpetually furrowed as he meticulously observed the battle of the seventh prince. The prince wielded a purple-gold 8-trigrams talisman, upon which a layer of illusory flames flickered. One by one, musical notes began to emanate from the prince's lips, transforming into a resounding symphony of the great Tao that reverberated throughout the surroundings. Drops of crimson rain, under the influence of this profound sound, shattered in layers. Lin Chen's heart quaked at the revelation of the sound wave technique. This enigmatic seventh prince had indeed mastered such a formidable ability. Yet, more crucially, within those sound waves lingered an essence of the great Tao, as if it had materialized from the very fabric of the universe. The bloodthirsty being was struck with immense force, his countenance becoming frenzied as he unleashed a barrage of chaotic spells. Both Lin Chen and Xixi deftly evaded the erratic strikes of this being. Suddenly, a surge of blood light enveloped the creature, restoring his expression to one of normalcy, though a flicker of fear danced within his crimson eyes. This is the sound of the great Tao. You are a descendant of the ancient Tao sect. How is this possible? Hasn't the Tao sect been lost for millennia? The jade slip given to Lin Chen by Yun Lin had indeed mentioned the seventh prince. He had inherited a legacy from an ancient Tao sect. The terror reflected in the bloodthirsty creature's eyes confirmed the formidable nature of this sect. I never expected you to be aware of the Tao sect, the seventh prince sighed, addressing the creature. At that moment, the bloodthirsty being emitted a ghastly cry, his expression increasingly one of dread. From above his head, 5 crimson runes materialized, and he transformed into a streak of blood, fleeing into the distance. Upon realizing that the seventh prince was a figure from the Tao sect, the bloodthirsty being began to escape in a frenzy. Lin Chen's expression shifted, without a second thought. He bellowed, "You shall not escape." A being of the divine flow realm would undoubtedly yield significant rewards upon defeat, as they were not easily contended with. Lin Chen, cease your pursuit. There is no need to chase him further, the seventh prince calmly stated as he approached, his demeanor composed. Xixi snorted coldly from the side. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, halting his intent to unleash a technique. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired of the seventh prince, "What do you mean by this?" "I am quite perplexed and hope for your clarification." He wondered what the seventh prince's hidden motives were in this secluded place. "I came specifically to find you," the seventh prince replied, maintaining his steady gaze on Lin Chen. "As I made my way here, I happened upon Xixi and deduced your intention to arrive. Hence I awaited your presence here." Xixi remained silent, his expression dark. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before turning to the seventh prince, asking, "What do you seek from me?" Despite sensing no malice from the prince, his wariness remained unabated, for none of these prodigious individuals were to be underestimated. From the prince's words, it was clear that he anticipated Lin Chen's visit to Xixi. It is evident that this seventh prince possesses an extraordinary intellect. Beneath this island lies a confinement of several formidable blood killers of the Tao map realm. The master of Ta Qing has transported us here at random. I find myself in relatively close proximity to both the Reign Emperor and Tiange. The seventh prince gazed at Lin Chen and declared, "I have come to seek your assistance in entering the island to eliminate one of the blood killers dwelling within the Tao map realm." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the air. Lin Chen and Xixi exchanged startled glances. "Are you jesting? Killing a being of the Tao map realm is no trivial matter." Lin Chen fought to suppress his urge to curse, inhaling deeply before reiterating, "Seventh prince, this is no jest. The prospect of slaying a Tao map realm entity is beyond my imagination. You must go, whether you wish to or not," the seventh prince replied cryptically, scrutinizing the two. Lin Chen and Xixi furrowed their brows, their bodies tensing. What could the seventh prince possibly intend? Remaining calm, the seventh prince continued. The Rain Emperor has fallen victim to Tianji's machinations and is now ensnared within the depths of the island, facing an unprecedented crisis. Will you not assist? These words struck like thunder. Lin Chen's body trembled, frozen in disbelief. The Rain Emperor had been ensnared and faced dire peril. The seventh prince gestured, and an image materialized before Lin Chen and Xixi's eyes. Within the image, the Rain Emperor hastily approached the island's interior, but upon entry, his icy demeanor abruptly shifted. The vision abruptly ceased. My Dao evolution technique can only manifest thus far, the seventh prince stated matter-of-factly. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he absorbed the scene. His heart raced with unease. The Rain Emperor was in peril. In the 460th chapter, titled Resolute, Lin Chen was astounded that his encounter with the seventh prince would unveil such grave circumstances. The blood killers were in disarray, and the Rain Emperor had been victimized by Tiangu, entering the island's depths. Lin Chen inhaled sharply, striving to regain his composure. In times of chaos, one must remain steadfast and calm. Xixi's expression shifted slightly as he spoke sharply. Seventh prince, do not presume your profound cultivation instills fear in me. What is your true intention in claiming the Rain Emperor has suffered at Tianji's hands and entered the island? Clearly, Xixi harbored doubts about the Rain Emperor's reckless venture into such perilous territory, where Dao map realm entities were contained. Lin Chen maintained a composed demeanor. Addressing the seventh prince, how can we trust your words? He sincerely hoped the seventh prince's claims were unfounded. If so, the Rain Emperor might yet be safe. Unfazed by their skepticism, the seventh prince replied with an air of detachment. If you wish for me to demonstrate something truly convincing, I possess nothing of the sort. Alternatively, you may spend your time searching the entirety of the island, and you shall inevitably discover that the Rain Emperor is no longer here. Having scoured the island extensively, Xixi retorted with a cold smirk. The island sprawled for hundreds of miles, making the search relatively straightforward. However, provoking the numerous Bloodkill clan members present was tantamount to courting death. Lin Chen was uncertain about the exact number of Bloodkill clan members of the Divine Flow realm residing on this island, yet it was undoubtedly a terrifying figure. Xixi's rebuttal stemmed from the belief that the seventh prince sought to persecute them. Even Lin Chen, at this moment, furrowed his brow, his mind a tangled mess. With the matter entangled with the Rain Emperor, he found it impossible to remain calm. His attitude of preferring to believe in the possibility rather than dismissing it filled him with a tinge of anxiety. At that moment, Xixi chose silence. In his eyes, Lin Chen had no reason to be distressed. Even if the Rain Emperor were indeed being persecuted, there was no need for worry. After all, which mattered more, a woman or one's own life? Were Xixi to voice his thoughts, he would undoubtedly advise Lin Chen to choose the former. Aware of Lin Chen's emotional tendencies, he opted to remain mute. I know you harbor doubts about me. The seventh prince's gaze was piercing as it fell upon the two. But I swear to the heavens that my words are sincere. The least trustworthy of all our oaths, Xixi retorted without a hint of deference. Lin Chen remained silent, his brow tightly knitted. The seventh prince's declaration merely compelled him to decide whether or not to trust him. Lin Chen's thoughts were a whirlwind. Could the seventh prince substantiate his claims with mere words and an image, asserting that the Rain Emperor was indeed being persecuted? Yet, Lin Chen lacked the courage to gamble on it. What if the Rain Emperor truly encountered peril? Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, clarity surged within him. It is often in times of crisis that one realizes the weight of their emotions. Just as Lin Chen prepared to respond, he was unexpectedly interrupted by the awakening of Xue Lao. Lin Chen, you should trust the words of this Taoist heir. Xue Lao's voice resonated with a profound calm. Chosen by a Taoist lineage that had endured destruction for so long, the seventh prince undoubtedly possesses the essence of the Tao within him. His words ring true. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The earlier visage was a manifestation of a Taoist technique capable of probing a defined area. 99% likely, your beloved has encountered trouble. Xue Lao sighed. Lin Chen's expression gradually steadied, though flashes of determination ignited in his eyes. He had already decided to trust the seventh prince's words, to wager that his claims were genuine. With Xue Lao's endorsement, Lin Chen's murderous intent was swiftly stirred. I believe in your words, Lin Chen declared, his gaze icy as he regarded the seventh prince. I shall venture to the depths of the island. Thank you, seventh prince. He clasped his hands in gratitude, inhaling deeply, yet still unable to achieve tranquility. If that scoundrel Tian Gu stood before him, he would undoubtedly raise the blood dawn bell without hesitation. Lin Chen, you truly lack foresight, came the sardonic remark. Xixi did not shy away from mocking Lin Chen, declaring that the seventh prince was clearly deceiving them, attempting to undermine their strength. What do you believe? What if the Rain Prince truly encounters misfortune? Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Xixi, who was momentarily rendered speechless. Thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist, the seventh prince said with a smile, bowing slightly to Lin Chen. He then turned to Xixi, glancing back at Lin Chen. Regardless of trust, I would like to inquire whether you are willing to accompany me deeper into the island. Upon hearing this, Xixi let out a derisive laugh. Seventh prince, what traps have you laid for us in the depths of the island? Xixi's skepticism towards the seventh prince was evident. The seventh prince remained unfazed by Xixi's scornful demeanor and turned his gaze towards Lin Chen, asking, will you come? Before Lin Chen could respond, Xixi interjected, needless to say, he wants to go. Even though I would love to see this fellow perish, you shall not gain anything from him. It was clear that Xixi was still coveting the treasures possessed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen shot a cold glance at Xixi and nodded, I will go. Very well, the seventh prince responded. Since you are willing to trust me and accompany me, let us depart. With that, the seventh prince turned and flew forward. Lin Chen was about to take flight as well when a mocking voice called from behind, Lin Chen, why the haste to rush into death? Lin Chen paused in his tracks. Xixi's expression was one of disdain. Is it worth risking your life for a baseless rumor? Evidently, Xixi sought to dissuade Lin Chen, intending to employ his own schemes to eliminate him. Lin Chen shot a glance at Xixi, then turned to leave, leaving behind a resonant remark. If she is in danger, I must go. If she is not, I will find peace within. Let us hope for the latter. Xixi stood rooted in place, watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. The phrase let us hope for the latter rendered him speechless. Yet he found himself unable to take a step towards Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen and the seventh prince traversed through the forest side by side. 30 miles ahead lies an entrance that leads directly into the depths of the island, the seventh prince remarked. Lin Chen nodded with a cold, steely gaze. In that moment, he bore a resemblance to a reaper come to harvest lives. Are you not afraid? The seventh prince inquired. Do you not fear death upon entering? Your adversaries are of the Dao map realm. Lin Chen did not answer this question. Instead, he asked, I am curious as to why. If the Rain Prince is in trouble, you feel compelled to go as well. The seventh prince paused, then chuckled softly, pointing to his heart. It is simply to pursue what my heart desires. This is also the mission of a descendant of the Taoist lineage. To slay the bloodthirsty beings of the Dao map realm will not only enhance my cultivation, but also eradicate a menace and assist you. Why not undertake this task? Lin Chen fixed his unwavering gaze towards the distance, where a massive, pitch-black cave loomed, emanating a terrifying aura from within. We have arrived. The seventh prince landed beside the enormous opening of the chasm, gesturing towards the abyss before him. Entering it meant confronting a terrifying existence. There was still time to reconsider. I have no qualms, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, pausing momentarily before speaking in a tone tinged with somberness to the seventh prince. If I were to fear death, then the Rain Sovereign might meet her demise, and that would cause me heartache for a lifetime. With that, Lin Chen resolutely turned and leaped into the cavern. Chapter 461. The Return at this moment, beyond the island. The avatar of the Grandmaster of Ta Qing and the elder with white brows observed the 6 realms before them. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's plunge into the chasm, the elder chuckled heartily. This lad possesses quite the spirit. I never expected him to leap in without hesitation. What a surprise! The Grandmaster of Ta Qing remarked softly. This young man values loyalty and affection. Such qualities are often deemed detrimental in the path of cultivation, yet they are also the very essence that ought to exist. The outcome remains contingent upon his destiny. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the Ta Qing microcosm, the terrifying divine consciousness within the 6 realms engaged in dialogue. I cannot believe that lad truly jumped in. His words sound like the musings of a fool, and his actions reflect the same. Yet, there's something endearing about his foolishness. Another voice interjected, foolishly endearing indeed. I find his reckless devotion to a woman, risking his own life based on mere words, to be sheer folly. This is not love. This is stupidity. However, I shall refrain from further commentary. He certainly has his own thoughts. I am particularly curious to uncover the secrets within his being. Alas, the Grand Master has set a Ta Qing celestial talisman upon him. Yet, soon he shall face a great tribulation, and then we shall discern the true nature of his hidden strengths. Indeed, the old man himself had personally gone to retrieve his son. At this moment, within the Tianxiang mansion, several great sages, including the Grand Sage of Tianxiang, were present in this enigmatic ancient formation space. Before them lay the 6 realms, showcasing the circumstances of the 6 prodigies from the island. Haha, this Lin Chen boy is truly a reflection of myself, the Grand Sage of Qinghua exclaimed. His face flushed with mirth as he laughed heartily. The Grand Sage of Tianxiang smiled slightly, opting to withhold any opinions. The Grand Sage of Kurong snickered derisively. Indeed, he is cut from the same cloth, equally foolish. My disciple, Xixi, displays wisdom, unlike Lin Chen, who acts impulsively without regard. At this moment, the Grand Sage of Tianli interjected, speaking calmly. Tiangu was able to devise a scheme for the reign's sovereign, ensnaring 3 prodigies. Such cunning and strategy are worthy of recognition. Who can rival him? Puffed. He merely engaged in some underhanded dealings, Elder Jinsho scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. I cannot abide such petty individuals. Like Jian Wudao, when it is time to strike, one should do so without unnecessary words. They are all inept. Yuehua's expression darkened as she spoke. Indeed, when the head of the Moon Hall spoke, the other great sages ceased to argue. The death of his prodigious son weighed heavily upon him, stirring signs of barely contained fury within. In this moment, the mighty beings present were reluctant to offend the Lord of the Moon Hall without cause, and thus chose to merely smile and disregard the situation. Each of the great beings held their own perspectives. Amid their discussion, the esteemed Tianxiang suddenly chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Yang Tianxiu had exited the realm of Taiping. It remained uncertain what level his son had attained. The expressions of the other great beings shifted dramatically as they recalled a significant figure, the true prodigy of the Taiping sect. At this very moment, outside the Tianxiang mansion, a serene atmosphere prevailed, with celestial melodies resonating and the essence of Taiping cascading down. Servants and disciples continuously served tea, and the prodigies engaged in lively conversation, creating an idyllic scene. However, it was at this juncture that an overwhelming surge of aura erupted, startling all present. The sudden influx of power caused the prodigies in the center to part ways in reverence. This astonishing turn of events inevitably caught the attention of Patriarch Fenghua and Xiaoyao. A flicker of murderous intent and solemnity crossed Fenghua's face as he pondered the arrival of an unexpected guest. Xiaoyao nodded, tapping his fingers on the table, stating that all were present. Before them stood an imposing elder radiating a terrifying aura, occupying the central space. The elder exuded a verdant glow, evoking both vitality and an unnerving chill, a being of the Tao diagram realm. In his wake followed a familiar figure from Lin Chen's past, the master of the Wujitang, along with a dozen others, all above the Ganqi realm, draped in the robes of the execution hall, projecting an air of grim authority. Several astute prodigies quickly recognized the leading elder, igniting a flurry of murmurs. This is a member of the execution hall. I have seen this elder before. Known as the Bamboo Poison Elder, his powers are immensely formidable, and he is the foremost general of the execution hall. And alongside him are the masters of Wujitang and Yuyan Hall. But what could be their purpose? They were absent during the earlier celebrations, so why now? Uncertainty loomed, hinting at a deeper intrigue. Regardless, there was an undeniable sense that a significant figure was approaching. The prodigies began to speculate, though some had already deduced the truth, their expressions unwittingly growing grave. "Welcome, Hall Master," the Bamboo Poison Elder suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating with unprecedented clarity. "Welcome, Hall Master." The remaining members of the execution hall echoed this proclamation, their voices booming. Many bewildered prodigies were taken aback. At that moment, a palpable aura of slaughter surged from the entrance of Tianxiang Mansion as a figure emerged, issuing a voice as authoritative as a decree of punishment. "Thank you for your efforts, everyone." Upon his appearance, both Patriarch Fenghua and Xiaoyao rose abruptly. This individual was none other than Lin Chen's ultimate adversary. After a prolonged silence, Fenghua slowly articulated his thoughts, while Xiaoyao's eyes ignited with a terrifying murderous intent. "The Emperor of Punishment has arrived." Within the enigmatic opening, The figures of Lin Chen and the seventh prince are gradually descending. The seventh prince holds an ancient bronze bagua mirror, its surface shimmering with a greenish light, engaging in an unknown activity. Later, Blood Elder elucidates to Lin Chen that this technique employed by the seventh prince is a secretive art of the Taoist sect, utilized for probing crises, prohibitions, and formations. Lin Chen becomes increasingly wary of this mysterious Taoist sect, astounded by the profoundness of its methods. Young man, in ancient times, the Taoist sect was an overwhelmingly powerful entity, Blood Elder casually remarks, yet he is reluctant to elaborate further, adding that Lin Chen can foster goodwill with the seventh prince. Lin Chen nods, choosing not to delve into the past of the Taoist sect. How did Ta Qing deal with the Rain Emperor? Lin Chen squints slightly. The seventh prince replies, I'm not entirely certain. Ta Qing, the Rain Emperor, and I were all randomly teleported within a distance of no more than 30 miles. Therefore, when I performed the Great Tao Evolution technique, I witnessed a conversation between Ta Qing and the Rain Emperor, who, without a word, leapt into the opening. Lin Chen furrows his brow. What method did Ta Qing employ to lead the Rain Emperor into the depths of this island? Shaking his head in confusion, he suppresses the murderous intent brewing within and begins to observe the situation at the entrance. The entire opening is enveloped in profound darkness. After half an hour of descent, they finally discern a dense blood light emanating from the depths of the cave. We have arrived, the seventh prince states, stowing away the bronze bagua mirror. A bagua manifests in his eyes as he gazes downwards. The bloodlight here harbors the will of several beings at the Tao diagram realm. Upon our entry, we are bound to be detected by them. Lin Chen glances at the eye technique exhibited by the seventh prince, refraining from further comment. As azure flames erupt from his eyes, upon closer inspection, he realizes that the bloodlight is infused with various wills, all emanating from formidable beings. Among these disparate wills are 8 distinct essences, indicating the presence of 8 Tao diagram beings suppressed within the island. Friend Lin Chen, your eye technique surpasses even my bagua heavenly eye, the seventh prince observes with a sigh. Lin Chen's capabilities and divine arts far exceed the seventh prince's understanding. It's merely luck, Lin Chen replies. Do you know which Tao diagram entity has entangled the Rain Emperor? I have already detected the will that previously intercepted my great Tao evolution technique, the seventh prince responds. We can proceed now. These 8 ancestors may have posed threats to the Rain Emperor, and we must investigate them one by one. Good, Lin Chen asserts, leading the charge into the bloodlight. Instantly, the 8 murderous wills of the blood-killing clan's Tao diagram beings surge and intertwine violently. Chapter 462, The Crimson Blood Ancestor. Upon the island, Xixi delivers a devastating punch to the head of a blood-killing clan member, scattering it into a torrential rain of blood. Subsequently, he unleashes a vast expanse of starlight, employing an ancient sealing technique to obliterate the blood-killing clan member. This marked his 10th kill of a being from the blood-killing clan at the Ganchi realm, and he had also vanquished one at the Divine Flow realm. Yet, the expression on Xixi's face remained somber. The words Lin Chen had uttered just before his departure seemed to echo faintly in his mind. Damn it, what a facade of nobility. Xixi cursed, as if releasing his pent-up emotions. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, and a figure imbued with a chilling aura appeared before Xixi. Xixi's murderous intent erupted forth as he coldly addressed Ta Qing. Have you done harm to the Rain Emperor? The newcomer was indeed Ta Qing. I certainly lacked the audacity to harm her. I merely employed some minor tactics, Ta Qing replied, his countenance calm as he regarded Xixi. I am aware that the seventh prince and Lin Chen have ventured deep into the island. Xixi's expression darkened with fury, a torrent of killing intent radiating from him, his powerful aura vibrating through the air. At that moment, he was enraged enough to strike at Ta Qing. Do you wish to kill me? Ta Qing suddenly laughed, a playful glint in his eyes. Do not be angered. I have come to discuss matters concerning the Rain Emperor. I possess a method that can eliminate Lin Chen and win the heart of a beauty. Xixi's body trembled, and a subtle yearning flickered in his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ta Qing's words had struck a deep chord within him. Meanwhile, at the base of a mysterious cavern, as Lin Chen plunged into the swirling crimson light, 8 distinct wills surged towards him, each intent on his destruction. It was as if countless wailing spirits sought to invade his body. The wills of the 8 blood-killing clan members at the Tao diagram realm converged upon Lin Chen. attempting to seize control of him. Lin Chen shuddered, an aura of ghostly power erupting from him, and the will of the heavenly calamity Yama Sutra activated at that moment. The 8 wills were thwarted by Lin Chen's ghostly energy, unable to force their way in. They were merely scattered intentions lingering in the depths of the island. Lin Chen remarked coolly, "If you wish to occupy my flesh, it must be your true forms that make the attempt." He unleashed his consciousness, projecting it in all directions. At that moment, the 7th prince descended, a faint luminescence shimmering around him, reminiscent of an ethereal Tao aura, yet lacking its profound intricacies. The 8 distinct wills were repelled by the 7th prince's presence. As Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharpened. The space within the depths of the island was suffused with bloodlight, resembling a crimson sun in the sky. The interior of the island stretched for miles, home to 8 colossal peaks suspended in this sanguine realm. Each peak exuded a vast and terrifying aura, resonating with a mystical energy that suppressed the horrifying entities within. The 8 ancestral beings of the Bloodkill tribe were not merely subdued by the master of Tai Qing. Their power had been diminished by half. The 7th prince spoke, indicating that although the strength of the Bloodkill tribe had waned, it could still be restored. His intention was to convey to Lin Chen that they were up against a truly formidable entity at the Tao diagram realm, unlike when Lin Chen faced Lu Tongtian. With the assistance of figures such as Jian Tianmiao, Hong Ba, and Hong Wei, Lin Chen took a deep breath, raising his right hand to gaze at the gray mark upon it, and inquired of the 7th prince, "Is it possible for you to ascertain which mountain peak the Rain Emperor is imprisoned upon?" Lin Chen similarly transmitted his thoughts to Xixi, beginning his inquiry. "It is feasible, but it would require the consumption of 10 million lost spirit pills," Xixi replied, shaking his head. "If we were to burn through 10 million lost spirit pills, any hope of contending against the Tao diagram realm would be lost." To contend against an entity of the Tao diagram realm, Lin Chen recognized that his greatest reliance lay in the quasi-Tao artifacts. "I cannot pinpoint a specific location at this moment. However, I can utilize the Great Tao evolution technique to trace and determine a general area," the 7th prince stated, observing Lin Chen. "But be warned, employing the Great Tao evolution technique will undoubtedly attract the lethal intent of the 8 ancestral beings. You must assist me in fending them off, otherwise, all efforts will be in vain." Lin Chen's expression grew solemn as he replied earnestly, "Leave that to me." The 7th prince nodded, closing his eyes, his aura radiating with a Tao-like essence that began to surge forth. Once more, the 7th prince made his move, causing the space ahead to ripple like water, resembling an ancient mirror. With a flick of his finger, he released a mysterious azure glow, igniting his magical power. Instantly, the ancient realm, reminiscent of water ripples, shimmered with countless ethereal mists. The tracking of the Great Tao evolution technique commenced. Lin Chen, undistracted by the marvel of this technique, kept his gaze sharp and cold, surveying his surroundings. The 8 ancestral beings were undoubtedly aware of their presence and would not hesitate to strike. At that moment, an eerie laughter suddenly echoed, a sound imbued with a profoundly sinister power that seemed capable of dragging one's soul into depravity. "Since you have come, why engage in mischief here?" Lin Chen's voice, laced with noble intent, erupted with a menacing aura. Abruptly, from the bloodlight, a tempest arose, and a fine blood rain began to fall. 6 distinct figures materialized within the sanguine glow, each formed from an overwhelming will. These 6 presences belonged to the wills of the 6 ancestral beings, each unique in essence. Upon sensing the arrival of Lin Chen and the 7th prince, they immediately projected their intent, eager to intervene. "And what of the other 2 ancestral beings?" Lin Chen asked coldly, unyielding as he regarded the 6 wills of the Tao diagram realm. "Have you captured a woman?" As Lin Chen spoke, the 6 ancestral beings of the Bloodkill tribe simultaneously responded, cackling, "I have a human female here, breathtakingly beautiful like snow and ice." "Nonsense. She has clearly come to me. Little child, if you seek her, venture to my mountain peak. A woman has arrived here, and I am prepared to end her life. Do you wish to save her?" "Huh. Such a girl has long since met her demise. All that remains are her white bones. I have drained every last drop of her blood, and indeed, the blood of a young and powerful woman is exceptionally delectable." The 6 esteemed ancestors of the blood-killing clan each provided varying responses. However, they all concurred on one point: the woman was in their possession. It was evident they discerned the intentions of Lin Chen and the 7th prince, naturally aiming to lure the two into the mountain's depths. There, they would unleash boundless magical power to subdue them, devouring their flesh and blood to relish the exquisite feast. You all deserve to die. Lin Chen's expression remained impassive, yet his words struck like thunder. Upon hearing this, the 6 ancestors of the blood-killing clan promptly sealed their lips, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. Boy, you claim we all deserve death? One of the ancestors, his visage twisted with rage, glared at Lin Chen. Indeed, Lin Chen replied, his face devoid of emotion. The ancestor erupted into a mocking laugh. I, the Crimson Blood ancestor, have roamed for countless years, and for the first time, I am provoked by one of mere essence realm. Boy, regardless of whether you retract your previous statement, your fate is sealed. The Crimson Blood ancestor, gazing coolly at Lin Chen, proclaimed, I shall grant you a chance to live. Reveal the whereabouts of that woman, or face your demise. Lin Chen emanated an immense aura, powerful and overwhelming. Yet, the Crimson Blood ancestor, along with the other 6, fell into silence for a moment before bursting into derisive laughter, as if they had just heard the most delightful joke in the world.